felt hope for the future.
My holiday wish is to have a brighter future. And thanks to St. Joe's, it's coming true.
And at St. Joseph's, an impressive 96% of students graduate high school, putting their dreams and wishes within reach.
Happy holidays from all of us at St. Joseph's Indian School.
Learn how holiday wishes come true at stjo.org today.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know.
News update.
This is what's trending with DJ and PK. Hashtag NFL.
Here's the snap, back to pass, blitz coming. Allen steps up in the pocket, 40, 30, down to the 20. Allen looking for the end zone, and he's in for a 40-yard touchdown rip. The beast has been released.
3rd and 3, Chicago 41. Loving the shotgun, takes the snap, fakes the handoff, quick throw, and Watson. Got Watson cutting left to the 20, to the 15, to the 10, to the house, to the touchdown. Christian Watson, when 9 equals #1 receiver. My goodness, that popped for 41 yards.
Warren is to the right of Rodgers in the shotgun, gets a snap, back to pass, throws to Warren in the right flat, wide open, scooting down the right sideline, has room, there is nobody there, and he's in for the score. Jalen Warren, a short pass out to the flat, and he goes 38 yards in for the touchdown. At the 5, it's Puka again! On one play, a 31-yard strike, Puka Nacua with a new career high in touchdowns.
First and goal from the 5, handoff. Dare trying to dance between the tackles, taking it across the goal line. Touchdown, Houston. 5-yard run. Dare Ogunbowale. The Texans retake the lead on Kansas City at Arrowhead Stadium.
Highlights from a full day of NFL football. The Chiefs, the door was open for them, PK. Jaguars beat the Colts, who had a playoff spot, beat them 36-19. Indy's lost 3 in a row, 4 out of 5 after an 8-2 start. They're crashing, and Daniel Jones tore his Achilles. Looks like the Colts will fall out, and there is a path open for the winner of the Houston-Kansas City game, and the winner is Houston.
The door's been open all season.
KC just keeps dropping the ball.
Right. I mean, I don't think this is any different than any other one. All equal the same. The door's been open for 3 months. And they have not gone through it.
They've not gone through it, taking their 7th loss.
They're just not good enough. It had to come to an end sometime.
Yep. And is the Bills' defense good enough? We heard Josh Allen. He had another massive performance, and they beat the Bengals 39-34, but they gave up 32 points to Tampa Bay, 30 to Miami, 40 to Baltimore. That defense has been a problem multiple times this year.
Yeah, I don't remember those games. I thought Joe Burrow was outstanding. I mean, he had one bad pick. The other one was a tip pass that got intercepted. With him in the lineup, he's pretty good. They're pretty good. Much better than they have been, for sure. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know that there's a perfect team out there. If you have one, let me know. I'll put money on it.
Rams are 10-3. Now, they just had a hiccup, so they're certainly not perfect. But they annihilated the Cardinals 45-17. Puka Nacua with 2 more touchdown catches. Another ton of yards in that game for him as the Rams have regained their form and are flying again. They are 10-3, as are the Seattle Seahawks. The Rams beat the Seahawks once. They've got to play a second time here. The Seahawks tied at 6 at halftime, a bunch of field goals, and then the former Weber State Wildcat Rashid Shaheed takes the third quarter kickoff back for a touchdown, and the route is on. Seahawks pull away and win 37-9 when it was 6-6 at the half. Jordan Love, fourth quarter touchdown drive to snap a 21-all tie. The Green Bay Packers beat the Chicago Bears 28-21 to take over the division lead in the highly competitive NFC North. They're a half game up on Green Bay and a game and a half up on Detroit. Monday Night Football, Eagles and the Chargers. Eagles got off to a great start, but they are 8-4 and have lost back-to-back games to the Cowboys and Bears. Can they fly cross-country and right the ship, or do they take a third straight L? Chargers sitting in a wild card spot in the AFC. DJ and PK.
Hashtag BYU.
Direct snap to LJ. LJ Martin gets to the 5, the 4, the 3, 2, 1. The end zone. Touchdown. Wildcat LJ Martin took the snap and took it in for 6.
Snap back to Dickey. He's in. Touchdown, Red Raiders. Completely untouched off the right side. Morton from the shotgun, going to throw it. Right side, it's caught by Aiken. He stays in bounds, heads downfield to the 10, cuts back 5. Touchdown, Red Raiders. That will do it.
Well, PK started out so promising. 14-play touchdown drive, and then it was pretty much all Texas Tech. Ended up 34-7 after 29-7 the first time. Ended up a very similar final score and a similar feeling. Texas Tech is a lot better. And again, BYU really struggled to block those guys. The line of scrimmage, they just kept getting into the backfield so quickly.
They turned the ball over 4-0. I mean,
Yep.
if you're gonna lose that battle 4-0, you're gonna get beat just about by anybody. Yeah, good for Tech. I mean, they purchased a team and they got it, man. I was on the rent-a-car shuttle yesterday morning, and I get on there, and this is a guy, Texas Tech fan, and he's talking to the driver. This guy's probably in his 40s, the fan, and he's just going to town, just like you just accomplished something, right? He's still fired up. He might have still been a little drunk. And so I sit next to him, and you know how most luggage, it's black, and they all look alike?
Yeah, yeah.
So my wife has this little button that you put on the top, and it's about as big as a thumb.
Right, but it just gives you a little something different.
Well, it's an ASU thing, right?
Right.
So I said to the guy, I said, well, who'd they lose to? Oh, they lost to Arizona State, but we didn't have we lost to Arizona State. We didn't have a quarterback, and we don't have a quarterback, blah, 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 blah. And he doesn't see what I'm pointing at. And we get off the bus on the sidewalk. I said, I wanted you to look at this. I was just playing with you. Oh, I see. I don't think that's very funny.
Dude, you just won the conference title. You're going to be a 4 seed.
I know. I mean, he kind of got my face a little. Whoa, dude. Jeez. When I was going in the stadium, I saw a sign that said in the back of a truck, Cody Campbell for president.
Nice.
Yeah. I mean, there he is on the field holding the trophy. He literally is the most important person in that program.
Without him, where would they be?
Yeah, there'd be 8 wins.
8-4.
Like they knew.
Yeah,
they have
8-4.
been.
4th place in the conference.
Yeah.
5th place in the conference.
But that's the system, and they got a job done. And BYU, I don't think they're ever going to get in. They weren't. We can get to that. I know we got this thing we got to get through, and then we got the guests. So the whole objective is to finish it. But so much to say.
Second team out of the college football playoff. They finished 12th in the final rankings, and now they get Georgia Tech in the Pop-Tarts Bowl because Notre Dame opted out of playing in a bowl game. DJ and PK.
Hashtag college football.
2 receivers to the right for the Dogs. Now we bring Cash Jones in motion to the left. Here comes pressure. They blitz. We throw it to Branch. Oh, he cuts back to the left. 10, 5, 1. Touchdown. Touchdown. Zachariah Branch.
And Mendoza takes the snap, wants to throw it, fires it down the field. It's for Elijah Surratt. He makes the catch. Touchdown! Elijah Surratt, 17-yard pick for a TD. And Indiana's back on top.
Now can you get a stop? Morris tossed to the right. They want to throw back. It's Taylor. Wants to take a shot. Fires downfield. It's intercepted. Luke Burkett with the pick. And the Blue Devils, for the first time in 36 years, are champions of the ACC.
Duke knocks Virginia out. Beats them in the overtime after blowing it there in the fourth quarter. It's horrible clock management, but whatever. They got the pick. They won the game, so they opened the door for James Madison to get in. How impressed with you with Indiana going head-to-head with Ohio State and a scoreless fourth quarter, 13-10? Somewhere Woody Hayes and Bo Schembechler are nodding. That's the way football ought to be. Big Ten slugfest, grinding it out, old school style.
That would be down there. I know where both those guys are.
down there.
You don't punch a player and go to the top of the heavens.
There
Come
you
on.
go.
Charlie Bauman would be able to testify to that. It was a great game. I don't see, but for Ohio State, whoop-de-doo. What did it mean? It didn't mean anything.
They're the 2 seed.
Who cares?
Yeah, they weren't even in the conference title game last year, and they won the national title. So,
yeah.
Bowl matchups are out. Utah's going to play Nebraska in the Vegas Bowl December 31st. Utah State will play Washington State in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl December 22nd. Washington State's already lost their coach to Iowa State. So, see what kind of a performance they're able to turn in. You even care about the bowl games, or is the expanding playoff just completely overshadowing these? And we got multiple teams opting out. Notre Dame, Iowa State, Kansas State.
Yeah.
I forget players opting out. We got whole teams opting out now.
And you think that's bad?
I don't know. It's a loss of tradition, and that sucks because it was pretty cool. It wasn't that surprising with Iowa State losing their coach. I mean, Kansas State, the coach is retiring. Maybe the players don't want to play. I don't know. Maybe they knew they were going to lose a lot of players. I mean, it sucks, but it just seems like where everything is going.
I got to get to the Jazz.
DJ PK.
Hashtag Utah Jazz.
Run back, communicate. If the coverage is switch. If you are weak side, your job is to help. I try not to nitpick. Our league's hard. Being a young player in our league is especially hard. And so we try to set up some pretty core things that we want to see executed on both sides of the ball. I didn't feel like we got that.
Jazz blown out by the Knicks Friday, blown out by the Thunder last night, and they wasted no time, PK. It was 23-0 to New York. It was 41-13 after one quarter. It was 45-20 last night, and there's a video out there somebody took from behind the bench of Will blasting them when it's 10-1, about just bleep and try. He's sick of doing this every night.
I was embarrassed for the entire organization, top to bottom.
Yeah.
They had the smoke going off, whatever it was. That was embarrassing. The clocks weren't working. Players didn't show up.
Other than that, it was perfect.
It was an embarrassing night. They, as a franchise, and I know we're supposed to cheerlead, but as a franchise,
it was an embarrassing night.
I don't know that I've ever been more embarrassed for them. And you got Hardy. I'm glad that thing came out.
I know.
If you're there and you can't even try, I don't care that Clayton scored or Hendricks made a three-pointer. Who gives a flying, as Will Hardy would say? So what? The other team, which half of his team wasn't even there playing?
Yeah, no.
And that's the best you can do?
Yep.
And he has to call you out for playing hard, and you're receiving. We're not supposed to talk about the money. No, can't ever mention that. And they're making millions, a lot of them, and that's what they do? That's what they show up for?
And it was absolutely nothing. That's what they did.
That was a disgrace. Nothing. The whole night, top to bottom, was a disgrace. And I don't take any joy in saying that because I'd much rather have them win. I must have got asked 15 times over the weekend, flying down there on Friday, being down there on Saturday. Are you rooting for BYU today? But hey, PK, you rooting for BYU today? I said, root for them all the time. I mean, I don't have any personal interest. I couldn't care less. But the fact is, it's better when they win. Yeah, and so I want them to win. And now they got Austin there, and I like him as a person. I've known him for over 20 years, his father too, and Jay-Z and these guys. Yeah, I want to see them do well. I don't know Hardy. He didn't know me from the man on the street. He wouldn't have any idea who I am. But I want to see them do well. But if they're not, if that's what they're going to show up for, they're going to get called out on it.
Atrocious. Now they get to stew in that until Friday when they play at Memphis. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NBA.
Lakers beat the Sixers 112-108. LeBron, after that 8-point game that snapped his double-digit scoring streak, went for 29. Luka had 31 and 11. Nuggets keep it rolling. They beat the Hornets 115-106. Jamal Murray had 34 in that game. And Giannis Antetokounmpo expected to miss 4 weeks with his calf strain. That's according to Doc Rivers. So See you for 2026. DJ PK.
Hashtag college basketball.
Utah State, 8-1. They lost their first game, but they bounced back, routing Charlotte 79-53. Mason Falslev with 22 points to lead the way. Weber State blitzed by St. Thomas, Minnesota, 88-65 on the road. And Utah beat Cal Baptist, 91-85. DJ and PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
Contemporary Baseball Era Committee votes Jeff Kent into the Baseball Hall of Fame. Dale Murphy appeared on just 6 of the 16 ballots. You needed 12. Kent's the only one who gets across the line and gets in. I never would have predicted that, PK. I didn't really have a burning to see Jeff Kent in the Hall of Fame, but there he is.
But you have a burning to see Dale Murphy in?
Yeah, a local guy, and we know him, and there's been so much talk about it. And talk from more than just local people. It seems like there was a groundswell of support, but there wasn't inside the committee, that's for sure. And I wondered how the steroid guys would do and all that, but it's only Jeff Kent.
Yeah, I'm disappointed that Dale Murphy didn't get more run. And I wish that we could have all this stuff be public. If the public cares about it, the voters need to explain what their thinking is.
The good news is with those 6 votes, he stays on the ballot.
And he's a long way. I mean, how long is it? You get 10 years on the regular ballot.
Yeah.
At some point, it gets watered down.
Yeah, but
if you keep voting 55 times and then you're now on another committee and the Veterans Committee and this committee, does it really mean as much?
The steroid guys have essentially all been aced out now with them falling below 5 votes.
Well, just these steroid guys.
Well, sure. Okay, fair.
DJ PK.
Hashtag NHL.
Offensively, if you want to score in that league, you need to get in the eyes of the goalie. You need to disturb the defense a little bit more, and we were a little bit too perimeter.
Utah Mammoth beat the Vancouver Canucks 4-1 Friday, but they get shut out in Calgary 2-0 as they end their season-long 6-game road trip. Now they come home for a while. They got the Kings at the Delta Center tonight. Puck drops at 7 o'clock, and coverage starts at 6 o'clock right here on The Zone. What is Trending is brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. Coming up, Notre Dame opting out of the bowl. Malik Zaire, former Notre Dame quarterback, co-host of the Lucky Lefty podcast, will join us next. Shahan Jayaraja, CBS Sports National College Football writer at 8 o'clock. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
No relief if you're traveling northbound I-15 right now. Delays begin at 5300 south, continue to grow all behind that. All 4 right lanes remain blocked, only left lane getting by in that area. Also seeing heavy delays now northbound on the west side belt as people are trying to get through the construction zone at Lake Point and Tooele as well. This update is brought to you by GoPave Utah. Traffic's rough, but your parking lot doesn't have to be. GoPave Utah keeps things smooth with expert asphalt maintenance. Go to GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call them today or once again visit them at GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
This holiday season, you can make a difference. Hercules First Federal Credit Union is raising funds for their Christmas project, bringing joy to foster children in Salt Lake City and supporting the Humane Society of Utah to help pets in need. Your generosity can change lives. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more and donate today to make this season brighter for a child and a pet. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together this holiday season.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard. Hans, you feel it outside. It's football weather, but that also means it's colder outside, and that means your furnace, if you haven't fired it up already, you will be soon. So you want to keep that warm air in your house? Well, it's all about having the right windows, and Advanced Windows can make sure you have the best windows in the state of Utah.
Remember, they've got the lifetime warranty. It's transferable to the next owner. It covers all labor, glass, and parts. And these are original windows built right here in the state of Utah. They eliminate the middleman, so they make it more affordable for you. And they've got great financing plans, including 60 months, no interest, no payment, or no interest for 24 months. They'll set it up so it's affordable for you.
Go to advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com and find out how they can save you money. In fact, $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. That's Advanced Windows. Call them now, 801-850-9100.
It's Advanced Windows at advancedwindows.com, 801-850-9100.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
A new exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card is your opportunity to go from cardholder to ticket holder for the FIFA World Cup 2026. For a limited time, when you're approved for a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card, you're eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more today at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America NA in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Okay, Joy, let's go for a ride. So the car lights are on. You got it. And to adjust your seat, you got to. Have you driven this car before?
Nope, never driven this car in my life. Hey, Doug, you want to buckle up?
Funny, usually I'm the one that has to tell the customer to buckle up.
Oh! Free test drive the new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander at Doug Smith and American Fork. Get 0% APR financing for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishi models. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU blown out by number 4 Texas Tech 34-7. Kalani Sitake on the loss.
The game felt different than the first one. Let's just be honest. The first one was really hard. This one, I thought we were competitive and we're in it, and then the turnover started happening towards the end, and then it just got away from us. But we could do a lot of things differently. I like that we were physical. They couldn't just run the ball up on us inside, and so we were physical up front on both sides. They tackled really well and obviously forced some fumbles and had a couple of interceptions, and I think that was the difference in what could have happened.
There's your Cougar at 30 update.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Join Hans and Scotty Wednesday from noon to 3 at RGS Exteriors, 4235 Farm Road in West Jordan. DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. BYU's getting ready to play Georgia Tech. Notre Dame opted out of the game. PK, we have seen so many traditions take a hit. We've seen rivalries go away. We've seen multiple conferences go away. Bowl games seem like they're next up on the hit parade as this game continues to evolve.
Well, Notre Dame's just been hammered on this about boycotting. Take the ball and go home.
Yep.
This is the worst. You're an embarrassment. You're cowards. I think it's awesome.
Because?
Because we desperately need change. The 4-team playoff would have had far less controversy than the 12-team. We thought the 12-team would be better than the 4, but it's not. It's worse.
Well, there's so little separation when you get down there.
Those 4, the top 4, if they went and played each other, everybody would have been fine. Number 5, tough.
Oregon, you lost at home to Indiana, so you get nothing and you like it.
Yeah,
you
really
shouldn't have lost at home to the conference champ.
Yeah, you haven't beaten anybody. Yeah. Iowa. You didn't get in the final. In A&M, you lost to a 3-loss Texas team. Those teams I think there would have been some controversy, but I get your point about there wouldn't have been 6. Oh, the SEC would have complained they didn't get 2 bids. Well, yeah, but they're going to complain anyway.
They really are.
They
want 7 of the 12 right now.
They want 4 of the 4, 12 of the 12.
Yeah.
I mean, their commissioner said 7 or 8, and so blah blah blah. I think that there needs to be some standardized regulations, and this committee has all the power. We've been talking about, you want a commissioner, but they don't want to go the pro sport angle because it's seedy. Well, that horse is out of the barn. It's Secretariat, man. It is sprinted so far. The jockey's looking back. Where is everybody? That's where this thing is now. So now this committee has been empowered. Create some form of regulation. Go to where you need to have wins over the top 10. Not back in August, or we think Penn State's going to be really good. I don't care what the rankings were then. When they released the rankings, if you have a win over a top 5 team, you get 10 points. If you have a win over a top 10 team, you get 8 points. And it's never going to be totally fair, and you can find whatever I tell you, whatever you tell me, whatever anybody says, we're going to find potholes in it and can shoot them a mile long. I get all that. But there needs to be some form of regulation. And who's the biggest brand in college football? Notre Dame. Who, and you know this literally, who stood up to the church leaders at BYU and said, we need an indoor practice facility? If the baseball coach would have said it, they would have said, who are you?
It wouldn't have gone anywhere.
Sit down.
No. It took Lavelle's stature and all his success to say, this is where it's gone.
Knowing he wouldn't benefit it because he was on the way out.
Oh, yeah. But this is where the sport has gone.
Right.
This is what we need. The days of shoveling snow. Now we don't get as much snow. But back then, believe it or not, there used to be snow and they couldn't practice outdoors. Literally couldn't. So we got to have this. We can't be doing these jogathons in the Smithfield house.
So the most credible person stood up on behalf of everybody else. Notre Dame is taking a lot of heat on this, and I think that there needs to be some reform. And maybe this is just a byproduct of them not wanting to go. But to me, this is going to shake it up. And somebody had to do it. And what is it? It's like, it's a buffet. The choice is yours. Well, today, wins matter. Tomorrow, the losses against teams matter. Oh, well, for Alabama, the championship game doesn't count, doesn't matter. But for BYU, it's everything.
Yep.
We're just, the goalposts are constantly, I feel like I'm in the Wyoming press box and they tore it down and they're taking it down the street. The goalpost is never being settled so it can be moved. It's permanently being moved at all times. Figure out something that is universal. And then the committee, then, here's what we're going to do. And if you don't like it, tough. But we're going to tell you way ahead of time. This is what matters. And if you play Akron and Chico State and the Citadel, we're going to subtract points from you.
Okay, that's all awesome, and that'd be great. I don't think that's happening. I think they're going to move the bag back. I think it's going to go to 16. It's going to go to 24.
The bag will always be moved back.
Yeah.
There'll never be a perfect system. There'll always be close plays. But this was the most outrageous, and it's only in its second year. I would just as soon have a 4-team.
The committee did this to themselves because that first ranking they did when Notre Dame was 10 and Miami was 18, and then basically both teams just annihilate everybody the rest of the season. And somehow Miami moves up 8 spots and Notre Dame moves down 1. I wonder if they get rid of the early rankings. Like, well, this just makes us look bad.
Nah. That set the standard, knowing that the early rankings are somewhat meaningless. And it's the final ranking, and we assign a point total toward it. And do away with these conference title games. Have a playoff for the playoff. That would be more dramatic.
That could I could see that happening because I think that's what the Big Ten is already pitching. And I think that the Big Ten now, and they did, one smart thing they did in the midst of all of this, is they decided, hey, let's kick the can down the road a couple months here, and let's decide what it's going to be after we see how this playoff works out and how everything played out. And I think these conference championship games were an absolute mess with these crazy tiebreakers. 5 teams tied for second place in the ACC.
Yeah, but that's going to be every year.
Such a mess. But the Big Ten said, hey, this is, if we had 1 versus 2, 3 versus 6, and 4 versus 5 playing for automatic bids, it would sort a lot of that out. And I think that could carry more weight now. The Big 12 knows it because they had a 4-team tie last year for the top spot. The ACC has a 5-team tie this year. The SEC's had a bunch of messy ties.
Yeah, well,
it could bite anybody at any
without
point.
Everybody playing everybody. And if I'm your Mark, I told you, he was wrong not going after Notre Dame. That's all he did. He did it before the game.
Right.
He did it last week, and I called it, listening, just second guessing. Right. I said, stop going after Notre Dame. Notre Dame's not the issue here.
Go after Bama and Miami.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Bama and Miami get in, and Notre Dame's out.
Right. So he wasted his time. And BYU, I asked Kalani about it yesterday. Well, the committee has a hard job. Rip them. Go ahead and rip them. Rip. Oh, you don't rip. If you don't want to rip the committee because there's individuals on it and Harlan's on there and all that, rip the system. Big shots in radio and TV. They like to be, oh, look at me. I'll rip the NCAA. We don't hear that as much anymore. But when you rip the NCAA, you aren't ripping anybody. So no one's going to come at you and call you out saying, what'd you do that for? Rip the system then. You don't have to rip a group or an individual because then you can get away. You can be tough guy and there's no accountability. It's like a local guy ripping somebody from out of town. I more respect if you rip the people in town and they actually hear it, and then you show up at the next game and see them face to face. They'll actually respect you a whole heck of a lot more if you do that. Believe me, I've seen it as recently as you would say Saturday when an administrator came up to me and said that very thing to me on the field. So I thought BYU underplayed itself, should have gone stronger. This needs to be done. It needs to be. What matters more? For BYU, the losses matter more than the wins. For Alabama, the win against Georgia matters more than the losses. Why? We got 2 different standards here. You lost to Florida State by 14 points. They went 2-7 in a crappy ACC.
Forgiven. Early in the year, we got better.
If your market scheduled them Oklahoma State instead of Texas Tech, they would have been 12-0. And they would only had 1 loss. And there wouldn't have been, wow, they got blown away twice. They lost to Tech 63-14 in combined scores. It's hard to do, but if I'm your Mark, try to figure out, give them as cushy a schedule as possible in the league. Don't make the league schedules year to year. Don't have these cycles.
Don't do that.
They did a 4-year cycle.
Don't do that.
So that everybody gets to play.
Screw that. There's nobody cares in Tempe if you're playing in Lawrence. Nobody is just dying to see that Kansas ASU game. And if they figure out they're good, then BYU, give them Oklahoma State. Give them all the crappy teams next year.
That's what A&M got.
So stop that.
A&M rode the bottom half of the league.
Obviously. Yeah, I mean, their record, the conference record was, Barry Trimble was on Friday saying it was like 1945 or something.
Horrible.
Or Thursday when he came on.
So there was a thing that came out of the conversation with Notre Dame yesterday, PK, that beginning next year, they have a provision now going forward in the playoff that if Notre Dame is inside the top 12, they will be contractually guaranteed a spot.
Yeah, and also all 4 leagues are guaranteed a spot, no more of the top 5. So this is the only time we're going to see the 2 G5s edge out of Power 5.
Yeah, but does that change the conversation we're having here?
Well, that's a start. Yeah, we need to totally overhaul it. And everybody loves, like I said, everybody loves diversity as long as it's not replacing you. The hardcore lefty will tell you all about it. Yeah, I want more of female refs. Well, I want a female commissioner. Wait a second here. Well, let's get him on with the broadcaster. Okay, your contract is up. I want a black female being the play-by-play person. Wait a second. They don't like that. So it's like, yeah, let's let the group of 5 or 6, whatever the heck they are, let them in. Now I got 2 in? This sucks because they're taking my spot.
Fact. Yeah. And I wonder how much that factored into Miami getting leaked in, like we got to have an ACC team.
Yeah, of course. I'm sure it did.
Yeah.
So you have a chance to revamp the system and get it right.
Okay, they're not going to get it right.
Why not? Get it right.
They just revamped the system.
Get it more right.
They just revamped the system 2 years ago because we had so much complaining about the 4-team
right.
system.
But you're not going to go from bad to 100%.
Mm-hmm.
So if you can get to 70 to 80% and then eventually get to 90%, what's wrong with that?
To back up PK's point, is that yesterday Alabama lost in the SEC championship, didn't pay the price for it. BYU did, thereby allowing Miami to jump into the field because of a head-to-head.
Yeah.
Why are these rules not uniformly applied?
Why does the head-to-head matter when you're 10-11 and it doesn't matter when you're 10-12?
I'm just saying,
what is
this
that?
needs to be uniformly applied across the board.
So we've seen
Bama
the
should
mistakes.
have taken a hit.
I'm not going to criticize the committee and the people for not being perfect. I couldn't be anything less than perfect. Whatever the opposite of perfect is, that's what I am in certain areas. There's no doubt about it. So I get it. So I'm not come in here and just blast Mark Harlan. What good does that do? That doesn't do anything. But let's see. Here's where and admit there's flaws, not necessarily mistakes, but flaws.
Well, the flaws is
so then let's change them. Let's make them better.
There's so few data points because they play so few games, and so there's so many questions out there. You know, you want to just go on the record, but that's hard because, as you've pointed out, like, everybody's schedule isn't the same. Even inside the league, it's just wildly
not only
all over
that,
the
they
place.
don't even play the same amount of games.
I know. And that changes next year. That's one thing they're going to get right. The SEC and ACC are going to 9-game schedules.
Well, I'm talking about a conference title game.
Oh, yeah, 13 and 12, that's still going to exist.
Yeah.
But I do think there's momentum to get rid of the conference title games. That weekend, and it just comes back to money because the answer to all your questions is money, that weekend could be better served instead of having 4 conference title games for the 4 power leagues.
Yeah.
You could have, I mean, there are other conference title games, obviously, but you could have 8 playoff games.
Yeah, sort of like what the NBA is doing, a play-in or whatever. I mean,
that's the other thing they could do.
You want.
It's say, hey, we could create, if there were 3 games in each league, that's 12 games. We'll make more money off 12 games.
Right. If money's the issue, then have more games and have it be more universal. We're dealing with people that are getting into a situation and they're trying to find right answers where there are no right answers. So they're doing the best they can, and they come up with a bracket, and away we go. I don't necessarily remember last year's, but it seems like this year was way worse, way more controversial, way more head scratching. But they got all these people, all these data points coming all at them. So it's pointless to go rip Ivan Maisel, who's on the committee.
He
right?
is.
They're trying to figure it
writer.
out. Take rather than, oh, you guys suck, you're an embarrassment. No, here's where we need to relook at it. Get the heads of the 4 families together as Brett Yormark said.
It always comes back to the Godfather.
He's a Jersey guy. Just like me. We grew up about 10 minutes apart. And, okay, here's where we need to improve upon it. And I did ask him on Saturday, well, you keep talking about you support the 5 and 11. When are we going to get there? I don't know. He's not optimistic that it'll be for next season. He's literally told us that. You can go listen. It's on our website about that. That was my question. You keep talking about it. Well, I'm tired of talking about it. Give me some dates. When's it going to happen? Is it going to happen? You support it. Well, big deal. Now, what's going to happen in terms of it actually being implemented? And he said, and obviously he's got a million more knowledgeable points about it than I do, says that, hey, I'm not optimistic about next year because we have to look at all these other things.
Yeah,
Fine, I get to that.
I just don't know how empowered the committee is because the committee's created by the Big Ten and SEC. The Big Ten and SEC are running this. They literally get to run this.
It's as much empowerment as it wants. Once you're on the committee, you can make the rules. Who's going to tell you no?
For 1 year.
Fine.
And then they dissolve the committee. Because the Big Ten and SEC are running this.
Yeah. They're going to always have a committee. You're going to have judges. This is a beauty contest. It's not bracketed. So you'll always have they won't get rid of the committee. They'll always have a version of it. And once you're on it, and I don't, do they change it every year? I don't know. How long's the tenure? You only get 1 year? I have no idea. Then they have a baseline, and then they can build from it. And you can build each year and figure out, okay, we did this and this worked, but that didn't work as much. So then we can tweak that, but we can keep this. It's not that complicated, and you're never going to please everybody because if you go to 12, there's a 13th team. If you go to 16, there's a 17th team, and so forth and so on. So we understand
but it gets to
that.
the point where nobody cares.
Right.
I mean,
Nobody
NCAA
really
basketball
cares about
at 68.
But you can't have 68 or 69.
No, but I do think at football, I think we're going to see, in a 1 versus 16 tournament, I just think the separation at the top, you're just going to get blowouts. And we saw a lot of blowouts. It's only 1 year.
And what difference does it make? So what? It's about money.
Because
you're looking,
that's why,
you're looking at
the money,
competition.
The
Who
money
cares?
is why I think it's going to 24 now. And I used to think it was going to 16.
Fine. And
now
so
I think
if
it's
one
going
plays
past 16.
24 and they get blown out, so
well,
what?
The 1 versus 24 protects that because there'll be 8 buys.
I understand that, but I'm making a little point, not a literal actuality. But the rights are paid ahead of time, and they'll get the money.
Mm-hmm.
They'll get the billions.
Contract's written, right?
Yeah. So I'm not. That's fanboy stuff to worry about the quality of the game. So what? I mean, we'll see it. Nothing against these two teams, but I don't expect James Madison to put up much of a fight.
No.
And they're not. We didn't get the 12 best teams. That's the whole goal. And do away with automatic bids. Do away with everybody's in the same boat. And the G5, if you're good enough, you're in. If you're not, you're not. But have a qualification and a standard that they can meet to be able to get the opportunity. Not because we have to have some inclusivity, so we're going to give them a bone. No, we're done with that.
I think as long as there's a committee, we're going to have these segments to talk about. I think that if it gets more NFL, which is what the Big Ten's pushing, we'll see if the SEC signs off on it because they're the only two who matter right now, that then you have a weekend of playing games to get into a 16 or 24 team tournament. And you just know you have to get top 6 to get into your conference play-ins. Other than that, we're going to have this because they're splitting hairs and nobody's going to agree on how to do that. DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Guys, let's be real. Holiday gift giving can feel like crunch time, but this year, The Zone has your back. Enter the Zone Holiday MVP promotion and score big with the ultimate gift lineup. A cozy grande blanket from Minky Couture, a Beehive Meals gift box with 10 delicious dinners, and a stunning sterling silver double heart diamond necklace from Duke's Jewelers. Don't wait until the final buzzer. Step up your game and make this holiday a win. Enter now at KSLSportsZone.com. mountainland.com.
Snow season is here, and Mountain Land Power Equipment has your back. Right now, when you purchase the Boss Snow Raider snowplow, you'll receive a $250 Mountain Land gift certificate, and you'll be automatically entered to win 2 free tickets to see the Jazz take on the Warriors on January 28th. Visit Mountain Land Power Equipment at any of the 4 locations: Rock Springs, Ogden, Salt Lake City, and Springville. Offer valid November 1st through December 31st, 2025, while supplies last. Purchase a Boss Snow Raider snowplow to qualify for one $250 Mountain Land gift certificate and 1 entry to win 2 Jazz versus Warriors suite tickets for January 28th. Limit 1 gift certificate and entry per customer account while supplies last.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss is having a huge holiday sale, over 20% off, making it our lowest prices of the year. You can start the program before, during, or after the holidays. We know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day with no prepackaged meals, no injections or surgery. The secret is our program helps reset your metabolism so you can keep the weight off for good. To learn how our clients on average lowered their metabolic age by 17 years, go to slcfatloss.com now to schedule your free consultation and learn why your metabolism may be sabotaging your weight loss goals. Go to slcfatloss.com and save now only through December 31st.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program. Alex here. Take advantage of this huge holiday sale with the lowest prices of the year now through December 31st. You can start the program now or after the holidays, but you need to call now to lock in the huge discount. Go to saltlakeCityFatLoss.com now to schedule your free consultation. That's saltlakeCityFatLoss.com.
Results may vary.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The band of the day is The Doors. Frontman Jim Morrison, born on this day in 1943. It's brought to you by Live Nation. For all the live concerts and events in 2025, check out livenation.com.
Yeah, I saw these guys back in '67.
You did not.
Okay, Kyle.
What do you mean I did not?
You did not.
I did too.
You were at recess in 1967. You were not at The Doors. Come on, man.
Well, Kyle Whittingham apparently remembers the Beatles.
Okay, but I was remembering them on TV.
I live a faster-paced life back east. I've told you that a million times.
That's the equivalent of these like AI talking babies that we're seeing on social media now.
I saw Joe Cocker at Woodstock.
I saw Joe Cocker.
This reminds me, I was in the airport yesterday flying home, PK. Met a BYU fan. He described himself, I'm like PK. I'm half Irish, half Italian. I'm from the East Coast.
Oh, nice.
I identify with him more than most people in the state of Utah.
Joe Cocker.
At Woodstock. He came on he came on like 3 in the morning.
3 in the morning.
Yeah.
You were 7.
I remember it vividly.
You took a good nap, so you're ready to go. PK just napping in the mud at Woodstock, so you can stand for Joe Cocker.
When I was at NAU, I remember this vividly in the dorms. There's a guy who was older, almost like just scrawny freshman, 17 years old no less. And there was this guy who was like a senior, and he was a Doors freak. Everything was the Doors. That's all he would listen to. And I remember, and when you're a freshman, a senior seems like they're 40, you know?
They do, yeah.
I just remember, wow, this guy's way into the Doors. And that was like my first exposure to the Doors. Because you could hear it coming out of his room, you know? And this isn't too bad.
No, they've got a bunch of They got a bunch of hits. I mean, he died at 27, so that ended that.
Right.
But some pretty good music along the way. So the future for bowl games, PK, is this just the start? We have 3 opt-outs for teams this year. Remember when player opt-outs were a big deal? We're going to have 5 next year. I could actually see, I was thinking about this, if you're, take the Utes, for example. I mean, Cam Rising got hurt in a bowl game. Now they're playing in the Rose Bowl, of course, but
you got hurt twice.
If you're,
both
if you
Rose Bowls.
actually did right because you had the concussion against Ohio State. The ACL, it jacks up your whole next season.
It did.
I can see
2
where
years for him.
Yeah, I can see where the coaches, especially for the schools that think they're supposed to be in the playoff or are in transition, are like, what do we want to do that for? And I can see why the players are like, what do we want to do that for? I don't want to get hurt. I may have to go in the portal. This new guy may not like me.
Oh, yeah, I understand.
I
All
get
valid
there's
points.
pressure from multiple points.
If it happens, it would suck, but it's already been undercut to a large extent anyway.
Yeah.
I mean,
and it'll be undercut more as they go.
We've totally undercut Washington State and Oregon State. We've undercut programs.
Yeah.
So sorry, Bulls. You're the next in line. And players, I used to, when it first came out, and I saw Ohio State guy, I think he's opted out. He's going to prepare for the draft. And they're in the playoffs, so that's now happening. Clark Phillips and a couple others did not play in the second Rose Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
And, okay. If they get hurt and suffer a career-ending injury, who's paying him the money?
Nobody.
And Clark Phillips is still playing in the NFL. It's only a couple years, but he was an NFL talent. And if there's a bunch of Ute guys, particularly along the offensive line, I'm not going to criticize them if they play, but I most definitely are not going to criticize them if they don't play because they play a position you're getting smacked by 300-pounders every single play.
Watching that Chiefs game last night, they run their backup left tackle out there, and right out of the gate. He has a guy roll up on him.
Yeah,
it's a run-blocking play.
Yeah.
Boom, he's out, and the third stringer's in making his debut.
If Fano and Lomu decide there's no point in playing in the Vegas Bowl, I would stand up and applaud them.
It would be more surprising to me if they did play. I expect they won't. And as far as the 3 interior guys who have NFL hopes, I don't know.
And
I
if
guess
they don't want to play either,
I know. There's an
I
argument.
am 1,000% fine.
There's an argument to be made that they should sit out and get ready. There's an argument maybe you can show who you are in a bowl game based on who you're
they've
going up
shown
against.
enough in Nebraska. You're not going to get drafted or make the NFL based on playing Nebraska. What are they, 7-5? They fired their offensive line coach.
No, it's more about do they have a defensive tackle you'd look good against? I have no idea. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's at least 2 and maybe 5.
And if there's other guys,
who opt out.
If Barton doesn't want to play or whomever is seniors, I support it 1,000%.
Bowl games will be for G5 teams, who most of them are thinking about the playoff
I'm not sure what
anyway.
the future of the Bulls are, but this was going in that direction anyway. Once they started with a playoff, once it became, we're not having an AP vote on January 2nd to find out, and the Sugar Bowl was got this team, and if somebody lost in the Rose Bowl, could they move up? And that was quaint and cute at the time, but things move on, man. There's been a billion things that have gone away. I mean, in 1985, I had massive stock in Blockbuster. Look at me now. Why do you think I'm 72 years old and I'm still working?
Dang it.
I need the money.
Blockbuster.
Yeah.
Gone.
Right. Exactly. That's somebody said invest heavily in Blockbuster. This VHS is the way to go.
DJ PK coming up next. Shahan Jayaraja joins us, CBS Sports National College
What
Football
about
writer.
DVDs, by the way?
DVDs, when CDs came out.
That was it. Now we have achieved perfection. These will be here forever.
Now I
Or
don't.
not.
I don't even go to the freaking record store. Do they even exist?
They do, but
I think there's like one or two in
Just
every
go
town
online.
for
I don't
collectors.
buy albums. I can't tell you what song is on what album. When I want to listen to a Chesney song, I have to put in the song because I don't remember what album it is. When I was a kid, I knew the name of the album and I knew where the chronological order was. Oh, it was the fourth song on the second side, and knew to flip over, put the stylus on, go to blow the little fuzz off the stylus. Those are good times, man. And you're at your friend's house, and he had a thing where you can record it, and you'd go over, and if one of your friends got the album, the new Linda Ronstadt album where she's on roller skates,
Where are the liner notes? Where are the liner notes? Shahan, it's coming up next. Stay with us.
This holiday season, open your heart and help make a difference in our community. The Road Home Mediathon has been helping families experiencing homelessness for over 100 years. On December 19th, KSL Sports Zone listeners can help with the annual Road Home Holiday Mediathon. The Road Home needs blankets, gloves, baby supplies, and much more. You can drop those off at the Midvale Center. However, cash donations make the biggest difference. During the Road Home Mediathon, your dollars are matched to give shelter support and a new beginning. Please donate at kslsports.com. Powered by Performance Automotive in Bountiful.
Throughout life, we have plenty of special occasions and events, whether it's a prom, a graduation, a mission call, a new job, or how about a wedding? Mr. Mac has always been there to help serve you for all of your monumental moments. Mr. Mac has been family-owned for more than 50 years, and that's important. And they'll make sure that you look and feel great, with affordability always in mind. The Mr. Mac family creates long-lasting relationships with their customers, and they've been doing it for generations. 9 locations across the Wasatch Front or online at MrMac.com.
Well, it is the Christmas season in the city. Yeah. Here we are, the first full week of December. How's it going, man? You getting in the spirit? Enjoy it, right? That's what life's about. You got to have times that you can enjoy, particularly as you go older, right? That's what retirement is about. I'm not there yet, but they tell me you're supposed to enjoy it at that point. Hope I got enough cash to be able to do the things that I want, and I'm not a big spender. Well, if you're like me, you need some help. That's why I met with the people at Trajan Wealth, and I'm getting some help as we speak because I know that they know way more than me, and I know that they know what they're doing, and I also know that they know to have my best interests at heart. You got to have some trust. That's what it's built upon. When you go outside and you bring somebody in, no matter what it is, you want to be able to trust them. Well, I trust the people at Trajan Wealth because I've met with them. I know what they're about. I know they're financial fiduciaries who are foremost interested in setting you up to have a good plan. They'll hear what you got to say, talk with you. We'll go through some options. You'll have a say. They'll have a say. Collaboratively, you'll reach a plan and agreement that this is okay. This is the direction to go. And then, too, that's not it. They're going to keep checking in with you. It doesn't end right at that point. In a lot of ways, it just begins. Go with the folks who know what they're talking about. I could speak for Trajan Wealth, got firsthand experience. They are your local trusted financial fiduciary. First meeting is complimentary, so you're not losing anything. Give them a call, 801-210-6800. 801-210-6800 is the number. I met with them in Draper, right off the freeway, extremely convenient. Well, if you're up north, no problem. They'll come up and meet with you in Farmington. Got you covered north and south. Website also has you covered. TrajanWealth.com is the website, TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
For nearly 70 years, Les Olson IT has been the trusted name for businesses. From state-of-the-art printers and copiers to managed IT services, we have the solutions you need to stay ahead in today's world. And now Les Olson IT is trusted and licensed in Utah for security systems, for technology that helps you work smarter. Les Olson IT, providing solutions that empower your business.
Les Olson IT.
Tonight on KSL, you found it, the perfect holiday present right there online. I purchased a meditation device.
So you pay and wait for it to be delivered. But what if it never comes? And getting your money back?
I don't have any confidence they're gonna do right by the refund.
I'll reveal what you need to know to avoid having a Grinch ruin your gift giving. Santa-approved online shopping safeguards. Tonight at 10.
During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0% for up to 63 months on 2025 Mazda CX-50 and Mazda CX-5 turbos. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What? You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What? We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to americafirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, and we're joined once again by Sean Jayaraja, CBS Sports National College Football writer. Sean, good morning.
Hey, thanks so much for having me.
Are you outraged by the way this has worked out, or are you thinking, man, the College Football Committee just handed me like 20 stories. Everybody's going to click on all this stuff. This is awesome.
Well, first of all, I don't get paid by the click, so trust me, I don't want to write about all this boring stuff, to be honest. So, no, I mean, look, I think that the way that it was handled by the committee was ridiculous. I think that when you look at Notre Dame being 2 spots ahead of Miami heading into that final week of the conference championships, and then be flipped when absolutely nothing has changed, I think that that's absurd. And you know, they can make the case that, well, we just didn't think that they were comparable until they were right next to each other. Look, that's not how any of this works. There are multiple teams that could be in similar tiers, that could be comparable, that don't necessarily have to be right next to each other in the rankings. Now, I said it on social media, too. I think that Miami should have been ahead of Notre Dame in the first place, But the idea that it changed because BYU lost their conference championship game and was punished when, by the way, Alabama was not punished for losing their game. Again, just the whole way that it was handled to me was just absolutely insane. I think that this was by far the worst communication of any committee that we've ever had. I think that honestly, like, it's going to be very hard to make the pitch that we should continue to have these weekly rankings heading forward, which obviously I think is sort of an existential thing for the committee. But I mean, the reality is this, is that I think that it comes down to a question of almost integrity at a certain point. Did they just kind of manipulate this stuff so that they could create an entertainment product? If people start believing that, I think that a lot of this becomes at risk.
Do you think that the Big Ten's push to have, instead of one conference title game, have 3 play-in games essentially, 1 play 2 for the conference title, and 3 play 6, and 4 play 5 for 2 other berths, and they get 4 automatic berths? That feels more NFL-ish. It takes the committee out of it. It does solve the issue of these 4 and 5 team tiebreakers that we've seen in the ACC this year and the Big 12 last year. Do you think that'll happen now and we'll go to 16 or maybe even 24 teams and they'll just move the bag back again?
I think that we're very likely to go to 16 teams. I mean, for me, I really cannot get behind the idea of kind of those, sort of the play-in type game for a couple of reasons. I mean, one, I think that look at this year, actually, as a great example, right? There are 3 incredibly high-quality Big Ten teams, and that's about it. You know, nobody wants to see USC have the chance to play their way into the playoff. Nobody wants to see Iowa have a chance to play their way into the playoff, right? Like, that's not something like you can kind of, if you're the SEC or the Big Ten, say, well, we're always going to have 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 teams that are in contention, and a bunch of them should be considered. Well, again, last year we had 3 SEC teams make the college football playoff, and one of them was Tennessee, who got obliterated in their one game, right? So, because that's a big part of it, is that there's going to kind of be this, I guess, if we have these auto bids, we expect that 4 of them would go to the SEC, 4 of them would go to the Big Ten, and then again, it would be 6, 7, 8 of these Big Ten and SEC teams that would technically have a chance in the last week of the season. So I think that it sort of becomes a situation where, again, I just don't think that these conferences are consistent enough. I don't think that there's enough quality for these conferences that they should be guaranteed spots for their 4th, 5th, or 6th place team. And so for me, I mean, that's just a non-starter. I think that ultimately we're going to end up at a 5+11 system. I think we're still going to have the committee. I think that that's not something that's going to change. But again, I mean, I think they're really going to have to try to think about the way that they handle these processes.
You should have been there, DJ. I mean, I'm disappointed that I didn't get Shihan's autograph because, my gosh, he was holding court every time I went to get a drink or something. This guy's a celebrity down there. Gee, Mani. Everybody knew him. Everybody wanted to talk to him, shake his hand. I got in line, but I ran out of time.
Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, I mentioned this to you down there, right? That I've been around the Big 12 for, since 2013, essentially. And at this point, I feel like I know pretty much everybody coming through. And I'll tell you what, it was a lot of fun to get to cover specifically BYU versus Texas Tech because of all the great relationships that I have at both those places. Obviously, with the staffs and all, but also with the media. BYU obviously has such a fun contingent, and Tech, again, I've known for a long time. So, this is, I joked with my wife, man, this is like the Shahan Bowl out there with the amount of people I know.
Yeah, that's cool. That's good. It was good to see you. I've seen you before in person, but to see everybody that was wanting to talk to you, I laughed about it, but it was obviously that's your name and have the respect of everybody, and that's cool because I'm sure you worked to earn it. It just wasn't given to you, and I always appreciate people who work hard, and you're right there at the top. One of the things that, to me, this Notre Dame opting out, I put it on we need reform, right? We need change. We need improvement, and I don't want to speak for Notre Dame or speak for the young men, and they're all thinking, oh, great, forget it, we're out of here, this sucks, we're not going to play this game. There might be some people who want to play. But I think that if a team like Notre Dame, which has the stature and the power of just about anybody, can do this, then maybe that might cause some change. So could we see some positive come from it?
Well, there's two things that I'll say to that, right? One is, I mean, look, obviously, that they certainly have the right to do what they want. I don't personally love that they kind of pulled out and canceled a bowl game. And by the way, I would have loved to see them play BYU. I would have loved that for both teams to have an opportunity to have a really high-quality game to prove themselves. But, so one, I mean, I certainly don't agree with their decision or love their decision. But the other piece of it is this, is that if you're going to do this, then, you have to do this, and granted, I want to be careful with my words because obviously I work for, one of the broadcast networks technically, but if you're going to say that there was collusion or that they were campaigning against you, then sue. I don't know. Do the thing. If you're going to do the thing, don't just kind of sit here and be like, well, we were treated very unfairly and we're not going to participate. But by the way, when the playoff is on that same network next year, we're going to obviously be trying to make it, do it, I don't know. I mean, I think that that's sort of what I want to see, and maybe we're going to hear more. Pete Pivakwa, the athletic director at Notre Dame, is holding a press conference. I believe it's later today, and maybe he'll talk about some of the steps that they're willing to take. But the other thing too that I want people to understand is that don't cry too hard for little old Notre Dame as well. We got word yesterday from Ross Sellinger at Yahoo Sports that apparently Notre Dame has signed a memorandum of understanding that heading forward, starting with the next system, if they are a top 12 team, they're essentially granted an auto bid. They're essentially granted the opportunity to be in, and they would push out an additional at-large team if they were top 12. So if that had existed this year, the last at-large team in the college football playoff would have been left out in favor of Notre Dame, and ironically, would have been Miami. So there are plenty of ways as well that they managed to stack the system in their favor as well. And so, again, my thing at the end of the day is if they, I think, certainly have the power and the stature to make something happen, but if they're going to make something happen, they're going to have to really commit to it because just opting out of a bowl game and pouting isn't going to make that happen.
I know the Big 12 commissioner has said, we want to earn it on the field. But I don't see how the Big 12 is going to be able to earn it on the field because nobody seems to want to give it to them. With BYU, it was if you want to get in, you'd better win this game. And then sure enough, they drop, and Alabama gets blown out in pretty much the same fashion, and they don't drop at all.
Didn't Tech earn it on the field?
Tech did, but BYU as an at-large was held to a different standard.
Sure.
And so I don't know how, if the standard is going to be all over the map, that just means there is no standard. And I think it's going to be a one-bid league. And I don't really see anything changing. Do you?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a couple things, right? One is I think that not just with BYU, but with kind of everybody left, I think that, I spoke to Chase Roberts, the great wide receiver over there before the season. And, he said basically, we get it. Alabama built up their reputation over the course of multiple years. And I think that that's going to be the case with a lot of the teams and brands in the Big 12 as well. I think that, Arizona State is treated differently because they won the Big 12 and took Texas to double overtime last year. I think that Texas Tech will be seen and treated differently after this year. And I think that that's coming for BYU as well. Now, I wish that it would happen sooner. I think that should have been earned over the course of winning, going 22-4 over the course of 2 years and being a top 15 caliber program both times. But I think that there are opportunities to continue to build brand. But the thing, sort of the existential issue with the Big 12 is that there isn't the implicit credibility brands in the conference. So, for example, back in the old iteration of the Big 12, Texas and Oklahoma were in the league. And frankly, it didn't really matter whether Texas or Oklahoma were all that good. If you beat them, it was considered a big deal. And that's, I think, the thing that the Big 12 is struggling with having to replace is that, if BYU beats the crap out of TCU, but TCU has a Longhorn on their helmet, I think people talk about that differently, even though the quality of the team might not be any different. So I think that we're at the early end of them starting to develop some of those brands. Again, I think Arizona State's going to be there. I think that Texas Tech is certainly going to be there after this year, when I also think they might make a deep run in the college football playoff. And I'll say this as well, is that, speaking specifically to BYU, I think that people are going to start to look at them a little bit differently after the way they held off Penn State and after the way that we've heard they're going to infuse some money into their roster. Again, it takes time. And again, does that help the 2026 Big 12? I don't know. But the hope is that it helps the 2029 Big 12.
Is what we saw out of Texas Tech going to become regular, giving all the resources that they have?
Yeah, I mean, so the thing that's going to be interesting is obviously we started to hear to certain extents, right, that teams are per se finding ways to promise money over the salary cap to coaches, right? And that's going to be sort of the big interesting thing is how is that stuff handled? Now, some of it is obvious in terms of, corporate partnerships and sponsorships and things like that. But, again, like this is one place where it's going to be really interesting is that like I was talking actually I think with your producer Jay Katch over at Big 12 Championship. And, one thing that we talked about is like in some ways it's great to be a brand like BYU because like you have all these obvious partnerships that you already have. Well, it's going to be interesting at Texas Tech where, again, like, West Texas is all in on Texas Tech, but I do think that it makes it a little more complicated in terms of finding corporate partners that same way. But I do think that they're very forward thinking. That's what it is at the end of the day. They're going to find a way, I think, to be competitive. They're going to find a way to be at the top of their conference. And one thing that Joey McGuire, their coach, told me before the season is we feel like we have everything to sell at this place, that this is this perfect place, perfect resources, great coaching staff, and the only thing that we don't have to sell are trophies. And now they've got one, and I think that's going to be a huge deal for anybody coming into that program.
Sean J. Raja joining us, CBS Sports national college football writer. In basketball, it used to be that going to Maui was the best tournament you could possibly start the college basketball season at. But it's pivoted pretty quickly to this players thing in Vegas because they're giving NIL money. And it's gone from 6 teams to 18. Apparently it's going to 32. Do you think this is going to happen in football? Some city that's based, has a big tourist economy and has an NFL dome, Atlanta, Dallas, Las Vegas, L.A. You can run down a list of places. Do you think we're going to see that putting together big marquee season opening games and essentially paying the players? Because that's what's happening in college hoops. I can't believe that some AD who's got a college basketball team isn't going to think this is going to work for football. It would work for football, wouldn't it?
Well, and actually, I'll tell you that there is a version of this happening next year. Auburn decided to move their season opener against Baylor to Atlanta, and part of it is apparently outside NIL opportunities for their players. So this is a thing that is happening already that I think will slowly continue to happen. We've had versions of this, with like sort of the Chick-fil-A kickoff type games and all this sort of stuff. I think this is a way to try to regain some relevance, I guess you'd say. But I also think that there's stuff in the nature of college basketball that's a little different than football, right? Like, at most, only a handful of teams can sacrifice one game over this, right? Like only one team, let's say, is going to Dublin, right? Like it's not necessarily something where, like you said, 32 teams are all of a sudden going to show up and, be able to bank on this one thing. Like, I just don't think that that's necessarily realistic with, frankly, the demands of playing football and holding a football game. But, I mean, yeah, I do think that we're going to see maybe more of these kickoff type games that have direct, sort of player compensation aspects to them. And, for me, certainly, like, we've just gotten now to the point where finally Alabama's playing non-conference games on campuses. I think that's really cool. I really hope that we don't fully lose that in the name of money. And, not to get on my separate soapbox, but, it is kind of disappointing just big picture how much of college athletics, or really athletics in general these days, is just business, right? Is just how can we maximize revenue? How can we maximize money? And it's almost like to a certain extent the actual sport sometimes takes a backseat to it. Because, again, you mentioned it, Maui was a really, really cool event, sort of a destination event. And, I'm curious if that sort of thing carries forward long term.
Well, having covered 4 Maui tournaments back in my newspaper days, I can tell you that was awesome. And to have a company credit card while you're there was even sweeter.
Well, I'll tell you what. I will say this, man. The fans out of Utah love to tell the rest of the Big 12 about going to Vegas. So at least this will solve that.
Yeah, there you go.
Sean, we appreciate it as always. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Shahan Jayaraja, CBS Sports National College football writer. And along with Barry Trammell, do we have the two most popular media members in the are these the two guys everybody flocks to and they both come on our show?
Well,
I mean, you overstated the line a little bit, but the reason you overstated is because there were a lot of people talking to him.
There were. I saw him multiple times. Trammell is well known, too. He's a character.
Yeah.
I saw him at Big 12 Media Days. A lot of people talking to him. They know he's older. He's got that white hair.
Yeah, he's
funny as all get out.
He's got that drawl.
Yeah.
He can say the most cutting, biting stuff in the nicest way.
Right. And so
as we often hear on the show.
He stands out because of his longevity and the hair. I think it's probably been white for 30 years. And he's got a lot of stuff going for him. And obviously, if you're in the business that long, and he still goes to games. He just doesn't sit around. I mean, he's still out there. Shahan's a little on the younger side compared to Barry. But, yeah, probably. Yeah, I would think so.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
They have finally dragged the semi over to the right side of the freeway and have opened a second lane at northbound I-15 at 1100 south, but the heavy traffic stretches all the way back to 72nd south. I-80 and SR-36 still very slow and congested through the construction zone out there in the Tooele area as well. This update is brought to you by UTA. UTA is road therapy. Give your car a break and get more U-time. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com or on the Transit app. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
G-Bang! G-Bang!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Looking for the ultimate holiday gift? Look no further than Minky Couture, the original luxury blanket company. Whether it's for a college sports fan or your mother-in-law, Minky Couture has the perfect gift for everyone on your list. Get the best blankets and best gifts ever and save 50% off this season with promo code ZONE50. Shop online at minkycouture.com or visit any of the 6 locations. Minky Couture has you covered this holiday season with the best gift ever.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. More fiber?
What?
Down here, buddy. It's me, your spoon. Constipation with belly pain still coming back?
Yeah.
Talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, but Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Make game day yours with the Utah Mammoth app.
Get your tickets, order food and drinks without leaving your seat, track live stats, and stream every game with Mammoth Plus, all in one place. It's the ultimate game day essential, designed for Mammoth fans. Stay connected to your hometown team and never miss a moment. Download the Utah Mammoth app today on iPhone and Android. Turn on push notifications and make every day game day. Tusks up.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
Helping your money do more means making sure you get the most out of every dollar. That's why, for a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card and spend $3,000 within 90 days, we'll give you $300. That's like getting a 10% discount on everything you pay for with your card. Before you spend another cent, head to americafirst.com and apply for your low-rate Visa credit card today. Membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions apply, subject to additional criteria. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Okay, Joy, let's go for a ride. So the car lights are on. Yep, you got it. And to adjust your seat, you got to. Have you driven this car before?
Nope, never driven this car in my life. Hey, Doug, you want to buckle up?
Funny, usually I'm the one that has to tell the customer to buckle up.
Free test drive for the new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander at Doug Smith and American Fork. Get 0% APR financing for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishi models. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU blown out by Texas Tech 34-7. Chase Roberts on their offensive woes.
I don't know. I don't want to point any fingers. I feel like we all just could have done better as a squad. I could have gotten open more, and they did have that cover 6 that makes it hard. They get deep, and Bears getting pressure. It's hard for him to find openings. They have a great D-line that's tough and strong and gets pressure on the quarterback. So we just couldn't find our flow the rest of the game, unfortunately. But I like the way we started with a lot of energy, a lot of effort, and unfortunately with the turnovers, it's hard to come back to a team like that when they have that field position and start scoring a bunch of points.
Next up, BYU plays Georgia Tech in the Pop-Tarts Bowl. That's your Cougar 30 update.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Nominate the youth sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at kslsports.com/contest. And listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week, sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. BYU beaten again, PK. What can the Cougars do? It looked pretty apparent. I was watching it in Utah on TV, and you were actually in the stadium. But it looked pretty apparent to me that the offense went pretty deep into the bag of tricks. 2 trick plays in the opening drive. The second one worked, 22-yard gain, set them up. So they score. And after that, they could not block them, and there was really nothing they were going to do about that. We just heard Chase Roberts talk about their front four. You can put the linebackers in there. That group is so good at getting after the passer. It's unbelievable. And BYU really felt that. I thought to what Kalani said that we played earlier, it felt like a game because the defense kept them in it. But once the turnovers happen and the Texas Tech offense keeps running out there across midfield already, in scoring position, that's when the game was over. But it's not like BYU was driving and threatening. I mean, even the rest of the first half after that opening drive, they barely did anything.
Yeah, Texas Tech dominated again.
Yeah, but they can't block them. So what are you going to do?
And I think one of the things that Bear will improve on is escapability. I'm trying to recall plays where he extended plays. He moved around, slid left.
Well, he could barely move.
Went right. Yeah, he can barely move. Dampier couldn't play. I mean, if he can barely move, then get his ass out of the game. I mean, I'm sick of that.
Well, that's a fair point, but
and I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. If he can't play, get him out. You got
Most
other
of his
guys.
rushing yardage came on design runs between the hash marks, straight ahead.
Right.
Spread him out, let him break a tackle. But as far as him floating one way or
But he
floating
didn't
another,
really do
not a
that
lot
all
of that.
season.
No, it's not really how he's played the position.
Right.
But also we're talking about a true freshman, so how he plays the position can evolve
I think
over
it will.
time.
I think it will.
Yeah.
I'm talking about right now this year against this team.
The problem with the rolling out against this team is that they have so many guys. A lot of times you roll them away from pressure. If the star pass rusher's on the left attacking you from the blind side, you roll right in your throw. But the problem is they attack from both sides. You roll out, you're just rolling into the pressure either way you go. On that fumble, when it's a play they run, and I know not everybody loves to play because the quarterback's got his back to everything, but it's meant to be deception because you can't see where he's handing the ball. They had 3 guys beat their blockers. That play, or any play, has no chance when 3 guys are getting beat.
I agree.
So the answer is better offensive linemen, more NFL guys. Now, you can say that, but the Utes have more NFL guys. They couldn't block them either.
Well, I think that Texas Tech was the dominant team. This is what I had feared all season and all off season and the stuff that I heard that they were doing. And I said that if we went from 25 to the year 2030, that because there may be some changes at that point, they will be in contention every single year. Now I'm thinking they darn well may win it every single year. I mean, they got this guy, Cody Campbell. When I got my sister in Phoenix asking me, who is this guy?
Yeah.
Via text, because she's watching the game. She's a sports fan. And both of them were watching it. My other sister isn't a big-time sports fan, but she loves college football because her husband is a massive Notre Dame fan, and they sit there all day Saturday and watch college football. And my other sister can tell you what the Diamondbacks need to do at the winter meetings, right?
Yeah.
And so you got that going on.
Which one has Cardinal tickets, or do they split them?
Oh, I don't know. My older sister hasn't. I don't even know she's ever been to a Cardinal game. They're both older than me, but the older of the two. There's several years older than me. They've all been retired now for a number of years. She's asking me, who is what is this guy about? And I'm telling her, and she gets it. It's not an excuse. It's just a reality of the situation that they have more money. They spent more money. That was the big deal for Kalani being able to get this extension and all this, because it wasn't about what he was looking for. It was about for the team. So she texted me at 8 o'clock, so long after the game, Saturday. So they named the field after Cody Campbell? I said, yep.
That tells you something.
Right. She said they mentioned it. I had others tell me that they felt, and that's more, she's neutral as far as, she was rooting for BYU to win in the way I root for the Cardinals to win. It makes no difference to me, but she knows it will help. It will be better for our business to have them going to the playoff, blah, blah, blah. So she gets all that, right? She was the one who saw me at the Suns game when they were playing the Jazz, saw the president of the company get up, and she saw me get up and go try to meet him on the concourse. And so she figured something was up, and she went up and put two and two together and then stood in front of Steve Starks and just bragged on how awesome I am as a human being. So she got street smarts. Whatever I got, she's got it way more. And so she understands why we were wanting BYU to win. And she said, well, they sort of mentioned that on the broadcast. Now, I've had other BYU people since I've been home tell me they didn't mention the Cody Campbell angle enough, that this is the reason. One person said to me, yeah, they kept talking about how last year's defense was awful. And if you look at the numbers, it was. Yeah. And how this year's defense is much better. And this person said to me, well, they made it sound like, they just worked harder. Well, no.
They did. They worked harder at spending money on better players.
I mean, they went and bought themselves a defense. They had 6 guys that this is it. Their next game losing, or if they go all the way, that's it. They cannot finagle another year out of the NCAA like so many have tried. They don't decide if you played Wyoming high school ball, that doesn't count or something. Seems like they're coming up with all these different rules, right? So this is what they did. And BYU told me that their defensive line is almost making as much money as all of BYU's team. That's the reality of the situation. I don't want to hear that Bear had a sprained ankle. It's fine. And Dampier wasn't good enough. He was hurt. Put in somebody else then. If they don't play the guy and then tell me he's hurt.
Well, he got injured during this
game. Take him out during the game.
Take him out during the game.
But your original premise was you said, why wasn't he moving? Well, he could barely move, period. So I'm with you. Why didn't you try something different?
He didn't really move all season, though.
It's not his game. Not yet.
And I don't know that moving against this team the way it's constructed would have mattered.
It's not going to work.
Because they're rushing off both edges and you're just going to roll into the pressure.
They're just simply better.
There it is.
Yeah, their defensive line's
$7
$7 million.
They're richer and better. Yeah. And it showed. They beat you 63-14.
Over 2 games. Combined score.
I mean,
it's not a fluke.
Right. I agree with what Kalani was saying. He went right, and we were both sitting. I was sitting right next to Jake. The post game, hey, this is the best team in the country. We had to play them twice. You'll see, and I think we will see. They're not going to go down. I would be shocked. I don't know they're going to win it because one game the ball can get slippery, get tipped at the line of scrimmage. Anything can happen.
Indiana is also the real deal, and they're set up to meet in a semi. And they're both going to get a bye. They both have to win one game to get there.
Right.
Oregon, presumably, for Texas Tech. 4 versus 5, because 5 plays 12.
And they get a bye into the semis, right?
Right. No, they get a bye into the quarters. So in the first round, Oregon, the 5 seed, is going to play the 12 seed, who's James Madison, in Eugene. Oregon on a roll.
Oh, yeah.
So then Oregon, as the 5, should play the 4, Texas Tech, in Miami in the Orange Bowl.
And I think they're going to have a lot of success. They're just really good. This was my fear all off season, that this was going to happen. And it's happened. It's unfortunate for BYU.
As much as it sucks for the rest of the league to look up and see, they got all that money, how are we going to compete?
And Kyle talked about this.
To Shahan's point, though, they need a big brand name, so when you beat them, it really matters. Now, hopefully that's the way it evolves. Shahan used the example of, well, Utah, BYU throttled TCU, right? And if TCU had the Longhorn on the helmet, they might have been about the same team, but one's got one logo and one's got another. Well, TCU was just in the national title game 3 years ago now, right?
How often they got destroyed?
How often? Yeah, okay, but they also beat Michigan in the semi, and Michigan's still treated like a big deal. That's my point.
Because it's not about any single year.
It doesn't matter. Maybe Tech can do it if they win 5 in a row. But
well, do what? I mean, what do they need?
Build a brand so if the rest of the league can beat you.
But they're not going to beat them. Who cares if you have the brand and I can't beat you?
So then they'll just
Utah had the brand.
They'll be the
in
Big
basketball.
12 rep. They'll just be the Big 12 rep every year.
If they earn it,
Fill out our preseason polls now for 2029. even though we don't know.
Majerus used to say, what do I care about the WAC for? What does the WAC do for me? What do I care if these teams do well? I don't care.
Well, he was getting 2 and 3 seeds, so he didn't.
Right.
He had pretty much everything he was going to get.
So I don't know that having Texas Tech, it's great for Yormark, but what difference does it make to BYU and Utah?
Well, if they can't beat them, then it won't. I mean, the theory is Tech will have a good rep and that you'll beat them, and then you'll benefit from that.
No, I don't.
that was why I asked the question.
But I don't see it.
I
Who has a good rep and you beat them that gives you a better rep?
Well, Indiana beating Oregon.
Well, they don't need a rep. They qualified. Their rep is irrelevant. It doesn't matter.
But he gave them a better rep.
But it doesn't matter. You don't get anything for it. They got the 1 seed. What rep? You going to get? What you can't get any higher than that.
So then, okay, well, by then they beat Ohio State also.
But Alabama beating Georgia, that's what I'm talking about. Alabama gets the benefit because they already got the rep.
Ole Miss beating LSU and Oklahoma because Ole Miss has no rep. But they're in.
Lane Kiffin has a rep, which is why he went to LSU. Yeah. Ole Miss don't have no rep no more, to quote Eric Trainer or Mainer's mother. So Kiffin was the reason. Everything was about Kiffin with LSU. Who are their players? I can name you their quarterback, Trinidad, because he's the only guy named Trinidad in college football. Other than that, nobody knows who they are. And Dart, because he was local. And we followed him. Saw him play in high school. Think he's going to be a really good NFL quarterback. And so I don't think Ole Miss has any rep. Kiffin has the rep, which is why Ole Miss lost him.
But Ole Miss needed quality wins this year to get in, and they won those games. Now you can argue it is because Lane Kiffin's the genius offensive play caller. And you're right. I expect that.
But that doesn't do anything for Ole Miss.
Not permanently. Not once you lose the coach. No, you need someone like Kyle to stay 20 years or Kalani to stay a decade. And that face has to be there.
And then he has to be media-friendly savvy.
Mm-hmm.
So every media person, man, woman, loves the man.
Yeah.
And he has to say, wow, nice leather pants and stuff. And then we all remember that. And she's thinking, I mean, we're all human beings here. Who doesn't like a compliment? Right? So, sure, it takes so dang long. I think BYU, though, is a big enough of a brand if they can do it. But the problem is right now, the lasting rep for BYU is they're not even competitive against Tech. That's all the committee. He brought it up. That is what they took away. What's his name?
There's no
Hunter Yurachek.
Yeah, he brought it up again yesterday. He's brought it up twice now.
Yeah. There's no real benefit for the 11 wins. The 11 wins are forgotten. What's remembered
you're not competitive with Texas Tech.
Tech handling BYU
that's all twice. From the national perspective,
yes.
That's all that, and that sucks.
Yep.
But that's the reality of it. The 22-3 and now 22-2 when they don't play a top-ranked team. It doesn't even really matter.
Beating Utah hasn't paid off, and Utah's been to 2 Rose Bowls. 4 conference title games, but it doesn't matter.
I think it pays off in recruiting locally, but we're talking nationally,
right?
And I think we've seen it. BYU's recruiting has grown substantially, and they got the cash too. We're going to talk about Texas Tech's cash. We got to talk about BYU's cash, and maybe that's what it's going to be. Maybe that they're going to have to buy their way into being able to get a rep and buy their way into being able to be competitive against Tech on the field.
I don't think there's any maybe about that.
I was going to say that's why
you can't
You're
not going to outsmart them. You're not going to outthink them. They're smart and they're thinking with money.
Right.
Now, if someone has money but they're not smart and they're not thinking, then you can beat that.
Just because you don't have money, you have money doesn't all of a sudden mean the doors of the country are going to open for BYU in the way it has done for Texas Tech.
Right. They assessed the talent and they got it right, and that's why they're borderline unblockable.
Right. But for BYU, it's different because you're still going to have to come to a predominantly white community, a predominantly white school. It's going to take a young man, and there are more of them, and I will go to my grave insisting that, and to say otherwise I think is wrong, that the young black kid and his families, they're far more sophisticated to know this is an outstanding situation for me, and I'm actually going to benefit greatly. And like we said with DeBonsa coming to BYU sends a message to the NBA, hey, I am serious about this. I'm not going to be a knucklehead. I'm not going to be out at the clubs at 2 a.m. because I went to BYU. And everybody knows they ain't got any clubs. They don't have any clubs at 8 o'clock in the evening. And so by coming to BYU, you're going to send a message. I'm serious about being the very best that I can be. And if you come to me, you know you're getting a high-quality person too. DeBonsa, the more I think about it, and the money was there, but the money was going to be anywhere. But DeBonsa coming here, he's sending a powerful message to the NBA. I'm all about ball.
That's true. And I think that also it's asking people to make a commitment for 1 or 2 years is different than asking to make it for 4. So how many of these top-line players are going to be coming in as freshmen, and how many are going to be coming in as juniors and seniors in the transfer portal?
Okay, but you're assuming that DeBonsa then, if he would have stayed 3 or 4 years, he'd be out doing all these. I'm not going to assume that.
No. I think that it's a bigger ask for someone to come. He might well have come if he stayed 4 years. We'll never know because he's clearly a one-year guy. I'm talking about with all these football players, some of them are going to come for 4. I mean, Kalani's made it clear he doesn't want a purely transfer portal team. They tried that, and they didn't think it worked very well. So I don't think they're going to go down that road again. I think it's always going to be a mix of 1, 2, and 4 years, and those are different commitments. And that may open up some people to doing stuff. I mean, we always talk about people, you're different at 21 than you are at 18. You just are. And you may value stuff differently. But they still got to land 18-year-olds. It's not going to be a total transfer portal team.
No, they have.
And Tech had a heavy transfer portal team this year. And the guys they're bringing in now, they're bringing in a bunch of 4 and 5 stars who are going to be freshmen.
And the good
news,
and
maybe they'll be ready to win right away, but maybe not.
Well, they can play, they'll grow, and they'll get better. You want a developmental program. At your core, you always want a developmental program, which is why I think the Utes will always be good.
But that may make Tech more vulnerable going forward also.
It could, and I think also, too, that the amount of quality Latter-day Saint talent seems to me, I don't have numbers, but it seems to me it grows every year.
It does seem to be on the rise, clearly.
Yeah.
Clearly. Over the course of our 30-plus years here, the number of recruits is just off the charts.
Right.
It's night and day. There used to be 10 guys who could play in the state, and now there's 30, 40,
not
or 50.
just the state, but largely.
But also, you're right, as far as hitting up Arizona, California, wherever.
Yeah, where there's large segments.
Yeah, Idaho.
Population basis.
Not as many people in Idaho, but some really good players out of Idaho.
Yeah, so I don't want to paint a picture that it's so gloom and doom, because I don't think it is. I certainly don't think it is for any of the 3 that we cover extensively in this state. I actually think they have an opportunity to be competitive and then see what happens. But they've got to find a way to close the gap right now, as do all the schools in the Big 12. All other 15 have got to find a way to compete with these guys.
DJ PK, our weekend failure. Next, stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Still seeing slowdowns, major slowdowns at North 915 beginning around the south interchange and lasting all the way up to 1100 south. The lanes are open, but it'll take some time to get all the backed up traffic to clear out of that area. Eastbound 2100 north and Lehigh is also very bogged down with heavy volume heading over towards I-15 at this moment. This update is brought to you by Advanced Window Products, factory direct affordable windows. Call today. They're on their way. Financing is available. Save now, pay later. Go to advancedwindows.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Attention Jazz Nation. The long wait is finally over. Mountain basketball is back and better than ever. Let's go! All tickets are on sale now, and you won't want to miss the action. Jump on the opportunity to watch your favorite players live and in person. Whether you're after season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, the Utah Jazz has got your back. There's a plan for every fan. Don't miss out. Secure your seats today and be part of the excitement all season long. Let's go! Visit UtahJazz.com today.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers joins us. John, the countdown to Christmas is on.
'Tis the season, DJ, and as you know, at J. Brooks Jewelers, every year we work very hard to have the perfect gift for the special people in your life. From the most brilliant diamonds to make it a perfect holiday season for her that she will just never forget, or perhaps an amazing new diamond bracelet or necklace to add to her collection for a memory to last all year. And don't forget our wonderful selection of amazing stacking diamond wedding bands that she has always wanted, an all-time favorite for all of our customers. So no matter what the budget, our all-female buying team understands what the ladies are looking for, and we have things in every budget to make it a perfect holiday season. So stop in person, J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh, or shop online at jbrooksjewelers.com. Remember, J. Brooks Jewelers, where women know what women want.
This holiday season, give your home the gift of smart upgrades with Mountain Home Services. Electric vehicle? Meet your new best friend. A professional EV charger installed from Mountain Home Services. Fast, reliable, and done right the first time. Want to save energy to brighten your space? Ask about LED lighting upgrades, smart switches, and modern lighting controls. Perfect for cozy nights and year-round savings. Serving Utah since 1954. Mountain Home Services was the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees, and every job comes with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Protect your home and power up your lifestyle with expert electrical services you can trust. Plus, KSL listeners enjoy a discounted price on a fireplace tune-up for just $99. Visit mountainhomeutah.com or call 801-543-2222 to schedule your upgrade today. That's mountainhomeutah.com or 801-543-2222. Mountain Home Services, powering Utah homes since 1954.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0% for up to 63 months on 2025 Mazda CX-50 and Mazda CX-5 turbos. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy.
Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details. And now, your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer strong play of the weekend.
At the 5, it's Puka again! On one play, a 31-yard strike. Puka Nacua with a new career high in touchdowns.
Puka Nacua. He's got the Chevy strong play of the game. He had 7 catches, 167 yards, 2 scores. He ran wild Rams beat the Cardinals 45-17. Know that Puka play today after 3 o'clock. JJ and Alex will call for it, and you can win fabulous prizes. Our locks of the week were unlocked, PK. Baker Mayfield, thanks for nothing.
He's the reason they lost.
Yes, I blame him personally. No. The Bucs have actually been struggling, and I thought the Saints would cure what ails them, but that is now, 2-5 in their last 7. So it's been a struggle.
Yeah, but that had nothing to do with that for me. I didn't think that much into it. No, I'm trying to catch Yock, and so I couldn't go with what he went.
Yeah, so you had to go to a different game.
Right.
And now we're farther behind.
Right. So that's the only reason why I picked them.
Hey, the Raiders tried to make it hard.
He's got the lead, and picking the same as him
doesn't do you any good.
Right.
I know.
So that's the only reason why I went with the Bucs. Not that I felt like there's some super team.
I took the Broncos over the Raiders the first time they played, so I couldn't take them the second time.
And now as it stands, it is a 2-game lead.
Oh, yeah, you're
with 4 weeks to go.
Right. I mean, in another week or two, you can clinch. In fact, if I were you, I'd then opt out.
I'm out. No more picks.
Right, so then you don't have to worry about getting loose. No, it's like match playing golf, you know?
Yeah, it is.
Conceded, yeah.
There's not enough holes for me to overtake you, so we stop the match.
We're going to concede the match with 3-2.
You're going to be the Double Crown winner. And good for you.
Take the title.
Yeah. No, I'll get one of my kids' old Sandy City soccer trophies and bring it in.
You got another one of those? Sweet.
Oh, probably. There's about 100 of them.
I think we've got literally, I'm looking at the one that we brought in all those years ago. It's literally right there. I need to hand that over to you. It's yours.
I got
that was for the city something or other.
The City Weekly.
That award. Have you won that anymore?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
Just what I said.
Well, you're on the freaking cover. They're smiling in a goofy.
I haven't been on a cover.
But you knew then.
Well, yeah, because they called me and said be on the cover.
You could have said no. I'm not going to humiliate myself like that.
Nope. If Brad Rock's in, I'm in. I go where the rock monster goes.
Way to pawn it off.
When we come back, the Utah Jazz hit a new low. Their losses, their defeats, their routs, their annihilations, and then there's whatever that was. We'll get to that next. Stay with us.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing. Hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What?
This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
You know who doesn't get enough credit during the holidays? You. You're the one making sure the magic happens. From school parties to last-minute shopping to wrapping gifts at midnight. And the last thing you need to worry about is what's for dinner. But with Beehive Meals, you'll have delicious frozen meals delivered right to your door that are ready for your slow cooker. No chopping, no stress, and no takeout guilt. You'll walk in after a long day of holiday fun to the smell of dinner done, kids happy, and a kitchen that's not a disaster zone. It's real homemade comfort food that the whole family will love without the work. You don't need to be a holiday hero this season, just smart enough to let Beehive Meals do the cooking. Beehive Meals, made for the ones who do it all. And if you're looking for a thoughtful, stress-free gift this year, Beehive Meals makes it easy to share the love with gift boxes. Order now at beehivemeals.com and make this holiday season a little easier and a lot more delicious.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss is having a huge holiday sale, over 20% off, making it our lowest prices of the year. You can start the program before, during, or after the holidays. We know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day with no prepackaged meals, no injections or surgery. The secret is our program helps reset your metabolism so you can keep the weight off for good. To learn how our clients on average lowered their metabolic age by 17 years, go to slcfatloss.com now to schedule your free consultation and learn why your metabolism may be sabotaging your weight loss goals. Go to slcfatloss.com and save now only through December 31st.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program. Alex here. Take advantage of this huge holiday sale with the lowest prices of the year now through December 31st. You can start the program now or after the holidays, but you need to call now to lock in the huge discount. Go to saltlakeCityFatLoss.com now to schedule your free consultation. That's saltlakeCityFatLoss.com.
Results may vary.
Tonight on KSL, you found it, the perfect holiday present right there online.
I purchased a meditation device.
So you pay and wait for it to be delivered. But what if it never comes? And getting your money back?
I don't have any confidence they're gonna do right by the refund.
I'll reveal what you need to know to avoid having a Grinch ruin your gift giving. Santa-approved online shopping safeguards. Tonight at 10.
Looking for the ultimate holiday gift? Look no further than Minky Couture, the original luxury blanket company. Whether it's for a college sports fan or your mother-in-law, Minky Couture has the perfect gift for everyone on your list. Get the best blankets and best gifts ever and save 50% off this season with promo code ZONE50. Shop online at minkycouture.com or visit any of the 6 locations. Minky Couture has you covered this holiday season with the best gift ever.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Don't you love her badly? Don't you need her badly?
Get the best blankets and gifts ever and save 50% this season with promo code ZONE50. Shop online at minkycouture.com or visit any of their 6 locations. So the Utah Jazz hit a new low. We knew the losses were coming. That's not a surprise. But my gosh, could you be competitive for 30 seconds, 60 seconds, 2 minutes? Because clearly a quarter is too much to ask. Outscored 41-13 in New York. How does that happen? Well, it's easier if you fall behind 23-0, which they did. And then, all right, where's the bounce back game? And we'll go old school, Jerry Sloan, show me what you're made of. Bounce back like you did after that Houston debacle a week ago. Bounce back and beat Houston the next day. No bounce back. The Thunder, no SGA, didn't have the MVP, didn't matter, 45-20 after one period.
The Thunder didn't have 3 starters.
An 18-3 run against portions of the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Hartenstein and Dort did not play. I mean, they're not big-time players, but
nonetheless,
they won a title with them.
Yeah, nonetheless. Not even competitive.
No.
And there's video out there on social media. You can check my Twitter feed, David DJ James. It's other places too. I retweeted it. Somebody behind the bench took video, and I assumed that that's only a portion of Will lighting them up.
And this is early in the game.
It was. I pushed it on the scoreboard because I wanted to make sure that it wasn't that it was from that game. And it was. You know, you see, it's like this is an old video of him lighting up another team, right? But you can see Ace Bailey there, so it's this year. Push it on the scoreboard. It was 10-1.
Yeah,
it was early.
Right off the bat.
I know. He
right
already
off
saw.
The bat,
yeah,
man.
They hit the free throw. They gave up a 13-0 run.
45 points. What is that?
That's no effort whatsoever. And he went into it in the post game, and we played it, and it's you can listen to it at our website or wherever you get your podcasts. It was in the 7 o'clock hour during what is training. We played his post game where he's like, there's certain things you just have to do that are super basic. There's a double team. That means you have to rotate. And you can go ahead and play it, Yak. They were tuned out. They were just completely checked out.
Run back, communicate. If the coverage is switch. If you are weak side, your job is to help. I try not to nitpick. Our league's hard. Being a young player in our league is especially hard. And so we try to set up some pretty core things that we want to see executed on both sides of the ball. I didn't feel like we got that.
He didn't get anything close to that.
That's dangerous territory for me. I don't want to hear anything positive. Don't tell me that Filipowski shot 10 of 14. I don't care. And Hendricks was 6 of 10. I don't care. Because at that point, what urgency did Oklahoma City have to play defense?
There was no urgency. You could see it. I was watching the football game, and I was flipping back and forth to see if they made a run. If there's some urgency. It went to 30. It went to 40. It went to 42. There was no urgency.
And Clayton had a nice game statistically, but I don't care. Because there was no intensity by Oklahoma City's standpoint. When you're up 45-20 and you've barely broken a sweat, and the best thing the Jazz did, their free throw defense was incredible because Oklahoma City shot 58% from the floor, 50% from three, and 44% from the free throw line. So the free throw defense was excellent. Maybe that's why they were celebrating with the smoke.
There was a smoke machine malfunctioning. They finally fixed that by unplugging.
That was embarrassing.
By unplugging it.
I was embarrassed for the franchise.
There's a 14-minute delay because the clock didn't work and the scoreboard didn't work. I mean, nothing. So essentially, it's turned into a pickup game. But it was so out of hand. I was
they should have called the game.
Just get on with it. Just call. Do what they do. Call out the score. Run the clock. So what? It's a 40-point game. You're not going to win.
That couldn't have been a fun time for fans.
No, the place sounded dead. It sounded absolutely dead.
Yeah.
I thought that
it's so bad that not only does Delta Center not want to be known as Delta Center or the Delta Center, they don't want to be known as Delta Center anymore. Just the Airline Center. Just call it Airline Center.
Delta, don't drag us into this.
Right.
Insert airline here, center.
Yeah.
Don't drag us into this.
The next game at Airline Center. Yeah, they don't want their name associated with that. That was bad.
I just wonder how much of this is because they've got a bunch of young guys. They're not really expected to win.
No,
they're not held accountable.
No.
I think
who's not held accountable?
The players. They just
Hardy's not holding them accountable?
They come back. They come back and they get paid the next day. I think it changes.
Everybody does across the league. That never changes.
I think it changes when Austin Ainge starts moving guys. That'll inject all the young guys and their friends, and it's good times, and we see all the features in their broadcasts and all that. Okay, well, when your buddies start getting moved and some of them have to go to Europe, that might put some urgency.
That's all junior high stuff. That's just marketing.
Jobs get lost. That'll put some urgency into it.
I mean, the marketing people got to put on a good spin and make it down home. These are nice guys and all. I get all that, but who cares about that? I don't care. I don't subscribe to that stuff. I'm not interested in learning that. But everybody does it. They're no different, so I don't criticize them for that. Those people are trying to do a job, and that you got to focus on that because you're not going to focus on the competitive nature of the team because there hardly is any. And sure, do they need to, I hate to say this, do they need to start to rebuild all over? Oh my gosh, I don't even want to contemplate that. I think Will Hardy is holding them accountable, which is why he F-bombed it like crazy. And every single fan, and you can go on and see it, I would never put F-bombs on my Twitter feed. That's just not who I am. You do that because that's who you are. And with that in mind, every single fan is, when they watch that, is like, yeah, way to go, Will. I appreciate it.
100%.
I mean, he's done nothing but lose. I mean, they tell us he's a great coach, and it's not his fault, and I get it. But nevertheless, is he in his fourth year?
Mm-hmm.
He's done nothing but lose.
I know.
It's going to take him 20 years to get to 500.
If they start to win, they just tell them to sit guys down.
Right. And I'm not saying he's a good or bad coach, but nevertheless, his tenure as a head coach has been nothing but losing.
But I think he's felt that, and I think he's tempered that because it's part of the job, and it's what.
Yeah, but we're in our fourth year now, and you got to tell guys to play hard.
No, But I think that's where then the conversation comes with Ainge. It's like, this guy can never be great in this league because this guy doesn't play hard.
Then cut him now. Get rid of him today.
Let's see what Ainge does.
What are we waiting for?
I mean, I know Austin, and you know him even better. And this didn't sit well with him. There's no chance it sat well with him.
Oh, no.
So what's he going to do?
That's what I'm saying. Are we going to start the rebuild all over because he's in charge now?
Yes and no. He's going to make his own personnel decisions, and I never thought all 9 of these guys would stay. But the rebuild may look like there may be more veterans coming in. Maybe they make a trade for a 24-year-old guy. I don't know that it means that, we need 3 more draft picks, and we're going to start with those guys.
Okay.
I don't know that it's a complete teardown, but do I think the roster is going to go through a transition? I do think the roster is going to go through a transition.
I'm not associating rebuild with 19-year-olds.
Okay, that's good, but I can't answer for every listener. We should make that clear. I think
you can't.
The roster is going to look different. Some people may read that as a rebuild. I don't necessarily mean that. Think starting over with a 19-year-old.
That is a rebuild.
Yeah, but I always thought they were going to have to flip some of these guys to get somebody.
Yeah,
now,
but if you got dudes over here not playing hard, what are you going to get?
I know.
Trash for trash?
And that's why I said when some of these guys are out of the league, that'll resonate. That'll resonate with the rest of them. Like, guys, it's go time.
Yeah, but
you can't do it.
No, I know. That's not good enough for me. I need to see my friend get cut before I play hard? No.
That sucks. I get it, but I think the answer is yes.
No. Then they're not winners. You're not going to win with those types of guys. I saw a thing just the other day on Jordan talking about him coming out, and he rolled his ankle his first year, and they said, you got to sit out. You got to protect yourself. He said, I said, no. I went back in and I got taped. And I realize I'm going to the highest example. I get that.
I was going to go to an Austin Ainge example. But building off that.
There's millions of guys who don't have to fit his talent level. We just talked about 3 starters or 2 starters for Oklahoma City that aren't big-time players, but yet they started on a team that won it all.
Dort would have never done what he's done. Undrafted guy to starter on an NBA championship team. Sure, there's some luck as far as he went to the right organization and SGA, but you got to give him credit for pushing through.
Yeah, he created his own luck.
He did.
Now he's in his 5th, 6th year.
He did, and he's
going to
have a great career.
Those are guys that we love.
Yes.
Undersized dude, undrafted,
dude, willing to do the dirty work, defend, screen, rebound, whatever.
Yeah.
It's not like they're running down like, how are we going to get Dort a shot now? I mean,
no.
That's not how that offense is constructed.
I'll take guys like that who are a little less talented. What I want is guys who have it both, just like a Jordan, just like a Kobe,
that would be
who
best,
just breathe it and live it and also have awesome skill. The whole objective of every single professional ball player and every dude, man, woman, whomever working is whatever ability you have, get the most out of it.
That story you told about Ainge and someone either they doubled off a guy or they fouled him. But anyway, it ended with him looking at a teammate right in front of the guy and going, he can't shoot.
Right.
He's just totally dismissive.
TCU.
Austin Ainge, it's so in his basketball DNA with his dad in the NBA and him wanting to be as good as he could be. And he played in college, so he was pretty good. But find the weak link. Find the weak link. You think Austin Ainge isn't sitting there watching Jazz games looking at the young guys trying to figure out who the weak link is? He does it automatically. He can't help himself.
Yes. So I do have a level of encouragement that this thing can get going.
Yes. And we see these games melt down. Now, there's got to be frustration along the way with how some people perform in practice, but we don't get to know that. That's behind closed doors now. How they interact with the strength and conditioning or the nutrition staff, like who's really dialed in. And Austin is walking around the building and analyzing all of that. And whether it's cutting somebody or trading somebody for not much, we're going to find out. He's not just going to stand pat with this roster. It's not how he's wired. And honestly, the way it's going right now, it's not how most NBA GMs are wired, because you're not going to be an NBA GM for long if you tolerate this for a long time. Because pretty soon the owner who's sitting there, and that's a good thing, local owner goes to games and is emotionally invested, grew up playing junior jazz and all that. He's emotionally invested. He had to hate that.
For sure.
He had to hate that. And eventually he's going to look at Austin and go, Austin, what are we doing about that? And Austin's going to do something about it. And he may do something about it before he gets asked because he's hating it too. It's a little stunning to me that in multiple games, after the team gave that poor an accounting of itself in New York, that they could come back at home and give that poor accounting of themselves again right from the start.
I agree, 1,000%.
What is going? Is there something going on we don't know about? What are you guys doing? Do you want to be in the NBA? Because everyone in the NBA, Sloan used to say it all the time, it's been true forever. Everybody in the NBA's got film of every game. Everybody is horrified if you don't rotate on defense, if you just turn your head and watch somebody labor duck. They all make a mental note. I'm not letting that guy sink my career. I got a good gig as a coach, scout, GM, whatever. I'm not letting that guy sink me.
Okay.
So you're going to run around out there and be that pathetic? You can't give up a 23-0 run. Make it an 18-5 run. Give up an 18-5 run instead of 23-0. Give us something. And they gave us nothing. And that is why Will Hardy went off on him. And that's why Will sounded so dejected in the postgame. You can't tell people to run back on defense hard. But guys jog.
I would have them at the practice facility at 8 o'clock this morning. And you're not under the 20-hour rule here.
No. You can grind.
Bring your toothbrush. You're going to be here a while.
Yeah. Normally you get a day off after a game.
F that.
Because they've got 3 days
Fetch
before
that.
the next game. Yeah, you haven't come close to earning a day off.
No.
Somebody's got some physical thing. You give one person a day off, whatever, but everybody's out there. And
I wonder if we'll see some changes Friday.
Yeah. I'm intrigued.
I have to believe that this is why he's given that Sevi Balamahaluk, whatever his name is, 33 minutes.
He plays hard.
Yeah.
But that's a guy who's been told, give us your key card, call your agent, thanks for playing, bye. I can look it up. I think he's on his 5th NBA team.
Because he played 33 minutes, and I got the box score, and Sensabaugh played 6.
That's telling.
Yeah. And Collier played 6. For that matter, they must have been on or Cody Williams played 8. That's the only thing I could think of. Because old Civi, there's no future in him. But if that's what it takes, if that's the example.
This guy plays hard, so he plays.
Then I'm okay with it.
You guys are thinking about your next shot, standing still while guys blow by. And Will's been disgusted before, but he disguises it. He says, well, we had a problem with straight line drives. Yeah, you're a statue, and guys are blowing by you. They're not even running an offense. They just dribble past you, get layups and dunks.
He has to protect the guys in the
100%
media.
he does. 100%. And I totally get what he's doing, but I get that when he says that, he's also horrified by what he's seeing.
Yeah.
And he can't go out and go scorched earth on him. I'm with you 100%.
But he can face-to-face.
He can face-to-face. And
in front
if
of
you're
the team.
sitting in the media for a long time, there's plenty of people in that media room when he says that, they know what he means. They watch the game, and they know what he means. And furthermore, Austin Ainge knows it too. And he's going to make decisions on guys' career. And if Svi's out there playing because he's playing harder and at least coming somewhat close to executing whatever the game plan is, well, he's bounced around. Lakers to the Pistons to the Thunder to the Raptors to the Knicks.
Yeah, but I don't buy
Hornets.
that. I don't buy that. No.
You got to play hard to stay in the league. And
good
he's
for him.
Playing hard
but
to stay
that
in the
doesn't
league.
mean that the other guys have to go through that before they play hard.
They shouldn't, but apparently they do.
Well, then
they shouldn't.
No, then they're not winners. I don't want them on my team. I don't want them anywhere near my locker room. I don't want them anywhere near my guys.
And Austin Ainge isn't going to say that out loud, but don't you think he starts thinking that as he sees behavior patterns over and over? And this is not, we're talking about these last 2 games. These are the last 2 games. But to find a third game, we only have to go back to that Houston game. This is 3 of them in the last 9 days. And it's 3 and 8 days. They're not playing today. Today's 9th.
And I want change, man. Maybe that's why the whoever was in charge said, man, I'm going to send smoke signals to the team. This is what they need. And it was a higher power when that fog thing was going off. They were sending a message.
I did see the Pope tweet. That was good. They're electing a Pope. Puffs of smoke coming out of it.
at Airline Arena. That's what I'm going to call it from now on, at Airline Arena.
Yeah. So the guy on his 8th team trying to hang in the league is playing hard, and the coach is giving him the minutes, and the first and second and third year guys are playing, you just read their numbers. I mean,
but there's no excuses for them not to play hard. You don't need to have 5 years, 4 teams to realize, ooh, I better start playing hard.
I would hope it doesn't come to that.
No,
but
no.
Apparently, I would hope it wouldn't come to 45-20.
No.
Or 23-0, or 41-13, or any other numbers that Jazz fans have had to sit through. And worse to the players, the owner is a fan.
Yeah, I think most owners are these
Takes
days.
Zero imagination. Yeah, actually, you're right. I mean, a guy like Ballmer, probably didn't grow up thinking about the Clippers, but once he bought them, I mean, he's sitting on that baseline screaming like crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, in Dallas,
And
Cuban
also
was
funneling money
a
to
fan
players via nefarious means.
Yeah,
Cuban was a fan before he was the owner. Ryan was a fan before he was the owner.
Yeah. I was a fan, and I'll never be the owner.
Another true statement. All right, DJ and PK, when you come back, everything you missed in this show next. Stay with us.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades.
Yes!
But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If you're getting new gutters, make absolutely sure that you don't get screwed. I mean literally, don't get screwed. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And every single gutter company out there uses screws to hold their gutters together at the corners and downspouts. They use screws because they're fast and cheap and easy. But man, they're terrible for your gutters, aside from possibly cutting your hand. They also loosen and corrode over time because they're not made from the same metal as the gutters. At RGS Exteriors, we've been installing gutters for 70 years now, and we don't use screws. We only use permanent, strong, and unobtrusive rivets. They're made from the same material as the gutters, so they won't oxidize, and they won't corrode. They'll also never loosen. Your hand is safe too. Did I mention they look amazing? So don't get screwed. Call RGS and get riveted gutters. Our number is 801-280-3110, or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsutah.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
After 30 years of plumbing experience in Utah, we've compiled a list of items we plumbers commonly find in sewer systems. First off, hair. Lots of hair. Like, so much hair.
Oh.
Roots, dental floss, marbles, and every other toy imaginable. Dentures, watches, coins, live animals, also dead ones. Photographs, we assume from active and very healthy relationships. Wigs, kitty litter. Look, the point is, don't use the toilet as a landfill. This has been a public service announcement from your buddies down at Shamrock Plumbing.
Attention, Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now. Let's go! Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at utahjazz.com.
This holiday season, you can make a difference. Hercules First Federal Credit Union is raising funds for their Christmas project, bringing joy to foster children in Salt Lake City and supporting the Humane Society of Utah to help pets in need. Your generosity can change lives. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more and donate today to make this season brighter for a child and a pet. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together this holiday season.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU blown out by Texas Tech 34-7 in the Big 12 title game. How did it happen? Parker Kingston says Tech's defense is elite.
Yeah, 100%. That's the best defense I've ever gone against, and to be able to play them twice, it's honestly an honor to play those guys. Every other team's good, but that is the best defense in the country. To beat those guys, you got to play clean football, and they're going to make a run in the playoffs for sure.
BYU plays Georgia Tech in the Pop-Tarts Bowl on December 27th. That's your Cougar 30 update.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Soccer-related headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Call them at 801-210-6800 or visit their website at trajanwealth.com. What are you giggling about?
Watching this Hardy thing all over again. He's not, if you look at it, he's looking at one player in specific. I mean, Ace Bailey is to his left.
To Hardy's left, as Hardy faces the group. Ace is sitting on the bench, and Hardy's basically standing on the sideline looking at the bench.
But he's not looking at.
But it's
he's
somebody
looking to Bailey's left.
Right. So who's sitting one or two seats to Bailey's left? Because it's one of those two chairs he's looking at.
And then I always like when these things happen because we've seen this. This is not that unusual. The other guys just kind of standing there. The classic, the most classic one, and you can go back and look it up, is Jim Leland just going after Barry Bonds, an all-time player. He was an all-time player.
Spring training down the left field line?
Yeah, and Bill Verdon, a respected guy, apparently he told Bonds something to do, and he didn't do it. And so he goes down there, and there's a group of coaches and players, and Leland is just Hardy times 100. And you can go look it up and listen to the whole thing. But I love the faces of the guys, and they're just kind of standing there.
Oh, yeah.
They don't quite know what to do.
Well, there's 24 guys in the roster spots, not to mention all the other coaches who are like, I don't need Bonds mad at me, and I definitely don't need Leland mad at me.
And Hardy is just ready. His head is ready to explode. Yeah. And the coaches are just standing there, and they're listening. But when he says, I'm sick and bleeping tired of doing this every bleeping game, bleeping play harder, and then he walks away. I mean, I always said in my 40-plus years, I've been doing this a long time now, You could say I suck, and I've had plenty of bosses tell me I suck.
But don't tell me I don't work hard.
Right. And if you tell me that's the worst thing you could say to me. Because I always felt like, okay, I'm not the greatest writer. I'm not the greatest anything, but I'll give you all I got because I owe that. I owe it to my father because I saw him on the back of a garbage truck trying to support his family. And he told me, man, you got to, no matter what job you have, if you want another job, you got to give it your all because that's the only way you're going to get what you want is the harder you work, the better it's going to be. Hard work will never, ever let you down. And if I'm these guys and I'm listening to this man who is my authority figure tell me this, and I doubt it was just, he says, I'm sick and tired of doing this every game, basically, or doing this again, whatever it was. That means this isn't the first time.
Well, Knicks and Rockets just in the last, like I said, last week and a half.
This is sickening.
So the guys who would have been sitting down were the guys who started the game because you can see on the scoreboard if you push in, it was 10-1.
Yeah. So,
and the Jazz called the timeout 2.5 minutes into the game.
It's in the background.
So Filipowski, Nurkic, Mahalik, and George. Those are the other guys who were in the game with Ace Bailey at that moment. All the other guys would be subs standing up.
Mahalik, better known as Mikhailuk.
Whatever.
Mihailuk.
I'm never going to get it right.
And then he'll move on to his ninth team.
Yeah. Who was that one guy? Oh, Nikhil Alexander Walker. Was it Walker Alexander?
Nikhil Alexander Walker.
Because it was nah.
Not NWA.
No, he's
that's a different deal.
Yeah, I always thought it was NWA.
No,
it's nah.
Because that's always
Is it NWA? Nah.
Yeah. What's so wrong with NWA?
Famous rap group. Nothing wrong with them.
Oh no. O'Shea Jackson.
Easy-E, man. Come on.
Better known as Ice-T, who went to Washington High School at 108th and Denker, where my old lady taught for almost a decade.
Okay, thanks for the trip down memory lane.
I got some street cred here, brothers and sisters.
Did you say Ice-T or Ice Cube?
Did I say Ice-T? I meant Ice Cube. My bad. I got my ices screwed up. Ice has been in the news these days.
As long as you didn't say Vanilla Ice.
Hey, Ice, baby.
Stop. Bigger disaster. The Jazz start to the Thunder game, or the committee's decision for the college football playoff, or the fallout from the committee's decision.
It's the fallout. I'm not going to crack on the committee. You're thrown together. You're trying to make these decisions. You are not going to make them correctly in terms of you're going to get lambasted no matter what.
And not only that, I just can't imagine that these decisions, because they're splitting hairs here, I can't imagine they were unanimous. So some of these people go back to their markets and they get quizzed.
This decision sucks, but we got no choice. We've got to put in Dolly Madison.
Yeah.
The system requires it.
Mm-hmm.
The hostess says we got to put in Dolly Madison. Yes.
The poor Dukes.
And they said, well, hello, Dolly. It's so nice to have you in our playoff.
There's people who are sitting in their room who are thinking, don't quiz me on this. I voted against it. I thought it was stupid, but I can't say that now.
Or they voted for it because they didn't have any other choice. And they know it's the whole thing. I'm not going to single out Ivan Maisel. I refuse to do that.
The one media member.
He may be one of the most qualified people in that entire room.
Right. This is not Ivan Maisel's fault. It's just not. And it's not Mark Harlan's fault. You want Mark Harlan? Does that work better for you?
Why was Miami 18 in the first place? I don't actually have a problem with Miami getting in front of Notre Dame. Because that's the part. It's like, why do you people think Miami's better than Notre Dame when you didn't think Miami was better than Notre Dame all along?
Because they had more evidence. And they didn't
have any more evidence this weekend.
Well, Miami...
And basically what they both did was...
They absolutely had more evidence this weekend.
Neither team played.
But that's not part of the evidence. That's not the exclusive part of the evidence.
BYU lost to Texas Tech, so Miami's better than Notre Dame.
Well, yes, because once they eliminated it, and then they came down to head, yes.
I don't even understand that part of it. Like it was a three-way tiebreaker between Miami, BYU, and Notre Dame. No, was it? Because BYU had to win to get in. I mean,
in your mind, they did. I mean, you don't know that for sure. You assume that as a fact.
I assume that along with the rest of everybody who was talking and watching the game.
I agree. But you don't know it as a fact.
I do know it as a fact.
You
but
don't.
Go ahead.
You don't. You don't. You may know it as a 99% fact, but there's no such thing as a 99% fact.
What about 99.9?
No.
What about 99? Okay, never mind.
What about, get over here. He's shot to the kisser.
One time.
I mean, I get your point.
Thank you.
But we don't literally know. So,
well,
it's all screwed
The reason
up.
we know is because if they won, they got an automatic bid and they had to be in. And if they lost, we always thought this was going to happen, and sure enough, it happened.
But they can tell you the what's his face? I'll never remember his name.
If BYU had
Juracek.
lost, are you going to tell me it was different if it was 17-16?
That's what they're telling us.
Sure. Say that now.
And you're right. So I can't argue that because that's a supposition.
Yeah.
And I spent a lot of time in the courtroom defending myself. And so that is not a fact. But you can have strong anecdotal evidence toward it being a fact. I get that, which is why I'm not over here saying, you're wrong, you're an idiot.
You really
blah,
should have
blah,
been
blah,
a
blah.
lawyer. You're on full display here.
I know. I've heard that a million times.
You really.
But I'm a classic underachiever.
Yeah.
I've always underachieved in everything I've ever done, particularly in one area. And so with that in mind, that's why we have a screwed up system. So I'm going to whitewash everybody involved, not Ivan Maisel singularly.
It was a thankless job because they were splitting hairs. Because you do have the argument of, oh, this team has the best win. Yeah, but that team also has the worst loss. And how do you weigh that stuff? And it does look like they go back and forth, but for all we know inside the room, it's a 60-40 vote. It's a 40-60 vote.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy. I think in the long run, they're going to make more money by playing more games. They're going to move the bag back. We used to have these debates between 2 and 3. Then we had these debates between 4 and 5. Now we're having them between, essentially we're having between 10 and 11 because of the automatic bids. 16-team tournament, and the more I think about this, the more I think we're going to see 24 one day. They're going to look and say the lower divisions play that many games. Put them on a calendar, figure it out, play the games. The networks or streaming services will pay you the money.
Excellent point.
And on we go. And that's how they've handled everything else.
And get it done in the fall semester.
Now, you made a bunch of jokes this morning about remembering Doors concerts, and Jim Morrison is the band of the day.
I saw them in 67.
You did not. You did not. You did not.
Did too.
Your dad said to your mom, grab a couple tabs of acid, grab the 7-year-old or 9-year-old or whatever, 11-year-old or whatever you were, and let's go to a concert.
You got my parents dropping acid.
Well, I don't know how else you got to a Doors concert.
And you never saw your mother not in a dress.
Fact. All right, one time. She wore a very stylish pantsuit. I know your parents say you were hands off. They didn't send you to a Doors concert when you were in elementary school. They did not. And if they did, they were under the influence.
Yeah, but I had older friends.
No, just stop. Your sisters wouldn't let you go. Nobody would let you go. The point I was trying to make a long time ago was we are old enough to remember when the NCAA basketball tournament expanded and expanded again and expanded again. 25 to 32 to 40 to 48 to 64 teams, eventually to 65, and now to 68. We know this is how the industry thinks, and they were encouraged by TV networks that had money, and now they'll be encouraged by TV networks that have money. I mean, it's different ADs and commissioners over the decades, but they're going to respond the same way. They've already responded that way a couple times, going from 2 to 4 to 12.
Then get on with it.
Agreed.
But yet I asked Yormark on Saturday, well, you support the 5-11. When's it going to happen? I'm tired of hearing you supporting it. Go and meet harder.
This is the SEC.
I'm tired of it.
But it's the SEC.
I'm sick and tired of it every day. Yes. Get the heads of the 4 families and go meet and get it done.
I think both those conferences, and I definitely can't prove this, and it's definitely not a fact. This is just what I think. I think the SEC and Big Ten both want to go to bigger tournaments, but they both want their preferred format when they go to that bigger tournament.
Well, everybody wants what's in their best interest.
So they're basically holding the expansion hostage here. And maybe in 2 months, because they kicked the can down the road, maybe in 2 months they'll come to a meeting of the minds having watched this played out.
But this tournament this year, it's not good for the Big Ten and SEC to have Notre Dame out. It's not good for them.
I totally see your logic there. And if they expanded by 4 more teams, the next 4 teams, assuming nothing else changed, Notre Dame, BYU, Texas, Vanderbilt, and we're sitting here talking about Utah and USC, who are 1 and 2 spots outside the line. So it'd be about Vanderbilt versus Utah and USC. Probably Texas, too. Probably be those 4 in the mix.
Okay, but
we'd move the bag back.
That is good for the game. Not bad.
That there's always an argument?
Yeah. It's discussion.
Yeah. And it's thriving. I mean, we've had 20 years of this. The BCS reeks, the 14-5 isn't good enough. Now we're arguing over the 12, and where are the ratings? Sky high.
Right.
Everybody's watching. Everybody's talking. They haven't, for all the talk about they've screwed this up, they've damaged the game, they've messed up. They have been highly illogical, but they've not damaged the game. People watching by the millions. I was flipping around Saturday. I was watching the end of that Indiana-Ohio State game. It was super compelling. Indiana hits on that touchdown pass. You always say, you said this about soccer once. You said, I'm into it, but I'm not that into it. But what you appreciate is the goals usually take a high level of skill. And you're amazed, like, how'd they do that?
Yeah.
That touchdown pass, high level of skill. That was awesome. Ohio State's defense is hard to beat. That was the thing of beauty. Now, I prefer higher scoring games. I grew up with Air Coryell and higher scoring games. 13-10 to me is better be the middle of the second quarter. And it was the final, but I was still entertained. And it was a scoreless fourth quarter, and I was entertained. And I flipped right over to Duke, Virginia, and I was entertained by that.
And really,
that's
that game,
a mess.
Duke, Virginia had ramifications. The Indiana-Ohio State game had 0.
The only implication was who gets to go to Dallas and who gets to go to Pasadena. That's it. That's the only implication.
It's
They're
irrelevant.
going to be, as that game was
Doesn't
going
matter.
on, it was clear they were going to be the 1 and 2 seeds because it was going to be a super close game.
Yeah.
If somebody had opened
But
up a
yet it drew
lead,
us in.
right? If somebody had opened up a lead, then Georgia goes to 2, and if it's a total blowout, maybe Tech goes to 3.
The game has never been crazier, but it's also never been in as good a spot.
Right. It's still entertaining.
Yeah.
So they'll figure out this format, but eventually that money, because, and the other thing, and we had Tim Brando on Friday, and he was making a point of ESPN. It was a total backroom deal. Fox didn't really get a chance to bid, and ESPN's owns the entire tournament. As it gets bigger, it'll become impossible. I mean, ESPN already sold 2 of the games sub-licenses, but essentially they sold them to TNT. And as you keep adding games, they're going to have to do more of that. They're going to have too much product. They have to put the NBA on the air. They have to put the NHL on the air. They have to have a Monday Night Football slot for that game. I mean, they've got certain obligations they got to meet. So they're going to have to sub-license some of these games out.
I think this year's, by not having Notre Dame in, is not good for the game. And it's not against Miami. To me, it's against Alabama.
Well, it's also good for the game to have Alabama in.
But not over Notre Dame this year.
I get where you're going with that. I think that
I don't think it is good for the game to have Alabama in it.
Oh, really?
Because Nick Saban isn't there.
One of the hardest things to explain with Alabama is how in the world do they get a pass on that Florida State loss? There's no chance a Big 12 team gets a pass on that.
Well, Notre Dame didn't get a pass on it.
Notre Dame didn't get a pass.
10 times bigger than anything the Big 12 has.
Notre Dame didn't have a Florida State loss. Notre Dame didn't do anything that bad or that
but they didn't get a pass on their losses.
They didn't get a pass on the 2 losses they had to ranked teams.
By a total of 4 freaking points.
1 and 3 points, a last-second field goal, a late missed extra point.
Yeah,
and they didn't get a pass on that.
Right.
But Bama gets a pass on getting scorched by Florida State, who then goes into the ACC that we all know is watered down and super weak, and they just get their butts kicked week after week.
Alabama doesn't have the cachet that it used to have. The Corleone family doesn't have that anymore.
Don't you ever talk like that.
So, DeBoer doesn't know it yet, but he's dead man walking.
Better get a national title in his future.
Soon.
I agree. Soon.
Yeah.
He's had 2 really good teams. They're not paying for really good teams. They're paying for greatnthink he's
had 2 really good teams.
Oh, really? Okay.
What's his record?
20-5? I think it's 25. Not positive.
I think it's 19.
Oh, is it 19?
And how many games did they lose last year? They lost. They
lost
7.
What I've lost track of is their bowl game last year.
They lost 4 last year.
They were 9-3
and
10-2. So he's 19-5 plus whatever they did in their bowl game. But if he loses this game and going to Oklahoma, and Alabama's offense has been a little hit and miss, a little sketchy, and Oklahoma's defense is the real thing.
Yeah.
Now, maybe Alabama can go in there and win a 13-10 game themselves because Oklahoma's offense is spotty itself.
So I don't think that they have the credibility and the following that they used to have under Saban.
People hate Alabama, and they will hate watch Alabama. I get your point, but there's still eyeballs.
You want eyeballs?
Notre Dame.
I'll give you Notre Dame.
Yeah.
They got eyeballs more than anybody, and they need to make sure that this mistake is corrected. If it leads to improvement, then I'm all for it. Because it's a wildly imperfect system to begin with.
Do you like the 12 better than you like the 4? And do you like the 12 better than the 2?
In theory, yes. But let's look at actuality. Because I made a statement earlier.
But you've only seen the 12 one time. I get that.
Yeah.
It's a small sample size.
That it would have been far less controversial if they just went with 4. If they went with those top 4,
I think you underestimate how much hair pulling
the cry
there
would have been to expand it, but it wouldn't have been those 4 didn't deserve to be in it. 2 different subjects, 2 different angles. Yes, the cry would have been, we got all these really good teams. Why are we only playing 4? But not this team. Tell me one of those 4 that did not deserve to be in it. Here, I can tell you teams that did not, at least 3 teams, if not 4 teams, a third of the freaking bracket don't deserve to be in it. And here, if I just went with 4, nobody would say those 4 teams do not deserve to be in it.
So you'd be saying James Madison, Tulane, Alabama, and who else doesn't deserve to be in it?
Maybe Miami. Maybe. A&M.
I was going to say A&M.
Right. Okay.
I mean, they didn't play anybody in the SEC.
Understood.
They're in the SEC. It's a great league. They clearly played the bottom half of the league.
Right. And there's
it's obvious. Just look at the standings.
The league has been top-heavy for years.
Terrible.
And Vanderbilt has ascended. Good for them. And we'll see if they can keep it going. It'd be great if they could.
Vanderbilt and Missouri have
But
turned
then there's a bunch
into,
of and Missouri's kind of been in and out sometimes. Yeah. Vanderbilt has made the bigger ascension. In my mind, Missouri's like replacing Kentucky, who looked like they were onto something, but now have slid back and they're changing coaches, blah, blah, blah. And so with that in mind, I don't think that anybody's going to say, no, these 4 teams, they didn't deserve to be in it. That's not, no. Everyone thinks that they deserve to be in it. Others deserve to be in it too, but not at the expense of any of these 4 teams. Man, that is a solid argument. I am finishing strong.
DJ and PK, your feedback next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
Cheap bass.
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Woo! Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
10 years ago, Les Olson IT set out to do more than fix copiers and printers. We set out to become the IT team Utah businesses count on. Today, we're proud to celebrate a decade as Utah's managed IT service provider, trusted by thousands of local companies for secure, reliable tech support. Thanks for trusting us. Here's to the next 10 years of innovation, protection, and partnership. Visit lesolson.com to learn more. Les Olson IT.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, the Utah Mammoth hosts the Los Angeles Kings. The puck drops at 7 o'clock. Listen to the game on 97.5 The Zone. And come up tomorrow, college hoops. BYU and Clemson will play at Madison Square Garden tomorrow at 4:30. You can listen on 102.7 FM. And if you want to hear your company's name here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at the KSL Sports Zone.
Helping your money do more means making sure you get the most out of every dollar. That's why, for a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card and spend $3,000 within 90 days, we'll give you $300. That's like getting a 10% discount on everything you pay for with your card. Before you spend another cent, head to americafirst.com and apply for your low-rate Visa credit card today. Membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions apply, subject to additional criteria. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Hey, fellas, it's crunch time this holiday season, and you don't want to drop the ball on finding the perfect gift for that special someone.
Oh, yeah, this is your chance to up your game and score major points with Duke's Jewelers.
That's right. For over 75 years, Duke's has been part of Utah Valley's playbook, helping families celebrate life's biggest wins since 1948.
Oh, absolutely. At Duke's Jewelers, it's not just a jewelry store. They're craftsmen, creating custom designs and timeless pieces that'll have her cheering from the sidelines.
Whether it's a stunning necklace or a custom ring, they've got the game-winning gift at Duke's Jewelers.
Don't wait for the final buzzer. Head to Duke's Jewelers at 220 South Main in Springville.
Or you can shop online at dukesjewelers.com.
Duke's Jewelers, helping you slam dunk love and tradition since 1948.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best-reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
The Utah Mammoth and Smiths are teaming up to get you to the game with qualifying Smiths purchases. You can score single goal view tickets, hot dog and a bottle of water included for just $15. The catch? These tickets go fast. Download the Utah Mammoth app, enable push notifications, and be the first to know when new tickets are released. Shop at Smiths and snag your seat for $15. Simple. Grab the Utah Mammoth app today and watch for the next release. Tusks up.
Celebrate the season of giving by giving yourself the best meal you've ever had. Experience Ruth's Chris award-winning service, sizzling steaks, signature wraps, salad, sides, and dessert. Book your holiday parties today. Ruth's Chris in Salt Lake or Park City.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you, from all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, oh, I was there. That's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU and the church have the resources to file a lawsuit against the College Football Playoff Committee to make this right.
I don't see where that's going to happen, though.
It's not going to happen. They're not going to get to play in the game.
I would like to see it, but, I just don't see that thing going to be able to file a lawsuit and have it change.
And then they never forgive you for suing them.
What's so funny, Yog?
Time for your feedback. Luke says there's absolutely zero reason for Miami or Alabama to have gotten in over Notre Dame or BYU. In protest, I'm starting a new college football playoff in partnership with the Saudis. I thought you'd like that.
They got a limited amount of money, we're told. Limitless. and hey, coaches can wear shorts.
Nice. Ivan the Boomer, you can explain it by saying the College Football Playoff Committee didn't want to leave a Power 4 conference out. I think it's as simple as that. I don't think they minded that, that's for sure. I don't know if that's primarily – I think they knew the heat they were going to get if teams had the same record and Miami won head-to-head. But the fact that it did get an ACC team in, I can see that being a factor.
Well, they made it. That's why, to me, the argument isn't Notre Dame or Miami. I want to bring in Alabama, which is why I said last week, Mark, stop talking about Notre Dame.
What about Alabama?
Yeah.
Because then we got multiple people in here who are saying they were. Oh, here it is, James. James says they were not keeping Bama out 2 years running. Exclamation point.
Because who here is stunned that Georgia beat Alabama?
Nobody.
Right. Maybe you can say 28-7, 21-0.
Got a little lopsided,
but the fact that that game's a toss-up. It's 50-50. There's a good chance that Georgia was going to win that ball game. That's where Yormark should have been hitting Alabama. I don't know that it would make any difference, but that's where he should have been hitting.
Yeah. I think he knows the politics and knows Bama's not getting left out, but he still should have said it, even though they weren't. To point out all these teams.
Right.
It's 6 teams for 3 spots. Make your arguments.
If you wanted to include Notre Dame, fine. But he, even before the game, he went heavy on Notre Dame. No, it should have been Alabama. They lost to Florida State. Notre Dame did not have a bad loss. They didn't have a bunch of great wins, but they certainly did not have a bad loss. I think the bad losses need to matter.
I'm with you.
And I don't care if it's in July. It still matters.
I also think the other thing that matters is when they fell at the rankings down to 25, those last 10 teams, and we were joking about, Arizona and Arizona State are in. What good does it do you now? But they do get to run up that Alabama beat 4 ranked teams. And the Big 12 gets shorted in that discussion most of the year. When you look at the strength of record, BYU actually shines because they beat a bunch of 7 and 8 win teams that aren't ranked. Well, actually, no, I think the 9 win teams
they have
did get
2
ranked.
wins over ranked teams.
Now they do with ASU being ranked now.
No, Arizona.
Or with Arizona being ranked, yes. With Arizona being ranked. They had that overtime game.
Well, it should be now, not before.
I agree, although some people are arguing for that. But I do think the fact that you beat 8 and 4 teams that aren't ranked when other people are beating, well, A&M is beating a bunch of teams that went 0 and 8 and 1 and 7 in their league. They literally had 4 conference wins against teams that those 4 were combined 3 and 29.
Yeah, that's awful. If you beat an 8-win team, that's pretty good, as long as they had a winning record in conference. Which means that probably...
Well, they had to have because they only play 3 non-league in this league. So 8 and 4 has got to be 5 and 4.
Well, I was going to go if they're 6 and 3 in league. If you go 6 and 3 in your league, that's not great. It's not overwhelming, but it's pretty good.
Well, there's 6 teams that went 6 and 3 in the Big 12.
Yeah.
And obviously BYU lost to Tech, beat Utah, beat Arizona, didn't play ASU, didn't play Houston. So the 8 and 4 win over Iowa State, who was 5 and 4 in the league, and 8 and 4 over TCU, who was 5 and 4 in the league.
Well, the reason why I go the 6 and 3 is because you can't finagle it. You have to play who they tell you to play.
Yeah.
You can finagle the other wins.
You can.
And I'm a big finagler.
DJ PK, Jacob Ben coming up next right here on The Zone.
All right, the show is over.
This isn't over. This isn't over by a long shot.
It's over when I say it's over.
Okay, the show's over.
So what, that means the show's over? Yep.
Okay, take care.
See you soon. So long, farewell.
Every child deserves a warm, joyful holiday season. But many families in Utah are struggling right now. KSL's Quarters for Christmas is here to help. With your support, we can provide coats and shoes to kids who need them most. Every dollar goes directly toward winter clothing for Utah children. Please join us in making a difference. Donate today at kslquarters.com. That's kslquarters.com. Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at kslsports.com. BarDubGrill.com/contests.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
A 15-year-old girl who chewed through a rope to escape a serial killer.
I used my front teeth to saw on the rope in my mouth.
The killer prowled the Pacific Northwest in the early 70s. He's been convicted of murdering 2 young women, but suspected of many more.
Maybe there's another one in that area.
Follow and binge all episodes of Stolen Voices of Dole Valley, available now wherever you listen.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now,
it's 10 a.m.
Let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From 2 guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Out of all the reindeers, you know you're the mastermind. Run, run, Rudolph. Randolph ain't too far behind. Run, run, Rudolph. Santa's gotta make it to town.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, thank you for making us a part of your Monday. Christian, I know I dumped a bunch of stuff in your lap, but are you really like that angry at me that you're going to start with Christmas music?
Only a handful more shows.
I made the decision last night.
Going for it.
And I knew that you would have something to say, but
dude, I am so I am over after this weekend. I am so over Christmas. Like,
what did you do?
Particularly aggravating. I had the Christmas Saturday extravaganza.
Okay.
No, no, you didn't need to. You can turn it off.
What?
You were talking about Chuck Berry last week too.
Somehow, well, he was a talented guitar player.
Good song.
Is that what we were talking about?
So Saturday, I did I don't know. My wife scheduled the holiday bang bang of all time. Matinee.
What'd you go see?
We went to the Nutcracker.
Yeah, of course.
Bang! Bang!
Classic.
Come on, man. Bang!
And then the same night, come home from the Nutcracker, breeze through the house, drop the kids off with the sitter, downtown to the Eccles Center for 'Twas the Night Before.
Oh, okay. With Cirque du Soleil, right?
Which was super good.
Was that? Okay.
But very holiday theme.
For sure.
Yeah, I mean, if you've ever seen a Cirque du Soleil show, you can't help but nod like it. It's awesome. But very, I mean, music, Christmas music, the whole way. I mean, just jingled my dang backside off on Saturday, and I've had enough.
Okay, you're done with the holidays
I've had
now.
enough. At least for Monday. I can't make it into the first segment of Monday without having. I'm staring straight at a dang tree.
Yes, you are. 2.5 weeks, and you know I always have the spirit. So you're stuck with me
Home
too.
Alone 1 is a very good Christmas movie, and I was watching it last night, and that song came on, and I said, you know what? I think I will open the show with the Christmas song every day for the rest of the year.
My family has already watched Home Alone.
We haven't watched it yet.
Happened.
Have to throw it on. Neither here nor there.
The debate I'm having with my kids is who gets more hurt, Harry or Marv.
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah, it's kind of funny.
Yeah,
Marv. Funny.
Easy. You think the nail through the foot? Getting your head lit on fire is pretty bad.
Head lit on fire.
Dropped from the top story of the house,
Yeah, that's
right on
true.
his face.
Yeah, the paint can to the face would just break every bone in your face.
A crowbar to the chest.
Yeah.
Multiple times.
Yeah. Poor, was it Daniel Lloyd? What's his name?
Oh,
because I'm sure Pesci was like, I'm not doing all of it. I'm not doing all of the worst stuff. So give it to Stern.
What's his
Stern.
name? Yeah,
Daniel Stern.
Lloyd Salazar's in there. Lloyd, who gets more hurt in Home Alone, Harry or
Marv?
Marv.
Yeah. I think that's the consensus.
God, the head burn.
Head burning, though, would be brutal.
And the crowbar to the chest.
Yeah.
That's right. And, well, I guess they both hit ice pretty good.
Head burn might be the most dangerous.
Hand burn?
You don't want an infection in your head.
Kind of a violent movie.
Insanely.
Come to think of it.
Yeah.
It's kind of
it's bizarre.
I guess Marv gets the Christmas ornaments under his bare feet, too. That's pretty rough.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Merry Christmas, everyone. Happy holidays. Where's the Tylenol? How does the rest of that? Yeah. How does the rest of that go?
Yeah.
And then I got to work on Sunday. I felt like it was a break.
Yeah.
From the Christmas madness. All right. Anyway, how was your weekend, Ben? You have a good time?
Also busy, but great. Yeah. No, good weekend. Watched some football. Listened to a lot of angry people on social media. Then went to the Jazz game last night.
Christian had to do a show with RSV.
I know. Christian's dying over there. You okay?
It was so bad on Saturday.
Yeah.
So that's.
I apologize for anybody that listened.
How his weekend went.
It's the job, unfortunately.
Been there.
We've all been there.
So all right. Well, should we dive into the playoff, Ben, or do you want to talk about the game itself? I feel like I suppose the snub is the big story this morning.
I maybe because I don't know why it would be, because nobody left the game Saturday morning thinking, man, BYU really deserves to be in the playoff. I mean, that's not how they played. They were awful. You know, you said the one thing I guess they couldn't really afford to do, but they should go out and try and do it anyways, is the Jake Heaps game. You know, you can't have the 5 turnover game. Now, they should just go throw it and try and move the ball that way, but the way it could backfire is if it is the Jake Heaps game, and that's what they got. I mean, that was a horrendous performance by BYU. That was what I think everybody feared could happen, and you know, the game was over at halftime, and we already knew BYU wasn't going to be considered for the playoff at that point.
The game was not over at halftime. It was 13-7.
But BYU hadn't moved the ball since the opening drive, and it was clear that Texas Tech had total control.
It was 13-7 until midway through the third quarter, and he did throw the one interception. But when did the spin out of control happen? I mean, it was a desperation thing because they did not do what I prescribed. They came out so conservative. Why did they not Why did they not move the ball more in the first half? It was so conservative. Even the 7-minute drive or whatever it was that actually scored. I honestly think that was like a Rusty Westbrook making his first three.
Yeah.
The conservative game plan paid off on the first drive, and they're like, oh, okay. Even their throws on second down, which I'm just begging for a throw on freaking second down, is like a screen that happens to work once. And that drive is full of all this cute stuff that actually happens to work. And it's nothing. It's not throw it down. It took 7 dang minutes. It was not a go put it on them type of game plan. And then it works at the beginning. And then they just go into their shell for the next quarter. And then all of a sudden one mistake spins the game out of control. It was absolutely a game plan issue. And I don't mean to take necessarily the players all off the hook, but like I had Christian pull this drop. It totally reminded me of the John L. Smith. Do you remember now? John L. Smith was a coach at Utah State in the 90s, and he left to take a bigger job at Michigan State and actually did a fairly decent job, but he was volatile would be a kind way to put it. He actually ended up back at Weber State toward the tail end of his career and hosed them over to take the interim job in Arkansas.
Yes, he did.
After Bobby Petrino got caught having an affair with his personal assistant. So all that comes together nice. I always thought. Anyway.
Did you have sound you wanted to play or no?
Yeah. He's walking off the field. It's a halftime interview. And really, it culminates with this saying.
Your coaches are screwing it up.
I thought BYU's coaches screwed it up. I thought they came out with the wrong game plan. I thought it ended up being the exact replica of the first game. And the fact that they had success on the first drive was fool's gold because next they're running on first and second down. They're running on third down for crying out loud in the first half. And it was not confidence in the quarterback. And it was not let him go out and make some plays. It was not welcome back, Chase. We're going to let you go beat your guy and beat one-on-one coverage. It was not any of that. It was the same as the first game. And then eventually one mistake cost them the game. And I'm oversimplifying that on purpose because that one mistake, I mean, the game was at such a razor's edge that midway through the third quarter, one mistake, and it's like, oh, okay, well, there's the crumble, and everybody's waiting for it to happen. And then you back the freshman into a corner, which is the last thing you want to do. And then it's over. And it was over because the true freshman came out. Because you backed him into a corner in a close game that was on a razor's edge, and the defense was holding on for dear life, and then one mistake happens, and the game just goes out of control. I thought the game plan was totally wrong from the start, and these guys know more about football than me. I'm just hot take radio guy who's consuming this thing. But listen, it's like they listened to you last week saying that Texas Tech is the dang Houston Texans, that it's an NFL team, and heaven help you. You're lucky to be on the same field. They game plan scared.
I totally disagree. I thought BYU came out, and actually the desperation I saw was on the opening drive, which is why on their first drive they spent 2 timeouts and ran 2 trick plays. There's nothing conservative about that at all.
It's the way that they did it. The trick play is exactly what I'm talking about. Throw the ball downfield. Don't do some trick garbage. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
They don't trust Bear Bachmeier to be able to do that because he didn't do it. And when he did do it in the second half, it was Russell Westbrook hucking threes because he was awful in the second half.
Yeah, because Texas Tech pinned their ears back and they knew exactly what was coming because the game was spiraling.
But they would have done that in the first
control.
half too. I mean, they would have gladly done that on the opening drive. Absolutely. It's the best defense in college football this year. That defensive line's insane.
That was not.
And they're going to do it to whoever they play next as well. This is a Texas Tech issue because they're truly awesome defensively. They are awesome defensively.
It was not a game plan that was going to give BYU a chance to win. It was not.
But I also believe, and this is what we talked about, that over the last 3 weeks, BYU's best player has been LJ Martin, and they wanted to find a way to get him involved in the game, and they know you can't run between the tackles against Texas Tech. So, yeah, they put him in the screen game, which I thought was really smart. They found ways to get him involved in the game in space, and he was really effective that first drive. But
first drive.
Yeah, I felt terrible watching that first drive because it did feel so desperate to me that I thought, BYU is pulling out all of the stops for their first drive, which is obviously scripted. You can script your first drive. And that's what they did, and it resulted in 7, but it did take everything they had. And it was a real red flag to me that they needed to do all that to score. But it makes sense why. Because they didn't score the rest of the game. And they didn't feel like they could score against Texas Tech at all, and they didn't. They've had 2 drives that resulted in points against Texas Tech all season. One of them was in the fourth quarter of a game that they were down, 26-0 at that point. And then this one was, we're going to throw absolutely everything we have at it. And then after that, they couldn't move the ball. I mean, I think the offensive coordinator, A-Rod, and the offensive side, and the staff in general, recognized they weren't going to be able to move the ball against this team, and they didn't.
Yeah, gave up. They gave up. Good for them. They didn't even give it a chance to win. I'm taught all the cute stuff is exactly what I'm talking about. They tried everything except for be aggressive and throw it downfield. Remember that you're BYU. I don't care about the trick plays. That was whatever. The cute stuff wasn't going to win them the game. What are they going to do? Do that the whole game? They score on one drive and then they think the game's over?
But they recognize they weren't going to be able to move the ball.
Look at the subsequent. So give up, so stop, so don't let them do it? I mean, you don't let them throw it until the game is basically over? I mean, it made no sense. And then look at the next drive. So they had to get all sorts of cute, and then all they do is run. I mean,
they threw it on second down their second drive as well.
With a screen.
But yeah, they're trying to get their guys involved. They are trying to get their guys involved in space.
You hear Justice Palmer say it on the broadcast. That's just an extension of the run game, because it is. Kyle, let Parker Kingston beat his guy and throw it to him. I don't understand. Let the bear eat. It doesn't make any sense. And that was not what they did on the first drive.
Well, it makes sense if you don't think they can do it. And they clearly don't think they can do it.
They weren't going to win otherwise. You said it correctly last week that they had nothing to lose. They had nothing to lose. So why game plan like you do? We all knew the committee was going to screw them, and they did screw them. And BYU got screwed worse than Notre Dame did, even though Notre Dame's taken home all of the headlines. They had a better resume, and it's unfair that championship game was counted against BYU. So cram it.
BYU wasn't in the first place. BYU wasn't in going into the game.
And that's unfair, and it's ridiculous. And their resume was better going into that game than Notre Dame and Miami and all these other teams that are being considered. And then that game was held against them, which is unfair. But we can talk about that or debate that later on in the show. The game itself for BYU, I thought the mistake was they didn't play like a team that had nothing to lose. They didn't. They did in a weird, tricky, ticklish way that was never going to work. So if that was the game plan going in.
It did work, right? The first drive did work. It was the only thing that worked.
You have to play 4 quarters. I told you that they had to get to 30 points to win that game. And honestly, if the offense got them to 30, I doubt Texas Tech gets to 34. Because things are going, the momentum is different, and the desperation doesn't set in. They never gave themselves a chance. Utah jumped on Alabama and put the gas pedal down. That's what they had to do to beat a superior opponent, not play with this weird 2 timeout. You're right, ticklish, that's never going to work. So if that's the game plan, what are you doing? And running LJ Martin was not going to work. And, well, we got to get the ball in the offensive MVP's hands. Well, you know what? You're playing right into Texas Tech's hands. You're going into the belly of the beast. Pickett's charge is what I brought up. That's what they did. That was the game plan. Why? That's wrong. BYU didn't give themselves a chance in that game, I don't think. And they put their freshman in a bad position. If he's going to throw it away, let him throw it away in the second quarter. Don't put him on razor's edge and then all of a sudden the game spins out of control on him. That stinks.
BYU's best offensive player was LJ Martin, 19 carries, 76 yards, and was effective in the passing game, 7 catches for 31 yards. He had the only touchdown. And I think they did try to establish their identity, and that is what teams do. Teams don't go away from their identity.
Yeah, and that's why Bronco lost to TCU by 30 back in the day, yeah. And he comes out after the game and he said, well, we were going to stick to our game plan and do our thing. Well, you took a huge L, and that was a big mistake. Honestly, that's my opinion. I talked about it all week. I'm not going to come off it and let him off the hook by saying, like, oh, well, that was a cute first drive. There's 4 quarters you got to play. And I get it. Maybe does the bear suck in practice? Is this what we're coming down to? The bear sucks in practice? So they're like, oh, I'm not going to do that. We're not going to do that. We're not going to throw it downfield.
I don't think they trust him to throw the ball against really good defenses.
That's my point. Like, is that the thing?
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be, right? So they recognize behind the scenes that when he's facing these types of pressures or these types of defenses, he can't complete these throws.
Cam Rising sucked behind the scenes, too, and then he went out and beat USC. I mean, because they gave him a chance to. Because they didn't have any other choice. Utah was like, okay, we got to sling it on Stinkin's defense because they're soft as pudding, and that's the way we got to win this game. So all of a sudden, Kyle Whittingham turns into Mike Leach. They didn't want to start Cam Rising for 2 years, and then he went out and did it when he was given the opportunity. I don't think the Bear was given the opportunity. I don't think that game plan was never going to beat Texas Tech. It wasn't.
I don't know if BYU had the talent to beat Texas Tech, is the truth. I don't think this is a
game
plan
Well,
issue.
we'll never know. I think it was a huge game plan issue.
I mean, we saw them twice, and they didn't really compete
They played the same game twice, though. They didn't adjust at all. That is my point.
And I think this is where I trust coaches, and A-Rod has done a fabulous job this year, especially with Bear Bachmeier, that he knows what he's looking at, he knows what he's going up against in these.
Why did Georgia smash Alabama? Because they learned from the stupid loss, and then they went out with a different game plan and beat another playoff team. I mean, they did the same thing, the same game plan. It's the definition of madness.
I don't agree with that. They didn't do the same thing. They had the same result, but I don't think they did the same thing. And again, they went out with this opening drive, which was ultra aggressive. They tried to get up on Texas Tech early and then see if they could count on their defense, which is the best part of their team. And they couldn't. The defense couldn't do it either. And then when they did need to throw the ball, because you're right, they got to that point in the second half, they couldn't. And Bear Bachmeier had, 3 fumbles? He lost one of them. He had 2 interceptions. There's a problem there. That was a talent problem against Texas
Even
Tech.
The fumble was on this cute guard pull, fake handoff garbage that.
But that's also how Kalani wins. Kalani has won games that way throughout his career at BYU.
He was never going to win this one like this.
You've talked about this with Cam Rising before, is you've got to let Cam Rising go out and be Cam Rising. You can't all of a sudden make him conservative. The way BYU has gotten to where they are right now is by being aggressive, by calling trick plays, by having great special teams and trick plays on special teams. All this cute stuff that you're dismissing is why BYU is where it is right now. I mean, that's what Kalani has done very well. You can't throw that out now and say you got to completely change your game plan. I think that's completely wrong.
It wasn't going to win.
Yeah, it didn't. And I don't know if BYU had a chance to win this game anyways. And I also said that all last week. I just didn't think BYU was going to be able to compete with Texas Tech. I didn't really see the game plan for them to get out there and get the victory. And one of the reasons is because what we did see. When they did try and go out there and throw the ball, they couldn't against Texas Tech because, and it does have to do with the fact that Bear Bachmeier was hurt and obviously was very immobile by the time, they were going into the locker room at halftime. But yeah, I just don't think they have that type of offense. They're not designed to play against a team this good. And Texas Tech is legitimately very good. They have earned this bye week in the first round of the playoff because they are one of the 4 best teams in the country. They might be in the national championship game. That wouldn't shock anybody. It shouldn't if you watch how they played this year.
I'm trying to look. I think Bears long from a pass completion standpoint in the first half was... He had, of course, that completion to Chase at the very beginning, which was 18 yards. Mm-hmm. After that, Ben, they hit a 22-yarder on the first drive to Parker Kingston. But that was a play to Parker, and then he made it, right?
Yeah, it was cutting across the middle. It was actually a great throw from Bear.
After that, 8-yard pass was as long in the first half.
It was on that first drive that he got hurt.
Yeah.
Okay, then don't play him.
Actually, I'm glad you bring that up. That was one of the strong thoughts that we were getting in our post-game show, people leaving comments. A lot of people were wondering why Bear wasn't benched in favor of McKay Hillstead if Bear was hurt.
McKay hasn't played all year. Yeah, that's crazy.
I don't know. If the ankle is going to lose you a game, then don't play him.
No, they didn't lose because of Bear's ankle.
So, I don't know. I didn't think the game plan was going to win. So, and it didn't. But it was no different than the first time.
I don't know if going out and asking Bear to throw the ball 35 times against this defense would have been a winning.
Do it at the beginning. Jump on them. Don't jump on them.
They were up 7-0. What else can they do? They had a perfect first drive. They had a perfect first drive. They went 7 minutes. They scored 7 points. They had to do everything they could to get there, and then they couldn't replicate it the rest of the game.
7 minutes is the problem. That's not what we're talking about, and that's not jumping on them. And it's so long. And you said yourself, 2 timeouts.
Yeah, it was desperate. They were absolutely desperate. They had to score there.
Go out and sling it.
That's desperate. That's the definition of desperate.
It's
Changing
not.
your entire game plan to go out and throw the ball 35 times against Texas Tech is the definition of desperate.
Well,
That's the definition of going away from everything you do and doing well and having your identity.
They needed to go away from what they do, if that's it. They did. They needed to pretend like they didn't have a freshman quarterback. Then they did not do that. That's not how they played.
I think we agree on that. Clearly, they don't believe that they have the ability to play that way and win.
Well, they needed to pretend. To give themselves a chance to win, they needed to pretend because they had it all on the line. All right, we've got top 3 stories of the day coming up next. Stay tuned. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Every student arrives with potential. At the Huntsman School of Business, they turn that potential into possibility. And the possibility gets turned into real-world success. Through hands-on learning, personalized support, and global opportunities, students at the Huntsman School of Business graduate ready, with skills, with confidence, and with a plan. This is where you discover who you are and what you can achieve. Dare mighty things. Visit huntsman.usu.edu. That's huntsman.usu.edu.
Looking for insurance solutions that actually work for you? United Underwriters have been serving Utah families for over 25 years, offering smarter coverage solutions at better prices. United Underwriters auto policies include a no-cost windshield benefit because we travel on I-15 just like you, and also offer smart home insurance solutions and earthquake plans you can't find anywhere else. Call United Underwriters at 801-396-0828 or visit uuinsurance.com. United Underwriters. Real insurance solutions. Real value. Real partners. Based right here in Utah.
Calling all Jazz fans. If you can't wait another second to see stars like Ace Bailey and Lowry Markkanen tear up the court, you're in luck. Tickets are on sale now. Let's go! No matter what you're looking for, the Utah Jazz has your back. With season tickets, mini plans, and single game options available, there's something for everyone. Whatever your schedule or budget, there's a plan for every fan. Don't miss a moment of the action this season. Secure your tickets today at utahjazz.com.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss is having a huge holiday sale, over 20% off, making it our lowest prices of the year. You can start the program before, during, or after the holidays. We know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day with no prepackaged meals, no injections or surgery. The secret is our program helps reset your metabolism so you can keep the weight off for good. To learn how our clients on average lowered their metabolic age by 17 years, go to slcfatloss.com now to schedule your free consultation and learn why your metabolism may be sabotaging your weight loss goals. Go to slcfatloss.com and save now only through December 31st.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program. Alex here. Take advantage of this huge holiday sale with the lowest prices of the year now through December 31st. You can start the program now or after the holidays, but you need to call now to lock in the huge discount. Go to saltlakeCityFatLoss.com now to schedule your free consultation. That's saltlakeCityFatLoss.com.
Results may vary.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Looking for the ultimate holiday gift? Look no further than Minky Couture, the original luxury blanket company. Whether it's for a college sports fan or your mother-in-law, Minky Couture has the perfect gift for everyone on your list. Get the best blankets and best gifts ever and save 50% off this season with promo code ZONE50. Shop online at minkycouture.com or visit any of the 6 locations. Minky Couture has you covered this holiday season with the best gift ever.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Cougars at 30 update here on Jake and Ben. Here's Chase Roberts, still excited for the future of BYU football.
We're building this program, right? And you've seen it in the past, like what's been happening over time as we joined the Big 12. We're top 20 in recruiting, right, this year, and that's going to help a lot. You need some talent on the team, obviously, and you go execute. You have a coach like Kalani. You have coaching staff like that we have now, and you get those recruits, and you get these young guys building and growing. You got a freshman quarterback that just went 11-2. Like, all BYU fans should be freaking hyped about the next coming seasons and coming back and beating a team like Texas Tech. That's a great team, and they were able to put together a good squad with all the resources and everything that they have. And I think now that we've been able to step up and have those resources, now we're going to be right up there with them.
Stay tuned for Cougars at 30 update, half past the hour every hour here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at KSLSports.com/contest and listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week, sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. Ben, your uncle, 801 Sports, on the Snap Talk, snaps in real quick. Says BYU should have just played like 2019 LSU, and they would have beat Tech. Tech is just better than BYU everywhere. They weren't going to win that game and would have lost even worse if they just threw it around like a Mike Leach offense. Totally agree with Ben. More than welcome to agree with Ben, which is fine. But that's not what I said. I did not say they would have beaten Tech. I said they didn't give themselves a chance, in my opinion, which I think
is a fair argument.
I still agree with me. And then he says they weren't going to win that game and would have lost even worse if they just threw it around like a Mike Leach offense. Well, okay. That's how they game planned.
Well,
They game plan like they agree with you. And then I'm not talking about Mike Leach offense. In fact, I'm not talking about that at all. Your LSU comparison was way better. Mike Leach's offense was full of cute little passes and screens and cute little stuff. That's not what I'm talking about, actually. I'm talking about throwing it downfield. I'm talking about more pro style, if anything. I'm talking about let your receivers go downfield and make a play. That's what I'm talking about. So,
and to your point, if you were going to lose anyways, if you knew you were going to lose this way, why play that way?
Why?
Yeah.
That's my entire point. Just wanted to clarify. 801 Sports, Ben's uncle. You have yourself a fine day. All right, top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com, brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where do you want to start today?
Fellas, I hope you like these 3 things. Pop-Tarts, Las Vegas, and Idaho potatoes.
I like 2 of those things.
Which ones?
I've never been wild about Pop-Tarts.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm just not a breakfast person to begin with, let alone just a sugar blast right to the system.
I like them because my son will make them in the morning for himself, so I don't have to get up
Oh,
before
I
school
get that.
and feed him.
Hey.
He feeds himself.
Ollie, knock yourself out,
Yeah,
bro.
go for it.
Go for it.
Thank you. Cinnamon roll, Pop-Tarts. Record-wise, performance-wise this season, Georgia Tech is a cool opponent for BYU. Orlando is always a fan favorite for Cougars fans. You go and hang out at Disney World and catch this game. I do, think Nebraska obviously has a bigger name historically when it comes to college football, and getting it in Vegas does simplify some options for Utah fans. So while I think was a 7-5 Nebraska team, certainly nothing to write home about, I think some Utah fans can feel happy about that draw. And I'll be curious about BYU Georgia Tech, even though the entire conversation around this game is that it was supposed to be Notre Dame, and Notre Dame backed out.
All right. Where to start? I'll start with the Aggies. They should be stoked. Awesome. A future conference foe in a drivable location. Utah State hadn't been to a bowl in a while.
Cool game.
Go crazy.
Yeah, very cool game.
I
I'm
hope
totally with
that
you.
turns into Logan North. Utah should be thrilled. Vegas is a great destination. Ute fans can go do New Year's in Vegas. Which, Christian, have you done New Year's in Vegas?
I have. It's very cool.
It's way cool. It's super fun, and that venue is super cool. I think Nebraska is actually a sneaky, interesting opponent because I think their coach, what's their coach, Matt Rule, is pretty sharp, and he's interesting. I think Nebraska could be on the come.
Yep.
You never know.
Yeah.
And it's an opponent that you never really see. I think those
Agreed.
are always the most interesting bowl opponents.
You get credit for beating Nebraska. People care if you beat Nebraska, even if Nebraska stinks.
I actually think that works out pretty dang well for the Utes. Maybe you would have rather had USC, and instead they get, USC and TCU in the Alamo Bowl, which is weird. I mean, but anywho, Utah, Nebraska, I think is pretty good. As far as BYU, I think they got the mother of all shafts. I think they got the shaft from the playoff committee. I think they got the shaft as far as bowl destination. It's a million years away. They're playing against an uninteresting opponent from a dang terrible conference. Now,
That's a 4-hour drive from where they play.
Notre Dame
Yeah.
would have been a compelling opponent.
Great opponent, yeah, of course.
It would have been a compelling opponent, but they're so soft and have their feelings hurt so very badly that they couldn't possibly be expected to suit up one more time. I mean, far be it from us to expect a college football team to play in a bowl game, Ben. I don't want to speak for you, but I mean, my Lanta, I wouldn't want you to get off the couch. And I heard an interview with their AD, and the garbage that he was spewing about it. I mean, his feelings are hurt so badly. I think it's so sad for the Cougs. It sucks. I hope they take the team to Disneyland because that's all they're getting out of this.
It is a rotten return, and that's no offense to Georgia Tech, who has had a very good season.
It's much offense to Georgia Tech. They're not in BYU's league. I don't care what kind of run they went on, and now BYU's going to play against an inferior opponent, and if they happen to lose, it's going to be because they don't give a what.
Yeah, they probably. I mean, BYU prepares for games well. I mean,
yeah,
that is
you
the
would
one thing
expect
that they
so,
do.
but
it's Georgia Tech gave Georgia a pretty good run in their last game. It's a rivalry game, and they kept it to a one-score game. So we'll see. I don't think this is a pushover win for BYU, and certainly much closer to home for Georgia Tech. We'll see if their fans show up. We know BYU fans will. But yeah, compared to what it could have been, which it was never going to be the playoff unless you won the championship game, and that's not to let anybody off the hook other than we've been telling you for, since week 8 that they make it up as they go, and they reinforce that in the final week with all the changes that they made at the last minute and who gets judged for what and who doesn't get judged for what and why one team would jump another for no reason despite the fact that they weren't playing. And again, we can talk about that more in the next hour. But BYU wasn't going to be in. They ended up having an opportunity to have a cool draw. Notre Dame ruined that. And it's going to result in a good season, not a great season, despite the fact that it's one of the better that BYU's had, certainly in the last 25 years. And maybe the best.
As far as destinations go, that's a conference city. You can go to Orlando anytime.
Yeah, you can. Fans go to Orlando somewhat often.
The next time BYU plays UCF in Orlando, you
Agreed.
can get the family together instead of flying to see a truly uninteresting game against Georgia Tech.
Yeah, it's far less than ideal. The best part of the bowl game, unfortunately, is the silly mascot. I mean, it's what it's gotten famous for. The same way the Mayo Bowl had that going for it. It's far from ideal. And that was always going to be the case. And I know the bowl committee is different than the college football playoff committee, but, they tried to set it up with Notre Dame. Notre Dame backed out. What are you going to do? Kansas State's not playing in a bowl game. Iowa State's not playing in a bowl game. This is a taste of the beginning. Not, this is what is to come. This is not, the ending of anything.
Utah has played Georgia Tech twice in bowl games in recent memory, and both those games were far more interesting. One had Eric Weddle v. Calvin Johnson, and the other was in the Sun Bowl when Utah had scrapped their way in their first year in the Pac-12.
Yeah.
This is just...
it feels like a consolation.
That's terrible.
Yep.
It's terrible. What's next?
Number 2, the Jazz had a very, and I can't emphasize this enough, a very weird game yesterday against Oklahoma City.
Why weird?
The whole stuff with the shot clock and the smoke.
Oh, okay. That stuff was weird.
All this crazy stuff happening.
It was strange. It was weird to be in the arena. Jazz were down 10-1 as soon as the game started. First of all, there was the fact that the Thunder at least considered tanking against the Jazz by sitting every player on their roster.
Every player but 2.
Every player but 2, and those 2 are good enough to beat the Jazz. Jalen Williams
important.
and Chet Holmgren, combined for 50 points. And the Jazz countered or also had Larry Markkinen sick, so the Jazz didn't really go into that game with much of a chance to win because they were missing their best player as well. And the Thunder made extraordinarily short work of the Jazz and were up 10-1, and then we're up 43-15. And the game was truly over basically before it started. And then, yes, really from the opening tip, it just didn't get a whole lot of attention. The fog machine behind the Thunder basket was going off intermittently throughout the first half and then really just had a mind of its own in the second quarter. And it was hilarious because it also coincided with another Thunder run, including an alley-oop. If you missed it, go check it out at our Instagram page at KSL Sports. And once they got that fixed, and you thought, okay, things are fine, they go into halftime, they come out, and a minute into the third quarter, the clock shut down, and they try for 10 minutes to get it back and working in a painful delay of a game that was basically over already, only to decide that, we can't fix it. We're going to have to just call out the times via Mark Demon, the PA announcer.
Okay, I can give this take because I know the... not everybody. I know a lot of the arena staff over there and how great they are at their jobs and what they do. But have you ever had that mess up, Ben, where the boss is aware and becomes involved? Like,
yes.
one of my first times producing, I left a mic up during the break, and the president of the Dane company called down to the studio, and it's like,
that's bad.
Did you see our guy Jim Olsen out there on the court during all that?
The clock manager's right next to Ryan Smith.
Yeah, because Jim's the president. And by the way, Jim's background, he's got a lot of different stuff in his background, but one is the arena. He was president of the arena for a long time. And and I've been there before where, oh man, Jim's coming over. Oh no, we got to get this thing working stat. But what a bizarre thing.
It was weird. And the game stunk. The Jazz just played extremely poorly. There's a clip circulating of Will Hardy unhappy with his team's defensive effort. I would tell fans I think that's probably less unique than they think. Yeah, you don't get that on film all the time, but if you watch it, they go to commercial break. But, if you're ever at a game, you can see Will laying into his team pretty regularly or individuals as they walk off the court. Will has not been terrifically happy this season, especially with the defensive effort.
I don't think he cares about the loss, though. The fact that they lost to the Thunder last night, I don't think that's why his...
Agreed.
I don't know. How do we want to put it?
His wrath?
His blood was up?
Yeah. And then, you know what? I asked him after the game, I said, you only played Isaiah Collier and Bryce Sensabaugh 6 minutes each. What do you need to see? And he said effort and execution. And they didn't play well enough, and they're nice guys, and he likes coaching them, but the only way you can punish guys truly in the NBA is through minutes, and if they're not going to do the things I need them to do, they're not going to get minutes. He went with Walt Clayton, and Walt was great.
I told him to his face. I love how frank he is in his media stuff, and that was a great quote from yesterday. I think he's allergic to dogging it.
Will?
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's got a dogging it allergy where he just can't watch people dog it out there. He's just not going to do it. And they got blitzed out of the gate and standards weren't being met by several players, I would believe, and I think that frustrates. And then you put in somebody like Walt Clayton, who's like, sure, I'll take the minutes, why not?
And played great.
And that sends a message in and of its own.
I think it's also really hard that they've had to dog it the second half of the season, each of the last 3 years, and really all of last year, and then to feel like you've got to pull it back. And if guys start to show those signs again that they're not going out there and giving their best focus or effort, you've got to get on them. You've got to nip that in the bud, and he has tried to do that, and we'll see how much it's possible. Sometimes you have the wrong players.
I found it interesting that Keontae George was asked in the postgame about Isaiah and Bryce getting benched. And he said, I've been benched before, and he gave an interesting answer. But I kind of thought, well, I didn't see you gutting out 35 minutes out there. I mean, I don't know. I kind of thought it was more of a group effort than just singling out a couple of guys, and I found it interesting that he wasn't asked about his own performance.
Yeah.
But that of them. But I'm not downstairs and in the line of fire with the writers. But I'm not so sure that message was just about those two guys specifically.
Agreed.
And so, yeah, I mean, it got to be better. There's no doubt. I mean, Oklahoma City was scoring at a historic pace. They hit the most threes in the first quarter of any other first quarter played in the NBA this year.
11 first quarter threes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was crazy.
So you're just going to get out there and dog it and give them open threes all day. I mean, I don't know. Wouldn't you rather have Will coaching than pulling a BYU and giving up?
Yeah, you want Will coaching. I'm not going to co-sign with what you said about BYU's coaches, but that's fine.
I don't think Will wants to game plan scared of the Thunder. I think he'd really like to go take it to him. That's all. Next.
Number 3, this just in, Utah Mammoth star Logan Cooley is out indefinitely with a lower body injury.
So Logan didn't play in the last game, right? And the game before that, he had come back from this knee injury and what they'd called, a stinger or a Charlie horse. He'd gone knee to knee and was out for the rest of that game, and then played the game after that. And on a fast break, he kind of got tripped and fell into the net and hit the goalpost with his knee again, and kind of had to be helped off the ice. And you kind of didn't know if he was going to come back or what. And now apparently he's out indefinitely. We'll see what that means. I don't know.
Well, it's not good.
Is that a week? Is that a month? Is that surgery? We have no idea.
It's indefinite.
Yeah, it's indefinite. I can't definitely say anything.
Okay, here's a hot take for you. And maybe I can have this hot take because I'm not a gambler. Let's just get rid of it. All of it. No more injury reports. You have to look through your binoculars down onto the bench to see who's playing.
Who's going to play or not?
Not my problem. Let's go the Kyle Whittingham route. Let's just get rid of it altogether. If you're going to say lower leg injury and he might be back this decade, I mean, what's the point?
Hockey does that more than anybody. They love lower body or upper body with zero definition of what happens.
So,
yeah, I'm with you.
You either tell me, give me some sort of expectation when he's going to be back or don't, and I'll pay attention game to game because I'm tired in all sports of talking about, well, little Timmy spent his last $250 to see Kawhi Leonard play. I feel terrible for little Timmy, but it's a new world.
Yeah.
All right, stay tuned.
Mammoth shut out by the Flames in that game, by the way. They really missed him.
We will have more coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
G-Bang!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So many commercials you encounter these days include generic people engaged in generic activities, frolicking in generic locations, accompanied by generic music and a generic voiceover. Pharmaceutical commercials are on the cutting edge of this phenomenon. In fact, I find myself less worried about the risk of lockjaw, intermittent loss of smell, or explosive diarrhea, and more concerned that the drug might turn me into a mannequin at Kmart. So what does this have to do with Shamrock Plumbing? Nothing, really. But if you find our commercials over the top, just remember it could be worse. They could be generic.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at KSLSports.com/contests.
Hey fellas, it's crunch time this holiday season, and you don't want to drop the ball on finding the perfect gift for that special someone.
Oh yeah, this is your chance to up your game and score major points with Duke's Jewelers.
That's right, for over 75 years, Duke's has been part of Utah Valley's playbook, helping families celebrate life's biggest wins since 1948.
Oh, absolutely. At Duke's Jewelers, it's not just a jewelry store. They're craftsmen, creating custom designs and timeless pieces that'll have her cheering from the sidelines.
Whether it's a stunning necklace or a custom ring, they've got the game-winning gift at Duke's Jewelers.
Don't wait for the final buzzer. Head to Duke's Jewelers at 220 South Main in Springville.
Or you can shop online at dukesjewelers.com.
Duke's Jewelers, helping you slam dunk love and tradition since 1948.
You know who doesn't get enough credit during the holidays? You. You're the one making sure the magic happens, from school parties to last-minute shopping to wrapping gifts at midnight. And the last thing you need to worry about is what's for dinner. But with Beehive Meals, you'll have delicious frozen meals delivered right to your door that are ready for your slow cooker. No chopping, no stress, and no takeout guilt. You'll walk in after a long day of holiday fun to the smell of dinner done, kids happy, and a kitchen that's not a disaster zone. It's real homemade comfort food that the whole family will love without the work. You don't need to be a holiday hero this season, just smart enough to let Beehive Meals do the cooking. Beehive Meals, made for the ones who do it all. And if you're looking for a thoughtful, stress-free gift this year, Beehive Meals makes it easy to share the love with gift boxes. Order now at beehivemeals.com and make this holiday season a little easier and a lot more delicious.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake Scott and Ben Anderson. Shame on you two. You guys are basketball guys, I know. And I don't like to get upset with you guys because you guys are freaking amazing. But the play right before BYU's first touchdown, they gator rolled the ankle of Bear Bachmeier, and he was not the same person since. He couldn't plant when he threw. He was jump hopping. Were you guys watching the game? Were you watching the game? The game plan completely changed. Coaches failed because they didn't give McKay Hillstead at least a series to see if he can get a spark going. That's where they failed. Bear Bachmeyer was a skeleton of himself. So, yes, they went back to the same game plan. Wake up, fellas. I mean, really, wake up. Go watch the game. Play right before the first touchdown of BYU. They roll Bachmeyer. They roll him. He was burning it up that whole series. The rest of the game, he looked like grandma because he was hurt. Wake up.
Oh, man, that was great. Who was that? Days C? That was that's what he signed in on. Hey, we love you, Days C. No problem.
Yeah, we did acknowledge that he got hurt.
Yeah,
I would never have gone to McKay Hillstead in that game unless there was a broken bone on Bear
Yeah,
Bachmeyer,
and you said that. But I thought the same thing about Devin Dampier in the Ute game. Like, if you can't get it done, then you got to try something else. And I don't know, maybe that something else is so bad that you wouldn't possibly want to go to it. The Witt didn't move off Jake Bentley until he absolutely had to. I don't know. Maybe it was a no-win situation.
I just disagree that Bear was awesome on that first drive. He was fine. He was good.
I didn't think that first drive was about Bear. And
No,
I think
it was not a Bear drive.
I actually think it needed to be. Maybe that boils down my point. Is even the successful drive wasn't a Bear drive. They needed Bear drives.
And you're right. They weren't attacking down the field all that significantly. I think he had one 10-yard scramble in that series.
Even his interceptions weren't really going down the field. I mean, and that linebacker had a heck of a game. I guess you got to tip your
they're awesome.
Tip your hat to him certainly. But I mean, I didn't like it. I don't know what to tell you. I didn't think what they did what they needed to do to win. And you know what? Maybe if they did, they could have lost by 50. I don't know. But I don't think they give themselves a chance. I don't.
And the problem was even on Bear's 10-yard scamper, if I remember, he got absolutely laid out. I mean, that Texas Tech, it was funny. We were talking about, BYU land heavy. Don't be afraid to land heavy if you get to Bear and Morton. No, that was what Texas Tech did. They were out to abuse BYU's team. And Carson Ryan took a huge shot. I think it was on that opening drive as well. It was early in the game. They were out there to hurt BYU. They were out there to beat up BYU, Bear Bachmeyer included. So the fact that it did happen is, the issue of, we've been calling Bear a Terminator all year because he just seems to be unkillable. You can only take so many hits. We learned that from Taysom Hill. We've learned that from every quarterback who likes to get out there and run the ball. You get hit, you get beat up, you get rolled up on. When you like to hold on to the ball, you're going to get hurt, whether it's a passing play or not. So I do think, unfortunately, that was a style of play issue also for BYU.
All right, stay tuned. We'll unfortunately dive more into the college football playoff situation. Kyle, you know what? We had a sport I loved once. I really did. I was a real college football fan.
At least there's something to talk about. It's not good.
But today,
the game's not good.
I am not.
I was happy to be a college football fan.
I was happy to be a college football fan. Fast forward 20 years, and today, I am not.
Man, it's felt like 4 to me. It's been quick.
Stay tuned. We'll have more on that coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Guys, let's be real. Holiday gift giving can feel like crunch time, but this year, The Zone has your back. Enter the Zone Holiday MVP promotion and score big with the ultimate gift lineup. A cozy grande blanket from Minky Couture, a Beehive Meals gift box with 10 delicious dinners, and a stunning sterling silver double heart diamond necklace from Duke's Jewelers. Don't wait until the final buzzer. Step up your game and make this holiday a win. Enter now at KSLSportsZone.com.
Hey everyone, Jake here from my friends at Trajan Wealth. Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Listen, this holiday season, we're all thinking about family and loved ones, and we're giving gifts and all the great things. But it is a reminder about the financial security of not only yourself, of course, but your loved ones. You got to consider questions like, when do you want to retire? What kind of lifestyle do you want to live when you retire? And yes, even what do you want to hand off to the next generation? With proper planning, you can accomplish all of these goals. And Trajan wants to be a team of great people on your side to help you do just that. So give them a call, 801-210-6800. Sit down with them. I've sat down with them. It's so easy. They make it so simple and explain to you exactly what they do. 801-210-6800 or go to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. 801-210-6800 or TrajanWealth.com.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, the Utah Mammoth hosts the Los Angeles Kings. The puck drops at 7 o'clock. Listen to the game on 97.5 The Zone. And come up tomorrow, college hoops. BYU and Clemson will play at Madison Square Garden tomorrow at 4:30. You can listen on 102.7 FM. And if you want to hear your company's name here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at the KSL Sports Zone.
Constipation with belly pain that keeps coming back and back and back. If your symptoms keep coming back, talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C. Linzess could help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard. Hans, you feel it outside. It's football weather, but that also means it's colder outside, and that means your furnace, if you haven't fired it up already, you will be soon. So you want to keep that warm air in your house? Well, it's all about having the right windows, and Advanced Windows can make sure you have the best windows in the state of Utah.
Remember, they've got the lifetime warranty. It's transferable to the next owner. It covers all labor, glass, and parts. And these are original windows built right here in the state of Utah. They eliminate the middleman, so they make it more affordable for you. And they've got great financing plans, including 60 months, no interest, no payment, or no interest for 24 months. They'll set it up so it's affordable for you.
Go to advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com and find out how they can save you money. In fact, $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. That's Advanced Windows. Call them now, 801-850-9100.
It's Advanced Windows at advancedwindows.com, 801-850-9100.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. A $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious with multiple engine options and impressive towing. While Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability.
Nice.
Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Join Hans and Scotty coming up on Wednesday at RGS Exteriors from noon to 3, 4235 Farm Road in West Jordan. Ben, the college football playoff bracket is out. And yes, I do believe that BYU got the shaft. And we can talk about that. You were right. Nobody thought that they would lose and get in. I think even if they lost close, I don't think they would have gotten in. I think they were set up to do this because this is what the committee wants. That doesn't justify anything, in my opinion. I think the compare resumes game is silly because they don't really even mean it when they play it. But worst case scenario happened for the playoff committee, and they still justified doing what they wanted.
Exactly what you said couldn't happen, which is Duke winning the ACC title game, meaning that they had to bring in 2 G5 schools to play in this, which was the worst thing they wanted. And it came at the cost of Notre Dame, who gets to operate independently because of their loose connection to the ACC. Now they can they're throwing the ACC under the bus for not putting them over Miami, even though they lost to Miami head-to-head. But yet, what you warned of happening last week was that if JMU, James Madison, and Tulane get in,
or win,
and get into the college football playoff.
Because Duke beats UVA.
We're
ACC...
going to get rid of the automatic qualifier in general, and Big 12 fans, that's bad for you.
Yes, it is.
That's only bad for you and the ACC. Because as soon as they recognize, we don't want anyone getting automatically qualified, because now we can sell this as, well, ACC, it would have been better for you to not have automatic qualifiers because James Madison would be out and Tulane would be out and Miami would be in and Notre Dame would be in. And you get represented by 1.5 schools, however you view Notre Dame. But you would have that representation, and now you don't. And they are going to use this to justify a new rule change, which allows them to put in whoever they want to fill out the 12-person bracket. And who's going to make it? It's going to be all the SEC schools and all the Big Ten schools they can get. Because it's better TV. And it's bad for the Big 12, and it's bad for the ACC, but it's good for the sponsors. It's good for the mouse, and the mouse loves it.
It's good for the mouse, Ben. It is good for the mouse. You hit that. Boy. You hear it already. I can't tell you. I saw at least half a dozen college football media people putting it out already. Can't have the qualifiers anymore.
Yep,
can't do
absolutely.
it. Can't do it.
Because no one's going to watch James Madison. No one's going to watch Tulane.
It was the worst case scenario. It was, the dream team was pretty cool. Christian Laettner actually didn't need to be there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they put Christian on there to kind of put their toe in the water, like, we still kind of have an amateur on. Yeah. And then you figured out, okay, well, the amateur then goes.
Yeah.
No, getting rid of automatic qualifying is terrible for anybody not in the SEC or the Big Ten. Because, no, they wouldn't be including Miami and Notre Dame. They'd be including Texas and Vanderbilt.
100%. That's maybe BYU, but no guarantee.
No Big 12. I mean, ESPN is half into the Big 12.
Uh-huh.
ESPN, see, the point I was getting at is worst case scenario happened and they justified what they wanted anyway at the expense of Notre Dame, which is hilarious. But remind me who Notre Dame's TV contract is with.
NBC.
You don't think the Mouse has been asking for that TV deal for decades?
Right.
But no, they've stuck it out with NBC. Mouse probably would have given them whatever they want. No, they're sticking it out with NBC. So, I'm sure the Mouse loves Notre Dame to a point. The Mouse was never going to let the ACC go unrepresented. It was never going to happen. They're 100% in on the Atlantic Coast contract with the worst TV deal in history, but it lasts till 2035. Uh-huh. The Mouse was never going to let the ACC go unrepresented. And they did it at the expense of Notre Dame. It truly was a Sophie's choice. But you know what? They don't have the rights to Notre Dame.
Yep.
They have the rights to the ACC. I'm sure, who's the ACC's commissioner now? I'm sure that guy was in the Mouse's ear 24/7 being like, dude, you're not gonna screw us out of a bid. You're putting Miami in. And that's what they did. They justified they had that justification in their pocket forever. So why did they rank Notre Dame ahead of Miami? Because they thought UVA was going to beat Duke. They could slight Miami and they could include Notre Dame.
Yep.
But Duke beats UVA.
Yep.
The ACC's left out in the cold and they're like,
our hands are tied.
We're not going to leave our guy in the wind. We're taking the ACC team. Sorry, Notre Dame. And evidence to this, Ben, is how butthurt Notre Dame is that they're not even going to go to a bowl because who owns the Pop-Tart Bowl? The dang Mouse. So Notre Dame's going, you don't want us in your big TV show. Well, we're not doing any TV for you.
Yeah.
You're not going to get any Irish bump on any of your bowl games because we're not going to do it. Have a nice day. Is BYU boycotting a bowl? No. Anyway, let me play this clip, which I thought was interesting. The whole Tim Brando interview was interesting, and he said other things other than this, but I thought that this was pretty telling. So this is just a short, what is it, Christian? Couple minute and a half long from Tim Brando of Fox when he joined DJ and PK talking about the college football playoff last week.
College football, by far and away, is more popular than the NBA and Major League Baseball, and yet it is the fifth most compensated sport in America. It's fifth. So there's a lot of money being left on the table. Why do you suppose that is? Because when contracts like the college football playoff come up, these curmudgeons that govern it will have a wink and a nod and say, let's just do this. We won't even put it up for bid, and no one will say a damn thing. Well, guess what? I'm the mouth that roared from the South and will say it. It's wrong, okay? It's absolutely wrong. And if you took them to court, if you took the college football playoff to court and said this is absolutely not in keeping with how America should do its television contracts, okay, it should be making more money than it currently is. And it would. And more of America would understand that if, like the NFL, all of the networks had a piece of the pie.
So what he's implying is, and he says, he alludes to this later too, but is the college football playoff is not coming up for a bid. ESPN's doing that on purpose. They're telling the college football playoff, we'll give you all of this, and you let us have control over everything. And there's been battle between Fox and ESPN and CBS over all these leagues for years, and they used to share, and so it led to some cohesion, and now it's one versus the other, depending on what league that you're in. But what he said, so do you know who Bill Hancock is?
Who's Bill Hancock?
He is the head of the college football playoff, the organization that actually governs this. Mm-hmm. It's not governed by the NCAA. Right. It's not governed by the conferences. It's governed by a random bozo named Bill Hancock, who was the head of, Ben, before? The BCS. And before that, he was the head of the Bowl Alliance. Mm-hmm. This is a guy who's just been putting dough in his pocket with an artificial, basically, job for decades. And I remember we had Andy Staples on when we went from the BCS to the college football playoff. And it was announced that Bill was going to keep his job, and it was just going to be the same people who ran the BCS running college football playoff. And I asked Andy Staples, I said, well, how can we expect something better when the same corrupt bozos who were running the previous system and are now running this system? Now, if you remember, what Bill and the BCS were doing was not only manipulating who got into the title game, but they were also, it was this corrupt ring of bowls that were taking these crazy junkets to like Jamaica and the Bahamas, and these guys are just living the dream over some artificial governance over college football for no good reason. So what do? They want to stay off the radar. We haven't heard from Bill Hancock since that day. Basically, he comes up and smiles on that stupid TV show, and that's all you see of that guy because he doesn't want to rock the boat because he's got a fake job. And he's putting all this money in his pocket. So he does this no-bid deal with the Mouse because the Mouse isn't going to rock the boat. The Mouse is stoked about it. So they take less money because these guys want to protect their jobs, basically. And so who controls the college football playoff committee? I mean, Mark Harlan might think he has a vote, or Ivan Maisel or whatever, but who tips the scales so they get what they want?
TV?
Specifically?
The Mouse.
The Mouse. That's how it works.
Yeah.
All right, now get out there and make me some money.
That I'm picturing the Mouse kicking in the door to the committee meeting yesterday and saying, what's this I'm hearing about you guys considering BYU or Notre Dame? What's this I'm hearing? Yeah, Duke screwed it up.
They did, yeah,
Duke
absolutely.
won the league.
It tied their hands to have to take JMU and Tulane, and they didn't want to take either of them, but their hands were tied.
And the Mouse said, since when does that matter to me? Who's our team? Who's our school? Miami? Yep. Put them in. Tell BYU they're lucky to have what we give them. We could have killed them a decade ago. Tell BYU to say thank you. I mean, that, like, people think they want to bend over backwards and justify this. Well, this team beat this, and this resume did this, and this resume did that. It does not matter at all. The only reason the ACC gives 4 bids to the Big Ten is because they basically have to keep any legitimacy. I mean, this is all a battle over money, and it's gross. And yeah, put it out for a bid. Have the NCAA, well, it can't be the NCAA, create something to run it. But what's going on right now is a dang joke. And if the idea is to have legitimacy, this is not it. And so now you're going to have people clamoring for reform, like make it even less fair, which is another cat in the wall.
Our clips have been all over our social media. Christian does a great job pulling them. Griffin does a great job pulling them. You've seen them on our Instagram page. I was not just trying to sound controversial when I said they make this up as they go. That I'm not lying to you about that.
No, they do. To justify what they want.
Just making it up as they go. And guess what? Now that Tulane and James Madison is in, they will make up the rules again next year. They will change the rules to get the teams that they do want in.
Oh, they're already doing it. Did you see that they're creating a new addendum that Notre Dame automatically gets in if they're top 12?
Has signed a contract that says they automatically get in beginning next year if they're top 12, and if it expands to 14, they get in if they're top 13. Yeah, they're automatically in, and it would have pushed Miami out this year. But again, yeah, they just make the rules up as they go to get the result that they want. So while you can say on this side of it that BYU got the short end of the stick, kind of, other than this is exactly how the system is designed to work.
Right.
It's functioning exactly the way it's supposed to. They're just lying to you by calling it a playoff to make you think you can earn your way in. You can't earn your way in. You cannot do it. The only way you can is if you win your conference championship. And that only matters if they ranked you high enough for your conference championship to matter, because it didn't for Duke. So they are making up the rules as they go. They want you to think that you can earn your way in, and you can't, because they want to control the big names and who gets to be out there. And yeah, BYU gets left out in the cold, and Utah gets left out in the cold. They had Notre Dame above Miami all year. They don't play. And at the last second, they say, we kind of like Miami here over Notre Dame. Why? Because they are making it up as they go. I've been telling you this. You've been telling the listeners this. We were not lying to you. It's fake. It's a TV show to get you to watch, to get you to argue, and then when push comes to shove, they can get the teams that they want and the names that they want in the show. And it's amazing. They've done a brilliant job of doing it, and people are going to watch. But it's fake. They're lying to you. And we've been telling you that, and you have the proof.
Do we have a problem?
Miami's getting in.
Miami's getting in.
Do we have a problem?
So I guess we have some issues.
But sir, we've had Notre Dame ahead of Miami all this time. How is that a problem? Do we have a problem?
If we're going to punish BYU for losing, certainly we have to punish Alabama for losing.
Nope.
No, we do not.
No, we certainly do not.
It's amazing.
We're sorry, Mr. Mouse.
It's a hilarious system. I feel bad because our listeners are the victims of the system. They are today. If you want to argue that BYU should have been in the top 12, you can. The only reason I'd argue against you is because you're arguing for a system that's not designed to do exactly what it's doing. That's the problem. That's why I would argue against you, is because as we have seen for years, it's designed to be this way. Unfortunately.
Do we have a problem?
So Alabama's in. It was amazing. It was amazing to watch Alabama. Absolutely. We said this term a lot, not get off the bus. They no-showed in that game. It was hilarious. And then yesterday morning, 10 a.m. our time, you could tune in and watch the college football playoff roll out, and everyone knew immediately with how they were ranking the teams, oh, they're not going to hammer Alabama in the slightest. And sure enough, number 9 didn't move. Number 9 coming in right away. Because Alabama's a huge name, and they love them. And everyone loves Alabama because they draw a lot of eyeballs. So they weren't going to get dinged at all. And BYU just doesn't move the needle the way they want them to.
No, well, I think it's just BYU's not there in the pecking order. And honestly,
100%.
With the Big 12 split between ESPN and Fox, ESPN just isn't as invested in the Big 12 as they are the other league. That is true.
Absolutely right.
You can't turn on the dang TV. I think you turn on basically like the Discovery Channel, and you're going to find ACC basketball because they are full partners with that league, 100%.
It's so funny because of how easily, if they wanted BYU, how easily could they have sold it? I mean, it wouldn't have taken any trouble.
No.
You would have said, oh, guys, they were undefeated except for they lost to the top 4 team twice. Otherwise, they were undefeated this season. They were incredible.
And we're not going to punish them for losing in the conference title game, just like Alabama. So
or the first time they played.
So
we're not
Notre
punish
Dame
them.
and Miami are both out because BYU's got a better resume.
You could have so easily made that argument. They didn't want BYU there. They didn't. End of story.
It was more they wanted those others two schools.
They wanted the other schools
which is
there.
that really is the point. And then they had to decide between Miami and Notre Dame, and they picked the school they're invested in. Period.
Yeah.
They picked the league they're invested in. Period.
Correct.
That's what they did.
Yeah.
All right, now get out there and make me some money.
100%. And it works. They do a great job because they make a ton of money and they draw a ton of eyeballs and they get a lot of conversation.
But it's funny because they don't even prioritize the money, though, which was absolutely Tim Brando's point. Is they shouldn't be 5th in revenue if they're 2nd in the sports pecking order. That's bad management. Any other commissioner would be fired for something like that.
But they know who does make the decisions, which is the teams, and the teams funneled by the conferences that they want to support.
NCAA college sport, I don't what they call it, the collective colleges or whatever, they have lost control of their own sport. And as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't have any legitimacy. It's absolutely a reality TV show. And the little specks of legitimacy, like automatic qualifying bids, where they're trying to at least pretend that they're being fair, slowly go by the wayside as they slowly win the PR battle that they started in 1985.
Yeah, the only argument, I guess, would be slowly, because they will get rid of you as soon as it's inconvenient. As soon as you're inconvenient, Tulane and JMU, you're gone. They are going to find a way to get rid of you.
No, BYU wins the national championship in 1984, and that sparks, wait, what? That can't happen ever again.
Yep.
Not one of the club is taking home our national title? Absolutely not. So what do we have to do? And the process has been painstakingly slow. But it's 2025, and we have the absolute Wild West with television networks running the show who do not care about college athletics. And athletes and all of that don't care at all about the experience. They don't care at all about fairness. They don't care at all about compliance. None of it.
Oh, the funniest thing is that they label it a playoff because it is a bracket. So they call it a playoff. But in basically every other sport, I'm sure you could bring it up to me if there's another one that's corrupt like this, but you actually have to earn your way in.
Oh,
you actually have to get into the NBA playoffs, and they let everybody in, but you actually have to get into the NFL playoffs or the NHL playoffs or Major League Baseball, where it was almost impossible to get in for a very long time. You actually have to earn your way in. This is literally just a group of people that picks who's in. I mean, it's not a playoff. There's no earning your way in. They're just going to pick and choose who they want. If they wanted to ding Texas Tech and put them and say, well, we didn't think you were one of the actually best teams to win your conference championship, they could have left them out if they wanted to and could have put Tulane or James Madison or Duke over them. They could have actually picked that, which is why, as silly as it was when they said, oh, if you win this game, you have a 99.9% chance of getting in. The 0.1% chance is they didn't have to pick you if they didn't want to. There is the human element where they can do whatever they want.
Well, in the future, anywho. Because they would have gotten the automatic bid if they would have won.
BYU.
Yeah.
Yes. But only because they had ranked them in the previous 6 weeks where they didn't have to rank any of these teams where they did. Yeah. That's the other myth. You didn't earn that ranking. They chose to give you that ranking because it's what they wanted to make up. The same reason Notre Dame and Miami and Alabama, they chose to rank them above BYU, not based on their schedule, not based on anything tangible, nothing real, just by their decision because of the name value and what they thought it would do for their rankings.
And who they work for.
End of story.
And did you see the commissioner of the SEC said, well, we should get 7 teams in. I mean, the ink wasn't even dry on the dang bracket.
Teams.
And he's like, so we should be having 7 teams.
And you know what? He's on the call with whoever at the mouse he needs to make sure that next year they're looking out for the 7th team in the SEC.
Because they are 1,000% invested in the SEC. It's their second best product.
It's good for business.
It's the second best product at ESPN is the Southeastern Conference.
Yep.
The might of the mouse himself is in their corner. And to a lesser extent, the ACC. I mean, what a joke of a league. Honestly, a joke of a league. Duke won their conference championship game with a, 7-5 record?
Mm-hmm.
Joke.
Yeah, a joke. 8-5. But yeah, they were 7-5 going into the conference.
You give them that league the benefit of the doubt. Have you looked at who Miami lost to and who they beat? They beat Notre Dame, and that's it.
Yeah, it's pathetic.
They lost to Louisville, and who was their other conference loss? It sucked too. So if you're looking for justice, this what makes me, and maybe we bring this full circle here, this what bothers me about these combos where I hear people going, but this resume and this resume. Those people want justice. They want justice.
Of course.
They want fairness.
You want
and
fairness.
They want fairness and they want justice. We want what we deserve for our season within the rules. They want fairness and justice. And college football doesn't care about either anymore. Doesn't care about
It's not a just
either.
system, and it's not designed to reward justice or fairness. That's not what the system is designed for. That's what I think we've been trying to get across is the system is not failing. It's not designed to do what you think.
It's not their goal.
But they lie and they call it a playoff to make you think that's what it is. And that's not what the design of the system is.
No. Because what we used to have is what we have in almost every sport or did, is that we have some sort of regional grouping that expands into some sort of other regional grouping that then files into some sort of tournament. I mean, if you want to think about the Little League World Series, you have your state tournament, and then you have your regional tournament, and then you have your other regional tournament, bigger regional tournament, and then the winners of those go to the Little League World Series. Now, there's probably some team in California that goes, there's way more better teams in California. This is unfair that some New Hampshire team but that's its own model of fairness. Everybody has a chance to get there. That's not what they value. They're not valuing access or fairness or any of that. In fact, the state attorney general for Utah, I'm not even kidding, should start suing on Utah State's behalf now. Because if that G5 bid goes away or whatever and they don't have access, that absolutely is illegal. Because we are dealing with public universities here. There is such a thing as Title IX. You have to somehow have access. Your favorite attorney general, Mark Shurtleff, basically proved that with the old way when he sued the BCS. And basically protected the access for smaller schools at that point. States need to take it up because they're going to get rid of that AQ. And yeah, it'll hurt the Big 12, but it'll hurt the Pac-12 way more, way sooner.
Yes, it will.
All right, stay tuned. More next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions. Hey, what you doing? Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
G-Bangs! G-Bangs!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Woo! Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Looking for insurance solutions that actually work for you? United Underwriters have been serving Utah families for over 25 years, offering smarter coverage solutions at better prices. United Underwriters auto policies include a no-cost windshield benefit because we travel on I-15 just like you, and also offer smart home insurance solutions and earthquake plans you can't find anywhere else. Call United Underwriters at 801-396-0828 or visit uuinsurance.com. United Underwriters. Real insurance solutions. Real value. Real partners. Based right here in Utah.
This holiday season, you can make a difference. Hercules First Federal Credit Union is raising funds for their Christmas project, bringing joy to foster children in Salt Lake City and supporting the Humane Society of Utah to help pets in need. Your generosity can change lives. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more and donate today to make this season brighter for a child and a pet. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together this holiday season.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
With Steel, batteries are included. This holiday season, give a gift that's ready to go right out of the box. For everything from cleaning up the yard to cutting up firewood, Steel tools check off the wish list and knock out the to-do list. And right now, buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for holiday deals and gift ideas. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0% for up to 63 months on 2025 Mazda CX-50 and Mazda CX-5 turbos. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Here's a tale of Linda trying to lose weight, but the med prices she found were all over the place.
Hidden fees and markups made her jaw drop low. Then she found Good RX. Now she's in the know.
GLP-1 subscriptions FDA approved.
With clear upfront pricing.
And same-day pickup.
That's Good RX, the no-nonsense way. Save time and money on prescriptions.
Get to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Tonight on KSL, you found it, the perfect holiday present right there online.
I purchased a meditation device.
So you pay and wait for it to be delivered. But what if it never comes? And getting your money back?
I don't have any confidence they're gonna do right by the refund.
I'll reveal what you need to know to avoid having a Grinch ruin your gift giving. Santa-approved online shopping safeguards. Tonight at 10.
Celebrate the season of giving by giving yourself the best meal you've ever had. Experience Ruth's Chris award-winning service, sizzling steaks, signature apps, salad, sides, and dessert. Book your holiday parties today. Ruth's Chris in Salt Lake or Park City.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's your Cougars at 30 update. Here's Kalani Sitake's thoughts on his defense against Texas Tech.
Yeah, it's a tough spot, man. I think that can be deflating a little bit when you get that many short fields. They made the play on that fourth down. Great play by them, and it was a legal screen, and we just have to anticipate that better. The dangerous thing about this team is they can do so many different things. Their quarterback can throw a sidearm. He can spin the ball really nicely, and they have great targets at receiver and tight end and two backs. I mean, those guys know how to run the ball to defend, and you have a physical line. You can't give them short fields, and we just kept giving them short fields. And I like the response from our guys. Do I expect them to make a stop every time? Of course. That's what we're trained to do. But that's hard to do against the best team in the country, you know, so.
The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Want to remind you about our friends at Miki Couture, the best blankets and gifts ever. Plus, you can save 50% this holiday season with promo code ZONE50. Shop online at MikiCouture.com or visit any of their great 6 locations. Ben, is Will Hardy coming apart at the seams?
No.
So this making the rounds, obviously. Will last night during the game, during a timeout, somebody ambushed him with a video? Somebody was
somebody was
videoing
sitting behind the Jazz bench.
and videoed out his message during the break.
Uh-huh.
Part of his message was, quote, "I'm tired of bleeping doing this every game. Bleeping play harder."
It was about the team's defense.
Well, yeah, usually you don't complain about trying hard on offense
Yeah,
because
guys try hard.
everybody loves playing
It's really
offense.
fun to play offense.
Yeah, that's great. Anyway, he appears to be quite upset.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm joking about the is he coming undone.
Sure.
I'm not actually being serious about that. But I do think tanking probably isn't all that fun, and being asked to set a culture or development or these other things that he's being required to do, we've talked about it a lot, is not really an easy needle to thread, because standards get set. What kind of standard was he setting with his young players last year at the end of the year?
Right. Not a great one. Just go out there and play.
And it's not his
Roll
fault.
the ball out there. No, it's not at all.
That's what he was asked to do. Roll the ball out there, sit down in the fourth quarter, and what? Try not to ruin the draft pick?
Yeah, don't win.
So how are you expected to set a culture? We got done in the first hour because culture is such a buzzword. But we were talking about what makes Oklahoma City so great. And it's part of the reason is because their best player or their best players are two-way players that play really hard on both sides of the ball. And so that means that everybody has to do it. That's culture. So Mark Dagnall, at the beginning of his run with Oklahoma City, had to set the standard that this is how you're going to play if you want to play here. Then he got the buy-in from the best player, and then everybody else has to buy in or they don't play.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you've got the best defense and offense in the league, which is absolutely incredible. And I say it like it's an easy thing to do.
No, it's
which was
unheard of, yeah.
Locke's point when we talked about this on Crosstalk last night on the broadcast. But Will Hardy has to try and establish something like that with this team, like that, and build.
Like that?
But at the same time, you don't get a lot of incentive. There's not a lot of incentive to the players to defend them for a second. What do you want us to do? Are we serious about winning ball games? Because I don't really feel like going out there and breaking my tail on defense, especially game 25 or whatever it is.
Well, let me zoom out a little bit, even from Will Hardy and Mark Daigneault, the coach at Oklahoma City, and go to Sam Presti and go to, honestly, Danny Ainge and Justin Zanuck and the approach they took, because it was a different approach, which was the Jazz, when they were starting this rebuild, when they had all these draft picks, which wasn't the first year, it was the second year. Remember, they didn't have any draft picks that first year, and Danny Ainge talked about how boring it was, and rightfully so. But that second year, they have 3 draft picks. And while they did go with a defense guy in Taylor Hendricks, he's been too hurt to be able to get on the floor, their next 2 players were one side of the floor guys, and it was Keontae George at 15 or 16, wherever they picked him, and Bryce Sensabaugh, who was number 27. And Bryce Sensabaugh has maybe taken more wrath from Will Hardy than anybody because of his defensive flaws. Because Bryce is not a good defensive player. And Bryce knows he's not a good defensive player, and he's trying to be a good defensive player, and he just blows rotations, and he's not in the right spot. Neither here nor there. Then you go out and you draft Isaiah Collier, who also caught the wrath of Will Hardy last night, and I don't think that's who he was necessarily yelling at. We don't see who he's yelling at. But he only played 6 minutes last night. And Kyle Filipowski, who I think it might be who he was yelling at last night. I could be wrong. Well, those guys are one-sided players, you know? And I get that they were great offensive players, which is why Isaiah Collier was the number 1 recruit in his class, and Kyle Filipowski was 5 in his class. But because we rate guys based on the offensive side of the ball. So what I'm trying to get to is it's hard to establish a defensive culture on the back end if you don't set it up on the front end. And the front end is who you draft and who you bring into your team. And credit to Sam Presti, who has made a point of bringing in 2-way guys. And when they get 1-way guys like Josh Giddey, they ship them out in favor of 2-way players like Lou Dort.
If they don't start playing.
If you don't figure out how to do it, you don't stick around regardless of, Josh Giddey was one of the cool young players in the NBA. Now, he had his off-the-court issues, but, we used to talk about what a good player he was and how exciting he was, and wow, how lucky are they to have him. They recognized he didn't match their culture, so they got rid of him. And that's cutthroat, But if you want to have a culture, you can't have cracks.
Well, in all fairness, his game didn't really fit either.
It didn't fit either.
No.
But he was good, and you could justify, hey, that was a win. I drafted that player. Look at how much we like him. We're going to adjust to fit what he does because it makes me look good that I drafted him where I did in the lottery.
It's tricky. Do you want to draft a defensive guy and teach him how to play offense, or do you want to draft an offensive guy and talk him into playing defense? Because here's the problem with Bryce Sensabaugh, is he doesn't realize that he's not going to be an NBA player unless he figures it out on the defensive end. And I think my wife may be listening, so I'll use this comparison.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm not an organized person. I'm not. It's really a difficult thing for me. And I've tried in the past to say, I'm just not an organized person when I've fallen short on the organization standpoint. And her line back to me was not, okay.
Right. Right.
It was, you better become a more
we
organized
will work
person.
on it. Yeah.
If we want this relationship to work out. She didn't, of course, put it that plainly. But the point, right? You know?
Mm-hmm.
Bryce is a fine scorer.
Yeah, good scorer. Yeah.
He's a skilled player. He's kept his body, I think, in a pretty good spot, which is a good sign. But, dude, I don't know what to tell you. You can tell me you're not a good defender, but unless you pour it on and become one, you're not going to play for the team.
Yep.
And that's, I don't know this for a fact, but that's basically what they told Keontae George.
That's exactly what they told
And
Keontae.
he 1,000% responded.
Yep.
And you can get through to some players, and you can't get through to others. If Kirilo Fasinko would have had his head on straight, he would have played for 15 years in the league. And I pick him just because he's the goofiest. He was the goofiest, most immature, and I've seen a lot of immature players come through in the NBA. And he had to have been the most goofy, immature player I've ever seen on a Jerry Sloan team.
Yep.
And it's like, he played what? He went and had a stint with the Pacers. He probably played for, was it like
3
5 or
years,
6?
But he played that long? Yeah, it was not long.
Dude was the size of a house and was pretty athletic. He could have played in the league forever if he figured it out. And I'm sure Jerry told him, like, dude, if you don't figure this out, you're going to be out of the league.
Yeah.
And it didn't sink in. And that's the deal with Bryce. You can go to Will Hardy, and we can put Collier in here. And I often don't like singling out people when I think it's
totally fair.
It's more than just a couple people. But specifically with Bryce Sensabaugh, you've got the size, you've got the length, you've got the athletic ability. You're never going to be Luka Doncic, where you're so good on the offensive side you can fool a coach into not letting you play defense.
Yep.
So unless you figure it out, it's not going to work.
And you have to put your money where your mouth is. I mean, that's just the truth of when that's where the Jazz are, and Will Hardy has teased it at times. Famously, the fourth quarter where he benched basically all the starters and went with Cody Williams and Elijah Harkless. Because Cody is an extraordinarily flawed basketball player, right? Like, Cody is the 12th or 13th best player on the Jazz roster right now. And it's a whiff of a draft pick, and that's unfortunate. He does try on the defensive end. And if you want to set that culture, Will Hardy's shown that he will throw him out there. And Elijah Harkless is a two-way player, but he does play on that end, and Will Hardy occasionally will do it, but he is not set that that's what they're going to do at all costs. Now, the good news for the Jazz is their formula, or I should say their strategy, to go out there and draft these players, to find their star offensive players, has worked. They have Lowry right now. Keontae George is a very good offensive player, and Ace Bailey's going to be a really good offensive player. Now, the nice thing about Ace is he actually does try to play both sides of the floor. He doesn't know where he is.
His problem is he's just lost.
He just doesn't know where he is, but he really does try to play both sides of the floor.
Which is Taylor's problem, too.
And I think those guys will be fine, and they will figure it out.
Right.
You don't have to do the Bryce Sensabaugh draft or the Kyle Filipowski draft or the Isaiah Collier draft anymore. You don't have to take that approach going forward. You can now go out and try to get guys who you know are just going to play on both ends of the floor without just saying, well, we need to find these offensive stars or the best player available. You can start to look now, just kind of talking out of both sides of my mouth, of just getting the best defensive players and building your identity that way. And you will have to move on from a lot of these guys who only play one side of the floor. But if you don't want to have Will Hardy yelling at his team anymore, that is the approach you have to take. And it has to be from the top down. Because this is not a Will Hardy problem. This is a strategy problem from the beginning of the rebuild, which is by design, and it will pay off. But they're going to have to shift away from what they have been doing over the last couple of years, and I do think you will see that.
All right, stay tuned. We will have more coming up next. Wrapping up the show, Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We're
rolls around and down.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss is having a huge holiday sale, over 20% off, making it our lowest prices of the year. You can start the program before, during, or after the holidays. We know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day with no prepackaged meals, no injections or surgery. The secret is our program helps reset your metabolism so you can keep the weight off for good. To learn how our clients on average lowered their metabolic age by 17 years, go to slcfatloss.com now to schedule your free consultation and learn why your metabolism may be sabotaging your weight loss goals. Go to slcfatloss.com and save now only through December 31st.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program. Alex here. Take advantage of this huge holiday sale with the lowest prices of the year now through December 31st. You can start the program now or after the holidays, but you need to call now to lock in the huge discount. Go to saltlakeCityFatLoss.com now to schedule your free consultation. That's saltlakeCityFatLoss.com.
Results may vary.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
What makes a Huntsman School of Business student stand out? It's the difference between studying business and becoming a business leader. At Huntsman School of Business, hands-on learning, global experiences, mentors who know your name, and a welcoming community set you apart. From classrooms to internships to real-world problem solving, students at Huntsman School of Business graduate with purpose, confidence, and career opportunities. Discover the school built for bold futures. Dare mighty things at huntsman.usu.edu.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at KSLSports.com/contests.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers join us today to share how you can make this season unforgettable with meaningful gifts for everyone on your list.
You know, when you unwrap a J. Brooks gift box, you instantly know there's something special inside. And we're proud to help clients shop local and find pieces that feel personal and just for them. This year we brought in never-before-seen pieces, perfect timing just for the holidays. From engagement rings in the JBJ collection and anniversary bands to fashion jewelry for men and women, we have something for every style.
That sounds great. Nothing beats supporting your family jeweler and give it a gift that truly shines.
Absolutely, and you can personalize every piece, whether we have a handwritten engraving or a birthstone detail to create that gift that really feels unique.
Have yourself a J. Brooks Christmas with jewelry that'll take the breath away. Visit their Murray and Lehigh showrooms or shop online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
Remember, J. Brooks Jewelers, where women know what women want.
A 15-year-old girl who chewed through a rope to escape a serial killer.
I used my front teeth to saw on the rope in my mouth.
The killer prowled the Pacific Northwest in the early 70s. He's been convicted of murdering 2 young women, but suspected of many more.
Maybe there's another one in that area.
Follow and binge all episodes of Stolen Voices of Dole Valley, available now wherever you listen.
After 30 years of plumbing experience in Utah, we've compiled a list of items we plumbers commonly find in sewer systems. First off, hair. Lots of hair, like so much hair.
Oh.
Roots, dental floss, marbles, and every other toy imaginable. Dentures, watches, coins, live animals, also dead ones. Photographs, we assume from active and very healthy relationships. Wigs, kitty litter. Look, the point is, don't use the toilet as a landfill. This has been a public service announcement from your buddies down at Shamrock Plumbing.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
What's that? Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two niggas on their ways, talking sports. They got him made Jake's and also loves his tie-dye. Ben's got style with his scarves. Oh my.
The Jazz are playing terrible basketball, non-competitive, and it's painful to watch. I've been a Jazz fan for 43 years, and the past 2 seasons is some of the worst Jazz basketball I think that's been played in a long time. Tanking or not tanking, it's just bad right now.
Thank you to Larry, who hit us up on the call-in feature on the KSL Sports app. It is the worst basketball they've ever played.
Mm-hmm.
You can go back.
Last year truly was.
Yeah, truly was. Yeah, they've never been the worst team in the league before, and they were the worst team in the league. So that 100% is true. With this year, though, I would advise Larry to not look at the overall product and try and look on the micro. Unfortunately, that's what this team is about this year, and that was always going to be true. For example, Ben has carpal tunnel now from writing about Walt Clayton.
Correct.
Ben,
a lot
it's
about
Ben's
Walt Clayton.
favorite subject. Just, deep exposés into Walt Clayton.
As much as I think people want to read about back-to-back 30-point losses, they generally like the bright spot of the young player.
But Walt played well.
He did play well.
He did play.
It is the micro.
And he's a, late first rounder?
Mm-hmm.
Am I remembering that right? Like those.
19, yeah.
Yeah, mid. Those guys still true. Are hit or miss.
Yep.
They're either going to be good or they're not going to be in the league. Yep. I'll remind you of Mo Almond. The Jazz took him with a 23rd, 4th pick. Like everybody's like, this is the shooter they've been needing.
Yep.
Here he comes.
Shot in the dark.
And he was not.
Nope.
But then you look at somebody like, ultimate example, Jimmy Butler, somebody like that.
Yeah.
Like that. And
like that?
With Walt, it could go either way.
Rudy Gobert.
He's got a ton of potential. Yeah, a ton of potential. But he's got to get out there and show it. And there is something to be read into that he played well in his opportunity, given that he had that opportunity because other guys aren't doing what they're supposed to.
Yeah. And to be doing it this early in the season where the ball is not just being rolled out to him.
But there is some stuff on the micro that you can look at, Larry. And if you're searching for some sort of optimism, it is there. Ace Bailey can get any shot on the floor. Now, I don't know if he's going to make it.
Yeah.
But, when it comes, Donovan Mitchell was never freaking open at the end of games because he was 6'1", and the other team knew he was going to have the ball the whole time.
Yeah.
Ace Bailey can have the ball anywhere against anyone in the league, and he can find a shot.
You'd be like, wow, that was a good shot.
Yeah, good might be a loose term, but
he got a look.
He got a look.
We'll say that. He got a good look.
That's Kevin Durant's superpower.
Yeah, for sure.
And I'm not comparing Ace Bailey to Kevin Durant, but there is a similarity there that he can get himself a shot anywhere on the floor.
Yeah.
And that was even true last night against Oklahoma City. It just didn't go down.
Right.
But he had that, elbow three? I don't know, what do you want to call that? That right at the break three?
Yeah.
All night.
Mm-hmm.
It just didn't go in.
Yeah.
He's gotten into the lane and he's pulled up and free throw line extended, has a beautiful shot. It just doesn't go in all the time. As soon as he hones that and actually figures out what his spots are, potential to be deadly. Keep an eye on stuff like that. I'll tell you a good sign about Ace, and this seems stupid. He runs back on defense.
Mm-hmm.
I know that seems like such a silly thing to look to. Watch NBA players and estimate a percentage of the NBA that runs back on defense.
Yeah.
It's probably like 30%.
He he is doing it on both sides of the floor. And again, he's not figured it out. He's not solved it, but at least there's some good signs in that direction.
But to our guy Larry, who what they're trying to do this year is try hard and lose. Try, and lose. It's not going to be pretty at times. And it certainly has not been for the last 2 games.
It is funny, every game. And this one was coincidentally again against Brooklyn, which was the one with Jazz fans freaked out about the Jazz beating Brooklyn here last year in January, and Jazz still finished with the worst record, was Jazz win on the road at Brooklyn, which they were always going to win on the road at Brooklyn this year, and fans freaked out. They lost their next 2 games by 60 points. They were never in that Knicks game.
Well,
they were never in the game last night.
I'm done paying attention to the tank note. I was never on board to paying attention to a win or a loss in that sense in November, December.
Sure.
It's ridiculous.
Agreed. I'm with you.
Okay, before we go,
Larry.
can I tell you that I'm really enjoying the tears coming from Notre Dame and their fans? That I am truly – it's like we were talking about you have somebody in your life who is a musician that's competing for first or second chair. It's like if the well-resourced flautist with the best flute and who always gets the breaks and all this somehow gets second chair.
Yeah.
You don't really feel bad for that flautist.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Everything's been handed to him.
And not necessarily that I would enjoy drinking their tears, but in Notre Dame's case, it didn't break their way for the first time in the history of college football, and they're crying.
They're perplexed.
And I find it hilarious.
Yep.
And I'm going to enjoy every second of it. Listening to their AD cry in the media today has just been a true blessing.
We have not addressed the teams sitting out bowl games, which I think is it is certainly tied to the college football playoff becoming the only thing that matters anymore, and all the rest of the games are nearly a waste of time. And the number of players who aren't going to be participating in them is leading now to, I think, the reason why teams aren't playing entirely. The players don't want to go. Our friend Kyle Gunther used to love to go to the bowl games because it was the only time you could get paid, essentially. You could get a TV, or you could get a coat, or you could get a backpack, or whatever. You could get gifts for going to the bowl game, and now every player's paid, so those don't matter so much anymore. But yeah, guys want to enter the transfer portal. Guys want to hit the road. Guys don't want to have their entire December taken up to go play in Orlando or wherever. If they don't have to, they've got money. They want to spend it. They want to have their free time, or they want to hit the transfer portal. So it's a disaster what's happening right now with the postseason with college football, and the bowl games are a nightmare. And the playoff, the one funny thing is, you're right. Notre Dame has to sit with this all off season and listen to everyone make fun of them for not showing up.
And pout.
And I don't have any problem with it.
Oh, hilarious.
Yep.
Scared of BYU as far as I'm concerned.
Well, that again.
They're frightened of the Cougs.
That game, and they're going to be talking about it during the Pop-Tart Bowl when that game kicks off. Was it the 27th?
Uh-huh.
They're going to say, this was originally supposed to be Notre Dame. That was the thought. I mean, that is going to be something that Notre Dame has to live with. Unfortunately, we know the College Football Playoff Committee will bend over backwards for Notre Dame next year to make sure they get in. The contract is already there.
We just saw an ad on the mouse for the Neil Diamond movie coming out. Mm-hmm. If you were Hans, would you see it? Like a dyed-in-the-wool Neil Diamond guy, would you see it?
Yes, because this isn't about Neil Diamond. It's about a Neil Diamond impersonator.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes,
okay. Oh, so that makes it better.
Hugh Jackman playing the role of somebody impersonating.
Oh, so he'll
Neil
like
Diamond,
it.
So he'll like it.
Because I was really worried about the Bob Dylan movie.
You're a Bruce Springsteen fan?
No.
Apparently, the new Springsteen documentary biopic is terrible.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, he's okay, but I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not Springsteen guy.
Yeah.
The Elton John one was so terrible. I was so.
They're bad.
I was
Music
so
biopics are bad.
The Dylan one wasn't.
It was fine.
It wasn't.
It was as good as those
and
can be.
The Johnny Cash one wasn't. That was pretty good.
I didn't see the Johnny Cash one.
The Queen one was meh.
Awful.
What's his name was pretty good as Freddie.
Yeah, right.
But
that's their whole thing. Is your whole bit is you just play a guy.
Remy Malek. Yeah. But Elton one, oh my Lanta.
Elvis was terrible.
Elvis was so bad.
Didn't love Elvis was okay. You just hate Tom Hanks.
Well, Jacob Elordi was good, but yeah, the whole stuff with the Colonel was.
Stay tuned.
Painful.
Hans and Scotty coming up next.
Thanks, Christian.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This holiday season, open your heart and help make a difference in our community. The Road Home Mediathon has been helping families experiencing homelessness for over 100 years. On December 19th, KSL Sports Zone listeners can help with the annual Road Home Holiday Mediathon. The Road Home needs blankets, gloves, baby supplies, and much more. You can drop those off at the Midvale Center. However, cash donations make the biggest difference. During the Road Home Mediathon, your dollars are matched to give shelter support and a new beginning. Please donate at kslsports.com. Powered by Performance Automotive in Bountiful.
Helping your money do more means making sure you get the most out of every dollar. That's why, for a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card and spend $3,000 within 90 days, we'll give you $300. That's like getting a 10% discount on everything you pay for with your card. Before you spend another cent, head to AmericaFirst.com and apply for your low-rate Visa credit card today. Membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions apply. Subject to additional criteria. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
If you're getting new gutters, make absolutely sure that you don't get screwed. I mean literally, don't get screwed. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And every single gutter company out there uses screws to hold their gutters together at the corners and downspouts. They use screws because they're fast and cheap and easy. But man, they're terrible for your gutters, aside from possibly cutting your hand. They also loosen and corrode over time because they're not made from the same metal as the gutters. At RGS Exteriors, we've been installing gutters for 70 years now, and we don't use screws. We only use permanent, strong, and unobtrusive rivets. They're made from the same material as the gutters, so they won't oxidize, and they won't corrode. They'll also never loosen. Your hand is safe too. Did I mention they look amazing? So don't get screwed. Call RGS and get riveted gutters. Our number is 801-280-3110, or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110, or rgsutah.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
With Steel, batteries are included. This holiday season, give a gift that's ready to go right out of the box. For everything from cleaning up the yard to cutting up firewood, Steel tools check off the wish list and knock out the to-do list. And right now, buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for holiday deals and gift ideas. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit HotTubAndSwimSpaSale.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The noon hour is here. Check it out. And you're locked on to Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio station.
It's my station. It's my station.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Maka is the thing to say on a bright Hawaiian Christmas day. That's the island greeting that
Lloyd, you get me all locked in with a little lunatic fringe. Then you switch music on me. You hit me with a little bit of Hawaiian Christmas. Yeah, I had to escape the freezing cold of Utah and get out here to Hawaii because I feel like it's the only way to keep my wife married to me. Get her to a beach, get her to some sun. I ended up marrying a California girl, so that's what you do. When you marry a California girl, you commit to a lifetime of trips to get them back to the beach if you live in Utah. And I said, hey, I got to live in Utah. That's my home. Those are my people. This is my community. This is where I'm known. I could do radio here. And the opposite commitment was, yeah, I'll take you out to the beach. So, yes, Lloyd. We made the flight over to Hawaii right after the Big 12 championship game, and I am overlooking sun-covered palm trees. I've already eaten pretty much an entire fresh pineapple.
Doesn't suck to be Hans Olsen. Does not suck.
Oh, stop it, Lloyd. Stop it.
It does too, because it doesn't suck to be Hans Olsen.
I might as well.
Sports, looking at palm trees, looking at the ocean.
I might as well be confined behind the bars of Alcatraz, looking through the bars into that beautiful city of San Francisco, hearing all the noises, but knowing I can't go enjoy the fun and fanfare. I just have to sit here in my cell. But no, honestly, Lloyd, I'm glad to have an opportunity to commiserate with sports fans today because that's where I'm at right now. I mean, the flight from Dallas back to Salt Lake to pick up my wife, the flight out here, the evening that was spent here, the morning that's been spent here getting ready to do this show. I have been talking myself in so many circles and ingesting so much different sports information. And I think that I'm right there with all the Utah fans, all the BYU fans, all the Utah State fans. And I think we probably all have different angles, but we all come to the same conclusion, and that is college football is messed up. It's completely jacked up. It's broken. And I think Utah fans would agree with that. I think BYU fans would agree with that. I even think Utah State fans would agree with that because they're looking at a team that just gets pillaged year in and year out. They're looking at a team that they're going to have, X amount of players that jump into the portal because they're after money. They're gonna go enjoy this Potato Bowl, which is going to be awesome. How about this, Lloyd? So Scotty's going to be calling the Idaho Potato Bowl for the Utah State Aggies. I will be calling the Idaho Potato Bowl for the national call with Bull Day Radio. So you're going to get both Hans and Scotty on the call.
Both you guys on different calls. That's something.
Yeah, same game, different calls, and so people can tune in and listen to Kevin White's breakdown of the game, and they can tune in and listen to my breakdown of the game. But yep, both Scotty and I are going to be calling that Utah State game, but just on opposite broadcasts. I'll be doing it for the national. He'll be doing it for the university. So excited for that. But I think we can all agree it's broken. And there's so many different ways to explain how it's broken. And it's kind of a bummer, Lloyd. I wanted to jump on the show today and be able to talk about a BYU win and BYU being in the college football playoffs and how it all went down. Instead, we're talking about teams that got snubbed. We're talking about teams that have opted out of bowls, and we're talking about a broken system. We're talking about teams that shouldn't be in a college football playoff, and we're talking about how the bowl game system might eventually just go away. And that's where we're going to jump off and start things out today, right here on Hans and Scotty. This is your starting lineup.
This is Hans and Scotty G.
Let's go!
The lineup is set, and it's time to kick off the show with the biggest topic of the day. This is the starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So as we watch the bowl committee work out the college football playoffs, as we watch the different bowl systems select their opponents, it all just kind of fell apart for BYU. And it's really heartbreaking. And I went through the whole wave of emotions too. I mean, I was all over the place, Lloyd. I was way high. I came down way low. I had all kinds of hope and excitement and then fears of complete dejection as things continued to play out. But let's talk about how this played out. First of all, the College Football Playoff Committee selected 3 teams to be in the college football playoffs that I know Utah and BYU could beat. They could take into the woodshed. I believe wholeheartedly Utah and BYU, not just BYU, Utah and BYU would both beat James Madison. I believe they'd both beat Tulane, and I believe that they'd both beat Miami. Let's not forget, Miami had 2 losses to 2 8-4 teams in Louisville and SMU, and really played nobody. They did not play they did not play for a conference championship. They got to sit at home while Virginia and Duke embarrassed themselves. That's what Miami got to do. So they sit 10-2. They have a strength of schedule at 45. They have a strength of record at number 14. And they did not play for a conference championship. And they lost 2 games to 2 8-4 teams, SMU and Louisville. 2 unranked teams at the end of the year. You just take a look. Okay, so if we want to be upset at Notre Dame, and that's fine because I'm on board with it. I'll be upset with you. Let's all be upset at Notre Dame. They sit at 10-2. You know, they lost to the Miami team I just talked about that lost to SMU and Louisville. So Notre Dame is not perfect. They're far from perfect. They had a lot of things go against them. But Notre Dame's got a gripe that they should have been in over Miami. Now, they did lose to Miami. I get it. But Miami had the 2 8-4 losses. But they had a better strength of schedule. They had a better strength of record. And they had a nice win against USC. So there were a couple of good wins for Notre Dame that they could make a case. Well, I could make a better case for BYU, and I could even make a case for Utah over Miami. And that's why I feel like this whole thing is broken. Miami didn't even play in a conference championship game. They didn't even include the ACC conference champion because it was an unranked conference champion. Virginia, I can't believe that they fumbled that ball away and that they lost that thing. That's just a ridiculous loss. But they end up losing it. So Miami gets in. But here's the argument. Whether it was Miami or Notre Dame, it led to BYU being left out at 11-2. And their only 2 losses to a top 4 Texas Tech team. They did play in a Big 12 championship. They've got a better strength of record at number 9. They've got a better strength of schedule at number 22. Compare it. Strength of schedule, 22 to Notre Dame's 44 and Miami's 45. Record, 9 compared to Notre Dame's 13, Miami's 14. BYU did everything that the committee, that I believe the country would ask of a team to do to be included. Yet we knew that they wouldn't be included, almost going back to the Texas Tech loss and the way that loss went down, 29-7. It kind of felt like at that point it was all done. It was all washed up.
Every week, the last 3 weeks, it's been that way. You've been seeing BYU left out of the graphics. You've been seeing this. And by the way, for all the clowns that are saying, "Hey, you're not out of it, BYU. This is your playoff. This is the playoff. This is your playoff right here. You're in the playoff." Calling the Big 12 championship game being part of the playoff. No, it's not. It's not the same thing.
No,
Shut
it shouldn't
up.
have been. No. Yeah, it shouldn't have been. I agree. It shouldn't have been. And it's amazing that we're more talking about Miami, who cried and complained and got in, and Notre Dame, who's crying and complaining and aren't even going to be playing in a bowl game, and we're more concerned about them when really all of the stats, all of the measurements show that BYU should have been in to that college football playoff. And I would say, I'm sitting here arguing about Miami, but I think I'm more disgruntled about JMU and Tulane. I think that bugs me more than even Miami. And I don't even want to be that guy, because then, you start feeling like you're an elitist, because I don't want to underestimate what the group of 6 bring to the table, because there's a lot of good teams and a lot of good players that are all developing. And here's the problem. JMU and Tulane, they're going to be poached. They are going to be pulled apart at the seams, and there's nothing that they can do about it. Every player that they highlight in their CFP loss, because they're both going to lose in the first round, every team that they highlight in that CFP loss is going to get poached. They're going to get paid. They're going to get taken. And what's crazy, so Miami gets selected, and when on the flight back from Dallas, after that Big 12 championship had concluded, and the flight back from Dallas, I had myself pretty much convinced that it was going to be BYU versus Miami in the Pop-Tarts Bowl. I thought, man, I don't think the Alamo Bowl takes BYU 2 years in a row, even though they could, because they get the number one, and I know that they got a great response from BYU fans. I felt like BYU fans had maxed out their dollars to Texas for the Big 12 championship game and didn't want to really go back to San Antonio. And probably the Alamo Bowl would have seen dramatic drops in attendance numbers, and maybe that's not what they're worried about. They probably would have got the same amount of eyeballs, or a good amount of BYU eyeballs on that game, if they did go to the Alamo Bowl versus USC. I'd imagine they would have still pulled a lot of numbers. Remember, 8.5 million eyes last year in the Alamo Bowl, and that did include Colorado. But you got USC, and you probably are going to get yourself millions of eyes. I just don't know what exactly that number would be. But I thought, man, I think that the bowl committee is going to give BYU fans a break. They'll put them in Florida. BYU fans, they love their Disney World. They love their Universal Studios. They love their family trips, and this is a perfect family trip. Bring them out to the Pop-Tarts Bowl. Let them be in Orlando. Let them have a blast. And then my mind started wondering, like, man, that'd be sweet, a Miami matchup. A Miami matchup would be great, because Miami's king of Florida this year. They beat 3 Florida teams this year. They beat South Florida, they beat Florida, and they beat Florida State. So they're king of Florida. It was a very good ACC opponent that missed out of the ACC championship game based off tiebreakers. I thought, man, Miami would be great. And then, of course, you see Miami go in. So then the mind now goes to, okay, it's probably the Alamo Bowl. Well, when the Alamo Bowl selected a different Big 12 team, I started thinking, whoa, wait. Miami's in. Notre Dame's not in. Notre Dame could be a perfect team to put into that Pop-Tarts Bowl, give BYU a great opponent, bring in fan bases, make it a massive game, put it on the biggest stage. I know that it's always going to be attached to Saturday the 27th, and I know it'll always be attached to ESPN, but build it up and make it this massive event. Are you kidding me? BYU versus Notre Dame? I was thinking this may be the best scenario out there. And then you get the announcement that Notre Dame is opting out of the bowl. And it's crushing. It's devastating to me. I'm speaking personally. A lot of you might not even care. To me, it was devastating. And beyond just BYU not getting a chance to play against Notre Dame, it's devastating to me because I just feel like this game is so broken. And I've heard from a lot of Notre Dame fans. I put out a couple of tweets, and Notre Dame fans are taking it over, and they're throwing all kinds of hate. That's fine. It's to be expected. And I've seen it come, like Matt Leinart threw out a tweet that said, this is a bad look, or something like that. He's being attacked, and the sentiment is that Notre Dame is expediting the change. That's the sentiment out there, that Notre Dame is expediting whatever change is to come, that they're pushing it into hyperdrive because they're opting out and they're leaving ESPN high and dry. And by the way, it's not just Notre Dame. There were 5 Big 12 teams that are opted out of bowl games. So I think everybody's a little bit disgruntled. Nobody knows what direction to go, and teams don't exactly know how to handle it. But everybody feels like there needs to be change. So a couple of things. And I'm sorry, my brain is just so overwhelmed by so many different thoughts and angles of everything that's happening in college football that I'm a little bit worried about it. But at the same time, I know it's going to work itself out, but we may be in for another 5 or 10 years of evolution and change before we get to exactly what it is, which is professional football, just with 19, 20, 21, and 22-year-old kids. And I don't know how we get to the exactness of that and how we make it right, but I do believe that that's where we're headed. So Notre Dame opts out, and it leaves BYU high and dry in the moment, and then they fill it with Georgia Tech. And, Georgia Tech is a good enough opponent. I think it's going to be a fine game, and, I think it'll have two dual-threat quarterbacks, and I think that it'll be fun. And I think that still the trip to Florida is the trip to Florida. So get your tickets, go down to Florida, and enjoy that game.
Hey, you asked for
Utah
it in the Sunday morning podcast in the map. You asked for it. You wanted Florida.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I'm very happy about the Pop-Tarts Bowl. I hope that nobody gets that conflicted. I'm very happy about the Pop-Tarts Bowl. I think it's going to be a great bowl. I think that they put on a fantastic event. Like that's not the worry. I guess the worry was, Lloyd, that I just was hoping for something much bigger and much better than Georgia Tech.
Yeah, I agree with that. At the same time, it looks like I look at him like, you know what? I'm like, really? Like Notre Dame? Come on. And then at the same time, I think, you know what? College football has done this to themselves. The committee has done this. They've ruined the bowls. The bowl games are ruined right now. You have Iowa State they don't want to do a bowl game. Kansas State, they backed out. Now Notre Dame. You have all these teams that don't want to do bowl games because right now they've made it like it's playoff or bust. And I don't know how you get it back, but right now bowl season, and we knew this was going this direction for a while. Like bowl season is completely ruined. And I don't know how you get it back.
Yeah, it feels pretty broken. And, I look at it from U of U's point of view, where U of U is 10-2. And, okay, so what's the difference between their 10-2 and Miami's 10-2? I actually think Utah's got a better 10-2 than Miami's 10-2. BYU lost to two 11-1 teams. Miami lost to two 8-win teams. So I got to imagine Utah fans are sitting at home upset too. Now they get the Vegas Bowl, and by the way, the Vegas Bowl is going to be a blast. I think that Utah fans will love the Vegas Bowl, and I think Nebraska is a very beatable team. So not only should you go enjoy the Vegas Bowl, I think you should have most players participate, and I feel like you should have a nice win over Nebraska. For those of you that don't know a lot about Nebraska, they finished the season 1-4. So they really tumbled in the finish of the season. They ended up losing to USC. They beat UCLA 28-21, the same UCLA team that Utah beat to begin the season. And then they lost to Penn State and they lost to Iowa. And not just lost, they really got thumped, 37-10 and 40-16. So they really got beat in those final games. They're 1-4 in the last 5, and they are 2-4 in the last 6. So losing to Minnesota and having a win against Northwestern. But that Vegas Bowl's a blast. So Lloyd, let's look at it this way. Utah fans get a trip to the Vegas Bowl. They get to go enjoy their team. They're probably going to see some youth. My guess is, for the most part, I think Utah players are going to stick around, participate in the bowl. There's a couple guys I don't know if I'd encourage them to stay. If Spencer Fano and Caleb Lomu are opting into the NFL draft, it's probably best if they don't play. Now, I know both of them. They're both dogs, both competitors, and come from families that they love competition. And and they love to see their kids play things out. So it's possible that they play, but if I'm their agent at this point, I'm giving them instruction to not play. If we're going to the NFL, then we are not going to play this game. Well, but why? Well, I can give you about 30 million reasons why, if you really want to get down to the why.
Yeah, what else do they need to prove? So, they're going and they're playing a 7-5 Nebraska team. What else do they have to prove?
I know, Lloyd, but they don't have anything. But it's just hard because I would say kind of Whittingham's chemistry and culture and Kalani Sitake, his chemistry and his culture and the way the players think about them and the way the players think about the team, there's going to be a really heavy sense of duty for everybody to play in these bowls, both for BYU and for Utah. It's just the way Kalani and Kyle build things, and it's the way players feel about those coaches. And I would not be surprised to see Spencer Fano play. I haven't seen any kids start to opt out of bowl games yet. There's a lot of decisions. A lot of kids right now that are headed to the NFL are probably making agent decisions. Some already had agents for NIL negotiations. I bumped into one family at the Big 12 championship game that their kid should have management. They should have representation at this period of time, and he does not. And I was like, he doesn't have an agent at this point? No. We've helped him through everything with NIL. We've helped him through just the world of management it is now as a college athlete, and I was kind of surprised by that. So guys that you would think have agents right now, I know of one at least that does not. Actually, I know two that do not. So a lot of guys will be looking for agents, trying to figure out and navigate the NFL world. Outside of that, I think Utah plays, man. I think that you get to see Devin Dampierre. I think you get to see Bird Ficklin. And on BYU side of things, I think you're going to get to see your starters. Now, I don't know what to think about Bear Mockmeyer at this point. I know everybody saw the family picture that was posted with his foot up, and maybe there's some worry and concern about the ankle. If the ankle can go, then I expect Bear Bachmeier to go in Orlando. I expect him to be a part of the Pop-Tarts Bowl against Georgia Tech. I just don't know where he's going to be at physically. And I knew as soon as that ankle twisted in the Big 12 championship game, I knew everything was going to change at that point. I was hoping they could piece together some offense to try to stay in that game. But I know that took out such a huge part of what BYU was attempting to do against that very, very good Texas Tech defense. So the bowl season, it's pure madness. It's crazy. I'm glad that BYU and Utah did not opt out, and Utah State. I'm glad that all three of our in-state schools are headed out to participate in their bowl games. I'm glad that they get an extra 12 or 13 practices together to see their young players and to continue to develop as a team. I'm glad that they get to go have these bowl experiences, and I can talk about that part of all of this mess as well as we kind of move on, and I get a little bit more room to talk. I've got a lot of thoughts on what these players get to experience and what it means to be a part of these bowls. And it's really frustrating. I saw a tweet come from Brady Quinn in defense of Notre Dame, and I understand where he's coming from. Essentially, he's saying, why as a player would you do this? Because it's all for the money that goes to the schools or to these networks. And I get a large portion of that. I get that. I just think the statement is a little misguided. Why do it? Well, it's because it's what you commit to as a college football player, and it's what you expect and play for. If you don't do it, then what stops you after 3 losses from saying, screw it, as a player, screw it, we're not a part of the college football playoffs. We're done. We're out of it. So let's move on to 2026. Why are we playing the rest of our schedule? Why do you do anything if you're not making it to the college football playoffs? Well, because you're committed to it, and because you continue to grow and develop because of it. And it's just strange to me, and not everybody becomes a Brady Quinn. Not everybody looks like Buzz Lightyear and gets a cushy multi-million-dollar ESPN deal to stay sweetly embedded in football. Not everybody gets that. So to me, I look at it, I'm like, man, I'm so blessed. Even though I did not like the games and the outcomes of 2 of my bowl games, I got 3 bowl experiences, and I can promise you the experiences of those 3 bowl games last more in my mind than anything else. The things that you get to take away from that, the development, the camaraderie, the just the companionship, everything that comes with it, man, and the trip is unique. Never again in my life have I had an opportunity to go through Elvis Presley's home with nobody else in it. Never again in my life. Never again in my life did I not have to pay a $54 entry fee for the Ford Museum. Never again in my life did I go to, now I went to 2 Senior Bowls, and when I went to the Senior Bowls, I went to the Universal Studios, the 2 different Universal Studios in Orlando for one of the Senior Bowls I went to. I didn't have to wait in any lines. I got to go to every ride. I didn't have to make any payments. It was like I got the park to myself. You'll never get this again in your life. The world doesn't care about you after you're done with football. And it's really nice in that little time that you've got where the world thinks that you're bigger than you really are, that you get to enjoy all of those luxuries. And somebody said, yeah, but they don't get paid. Yeah, some things are just bigger than money. And as I look back, some things are bigger than money. It was really nice to be paraded around and cared about. And I never got that outside of bowl games. Those bowl games really did treat you like a king. All right, so we'll continue to talk about this as we move on. We'll look at BYU's opponent in Georgia Tech. We'll get a look at Utah's opponent in Nebraska, and we'll start to put together these bowl games and what they could potentially look like. Also, Utah State with their game against Washington State. I think this is great, an early look at the new Pac-12, the way it's constructed, and a nice drivable game for a lot of Aggie fans that can just head up to Boise. I really like the locations. In fact, I think the locations for all 3 bowl games are absolute perfection. Just wish the opponents could have been better, and ultimately I wish BYU and Utah would have got a little bit more look at by the College Football Playoff Committee. All right, excited to be joined by Dave Nellis. He is my guy, and America First Credit Union is my credit union. It's where I work all of my finances. And Dave, first of all, welcome to the show, bud. Glad you're here.
So good to be here. And Hans, I'm just going to say aloha.
I got to say it back. Is that right? Is it aloha back?
That's what you're supposed to
do. I think if somebody says it to you, you have to. Yeah. You got to say it back. But Dave, first and foremost, what an amazing event! The Warm the Souls event, amazing event. And you know what's incredible is just seeing how many people come together. You partner with RSL, but how many people come together to put that thing on?
You know what, Hans, it really is an awesome event for us, and this is our 31st year of participating in Warm the Souls. And for those that are a little unfamiliar with it, we accept donations from our community, our management team, our employees, our listeners, and we provide shoes for underprivileged kids. Last year, we donated over 4,000 pairs of shoes to 48 different schools and organizations, and you got to come and join us out at America First Field with the good folks over there at RSL, and we bussed over an entire school, a Title I school, and had 548 kids walk away with humongous smiles on their faces and a new pair of shoes, and it was just awesome, and we're so glad that you got to come and experience that with us.
It was so fun, and you know, you put the socks on the kids, you throw those shoes on them, they get to stomp down on them. You see them all doing the little fast feet. They're all working their speed and mobility and agilities. And you just look at them like, man, it's just the sweetest thing. And this is just one of many events that America First Credit Union gets involved with and gives back to the community. Dave, I always talk about this, and we can talk about what America First does for you, getting your money working for you. I've got business accounts through America First that I love. It just makes all of my checking extremely easy. And I know all the different lending opportunities that America First gives to you, but I want people to remember that America First started in Utah in 1939, and since then have all been about community. You guys have so much community outreach. Warm the Souls is just a small portion of what you guys do through a calendar year.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we are founded in people helping people, and the Warm the Souls really is just a small piece of our charitable foundation. obviously, Hans, we want to give good products and good services to our community. When our families are strong financially, then our community is strong. But also we look for ways to help lift. And that's why we have our charitable foundation, and Warm the Souls goes through November and December, and it's just one of those ways where we can give back. You talked about, these kids jumping up and down and their agility, and I marveled, Hans, when you put your hands on those kids' feet, and I noticed that finger dexterity and the agility with you is still live and present as you were helping those kids put those shoes on. And it's heartwarming to know that, you would come and join us to outfit these kids with shoes and just, lend your heart to that experience. That's what makes America First great. That's what makes these initiatives great. And we just appreciate you coming and supporting that. It was really cool.
Oh, man. I love it. I love it. I love seeing those kids and kids that really do need some shoes. Hey, how'd our food drive go, Dave?
Food drive went really well. We do that food drive about the time right before our Warm the Souls, and so that runs from September and October. And we were able to gather up about 2,500 pounds of food, and that food we donated to airmen at Hill Air Force Base, along with 200 turkeys. And there's sometimes we don't think about those that are behind a wall or behind a gate. We think that everything is well and secure with them. They sacrifice their lives and they put their lives on the line for us, and they serve us, and they have real life problems just like you and I. And so they had about 200 individuals that needed some Thanksgiving help. And so we were proud to be able to put that food towards that, plus the 200 turkeys. And I was on base as those guys drove through, and just to see the gratitude of the community rallying around them and supporting them and their families was just awesome. So yeah, thanks for asking about that. It was great.
Ooh, I love that, Dave. I love it because you know me. I love our service members. Nothing better in this world. That's America First Credit Union, and they've got great things for you. If you haven't opened up an account with America First, jump in there. They're going to put $100 in your account. If you're a youth, jump in there. I believe it's $50, Dave, that they'll put in for a youth account.
$50 for the youth, yeah.
So awesome. So many fun things to be a part of. America First Credit Union, giving to you. Why don't you see what they can do for you at americafirst.com. More Hans and Scotty coming up next.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I believe that he had all but taken the Penn State job.
By all accounts, that is exactly the case. The meeting had been called for him to tell the team that he was not going to be their head coach anymore.
He was going.
Yeah.
I 100% believe that, and I 100% believe that BYU stepped in with a last-second package, so to speak, an influence campaign that got him to change his mind to stay. The why, of course, is really interesting.
BYU is safer. He already has a good working machine at BYU that should continue on and is lined up to continue to be very competitive, including talent that they have expected to come in the next few years. And now on top of it, there is a renewed investment into him, into his coaching staff, and then into the program itself in the form of what's rumored $10 to $15 million a year in NIL.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You know who doesn't get enough credit during the holidays? You. You're the one making sure the magic happens. From school parties to last-minute shopping to wrapping gifts at midnight. And the last thing you need to worry about is what's for dinner. But with Beehive Meals, you'll have delicious frozen meals delivered right to your door that are ready for your slow cooker. No chopping, no stress, and no takeout guilt. You'll walk in after a long day of holiday fun to the smell of dinner done, kids happy, and a kitchen that's not a disaster zone. It's real homemade comfort food that the whole family will love without the work. You don't need to be a holiday hero this season, just smart enough to let Beehive Meals do the cooking. Beehive Meals, made for the ones who do it all. And if you're looking for a thoughtful, stress-free gift this year, Beehive Meals makes it easy to share the love with gift boxes. Order now at beehivemeals.com and make this holiday season a little easier and a lot more delicious.
Hey fellas, it's crunch time this holiday season, and you don't want to drop the ball on finding the perfect gift for that special someone.
Oh yeah, this is your chance to up your game and score major points with Duke's Jewelers.
That's right, for over 75 years, Duke's has been part of Utah Valley's playbook, helping families celebrate life's biggest wins since 1948.
Oh, absolutely. At Duke's Jewelers, it's not just a jewelry store. They're craftsmen, creating custom designs and timeless pieces that'll have her cheering from the sidelines.
Whether it's a stunning necklace or a custom ring, they've got the game-winning gift at Duke's Jewelers.
Don't wait for the final buzzer. Head to Duke's Jewelers at 220 South Main in Springville.
Or you can shop online at dukesjewelers.com.
Duke's Jewelers, helping you slam dunk love and tradition since 1948.
Tonight on KSL, you found it, the perfect holiday present right there online.
I purchased a meditation device.
So you pay and wait for it to be delivered. But what if it never comes? And getting your money back?
I don't have any confidence they're gonna do right by the refund.
I'll reveal what you need to know to avoid having a Grinch ruin your gift giving. Santa-approved online shopping safeguards. Tonight at 10.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability.
Nice.
Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Celebrate the season 10 floors up at The Roof in the historic Joseph Smith Memorial Building. The Roof is now open with a sparkling new design and an a la carte menu full of Utah classics dressed for the holidays. Reserve your holiday table now at theroofslc.com.
Number 1. Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hans and Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at kslsports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Got a lot of people out there talking about what the players want, what the players feel, what the players think. I'd imagine 100% of them probably aren't former college players, but they want to have some type of opinion on what a player thinks or how they feel. And I played 5 years in college football, and I can honestly tell you, even I can't say how these guys feel. I can't tell you how these players are reacting. The Notre Dame players finding out that their team is opted out of the Pop-Tarts Bowl. The Utah players finding out that they're headed to Vegas and they're going to be playing a pretty bad Nebraska team. The BYU players finding out that they got snubbed by the CFP and that they're going to be playing in the Pop-Tarts Bowl against a middling Georgia Tech team. And Georgia Tech is going to, I think they finished in the final CFP 22, so they're still a relevant, good team. And BYU better prove their point. That's the other thing. BYU can't relax on this. But the one thing I can safely tell you, having played 5 years of college football, is not even I can tell you what they think. Because every player has a different perspective. Some kids want to just get back for Christmas and be with their mom and dad. Some kids don't have a mom and dad. Some kids don't have family. And they just want to be with their team. And they want to be in the facilities because they can be around their team. They've got access to their showers. They've got access to their dorm room, and they just want to stay on campus. Some guys love the game of football, and all they want to do is play the game of football. You might have seniors that they just love the game so much, and they know they're not an NFL talent, but they fight their butts off, and they love the college game, and all they want is just one more game. I can promise you there is a good number, a good contingent of that group out there. On that Notre Dame team, on that Iowa State team, on that Kansas State team, there's players out there that want to play, and it might be their final game. It would be their final game, but a lot of them are now packing up and headed home and saying, well, that was it for football. That's how my career ended. They fired my coach. I ended up having to go through 5 games without a coach. Or, well, that's how it ended. They wanted to be a part of the college football playoffs, and they didn't get their way, so they just ended my career. But I could have done one more against a really good 11-2 BYU team, in Orlando, that would have been a lot of fun. So the only thing I can tell you out there is every one of them is different. Maybe it's a young freshman, and that freshman is just trying to build his name and take one step, trying to get on that depth chart. Well, I can promise you this, and knowing it from experience, that week or those weeks of preparation, getting ready for a bowl game, as a young freshman, you get more looks and more time than you're going to get through spring. Because it's a shrunk down group. You've fought together all year. Coaches are like, hey, wait a second. What's this Olsen kid? Oh, he's that kid out of Weiser. Yeah, he was a low-star kid. He's kind of a bum. He's an honor code issue. He's got terrible grades. But, hey, he does play the 3 technique, okay? Okay, well, let's throw him in here. Let's take a look at this guy.
I think you're being a little hard
By the
on
way,
yourself.
that was just a made-up player.
Okay. I was like, I think you're being a little bit hard on yourself. I don't think that was accurate. But, Hans, you've talked about this so many times.
That's a made-up player.
You've talked about this so many times about the importance of guys that are trying to put a little bit more game film that are maybe looking to get a sniff in the late rounds of the NFL. Like, it's important to some of these guys. Not all these guys are guys that are going to be, one through the first, second, and third rounds. Like, there's a lot of guys that are just trying to make a roster, trying to maybe for a late draft. And I, you know what, I feel bad for these kids that want to put a little bit more game film out there. And some people say, well, if you haven't put it out there now, what does it matter? Like, it does matter. Every little bit of game film does matter for some of these kids.
Well, I'll give you the perfect example, Lloyd. I think Carson Ryan is the perfect example of that. Carson Ryan is a football player. He loves the game, loves all aspects of the game. I don't know if Carson Ryan gets a combine invite. I'm hoping, because I think he'd do well in the combine, and I think he deserves a combine invite. I don't know if he gets drafted. I'm hoping, because I do believe that he is a draftable body and he is a great blocking tight end. What I do know is a game against Notre Dame in the Pop-Tarts Bowl, putting up good film in that moment, in that game, when it's Saturday, December 27th, people are watching and you put up a great game, that goes a long way for you. See, like I see a guy like Carson Ryan being brokenhearted over this, or Chase Roberts. Chase Roberts needs more and better film. Right now, I don't think he's a draftable wide receiver. I hope. I would really hope, because I think that he's fantastic. It's so hard to get drafted. But a little bit more film. Maybe he gets that combine invite. Maybe he has that crazy catch that scouts are watching and saying, whoa, wait a second. Let's take a look at this number 2. That was incredible. So there are a lot of examples out there of that exact person, Lloyd. All right, we'll take a quick break. You're going to come back. You're going to hear from Kalani Sitake getting into this bowl, his opponent, and his team, and what he expects his team to prepare like. That's all coming up next. Hans and Scotty.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You hear me talking about Bar W beef, that amazing homegrown beef. These cattle are born in Utah, raised in Utah, processed in Utah. You can get access to all that beef at barwbeef.com. I also want to talk about Bar Dubs. Bar Dubs is a breakoff of Bar W beef. Right now, it's a hamburger grill. It's also going to be a steakhouse coming very, very soon. That steakhouse is coming very soon. But right now, it's just a great burger grill. And you can still have access to that incredible beef. This is what I want you to do. If you're headed through Nephi at all for the holiday seasons, whether you're Utah to St. George to Utah, or anything in between, get off exit 222 in Nephi and go have their pot roast plate. Oh, baby. Their pot roast plate is some of the most delicious, flaky, tender beef that you'll ever eat. You got a big chunk of this pot roast that sits on top of this really nice pile of mashed potatoes. You got a side of roasted onions. You've got a side of green beans, and it's all on this big tray. It's topped with these fried onions, and then it's got this great gravy drizzled over it. It's the pot roast plate at Bar Dubs in Nephi. It's worth it. I promise you, it's worth it. Stop, eat it, and then text me and say, or tweet me and say, that was incredible. Because I promise you, it's as good a pot roast plate as you'll ever have. Bar Dubs and Bar W Grill. You can find the Bar W beef at barwbeef.com.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-sized French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0% for up to 63 months on 2025 Mazda CX-50 and Mazda CX-5 turbos. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Taqueria 27, where every taco tells a story. And sometimes it's a hilarious one. Check out taqueria27.com. You'll thank us later. On the go? Don't worry. Locations in downtown SLC, Holiday, Fashion Place Mall, Lehigh, and Eagle Mountain. So if you miss one, there's another waiting to serve you tacos, sizzling fajitas, enchiladas, margaritas, like a ninja. Taqueria 27's got Mexican cuisine, including gluten-free, that's so tasty, your mouth will thank you.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Attention Jazz Nation. The long wait is finally over. Mountain basketball is back and better than ever. Let's go! All tickets are on sale now, and you won't want to miss the action. Jump on the opportunity to watch your favorite players live and in person. Whether you're after season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, the Utah Jazz has got your back. There's a plan for every fan. Don't miss out. Secure your seats today and be part of the excitement all season long. Let's go! Visit UtahJazz.com today.
You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's
right. Yeah!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Kalani Sitake talking about this Pop-Tarts Bowl, his opponent, his team, and so much more. It was great to hear from him in this presser. And I want you to be able to hear from the head coach of BYU and his thoughts on everything that transpired from the end of the Big 12 championship game to the selection process of the bowls. Here's Kalani Sitake.
Really excited about the opportunity to play in this bowl game, the Pop-Tarts Bowl, and we are excited to accept the bid to play into it and officially, and to know who our opponent is, Georgia Tech. We have a lot of respect for them. I have a lot of respect for Coach Brent Key. He's also a guy that's coaching at his alma mater like I am, and so I believe a couple decades ago, he was a GA at Georgia Tech, and I was a GA at BYU. And now you look at us now, we're both leading our teams and get to meet in Orlando. It's a wonderful place. I know Orlando really well. It's home of my in-laws. So my wife is from Orlando area. She's a Polk County girl, as they say down there, and she's from Dundee and went to Haines City High. So still have a lot of connections there. I have a lot of family there in that area too. So it's going to be a lot of fun and looking forward to the matchup. Georgia Tech, I see a lot of things in their program that's very similar to ours. I know that they are tough and they play really hard and they're not afraid to run their quarterback as well. Well-balanced team, I think well coached, and you look at what they do fundamentally well. There's everything. And so I'm looking forward to the matchup, and we know it's going to require us being at our best, and just looking forward to the opportunity to play again with these seniors and to play again as a team and to do it in a wonderful setting. I think it'll be warmer there than it is here in Provo, Utah. So we'll be excited for that during the holidays, and just looking forward to all of it, all the festivities and everything that goes into a bowl game. And we know that Pop-Tarts Bowl does it the right way, and we're really excited about the matchup and excited to play again as a team. So what questions do you guys have for me?
Thanks for getting us started there, Coach. It looks like our first question will be from Jay Drew. Jay, we'll let you unmute. You go ahead whenever you're ready.
Yeah, Kalani, obviously news started breaking that you might possibly play Notre Dame, and then they obviously withdrew. Did that get out to the players at all? What was kind of your reaction? And now that you're getting another quality opponent in Georgia Tech?
Well, obviously we played yesterday and didn't do as well as we wanted to, but getting on the plane, we knew, and then even out of the locker room, we knew we were going to play another game. And the goal was to create as many opportunities to play together as possible. So we created one more this year than we had last year. We got to the championship game. That was a cool experience, even though it didn't work out the way we wanted it to. We have to be thankful for that opportunity and look forward to trying to get everything we can to get back to that game again next year. And part of that is the being able to bowl prep and to develop our young guys and develop our depth. So we're going to utilize all the extra practices to get our team ready. And then just make sure that we're ready to go, because Georgia Tech's not an easy team to play. I mean, they do a lot of things that would be difficult for us, and I know they're going to be at their best, and we have to be at ours too. And so there's a sense of urgency to get that going, and knowing that it could help us into next year. I don't know all the other specifics behind it, the details. We're just honored to play Georgia Tech.
And then, do you have an update on Bear's condition yet? Is that, or too soon for that?
Yeah, he's a fast healer. He'll be fine.
Thank you, Coach. We'll move on. Next question will be from Mitch Harper, KSL. Mitch, go ahead whenever you're ready.
Kalani, with this game, how you noted the bowl practices. How do you juggle maybe getting your program ready, almost using this as a springboard for 2026, but also giving you the most opportunity possible to your senior class?
Yeah, I mean, you have to, follow the momentum that you have from the season. And then you have to develop the young guys. So in a lot of ways, it might be different types of practices. We're trying to get, and the thing is, we can use all our red shirts just like we did in the championship game. And so it makes things a little bit different, but it makes it even more fun. Everybody has an opportunity to participate, and we got to get back to practicing though. I mean, I know we'll have a couple days off to get the guys over the season to heal quickly, but then we got to get back to work.
All right. If you have a question for Coach, you can raise your hand using the React button at the bottom of the screen. There's a raise hand option. While we're waiting to see if we have any more questions. Coach, I was out at the Big 12 championship game yesterday. I saw Bear play a little bit. He's certainly an impressive kid in person. What can you talk a little bit about just what he brings to your program and kind of what you've seen out of him in his first year here?
Well, I've been impressed with him. A true freshman, has done a great job leading our offense, and just really impressed with his progress that he's made. Glad that he gets to be with us for a while, but we're going against a quarterback in Haynes King that's seasoned, and he can throw the ball, but he's also he's the leading rusher too. So he does a lot of things right, and I think it'll be good for us watching the film and good for Bear to see how other quarterbacks do it. He's a learning machine, so he's going to get better. Even from yesterday, he'll get better from that experience, and I look forward to seeing him when he takes the field again.
Thank you, Coach. Looks like we got a couple more from Jay and Mitch. We'll start with Jay again, go back to Mitch, and go from there. Jay, go ahead.
Yeah, Kalani, I think last year the game was on December 28th. Will you guys follow kind of the same pattern of going before Christmas, spending Christmas in Orlando, and also there will be a Sunday, I think, where you won't be able to play or practice. How will that affect you, and what's the plan for the trip as a whole this year?
We've had Sundays every weekend this year, so we'll be good, Jay. We'll make it work, and we've had it during bowl games too, and we'll organize it. I mean, we'll be everything that we do is detailed, and so we'll have a plan for all of it. Obviously, we'd love to get to Orlando as soon as possible, as early as they'll let us come. And I know the guys want to be down there, and they're excited for it. And I think there's going to be a lot of fans there, supporting us too. So, but with the schedule and everything, I'm not worried about it. We'll be fine.
Yeah, my bad. The game's actually on a Saturday, so Sunday won't come into effect. But I was just curious about if you're the guys like spending Christmas basically at a bowl game.
Well, I think if you like receiving gifts and giving gifts, and then it doesn't really matter the location. It'll just, I mean, I grew up with warm Christmases. I think they'll be fine there, and it would just be fun. It'll be an opportunity for us to be together during the holiday, and one to remember. And I think this is one of those moments with it. And anybody that, whether they want to do their Christmas early or do it later, in this way, I promised my kids 2 Christmases, so everybody should do the same, and it'll be a lot of fun. But one's going to be in the warm area of Florida, and it's going to be a lot of fun, guys. I'm just looking forward to the game and everything that leads up to it. I know Pop-Tarts will show us a good time.
All right, we'll go back to Mitch and then stick with KSL. Go to Patrick Kinahan after that. Mitch, go ahead.
Yeah, Kalani, you noted that you and Coach Key are both alums of your respective programs. What does that mean to you on the heels of your extension? Leading BYU in a power conference. Now you're locked in with a long-term deal, leading a program that means a lot to you. Just maybe what does that bring out in you as a head coach being at your alma mater?
Yeah, I mean, not to get too emotional because I did that last time, last week, but I'm really thankful that I have a long-term contract and commitment to be here. And so it's something that I value, and I've become a better person being here and being the coach, being around amazing fans and amazing young men that I get to be around and mentor. They've taught me quite a bit, and everybody that's been around BYU, I feel like I'm the one that's been a benefit from everyone, and so I want to stick around as much as I can. I need some more improvement, but what I want to do is make sure that just because it's a long-term deal that I don't take it for granted, and that I keep working hard and stay humble and stay hungry throughout the whole process. And luckily I have a lot of people around me to remind me of that, and just really look forward to it, and just being able to talk to recruits and let them know that they do serve a mission, come back, that I'll be here for the entire of their career, which is going to be really meaningful for us in recruiting.
Yeah, that is meaningful. And anytime a coach can promise that to a kid and hold up to that promise, I think it's really helpful in recruiting. And you hear right there, Kalani Sitake excited for another game, excited for this opportunity in Orlando, Florida, and hoping that his team and hoping his kids all commit to it and put up a good showing, because it's still going to be on national television. It's still an opportunity to play football together, and it's what you sign up for. And that's the hard thing for me, is we're just teaching these kids, it's not about what you sign up for. It's not about what you contracted for. It's only about what money you can get out of it. And I feel like that's what college football is teaching kids nowadays. And look, I would have loved to been on that end of things and been able to make money with my body and my ability to play football. I would have loved it. It would have made a major difference in the young parts of my life, being able to save and being able to invest and being able to have that money. But I am so blessed. I'm so grateful I came out with all of the different characteristics that I was able to build through Lavelle Edwards and his program and his team and his philosophies. He taught such great character. And yeah, some of us may not have wanted to play a bowl game, but we did it because that's what we committed to. America First Credit Union, if you do have that money, you need to invest, and you need to make sure you're managing that money properly, America First Credit Union is the best place to do it. Dave Nellis hanging out with us. Dave, how we doing back there?
We're doing really good. Miss you here in studio, but you're right. America First is the best place to be, so thanks for that.
Oh, it is, brother. It is. Let's talk about this America First Fridays. Talk a little bit about what is America First Fridays.
Yeah, this is something new that we've started this year in partnership with the Utah Jazz and Utah Mammoth, and we're really excited to be able to give back to the community and to the fans and offer them some exclusive deals. So on the first Friday of every month, we launch new deals. And, it's no better time to be able to have some good savings on fan opportunities than on those Fridays. And so we have a really great deal that just launched last Friday, December 5th. And if you're a hockey fan and you want to go see the Winnipeg Jets on December 21st, then we have an exclusive offer for a single Goalview ticket to go watch that the Utah Mammoth go head-to-head. And also, out of the generosity of the Utah Mammoth, you can enter to win a $250 Team Store gift card to go get some of your team merch. So, tuss up.
Wow. So just by being a member, you have access to these amazing America First Fridays.
Yes.
That's all you have to do?
Become a member. If you're already a member, just be watching for those America First Fridays, and you'll be able to get an exclusive deal with those teams. Utah Jazz is also offering America First members some exclusive ticket offers for several games during December. We had just Oklahoma City. That was the first offer just yesterday. But there's 2 more games in December where fans can get some exclusive offers. So Monday, December 15th, next Monday in a week, we're going against Dallas at 7 p.m. And that'll be a great offer just in time for the holidays. And if you can't make that one, then December 20th against the Orlando Magic, you can also get some exclusive ticket offers for that game. And just like the Mammoth, you can also enter to win a $250 Team Store merch gift card. Go get some of your favorite Utah Jazz gear.
People wonder why America First is thriving. It was built here in Utah in 1939, and I don't think it's a surprise. You thrive when you give back. You thrive when you make it fun. You thrive when you help people enjoy their financing and all the different aspects of it. Being a member of America First Credit Union gives you access to these America First Fridays where you get all of these incredible offers just by being a member. You just join America First Credit Union today, and you're going to unlock and be able to take advantage of all of those offers and those fun and great deals. That's America First Fridays by being a member of America First Credit Union. You can find every location at americafirst.com. More Hans and Scotty coming up.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
You know who doesn't get enough credit during the holidays? You. You're the one making sure the magic happens. From school parties to last-minute shopping to wrapping gifts at midnight. And the last thing you need to worry about is what's for dinner. But with Beehive Meals, you'll have delicious frozen meals delivered right to your door that are ready for your slow cooker. No chopping, no stress, and no takeout guilt. You'll walk in after a long day of holiday fun to the smell of dinner done, kids happy, and a kitchen that's not a disaster zone. It's real homemade comfort food that the whole family will love without the work. You don't need to be a holiday hero this season, just smart enough to let Beehive Meals do the cooking. Beehive Meals, made for the ones who do it all. And if you're looking for a thoughtful, stress-free gift this year, Beehive Meals makes it easy to share the love with gift boxes. Order now at beehivemeals.com and make this holiday season a little easier and a lot more delicious.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our clients' portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, this is JJ here with KSL Sports. Utah, this is your shot. A once-in-a-lifetime shot. KSL and Ivory Homes are teaming up to send you to the big game at Levi's Stadium on February 8th. I've been fortunate enough to have the chance to cover the big game multiple times. This has to be on your bucket list, and this is your chance to go. If you've ever dreamed of stepping into football's biggest stage, the time to play is now. It's easy to qualify. Just stop by any Ivory model home between now and January 31st. Walk through and ask them about exclusive loan rate discounts and free upgrade packages. So get off the sidelines. What are you waiting for? Visit an Ivory model home today and enter for your chance to score the ultimate football experience. Start now at ivoryhomes.com/super. Don't miss this opportunity.
This sweepstakes is open until January 31st, 2025 for residents of Utah who are at least 18. No purchase necessary. See the official rules at ivoryhomes.com/super.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah. We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
Hanson, Scotty, it is a beautiful Monday morning, having a great day. Excited to get into this next conversation with our UView insider, Steve Bartle.
Covering the Utes better than anyone else, this is Ute insider Steve Bartle of KSLSports.com on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, Steve, what'd you think? Vegas Bowl makes the announcement, the matchup, the destination. How'd you feel about everything that came down yesterday?
Yeah, obviously with Utah getting that Vegas invite, I love it personally. I love going down to Las Vegas. Love seeing all the Utah fans going down to Vegas. In terms of destination and location, great spot. New Year's Eve in Las Vegas. So for me personally, I like it. In terms of, Utah football and the matchup against Nebraska, a little disappointing, right? After a 10-2 season, Utah was pretty competitive all year long. Competed at a really high level. To end the year with the matchup against Nebraska, who they're tough. They're a Big Ten program, but certainly, I think there was a lot of hope that the matchup would have featured a more high profile. Not to say that Nebraska isn't high profile, but just a better matchup in terms of a more competitive matchup. Nebraska is going through a lot of changes, and a lot of guys are going to be out. Dylan Raiola, Emmett Johnson, a lot of guys are just going to be in and out of that lineup. So, it's a fascinating matchup because Nebraska has all the history, but it's a little bit of a letdown, to be honest, with the matchup. I think a lot of folks were hoping for a matchup against Iowa, which would have been a lot of fun. But overall, I think everybody's going to be happy with Utah going down to Vegas New Year's Eve for a pretty, what should still be a pretty fun matchup.
Matt, I think it's a great bowl, too. Vegas is a great bowl. They put on a fantastic event for the kids, for the coaches. Yeah. I think the team's going to have a blast. I agree with you, Steve. I wish it was something better than Nebraska. Now, with that being said, obviously BYU fans have been extremely vocal about the snub at 11-2, and very few people talking about Utah at 10-2. But when you look at Utah at 10-2 compared to Miami at 10-2, Utah's losses are better losses than the two Miami had, and Utah is left on the outside looking in. How much of a snub do you feel like that university felt like it got, or have they just been quiet because they lost to another team that got snubbed?
Yeah, I think there's, we know Kyle Whittingham, we know the program. They're never going to be about excuses or anything like that. And I think that's sort of the mindset that they've sort of embraced, right, with all of this is they had opportunities to secure their trip to the Big 12 title game, to the college football playoff, and they let those opportunities slip out of their hands. And I think there isn't too much of a fuss. When you look at Utah's resume, yeah, the two losses came against the top two teams in the Big 12, and they were pretty competitive for the most part in those games. But ultimately, it comes down to just, I think Utah, had they had a better win on their resume, you could probably make a stronger argument for them potentially. But I just think it's missing that signature win that you need in these types of conversations, right? What carried Miami to their playoff victory was their win, their week 1 win against Notre Dame. And, there's a lot of things that you can pick apart with the College Football Playoff Committee, and rightfully so, because, man, they made a mess of just this whole playoff and all of that. And I think we need to take a step back and just simplify things with the college football playoff. I think it's nice and well-intentioned that you want to invite the G5 and for them to have their opportunities. But I think we just need to get to the point where let's simplify it. Let's take the top 12 teams, regardless of conference. Obviously, you want equal representation as much as you can. But if you look at it this year, with BYU at 11 and Utah at 15, you had your opportunity to potentially get 3 teams in if you get to that sort of playoff where it's just the top 12 teams or top 16 teams, right? I think that's where I want to see the game get back to. It's turned into a dog and pony show where, a beauty pageant type of thing where we're worried more about the conversation and the narratives and the storylines than just who are the best 12 teams. And ultimately, they feel, the committee clearly feels like they got to the best 12 teams in the country, but it was just like they set themselves up to look horrible because of the conversations of the previous 4 weeks. And I think it's maddening that, this is where we're at with the college game. And I vote that, we get back to simpler times and just get back to taking the top 12 teams, regardless of conference affiliation and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's tough when you see JMU and Tulane both get an opportunity before BYU and Utah. It's a tough pill to swallow for sure. And at this point, Steve, I'm thinking you need Texas Tech to run on, go win a championship, and represent the Big 12. I think that would really help BYU and Utah. And you need the JMUs and the Tulanes of the world to be shown what they are, which is a group of 5. Now, I would love to see them show well because I do love the group of 5s, and I still think there's great coaching and great players inside of that. But my guess is we're going to see what it typically happens with these group of 5 teams and have them lose. Boise State last year, didn't they get the bye? And they lost in the opening round with the bye. I believe every other team did with the bye in that first round as well. And I think that's why we saw a big shift and change. Instead of it being the conference champions, it was the highest ranked received the bye. So I think that there's some good adjustments there. But don't you think, Steve, it's going to take some things to happen? And as much as people are upset Notre Dame opted out, even that might throw a wrench into the operations. How do you think things get changed? Is it big movement like that?
Yeah, Yeah, I do. I think, for as, I'm making fun of Notre Dame for, not playing in the bowl game, right? Like I would much rather see them play the bowl game than not, but it is going to take things like that to get the changes that the college football playoff needs, right? Like it's going to be that. It's going to be a lot of hurt feelings and some difficult decisions being made like that. BYU certainly has their case and their gripes with the playoff and all that, as does Vanderbilt and other programs. And I think ultimately we're going to see expansion and get to the point where, we need to have this all ironed out. I hope that we get to the point where if it gets to 16 or if it gets to 24 teams, that you just take the best whatever number teams and you sort it out and you let them battle it out. But I think, it is going to take events like this with Notre Dame opting out of the bowl game to sort of generate these conversations and generate movement to get the playoff where we need it to, where we're not dealing with this, next season and beyond. So I think, with Notre Dame, I think, as funny as it was to see them, basically quit and opt out of the bowl game and everybody's making fun of them, I do think it was sort of a necessary evil to get where we need to be with the college football playoff. I think everybody agrees that, we need changes. We need to simplify this thing. There's just too many of these little qualifiers to get the best 12 teams. And it's just like, let's simplify this conversation all over again and get back to just simpler time. And so anyways, I think that's what's going to be needed to get the sort of changes we needed on the playoff front. And I think ultimately it's going to benefit college football and all that moving forward.
All right, Steve, let's talk a little bit about this Utah team that's going to be showing up in Vegas. Any opt-outs that you expect, and what kind of team effort and maybe outcome do you expect for this Utah team as it shows up in Vegas?
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see and learn, who elects to move on from the program. Obviously, that's kind of what this month is all about. It's guys making decisions about their futures, and that includes, going to the NFL. That includes, going to the transfer portal and those types of things. And I think we're going to see, a lot of news on that front over the next couple of weeks for Utah. And so, when it comes to the Vegas Bowl, I think it's an opportunity to kind of showcase a little bit more of, the future of the program, get some young guys some opportunities, maybe some guys that you're looking at to step into bigger roles next year and getting them more involved and prepared. And, when you're talking about guys that potentially opt out, I think you're looking at the top of the roster, right? Guys like Spencer Fano and Caleb Lomu, these guys that have, bona fide draft stock. They're not going to want to put themselves in a situation where they potentially get hurt. And so, you're going to see guys like that opt out. And I think that's totally fair and understandable, right? With this being a bowl game that, while it is still a great event in Las Vegas, I think the Las Vegas Bowl has done a lot to kind of up its reputation and done a lot to provide a great experience for both, the teams, the players, coaches, and the fans. It's not the playoff, and I think you're kind of seeing the game shift towards playoffs or not. Like that's kind of what we're trending towards in the game. So I think there will be motivation for Utah to go into this game and provide a good outing and be competitive in this matchup. I'd look for Utah to obviously want to end their bowl game losing streak and get back into the win column there. I think there's going to be motivation on that front, and I think Utah's going to have a lot at their disposal to get that done against Nebraska.
Hey, last thing, I wanted to get your thoughts on the Big 12 Conference Awards How'd you feel about the awards that were handed out to Utah? Who did you feel was missed, and who did you feel like got the rightful acknowledgement?
Yeah, I think Dev getting newcomer of the year, I think that was, very obviously Dev did a lot getting Utah to 10 wins. He was instrumental in a handful of fourth quarters, and so his impact was pretty significant. I think that was a pretty valid award for him, and a good recognition and nod to what he did for Utah this season. Offensive lineman of the year, Spencer Fano. I think it's really hard to argue that with what he did, protecting that right side and being as dominant as he has been in the run game. He was fantastic. I think he limited, pressures allowed to single digits this year. He's just been really, really good all year long and the tone setter for Utah on that side of the ball. So for him to get that award, I think is a nod to the offensive line as well. And then, with the all conference awards, I think, Fano, Lomu, and John Henry Daly getting first team all conference was pretty valid. John Henry Daly, unfortunately, suffering the injury that he did when he did. Man, he was on a tear in that first quarter against Kansas State. 2 sacks, 3.5 tackles for loss. It looked like he was going to end up the sack king in the Big 12, but obviously suffered the injury and his season came to an end. But I think with what he did this season, being that dynamic, edge player for Utah, to see him get first team all conference was pretty justified. And then Caleb Lomu, right, with all the talk around Spencer Fano, rightfully so, I think Lomu was just fantastic all year long, protecting the blind side, going up against a lot of really good edge rushers throughout the year, and again, similar numbers to Spencer, limiting sacks and pressures to really low numbers, and I think he's done a lot to really boost his stock, when you start talking about the NFL. Beyond that, I think Utah had a pretty strong representation offensively and defensively. Logan Fano, Smith Snowden getting second team honors, with a large contingency of guys getting third and honorable mention in the conference. And I think that's a good reflection of this Utah team, where, it wasn't just a handful of players, but the collective effort of many did a lot to get Utah back to the sort of standard of play that they expect under Kyle Whittingham and Morgan Scalley. And I think that's what you wanted to see, and it was good to see that reflected in the Big 12 awards and honors last week.
I said last one, but just really quick, because I've been on this wagon for like last 5 weeks. I just don't feel like it's Kyle Whittingham's time. I don't know if there's any official announcements out there. I've been in the air flying since after the Big 12 championship game, but I believe Kyle Whittingham is staying. What's kind of your thought on that, and which way are you leaning?
Yeah, it's been interesting. So, following Kyle Whittingham, doing this for as long as I have, you kind of pick up on things. And there's been a lot of indications that, made you believe that, like, this would be it. Just the way that he's talked about the team, his emotional moment in the post-game presser against, after that Kansas State game. There were a number of other things along those lines that you're just like, okay, this is probably it. But, there's also been a lot of comments that make you believe, like, okay, he's not ready to give it up. And so there hasn't been anything official just yet on Kyle Whittingham. He did have to give Utah, written notification about what he wants to do. And I think I wouldn't be surprised if we see something announced soon on that front, sometime this week maybe. But if you asked me last week, if you asked me last Monday, I was firmly on the side that this was going to be it. But here we are a week later, and Hans, I'm with you. I think there's a pretty decent chance that Kyle Whittingham is going to be running it back in 2026, and I think that if that is the case, that there's probably good reason for that, and I think it's going to lead to some good things for Utah on a number of other different fronts. And I think that'll be something that I'm going to be keeping a close eye on this week is Kyle Whittingham, and I do think we'll see something announced this week. Just don't know when for sure, but I think we'll see something soon.
I agree. Thanks, Steve. Appreciate you, brother.
Thanks, Hans. Have a good one, man.
Yep, you too. Steve Bartle, our University of Utah insider. Vegas Bowl, Nebraska. I think that there is an upside to Utah football. You've got your Utah, you've got the offense figured out. Jason Beck has done a fantastic job. Micah Simon did great. Mark Yatawaya was great. So I feel like that Utah offensive side of the ball is figured out. I think that there is a lot of optimism with the direction, and I don't see a lot of reason for Kyle Whittingham to leave. Plus, I just don't want him to leave. I've gotten really used to having Kyle Whittingham in this state coaching some good football, putting together a great rivalry game, putting together good recruiting. And this Utah football team seems primed. And it just needs to continue to run in the Big 12. I'd love to see Kyle establish himself in the Big 12 and put Utah firmly in with its expectations of this conference before he takes off. So potentially good news coming this week, hopefully. Again, all of us are guessing. Nobody knows for sure. Every one of us is guessing. But great stuff there by Steve Bartle. All right, we're hanging out with Dave Nellis, America First Credit Union, and we're getting your money taken care of however we can possibly do that. America First Credit Union, you can find them at americafirst.com. And Dave, you got incentives for people that aren't a member of America First Credit Union to come in and make themselves a member of America First Credit Union. What are some of those incentives out there that you have?
Well, this is such a great time, Hans, holiday season, to be thinking about other people and, doing some shopping. And, we oftentimes maybe spend more this time of year than we normally would. And so we have a really great offer to help you leverage your money and to help you spend a little bit smarter. So we've got an awesome $300 credit card promotion that's going on right now. And so you can receive up to $300 cash bonus after you spend $3,000 in that first 90 days. That's like, Hans, getting a 10% discount on everything that you pay for with that credit card. And a lot of people use the credit card to kind of float some money for a little bit and then pay that off later. You get 10% back. That's $300 that you could then put towards, other bills or shop or save, go on a vacation, do those things that you want to do. But $300 is a pretty good offer.
Okay, so let's say I'm listening to this spot and I want to take advantage of this $300 back off a $3,000 purchase, 10% off my Christmas shopping.
Yeah.
Essentially. Do I just come into America First Credit Union? Do I find one of the 116 locations? What's the best way for me to take advantage of this?
Yeah, we have so many convenient branch locations that you can come in and talk with one of our friendly representatives and apply for and talk about all the different options for opening up a credit card, whether that's, receiving some points or some cash back, which you can do with lots of different options with our credit cards, or you can apply online. Or if you feel comfortable just calling in to somebody in our contact center, they can walk you through that process. But it's super easy to be able to apply for that. And that's not just for new members, existing members. If you don't have a credit card, you want to get you a Visa credit card, come on in and apply today, and we'll help you do that just in time for the holidays.
It's that easy, really. And as Dave talked about, they're in your community. That's how I built my relationship with America First in the first place. I moved out to Saratoga Springs back in 2006, and they were one of the only structures out there. I think they came in 2008-ish, 2009-ish, and I started out my relationship with them then. America First Credit Union, you've got a 10% give back essentially with this Visa credit card promotion that they're running, $300 back on a $3,000 purchase, and so much more. Giving back to the community. They are our establishment. They are our credit union. It's America First Credit Union, started right here in Utah in 1939 and putting great deals in front of you like this $300 give back and their Visa credit card promotion. Go to americafirst.com. Find the location closest to you. Get in there and take advantage of it. And I promise you'll be glad you did. More Hanson Scotty coming up.
Whirls around and down.
97.5 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss is having a huge holiday sale, over 20% off, making it our lowest prices of the year. You can start the program before, during, or after the holidays. We know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day with no prepackaged meals, no injections or surgery. The secret is our program helps reset your metabolism so you can keep the weight off for good. To learn how our clients on average lowered their metabolic age by 17 years, go to slcfatloss.com now to schedule your free consultation and learn why your metabolism may be sabotaging your weight loss goals. Go to slcfatloss.com and save now only through December 31st.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program. Alex here. Take advantage of this huge holiday sale with the lowest prices of the year now through December 31st. You can start the program now or after the holidays, but you need to call now to lock in the huge discount. Go to saltlakeCityFatLoss.com now to schedule your free consultation. That's saltlakeCityFatLoss.com.
Results may vary.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson.
I believe that he had all but taken the Penn State job.
By all accounts, that is exactly the case. The meeting had been called for him to tell the team that he was not going to be their head coach anymore.
He was going.
Yeah.
I 100% believe that, and I 100% believe that BYU stepped in with a last-second package, so to speak, and an influence campaign that got him to change his mind to stay. The why, of course, is really interesting.
BYU is safer. He already has a good working machine at BYU that should continue on and is lined up to continue to be very competitive, including talent that they have expected to come in the next few years. And now on top of it, there is a renewed investment into him, into his coaching staff, and then into the program itself in the form of what's rumored $10 to $15 million a year in NIL.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Western Nut, they go nuts for their customers. Corporate gifting is a snap. All kinds of nuts, brittle, caramel, baking, grab-and-go options. Provide a list to them and you're done. Call, stop in, or visit westernut.com.
Make your holidays shine with festive Utah flavors and breathtaking views. The Roof is now open. Book now at theroofslc.com.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
Well, the good is anytime Notre Dame's a mess, then I think everything is in a good spot. Now, this Notre Dame decision to turn down the Pop-Tarts Bowl, I think it comes with just a lot of internal distress that's going on with Notre Dame. And for those of you that didn't get to hear the Notre Dame athletic director, Pete Babcock, go nuts, go nuclear on the ACC, I just think this is great. And what I'm hoping is every team in the country comes together and says, we got to force Notre Dame to stop just being their own entity and their independent just nature of being able to control and dictate whatever they want to control and dictate. I really want them to be forced to be a part of a conference, because it doesn't make sense to me that they get to pick and choose and bit and piece a schedule together and have this 25-year partnership with the ACC where they've got 24 of their sports that participate through some form of ACC event. I've always wanted them to be forced to join and to be a part of something, because the way they sit independent, it just makes it feel like they're bigger, they're better, and more important than everybody. And look, it's been the networks that have allowed this, because the networks continue to feed them and make this a possibility for them to do this. But I actually like this. Notre Dame athletic director Pete Babcock said that the ACC relationship has been permanently damaged. And for those of you wondering what permanently damaged this relationship, so as things were starting to tighten up, the ACC posted on their official X account side-by-side comparisons of Miami, who's a part of the ACC, and Notre Dame, who is not a part of the ACC, who just partners with the ACC, accompanied by the text, no hypotheticals, just facts. And it just shows that Miami won the head-to-head matchup against Notre Dame. And really that's about it. I mean, it says win head-to-head, overall record 7-2, talking about ACC scheduling. Top 25 wins, 3 for Miami, 1 for Notre Dame. FPI top 35 wins, 4 for Miami, 1 for Notre Dame. Strength of record, number 17. It kind of goes into, some of the things that separate it, and Notre Dame says that is permanently damaged their relationship. And I'm happy about it. I hope it did. And I hope that Notre Dame starts scrambling a little bit. I know that they've got scheduling, and I know everybody wants Notre Dame on their schedule, but I don't like what I've seen over the last couple of years. I feel like they've ripped a game away from BYU and didn't return to Provo when that should have happened. And it just feels like Notre Dame has been taking advantage of their logo and the success that they had in football many years ago.
They're so pompous, by the way. You read their statement about, looking towards adding a 12th championship in 2026. It's like they are just the most pompous brand out there. It's gross.
Yeah, it's a sad deal. And I hope that Notre Dame is forced to be a part of a conference. All right, there's your good. Let's get to the bad.
Now the bad.
Some unfortunate news coming out of the Utah Mammoth. Utah Mammoth star forward Logan Cooley is currently sidelined indefinitely with a significant lower body injury, specifically a leg issue, sustained after a crash into the net post during a game against the Vancouver Canucks on Friday. And Lloyd, I'm just looking at the video. This is horrible.
It is horrible.
This is sad. Obviously, I was extremely busy Friday getting ready for the early Saturday morning kickoff. I did not get to see this in live time, and I did not get to see kind of the following outcome of it. But Is it true that he came back and finished the game after just taking a look at this thing? Did he actually come back and finish the game?
Yeah, yes, he did. He did. So I guess that's a little bit of that's kind of the good news a little bit, sort of, that he was able to. But I mean, you look at that injury, and I told you it kind of reminds me of the Zach Ertz injury.
Oh,
sort of.
Oh.
Like, I mean, the Zach Ertz one is you could tell that thing snapped, and hopefully his Cooley's ligaments are a little stretchier than that, because you see it just bend, and the knee is just not meant to bend like that.
Gino Hard tweeted this out at Gino Hard _, and you can see the video from multiple angles. I'm just looking at, he's coming across the goalie, and he's leaning, and his legs start to kind of push into almost the splits, almost a spread eagle. And as he's coming across the goalie's face, his left leg extends into the net and then across the bar right at about the kneecap, just below the kneecap, and you see the lower foot of the leg hyperextend and potentially do some damage in this. It's a horrible shot. The fact that he was able to stand on this after this hit on the goalpost is a great indicator that there's not horrific breaks and compound fractures and potentially career-changing, career-altering injuries that you can have in your knee from an incident like this. It's horrible. Logan is a necessary piece of this Mammoth team. They can't be without him for long.
Same knee, by the way.
Leader.
Same knee that got clipped. When he ran into against. Oh man, who was that against? Was it no? It wasn't the Sharks. Anyway, I don't remember who it was against, but same knee that he collided with another an opponent. So, but if he does avoid being out for a really long time, I would that would be huge, because that knee has taken a little bit of beating the last couple weeks.
Man, it makes me sad for Logan. I sure love that kid. Such a fighter, such a great player. And hopefully he gets himself back on the ice quickly. But in current time, he is considered sidelined indefinitely with this lower body injury. We'll see how long that lasts. Thoughts going out to Logan Cooley. That is a horrific video. All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back to whole world news, and we've got a lot going on. Stuart Mandel is going to join us at 2 o'clock. And for those of you that don't follow or read Stuart Mandel, he is everything college. He is a fantastic college football insider. He's going to help us put together the thoughts of the CFP, how the committee came to the conclusion it came to. I'm going to get his thoughts on Notre Dame and other teams opting out of the bowl season. So a lot coming up with Stuart Mandel at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. Make sure you stay tuned for it. That's all coming up. Hans and Scotty.
This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson.
I believe that he had all but taken the Penn State job.
By all accounts, that is exactly the case. The meeting had been called for him to tell the team that he was not going to be their head coach anymore.
He was going.
Yeah.
I 100% believe that, and I 100% believe that BYU stepped in with a last-second package, so to speak, an influence campaign that got him to change his mind to stay. The why, of course, is really interesting.
BYU is safer. He already has a good working machine at BYU that should continue on and is lined up to continue to be very competitive, including talent that they have expected to come in the next few years. And now on top of it, there is a renewed investment into him, into his coaching staff, and then into the program itself in the form of what's rumored $10 to $15 million a year in NIL.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I got to tell you, I loved my entire process with Advanced Windows. Changed out 5 windows in one of my rental units because there was some leaking between the panes and you could see the fog coming through. I was worried about water coming into the house and damaging some of the window seals. So I had Advanced Windows come out and replaced 5 windows. They made it really simple. Now, I'm going to tell you something that probably a lot of window places wouldn't have told me, but Advanced did. They said your frames are just fine. They're good frames. They got the right insulation. What we're going to do is just take out the glass because it just popped in between the two frames, the two panes of glass. So they took out the glass. They left the frames. They saved me thousands of dollars, and I really appreciated it. That might be the case for you too. Maybe your frames are okay, and you just need to replace the glass. They're going to be honest and tell you. Why? Because I know Nate Orchard. There is not a more honest, more believable, and incredible person in the world than Nate Orchard. Mayor of Sac Lake City, good friend of mine, absolutely love him, respect him, and when he sent his people out to do my job, he did it honestly. And here's the incredible thing. They're going to give you $2,500 off right now, 10 windows or more. How do they do it? Well, they've got the margins because they build the frames. They build these windows in a factory right there in Utah, so it's not secondhand. They don't ship off your order to somewhere in Maryland where they're ordering different windows that are being shipped back and have all these shipping costs. They've got a little bit of margin, and they work it for you, our listeners, to take advantage of. You can find them at advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com. Let's get those windows replaced. As winter comes in, you're going to have to keep that cold air out and keep that warm energy in the house. You can start at advancedwindows.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Snow season is here, and Mountain Land Power Equipment has your back. Right now, when you purchase the Boss Snow Raider snowplow, you'll receive a $250 Mountain Land gift certificate, and you'll be automatically entered to win 2 free tickets to see the Jazz take on the Warriors on January 28th. Visit Mountain Land Power Equipment at any of the 4 locations: Rock Springs, Ogden, Salt Lake City, and Springville. Offer valid November 1st through December 31st, 2025, or while supplies last. Purchase the Boss Snow Raider snowplow to qualify for 1 $250 Mountain Land gift certificate and 1 entry to win 2 Jazz versus Warriors suite tickets for January 28th. Limit 1 gift certificate and entry per customer account while supplies last.
Every student arrives with potential. At the Huntsman School of Business, they turn that potential into possibility. And the possibility gets turned into real-world success. Through hands-on learning, personalized support, and global opportunities, students at the Huntsman School of Business graduate ready, with skills, with confidence, and with a plan. This is where you discover who you are and what you can achieve. Dare mighty things. Visit huntsman.usu.edu. That's huntsman.usu.edu.
Hey fellas, it's crunch time this holiday season, and you don't want to drop the ball on finding the perfect gift for that special someone.
Oh yeah, this is your chance to up your game and score major points with Duke's Jewelers.
That's right, for over 75 years, Duke's has been part of Utah Valley's playbook, helping families celebrate life's biggest wins since 1948.
Oh, absolutely. At Duke's Jewelers, it's not just a jewelry store. They're craftsmen, creating custom designs and timeless pieces that'll have her cheering from the sidelines.
Whether it's a stunning necklace or a custom ring, they've got the game-winning gift at Duke's Jewelers.
Don't wait for the final buzzer. Head to Duke's Jewelers at 220 South Main in Springville.
Or you can shop online at dukesjewelers.com.
Duke's Jewelers, helping you slam dunk love and tradition since 1948.
In today's digital world, outdated technology can slow you down. Les Olson IT is your business partner with top-tier office technology. From copiers, advanced IT, hardware, and security services. More than products, they're your partner.
Les Olson IT.
Number 1. Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hans and Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, Hans and Scotty, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. I know we typically have whole world news here and some crazy story, but just coming out of the weekend and everything that's going on in the college football playoff world, it's just so hard to think about anything other than sports right now. And I know that that's a crazy thought, but it's so hard to focus on anything that's not just college football, especially from my point of view, because this all affects me and where BYU is headed and what my job is going to be. And it's crazy. For those of you that have listened to the Hans and Scotty show for years, I've been calling national bowl games for about 8 years. I think this will be my 9th season with the national radio for different bowl games. And so, yeah, I've got a vested interest in these bowl games, and it does affect me when Notre Dame drops out or when a Kansas State decides that they don't want to be a part of a game. It definitely is affecting me, and I can't help but wonder what the evolution of the bowl world is going to look like. Because as things currently stand, it looks more and more like the traditional bowl games are going to go away. And it does play a role. I do believe. I go to all these different areas. Like I'm headed out to call the national broadcast for the Idaho Potato Bowl with Utah State and Washington State. And I know what that means to Boise. That bowl game's been going on a lot of years. You go back to the Humanitarian Bowl, it's been going on a lot of years, and it means a lot to the community. And I know it's not the best bowl game, but they try to make it the best. I know it's not the best destination. They try to make it the best. They want to highlight their town. They want to highlight their city. They do everything they can. They take them up to this great sledding hill. They put them on these tubes, and they take them on ATVs or snowmobiles, and they put them up on the ski slopes, and they put them in the best hotels and feed them the best steak out of Idaho, and they do everything they can to highlight their town, and it's fun. It's fun for the kids. I think it's fun for the teams. It's fun for the town, and I think it's always been a great partnership. And to me, it's been a blast calling these games, and now I'm nervous what the entire scene is going to look like over the next 5 years.
It's okay. Scotty's not here to bash. Scotty's not here to bash Boise.
Yeah, I know. Scotty would be attacking Boise.
He would be totally.
And by the way, Scotty and I's hometown sandwich Boise. Weezer's up above it. Declo's down below it. Boise's right in the middle of it. Boise was my big city hub. Twin Falls was Scotty's big city hub. So Scotty's got nothing but bad things to say about Boise, but I'll always love that town. That is my home. And I love going back. I go back and do the Humanitarian Bowl or now the Idaho Potato Bowl, because I love going back to my community. I love calling a game that is broadcast right there in Boise for a lot of the people that I grew up with, and it means something to me. And Scotty can attack it all he wants, Lloyd. It's not going to change how much I love Boise. Oh, he will. I know. We've got Dave Nellis hanging out. America First Credit Union, just speaking of love and partnership and gratitude, this has been one of my favorite partnerships I've ever had on air. And I love it because Dave Nellis isn't worried about getting your business. Dave Nellis always feels more worried about giving back to my community. And every time Dave and I are talking, Dave's like, "Hey, do you have an open day? Could you come out? We're raising food for the needy. We're raising shoes for needy. We're doing this," and it's been so much fun, Dave, to partner with you and see how much you love our community. It really is first and foremost for you, isn't it?
It really is. Hans, we're an organization of people helping people, and we could not do what we do without collaborations, partnerships, and participation from our community. And so we love having you come out. You were recently out at America First Field, and we got to have you come and participate in our Warm the Souls, where we bust over a bunch of kids and gave them some shoes. And for a lot of these kids, this is the very first time that they were able to get a new pair of shoes. So it was so nice to see them just floating on air and super excited. And thanks for coming and supporting that. It was great.
It really is awesome. And it's so fun to see America First Credit Union, all of their members, employees. That place was well-staffed. Let's just say that. And you see the big, bright, smiling faces of a lot of the CEOs, the higher-ups, the big guns of America First. They're all in there taking off these socks and putting on these new socks and throwing on these brand-new shoes and watching the kids smile. Speaking of that, if you're looking at what America First Credit Union could do for you specifically, We've talked about the $300 give back on their Visa credit card. We talked about America First Fridays. I want to talk a little bit about what you guys do for all the fans out there. You've got these great limited edition cards that they can take advantage of.
Oh, yeah. We have a really good one this year. We've been partnered with the Jazz. America First is the official credit union of the Utah Jazz. And we have had a limited edition Jazz, what we call an affinity card. It's a very special card. It's unique. It's different than our other regular production cards. And we have a great one this year. It is purple and silver. It is sleek, great enhanced logo. It's awesome. I love the look of this card, and it really shows your true fandom when you pull that thing out of your wallet. When you're just carrying it in your wallet, you just feel like, yeah, I'm a Jazz fan. I love the skin on my mobile app. We have a couple different skins, and there's a Jazz-themed skin that you can put on there. So when you log in and you're checking your balances or checking when your payments are there, I'm Jazz through and through, and so this card just adds another layer to that. And this card hands is actually packed full of a lot of different benefits and good things for those who use that card at Delta Center. For example, you can get deals and discounts. You know, when you're hungry and you want to get something to eat, you can get 10% off on some of the concessions there when you use your Jazz app. And, you know, that's how you order food now when you go to Delta Centers. You just easy. You plug in and get your food, and you can get some discounts there. Also, when you go into the Jazz team store, you can get 15% off on your purchases inside there just by showing your card. And it's fun to be able to pull that out and say, yeah, I'm a card-carrying Jazz fan, America First member. It's great to do that. So good discount that you get there on some Jazz merch. And then what I'm really hoping for, Hans, and I think you should be hoping for this too, is a triple-double. We haven't seen a triple-double in a little while.
Oh, yeah.
It's possible to get
that.
Oh, yeah,
you know? I forgot. I
ace.
forgot the triple-double advantage,
That's the ace in the hole, maybe. I don't know. But, you know, when the Jazz score a triple-double, then the next day you get 32% off team store purchases the day after that a Jazz player scores a triple-double. It's a pretty good deal. You know, it's pretty rare that might happen, and so we're always cheering for that. Just like people cheer for free chicken nuggets, fourth quarter, we're cheering for someone to get that triple-double so you can get that discount. And then one of my favorite things.
Triple-double.
Oh, go ahead.
Triple-double discount and so much more, Dave. That's what I love about America First. You guys are always doing things to make it fun and give back.
Oh, yeah. And if you've got kids' hands that you're going to go to the game, you know, you can get in 30 minutes earlier than anybody else when you show your America First Visa debit card there. And that's a nice way to just, you know, sink yourself in and immerse yourself in that environment. So lots of great ways that we help our members get their money working for them. So we love it.
Become a member at America First Credit Union, and you can find it at americafirst.com. And we're going to talk about a couple of other incentives. Come in and open a new account, $100 in that account, so much more. We'll get into those and a lot of things. Become a member at americafirst.com. 116 locations. Started right here in Utah in 1939. They take care of our kids. They take care of our communities. Take care of them. americafirst.com. More Hans and Scotty. Stuart Mandel coming up next.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Throughout life, we have plenty of special occasions and events, whether it's a prom, a graduation, a mission call, a new job, or how about a wedding? Mr. Mac has always been there to help serve you for all of your monumental moments. Mr. Mac has been family-owned for more than 50 years, and that's important. And they'll make sure that you look and feel great, with affordability always in mind. The Mr. Mac family creates long-lasting relationships with their customers, and they've been doing it for generations. 9 locations across the Wasatch Front or online at MrMac.com.
Attention Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now. Let's go! Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single-game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at UtahJazz.com. Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with the Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, the Utah Mammoth hosts the Los Angeles Kings. The puck drops at 7 o'clock. Listen to the game on 97.5 The Zone. And come up tomorrow, college hoops. BYU and Clemson will play at Madison Square Garden tomorrow at 4:30. You can listen on 102.7 FM. And if you want to hear your company's name here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at the KSL Sports Zone.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's right, yeah! On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I am so grateful that Stuart Mandel was willing to take a few minutes out of, I know, a very busy day to talk through some of these things that we've seen take place in the college football playoffs. And Stuart is one of the best out there, always on top of all things reporting. If you don't read him, you're really missing out on the college football landscape. Stuart, how are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
Well, I'm doing fantastic. Regardless of everything that's kind of occurred over the last 48 hours, I called the BYU Texas Tech game in Dallas, and watching that thing fall apart for BYU was tough. Watching the college football playoff committee decide that it was going to go Miami rather than BYU Notre Dame, and then watching Notre Dame opt out of that potential matchup in the Pop-Tarts Bowl. And that's where I want to start with you, Stuart. I saw your tweet, and it definitely had an ominous feel to it. But what do you truly believe that the Notre Dame opt-out means to the landscape of college football bowl games?
It's a big deal. Not that we haven't seen teams opt out of bowls before. We even had two Big 12 schools this year, K-State, Iowa State, who are going through coaching changes, opt out of a bowl. But this feels a lot different to me because it's Notre Dame, a big, obviously prestigious program that barely missed the playoff, number 11 team in the country, had a chance to play the number 12 team in the country, BYU, in the Pop-Tarts Bowl, and is opting not to play at all. And I feel like that could be a precedent for other teams in similar situations because they basically said the quiet part out loud. All we care about now is the CFP. Lots and lots of schools don't feel that way. But if you're a program like a Georgia, like an Ohio State, somebody that is truly CFP or bust, and this same thing happens to you, you could see them repeating the same thing, and then that becomes really problematic for bowl games.
Oh. It becomes problematic for bowl games, and it becomes problematic for seasons because, let's say Georgia loses 2 or 3 out of the gates, or let's say one of these blue bloods loses a few out of the gates, and then they just start adjusting for the following year, and then you don't even get a true measurement. I think that there's still a level of commitment that has to be applied here, and it just kind of bums me out to see this happen. So Notre Dame has an athletic director that comes out, says that it feels like the relationship with the ACC has been permanently damaged because they advocated for Miami, and it does feel like there was a bit of a back and forth. So what do you think happens with Notre Dame and the ACC and the world of conferences in college football at this point, Stuart?
I think we have to give it some time and see if he was just blowing off steam. It's been a very emotional 24 hours. I do think they were genuinely not thrilled with the way the ACC advocated for Miami over them. Instead of maybe, obviously they're going to campaign for Miami, but should have been more general rather than pitting them against one of their own members. But I'm going to wait and hold off before predicting like they're going to leave the ACC and go to the Big East or anything like that, because we see something like this every year, right? When the school gets snubbed, they got to find people to blame. Selection committee, you remember Florida State 2 years ago thought Kirk Herbstreit cost them a spot in the playoff. And I think Notre Dame is going through that grieving process right now.
Yeah, and I understand it. I understand it extremely well, Stuart, because I call the games for BYU with that the university broadcast with Greg Wrubell, and I've watched a really good season, and it's a really good team. And it bumped into an excellent Texas Tech team, and it was left on the outside. As you looked at it and you see the numbers, everybody's posting it, strength of schedule, strength of record, best wins, best losses, worst losses. It really felt like BYU deserved a shot. Did you feel that way, Stuart, or did you feel like BYU was kind of out from the start of the loss to Texas Tech the first time?
Oh, I didn't think they were out from the Texas Tech loss. I think a couple things went on there. One, just the general, I don't think the committee views the Big 12 the same way they view the SEC and maybe even the Big 10. I also think, and this is where the committee says they start with a blank slate every week. They absolutely do not. We see them move teams up and down. And one of the problems with that is teams' resume change. And nobody would have thought when BYU beat Arizona on the road early in the season that was going to be considered a really big win. And it turned out to be a win over a top 20 team, a 9-3 team. And I don't know that they were getting the proper credit for that. But at the end of the day, it was just a really crowded field. I think any of Notre Dame, BYU, Texas, Vanderbilt would have made the field as an at-large team last year when the last couple teams were SMU and Indiana. And this year there were just more, I think, worthy teams than there were spots. It's frankly, this year at least, was a good argument for a 16-team playoff. But I know it's going to vary from year to year, the quality of the field, and this just happened to be a particularly strong one.
You listen to Stuart Mandel. He does a fantastic job of college football for The Athletic, has done for many, many years, always on top of the information, does a great job. Stuart, is the College Football Playoff Committee is currently comprised of 13 members, and the way it currently operates to structure the 12-team playoff, do you think we'll see any changes with the committee, with the way the 12 teams are identified, with the way they're put together? Just changes for the committee as compared to the amount of teams that might be involved?
It's something they kind of talk about every year. Do we need to refine anything? I do think the change they made this year to embrace strength of record that the SEC push definitely favored or definitely helped Alabama's cause. I would love to see them get rid of the Tuesday night shows. I think they do a disservice to the process, but ESPN pays them for that, and that probably won't happen. I think the most immediate thing they'll talk about is in response to James Madison in Tulane this year. There's going to be a spot for a group of 5 team. That's not going to go away. I don't think they love the fact that there are 2 of them and that they're ranked in the low 20s. And so will there be some sort of a stipulation going forward that last automatic qualifier has to be ranked a certain, certain threshold, top, whatever that might be, top 16, top something, right? 12, 14, 16, 20, I don't know, would be a modification. But I would just caution everybody, caution them. This is not going to be healthy to keep changing the format every year. It was an entirely new system last year. It took a lot of education for people to even understand how the 12-team playoff was going to work. And then we experienced 1 year of the top 4 being reserved for conference champs and how Boise and Arizona State were ranked much lower. And so they changed that. And so everybody had to get used to that. Now you're going to go change it again next year. It feels very much to me like the BCS. That's what the BCS did every year. And that system, people hated that system by the end.
Yeah, and it eventually failed. And we moved on through a couple of different processes to get us here to the 12-team college football playoff. That's been one of the hardest pills to swallow, I think, for me, Stuart, and probably Utah fans and most people here in the state of Utah. You just feel like BYU and Utah, who Utah's 10-2 with only losses to the number 4 team in the country and an 11-2 BYU team. And BYU, obviously, with their resume, could have beat James Madison or could have beat Tulane. And it's another hard pill to swallow, Stuart, because Tulane's quarterback was just recently at BYU. There were some legal issues and some things that went down where Jake Retzlaff moved on and went to Tulane. So I just look at those two teams, and I know BYU and I know Utah well. I certainly would have liked to seen the matchup, but it just feels wrong. How was it that both of them made it into the college football playoff?
Blame the ACC. We always knew there would be a spot for the group of 5, and I think there should be. I think the whole point of the 12-team playoff was to make sure everybody feels included, everybody has a path to play for the national championship. Nobody thought Boise was undeserving last year. It obviously wasn't the case necessarily this year. But the reason there are 2 is that the bid you would have expected to go to the ACC champ didn't, because of their tiebreaker allowing a 7-5 Duke team to get into the game. And they won, and they beat Virginia. If Virginia had won, Virginia would be in, and James Madison would not. That's on the ACC. They need to – they have a 17-team conference. They are going to go to 9 games. This year's only 8. So many of their teams don't play each other, and you end up – and this is not unique to them now with these huge conferences. You end up with these crazy tiebreakers that determine who plays in the game. And somehow Duke emerged from a 5-way tiebreaker. So – that's really not a CFP issue to me. That's an ACC issue. They're going to have to look at how they, the fact that Miami, who did end up getting in but was obviously right on the bubble, didn't play in that game and Duke did, that's something they have to figure out.
Boy, it's frustrating here in the state, Stuart. I can't even express it to you. I mean, it just feels like the state was pushed out. Now you're watching Utah against – obviously a recognizable brand in Nebraska, and BYU against a recognizable and a good team in Georgia Tech, but it feels pretty demoralizing. But I'm still excited.
Okay, well,
let
me cheer you up a little bit. Let me try to cheer up. I got nothing for Utah fans. That's not a great matchup. But I also don't know. I mean, did anybody really expect them to be picked for the 12-team playoff? It didn't seem like that was going to happen. The Pop-Tarts Bowl is a heck of a lot of fun. I've written a lot about it. This was a bowl. If you don't know the origins of that bowl, it's gone through 8,000 different name changes, that game in Orlando. It became the Pop-Tarts Bowl 2 years ago, and those people have gone so all out to make it fun that if BYU wins this game, a giant edible Pop-Tart is going to go down a toaster and come out, and all the BYU players are going to be able to eat that edible mascot. It's not the national championship. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to claim it is. But I do think it is now past. There's the Citrus Bowl, the holiday. It is. If I could pick one bowl to play in that's not in the playoff, it would be this one. Which is why it's crazy to me that Notre Dame passed on it. But that's a different story.
Stuart, you bring such optimism to such dark times in the state of Utah. I'm excited. I will be out there calling that game as well. So hopefully I can get on the field and get a bite of this edible mascot. It's been a dream of mine since a little boy. I've always hoped that I could eat a massive Pop-Tart human.
Yeah, ever since way back in 2023, we've all dreamed to be part of the Pop-Tarts Bowl celebration. I'm told they have even more hijinks in the works for this year, so it's a great consolation prize.
I love it. Give me your thoughts on the 4 teams that get the byes. Did they get that right? Did they get the top 4? Tech, Indiana, Georgia, and Utah State.
They got
Ohio State.
I mean, in the end, that actually ended up working out pretty well to the point where, think about if we'd had a 4-team playoff this year, there would be no debates. Those were definitely the 4.
Yeah, right. Yep.
You could say, should Georgia be 2 or Ohio State be 2 and the other one 3? I don't know. It's kind of a toss-up, but also kind of doesn't matter because they'll end up meeting each other if they win.
Well, excited to watch this play out, Stuart. Thanks for all your coverage and your insights. You're great on Twitter, and we'll be following you through. Keep us updated on whatever's going to happen with Notre Dame, because doesn't it just feels like there's a lot to come and to potentially fall out from this year, does it not?
Yeah, there's a lot going on with Notre Dame. I think we're also only in the beginning stages of learning that they get some sort of preferential treatment in the next CFP contract. So, Notre Dame was like a sympathetic figure for a few hours yesterday about getting left out, and then they just kind of blowtorched that.
That's so true. Everybody's like, shoot, Notre Dame. And then they're like, screw it. And they just blow the whole thing up. And everybody's like, oh, well, join a conference then, pal. Do something on your end to make you more relevant, more credible. So appreciate it, Stuart. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Stuart Mandel with The Athletic. All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back and we'll jump on with Mitch, our BYU insider. Mitch Harper will join us at 2:30 to kind of shed some light and insight into what's happened with BYU, their bowl game, and obviously their opponent in Georgia Tech. Excited to be hanging out with Dave Nellis, America First Credit Union. They do such an incredible job for us with the Hans and Scotty show. It's been an amazing partnership, and it's just an amazing partnership with sports. Dave, I've asked you this before, and I've had people ask me, why do we see America First Credit Union on everything sports? How would you best put that? Like, why does America First Credit Union team up with sports?
That's a great question, Hans. And when you think of sports and the sports teams that we have here in Utah, whether that's the professional level, the collegiate level, high school, or even little league comp teams, that's where families gather. That's where kids start to learn things like leadership and competitiveness and respect for coaches, and they develop their skill sets. And parents are always going here and there, taking kids to all different kinds of sports activities. And so we know that that's where families are. And the credit union is very family-centric. We know that finances are very central to keeping a household going. And so the sports teams, the sports organizations, the partnerships that we have with all levels of sports just really match what we're about. We have shared values and common goals into making our community stronger. And what better place to do that than where people are fans of a team and they come together, and that's what we're about. So it's a great question, and a lot of people maybe wonder why that is the case, and we have a lot of reach there, and hopefully that touches not only the kids that are playing but also spectators and fans and families, and it's just a great partnership, great place to be.
Man, it's a great partnership, and I can tell you right now, Dave, it means the world to Scotty and I. We talk about it all the time, not just having the great Dave Nellis in studio because we do love you and we love the Pez, and we always love this conversation, but also we just know what America First Credit Union means to the state of Utah. We know that it started in Utah. We know how much it extends to people in need. The program that you guys ran, I guess, would it be last year and moving into 2025 with the amazing 0% interest for 6 months, giving people an opportunity to take advantage of cash when they really needed it. I just think it's great. One of the programs that you just announced earlier, where you're getting 10% back on your Christmas shopping. You get a America First Credit Visa, and you spend $3,000, and they're going to put $300 right into your pocket. So a lot of great givebacks from America First Credit Union. But, Dave, let's talk about this. You guys have incredible incentives for people to become a member. What kinds of things are you putting out there right now for people to come in and just see what America First Credit Union is all about?
Yeah, Hans, we've talked about several different things on the program today, just, about smart spending. Well, smart spending is also connected to smart saving. And this is a really good time of year where we're thinking about gifts and what do I give somebody and how do I not break the bank or how do I not overspend. Sometimes we just don't think about maybe how do I help somebody in my own family maybe save a little bit. And so if you're having trouble figuring out, what do I get somebody? Why not give the gift of saving? And America First wants to help you do that. We want to help your money do more for you. And so right now we have an incentive where if you want to become a member of the credit union, we will give you $100 as a cash bonus just for joining and starting up your account with the credit union. And there's no better way than to come in right now than to just get that $100 and just try us out. See the difference that America First can do for you and for your family. So $100 is helpful just for joining up and saying, yeah, I want to try that out.
Got to tell you, Dave, I've just loved everything about America First Credit Union. And I kind of explained to you just one of my more recent meetings with America First. I went into our Saratoga branch. I know I've got my Eagle Mountain branch, Dave. But
Eagle Mountain is there for you.
Yeah, I've gotten to know my Saratoga people so well. And I needed to open up a separate account. And I needed to be able to start a Venmo and a PayPal that was able to connect to that separate account. And I sat down with this amazing representative, and she helped me open up the new America First account that was attached to Venmo and attached to PayPal. She helped me set up my Venmo and PayPal apps on my phone. She walked me through and connected those so that I don't have to do anything other than tap a couple buttons and money is moved. It's just awesome. I mean, that's the kind of customer service. If you're having a problem with your financial institution, just giving you the time to help you understand where your money is and what it's doing and how to move it from one to the other. Just that simple process. They will sit down and take as much time with you as you need. It's America First Credit Union. I love them. I love Dave Nellis. I love this partnership, and they love you. And you can find them at americafirst.com.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Taqueria 27, where every taco tells a story. And sometimes it's a hilarious one. Check out taqueria27.com. You'll thank us later. On the go? Don't worry. Locations in downtown SLC, Holiday, Fashion Place Mall, Lehigh, and Eagle Mountain. So if you miss one, there's another waiting to serve you tacos, sizzling fajitas, enchiladas, margaritas like a ninja. Taqueria 27's got Mexican cuisine, including gluten-free, that's so tasty, your mouth will thank you. Looking for the ultimate holiday gift? Look no further than Minky Couture, the original luxury blanket company. Whether it's for a college sports fan or your mother-in-law, Minky Couture has the perfect gift for everyone on your list. Get the best blankets and best gifts ever and save 50% off this season with promo code ZONE50. Shop online at minkycouture.com or visit any of the 6 locations. Minky Couture has you covered this holiday season with the best gift ever. Utah Mammoth Hockey is back at Delta Center. Don't miss your chance to be part of the excitement as the Mammoth hit the ice all season long. Grab your friends, rally the family, and lock in your seats for the fast-paced, hard-hitting action. Great seats are available for most games, but they're selling fast. Head to UtahMammoth.com to get your tickets today. That's UtahMammoth.com. Your home for all things Mammoth hockey.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Holidays are here, the countdown to Christmas, and it's time for you to make your reservations at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. I have to tell you how festive it is, whether it's downtown Salt Lake City at 275 Southwest Temple or up at Hotel Park City. Just the atmosphere, the decor, it is spectacular at Ruth's Chris. Now, as great as that ambiance is, you're there for a steak, right? You're there for a great, great meal. And Ruth's Chris Steakhouse never disappoints. Pick out that perfect steak. It will be cooked to perfection, and it's not just steaks. They have the seafood and the poultry and other dishes and the desserts at this time of year, the side dishes. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, the perfect place to celebrate the holidays this year. And don't forget, the perfect stocking stuffer, a gift card from Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
Calling all Jazz fans. If you can't wait another second to see stars like Ace Bailey and Lowry Markkanen tear up the court, you're in luck. Tickets are on sale now. Let's go! No matter what you're looking for, the Utah Jazz has your back. With season tickets, mini plans, and single game options available, there's something for everyone. Whatever your schedule or budget, there's a plan for every fan. Don't miss a moment of the action this season. Secure your tickets today at UtahJazz.com.
Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah, we've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
Well, when I can't figure things out, I always go to the big guns. And our BYU insider, Mitch, is always able to come up with something more intelligent than me. So, Mitch, I appreciate you showing up and making me feel and look better.
Happy to be on, Hans. It was a whirlwind week this past week, for BYU, and glad to hop on with you and talk some ball.
Mitch, you're supposed to say, no, Hans, you say intelligent things too. I'll just add on. I mean, I was kind of hoping, I was setting you up to try to compliment me. I was fishing a bit. So thanks for not taking the hook, Mitch.
I guess I didn't take the bait.
Stand here. Oh, man, Mitch. What a weekend, huh? I mean, that was quite the game, quite the outcome. BYU beaten up, bruised, and battered there in the second half specifically with 4 turnovers. But before we jump into the CFP mess and the Notre Dame mess and the Pop-Tarts Bowl, just talk about that, buddy, because I'm struggling to just kind of encapsulate everything that happened in that Big 12 championship game.
Kalani downplayed any significance about it when I asked him in the post-game press conference, but Bear Bachmeier getting banged up altered this offensive outlook. BYU wanted to throw the football more and get that ball out a lot more than they did in Lubbock, and him going down, Lee Hunter, I think, wrapped him up, and Roberts hit him up high on that play right before the touchdown run from LJ. Just felt like that changed the game a bit. Now, I mean, still, I think Texas Tech probably wins this contest, but, and then if you get like a Logan Latui interception, where that was a near pick, the Falatau Satuala, maybe you're in a spot where you got the lead and you've got the ball, and if Bear's healthy, maybe this could be a completely different outlook, and Texas Tech's feeling a little bit more pressure than they have this season. But, Bear getting banged up I thought was significant in this one, and, Kalani downplayed any long-term concerns, saying, that he'll be fine and he'll be good to go for the bowl game. We'll see, and, because that's always delicate. You want to make sure that long-term he's going to be okay, but I just thought that was significant in that game when Bear, you'd see some throws and he's off his back foot, and you can just barely get that thing off, and it limited BYU's ability to pass the football.
I totally agree. I think it really changed what BYU was able to do. I don't know if it necessarily changed the outcome of that game, but we'll never know exactly how much that affected and influenced the outcome. But I do believe that things really turned in that moment, because that first drive, watching him take off from the pocket with a little bit of pressure, and he gets a 10-yard run and sustains the drive, and being the force and threat to the outside, kept the defense wide for the give-off to L.J. Martin down the pipe for the touchdown. Like, there were so many things attached to it. Let's talk about that Bear Bachmeier and his health. I believe I saw a picture of him out with it looked like the family, his leg up and in a boot. We're talking about December 27th. You and I will be out there in Orlando. I'll be calling that game with Greg Wrubell. that game against Georgia Tech. You'll be out there covering it for KSL. What are the prospects of Bear Bachmeier playing in that game? And was that picture an actual picture, or did I get AI'd?
I've seen the photo as well. I have to verify that on my end when that was taken and whatnot. I have seen it make the rounds on social media. But, Kalani was asked about it yesterday and said that Bear will be fine. With 3 weeks to go, and Bear's been pretty resilient, and the fact that they still played him in that game, you'd like to think that he'd be able to play, but at the same time, if there's any concern, then I think you just rest him. And I know you want to get that 12th win because that would be a huge accomplishment for this team to get to that level of wins. You haven't done that since 2001, but to me, it'll be interesting. BYU will probably be a little bit lighter this week as far as practices, and then get really full swing into the things here coming up soon. But with Georgia Tech, to me, Bear was clearly limping quite a bit throughout that game, and even in the post game, I was at AT&T Stadium when they were walking to the locker room. You could tell that he was, limping quite a bit in that one. So, I think what you've got in Bear Bachmeier. It's just tough because this month you want to use this as an opportunity to also kind of get a head start on 2026 and develop some of that chemistry more with some of those younger wide receivers, but. If there, I would expect what Kalani said yesterday that he'll be fine and be able to play. But if there's any sort of thing that could cause long-term issue, to me, you'd sit him out if needed. But Kalani said he's fine, so we'll see how that goes over the course of this month.
And I hope he is. And he's been a pleasure to call and to watch in his growth and his development. I just think that there's so much upside for him. And right now, there's a lot of stir and rumor and buzz. I'm getting hit on Twitter with it, with people asking the question. And I was part of the interview in the post game where one of the players said, if we retain Bear, I had a great conversation back and forth with Greg on it. And, I think that there might just be kind of a conversation out there with all players like, hey, where are you headed? Or what are you doing? Or what's your agent saying? Or what's your intent? He's already transferred once from Stanford to BYU, and that comment has made the rounds in the post game. What do you know about Bear and his retention here at BYU and his intent to come back to BYU, or if this is just a player and speculation of everybody saying, well, anybody could go anywhere now based off of what's offered to them?
I think it's a lot of speculation because Bear has really immersed himself at BYU. I think he really loves being at BYU and working alongside Aaron Roderick and Kalani Sitake and having both of those guys, Kalani locked in. I think that definitely helps the cause. Now, had there been, last week at this time where, there's a lot of speculation about Kalani going to Penn State, and if Kalani does, in fact, end up going to Happy Valley, well, then you're probably losing everything, and you're losing Bear Bachmeier because then the whole program goes with Kalani Sitake. But, I think it's just kind of the nature of the climate, and you got to make sure to retain, and BYU's done an excellent job at retaining players, and they got to make Bear a top priority, when it comes to distributing that revenue share and what that, total is going to look like for him and their basically salary cap next season. That's General Manager Dave George, who's got a background as an attorney, looking over contracts, making sure everything, the budgets and things like that, and collaborating with Justin Anderson, Director of Player Personnel. You got to make sure that he's getting paid like a guy that won 11 games, and I think BYU will take care of him. So, but I think there's always that prospect. Does he feel like he can accomplish more at another place? Maybe, but I think BYU is a really good spot for him in that. So far to this point, I think he's thoroughly enjoyed his time at BYU. I think it's just maybe the climate of college football today where anyone can go at any time. But to me, this has been a really successful season for Bear Bachmeier. BYU is a really good place for him, and he's the unquestioned quarterback one for BYU next year. So to me, there'd be no reason to leave. This is his program next year. He's going to be with one of the faces of the program and give BYU a chance to be, maybe a preseason top 20 team next season. So, but that's college football today. Anyone can go, and the portal will open in January, and this is a valuable time this week. And in maybe the next 7 or so days to really nail down for Kalani Sitake and his staff to figure out who is on board for next year and make sure everyone's retained. LaMason Waller, a wide receiver in the 2025 recruiting cycle, said that he's going to be planning to enter the portal. So there's already one guy that's heading out. He didn't play at all this year, but getting that clear picture of that, so then you know your numbers, and then you can really attack that portal and hit it hard in January to fill the gaps of areas where you need to strengthen up your team for 2026.
Yeah, I agree with that. All right. Mitch, let's talk a little bit about this Georgia Tech opponent and the Pop-Tarts Bowl. First of all, how did you feel about the Pop-Tarts bid? Alamo going a different direction. It felt like they were doing that, allowing BYU to potentially match up with Notre Dame in the Pop-Tarts Bowl. So talk about why do you think Alamo selected outside of BYU first, and what did you think about the Pop-Tarts commitment?
Yeah, I think the Pop-Tarts Bowl is solid because, last year, the Alamo Bowl, it was pretty much a pro-Colorado crowd. There was not many BYU fans. That was a, heavy presence of Colorado fans. So maybe, a case of Alamo Bowl not being overly impressed with the turnout that BYU had in terms of tickets sold. And then you go to a more regional opponent, not with TCU, who doesn't have a history of packing out venues, but they are one that, is a little bit closer to San Antonio than, say, BYU on the heels of a loss in the Big 12 Championship, whereas Orlando, BYU saw it firsthand a couple weeks ago in Thanksgiving for basketball. They have a lot of fans in Orlando that will show up and sell some tickets regardless, playoff or not, BYU momentum going into a game, they will show up. And people in the Southeast that are Cougar fans, I think, will show up to that game and have a good turnout and maybe work in Disney World as well. So I think that's a good spot. And the Notre Dame angle definitely was really tantalizing because you could have almost an extension of the playoff, a game that maybe the people's playoff, to pull a term from last year. That could have been an incredible matchup, but Notre Dame opts out of that. And Georgia Tech's a team that if BYU is not motivated and not prepared for this one, they could absolutely take an L to end this season and lose this game because Haynes King, excellent running quarterback and can do a lot of different things that could cause some challenges for BYU's defense. So they have to be prepared, BYU. This is going to be one of those spots that will challenge Kalani's program's culture a little bit because it could be easy to mail it in after what transpired this past weekend and just say season's a wrap, it's over, couldn't get to the playoff, they turned us down, they didn't put us on the graphics, this and that, and then you just lay an egg in Orlando. So they better be prepared for this one because Georgia Tech's a good football team and would not shock me in the slightest if Georgia Tech won this game. I mean, they took Georgia for a full 60 minutes, and that was a defensive battle against a team that the playoff committee views as a top 4 team and, the SEC champion. So this will be a really good test. It's not as glamorous as Notre Dame, but I think it'd be a really quality victory if BYU could end the season with a win over an ACC team. Only the second time ever BYU faces an ACC team in a bowl game.
Mitch, how broken do you feel like things are with Notre Dame opting out, and with a couple of Big 12 teams opting out, and multiple teams now opting out of college bowl games, and Notre Dame doing what they're doing where they're now upset with the ACC and the College Football Playoff Committee where 13 individuals are deciding the fate of a bunch of football teams? How broken is it? How much do we need to fix here?
I don't think college football is broken, honestly, at all. I think that it's still a sport in a great place. I just think determining how you field the playoff to determine who wins a national title is the biggest issue. I think there's been plenty of teams over the years that have opted out of bowl games, usually because of coaching changes. It's not uncommon. It's just very surprising to see a team just right on that cut line of the playoff to opt out and have it be Notre Dame. I think people are kind of just forgetting over the years we've seen many 8-4 teams or teams in transition with coaching changes opt out of games. And just 5 years ago we saw bowl games just completely unplugged because there was cancellations due to COVID. So this isn't completely shocking. I think people, when these games still happen, they're still going to tune in and probably get about 2 million viewers at least. maybe 3 or 4, sometimes even on the high end. Last year, BYU experienced an 8 million viewership bowl game with a game that really had no implications on the line. So I think college football is fine. I think it's just a matter of determining that the appropriate way with the national championship and the playoff to how to put that field together. And I thought it was a little bit discouraging how Brett Yormark, the Big 12 commissioner, when I asked him directly if he's still supporting the 5+11 model that he was, standing for at spring meetings in Florida last May, he says that's still his preferred method for the college football playoff going forward. And I think that's silly and naive by the Big 12 because you need to push for what the Big 10 is pushing for, and that's a playoff field that has a bunch of automatic qualifiers in the bracket. Now, it would completely reshape the sport of college football to think the fourth-place team in a conference automatically goes to play for a national championship, but you're getting to a place now where this committee does not value the Big 12 at all. They don't even value Texas Tech. And to be the fourth-place team this year, Texas Tech is an outstanding football team and one that I think could win it all with how good that defense is. They don't value the Big 12. They don't think it's a good league. So the Big 12 has got to be pushing for a 24-team bracket that consists of the reported, 4 automatic qualifiers for each power league, 2 for group of 6, and then you can still have the at-large pool and be 6 at-large teams, and that can be 3-3 for the Big Ten and SEC. But with that format, then you have a real opportunity to truly settle it on the field and decide which conference was actually the strongest. Because to me, if you're the Big 12, there's not many teams that want to come to Provo in December or go to Salt Lake and face Utah or even Arizona, who defensively has been outstanding in recent weeks and really this entire season. Big 12 has good football. That's the format they have got to be pushing for because as long as it's heavily involved with at-large bids, the Big 12 is always going to be a one-bid league because even in a 16-team format, the committee can move the goalposts and say, you know what, 9-3 Texas has more quality wins than this, 11-2 BYU team. We're going to put them at Team 13, and BYU maybe sneaks in as Team 15. It's always going to be a difficult slope for these Big 12 teams in the at-large pool. Go push for an automatic qualifier-heavy bracket. That's what, to me, is going to help the sport, honestly, because then you know what your direct path is to get in that playoff every single year.
Yeah, I agree with that because there's going to be teams that commit heavy NIL and make big moves that maybe in past they hadn't been big, like Vanderbilt this year, where they achieved, they accomplished, and because of past issues not being the brand or the logo or the icon, you still deserve a chance to show what your investment was worth in the long run. Mitch, great stuff, man. Always appreciate your insights.
You bet, Hans. Always a pleasure talking with you, man.
There you go. Our Cougar insider, Mitch Harper, does a great job for KSL. Sure love the people I work with. Just glad to be associated with them. I bumped into Patrick Kinahan in Florida, out in Dallas at the Big 12 championship game. And I'm just going to tell people out there that you may think that PK's got a rough exterior and that he may be a little bit of a tough guy. But let me just reassure you that PK may be one of the sweetest people I've ever met in my life. And that's the sad truth about Patrick Kinahan. He may be one of the most kind-hearted and loving people that I've ever known.
But
sorry to
is there a but in there?
Break up that sorry to break up that rough personality that he's portrayed in Utah for 20 years on air, but he's actually a pretty incredible.
I felt like you had something else you wanted to add in there. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Okay.
No, I love the guy. All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll get things ready for JJ and Alex. I'll put my final thoughts on today's show and my final thoughts on Notre Dame and BYU situation coming up next.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Man, what more can I say about the great physicians at University of Utah Health? uofuhealth.org. I've talked about it, how much they've helped my family. I had a family member get a whole hip replacement through U of U Health. Dr. Peters, fantastic physician. Holy cow. And that's been 8 years ago. And this family member has had zero issues with this hip. And I've loved seeing her reclaim life and good health because she loves to walk. And it's been fun to see that hip work so well. I don't know. I can't say anything more good about Travis Mack. He's the orthopedic surgeon that has helped multiple family members. And he's the one I go to, and he consoles me and says, oh, hey, everything's going to be okay. I feel like I'm always sending him a message like, oh, this is happening or this is going down. He's like, hey, everything's going to be okay. We'll get these things fixed. You know what's great about these people, these men and women? They're the ones that are helping the Utah Jazz, the Utah Mammoth. They're the ones helping Real Soccer, and they're helping the professional athletes in our state. And you've got direct access to them. Just go to uofuhealth.org. You can search by need or you could search by physician. But just know they're going to put together a game plan to get you or whoever back to good health, back on the playing field, back in the office, back to good health so you can enjoy your life. Start at uofuhealth.org.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honesties with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with the Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
So many commercials you encounter these days include generic people engaged in generic activities, frolicking in generic locations, accompanied by generic music and a generic voiceover. Pharmaceutical commercials are on the cutting edge of this phenomenon. In fact, I find myself less worried about the risk of lockjaw, intermittent loss of smell, or explosive diarrhea, and more concerned that the drug might turn me into a mannequin at Kmart. So what does this have to do with Shamrock Plumbing? Nothing, really. But if you find our commercials over the top, just remember it could be worse. They could be generic.
Snow season is here, and Mountain Land Power Equipment has your back. Right now, when you purchase the Boss Snow Raider snowplow, you'll receive a $250 Mountain Land gift certificate, and you'll be automatically entered to win 2 free tickets to see the Jazz take on the Warriors on January 28th. Visit Mountain Land Power Equipment at any of the 4 locations: Rock Springs, Ogden, Salt Lake City, and Springville. Offer valid November 1st through December 31st, 2025, while supplies last. Purchase the Boss Snow Raider snowplow to qualify for one $250 Mountain Land gift certificate and 1 entry to win 2 Jazz versus Warriors suite tickets for January 28th. Limit 1 gift certificate and entry per customer account while supplies last.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Craving something sweet? We do ice cream right. Come in and try one of our shakes, freezes, or an ice cream cone, and you'll see why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
Number 1. Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hans and Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Standing here
Well, it's been a heck of a day, heck of a show. Big thanks to everybody for joining us. Steve Bartle, Mitch Harper, Stuart Mandel. Heard from Kalani Sitake, just great stuff. And obviously, disappointing overall. The weekend, the way the Big 12 championship game played out. I guess if I were to give you just a single word to describe the Big 12 championship game, it would be disappointed. I don't know how much of that was in BYU's hands with the injury, with a great Texas Tech team. It's as good as they come. I'm hoping that Texas Tech shows well in this college football playoff. I've become a Texas Tech fan. I love their fan base, the amount of money that they donated to this young couple that lost the husband, and this very young wife is trying to recover. And the Texas Tech fans that donated, it was just a beautiful gesture. I am a Texas Tech fan. From this point moving forward through this college football playoff, I want to see them win this thing, bring some notoriety, some well-needed notoriety to the Big 12. And I think everybody should be in this state, Utah fans, BYU fans, because I think it's a great group of people. I think it's a great coach. Joey McGuire is a great coach and a good man. And he is advocating for the Big 12, and I hope that he goes and represents. So Texas Tech needs to go play well. Well, how did it work out for BYU and Utah? Not exactly the way I wanted to see it go down, but at this point, you still have a lot of fun in front of you to finish out this college football season. Head out to Vegas, go enjoy the tickets, go enjoy the venue, go enjoy the hotels, go enjoy the weather. BYU fans, come out to Orlando. Come out. Come enjoy this game. Camping World Stadium. Come out and see a great game. Hopefully BYU shows up well and they take care of Georgia Tech, and it leaves people with that bad taste in their mouth last year, where BYU dismantled Colorado and beat SMU, who was playing in the college football playoff. And everybody looked at it and said, man, with what they did with game planning against Colorado and what they did to SMU, who was in the college football playoff, what could it have been? Hopefully the same conversation goes down, beating Georgia Tech and saying, man, BYU, the only team to have just a single loss to a fourth-place team, maybe they should have been in. I still think you got to force the what-ifs.
Hello?
And at this point,
Pablo, honey? Yeah. Please, honey, come down to Florida. Huh? Come to Florida, honey. We miss you.
And if you were not born in the 1970s or 1980s and you don't know,
come on,
Pablo,
come down
honey,
to Florida.
might be one of the best all the time. Come to Florida, honey. Yeah, I'm coming. I'm coming down to Florida. And I've got a smile on my face because I'm going to be eating some Pop-Tarts and having some fun, and you should too, because that's what college football is supposed to be. It's supposed to be fun. And this has been an amazing season for really all three teams in the state of Utah in the Division I level. And I'm excited that all three are going bowling. I'm also excited that we've had Dave Nellis in studio hanging out with us, and we've got this great America First Credit Union partnership, and it's just been a blessing in my life. It is a Utah institution. They were born and raised here in Utah back in 1939. Started with just was it a little cigar tin or a coffee tin? And it just started with people coming together and wanted to help community.
It was a Prince Albert tobacco can. That was the first cash register. They just pulled their resources together and lent each other, some money, paid each other back. Yeah, pretty humble beginnings.
Dave, as we kind of close out 2025, I want to just send a sincere thought of gratitude to you and America First Credit Union for the partnership that you've had with the Hans and Scotty Show, with the Sports Zone. A big thanks to you and America First Credit Union, Dave. Thank you.
Well, Hans, it's always a good time of year when we get to this, get to December, where you reflect on what you're grateful for. And America First is so blessed to be part of 1280 and Hans and Scotty Show. We love being here. We love hearing the expertise. We value your sports acumen and the knowledge that you have, and we love the sports knowledge that we gain from that. And if I were to parallel that, knowledge is power. And we at America First want to give people good financial education. And we feel like sometimes that's lacking, especially with our youth. And so anything that we can do to help our youth gain that financial education and get a little bit smarter with their money, then we've done our job. When we make families smart, financially smart, they're just solid. And so it's good to be able to offer good products and services that help families become stronger and better.
And speaking about the youth, we were talking about the new member offer, $100 coming in and opening up an account. Now as just a youth, you open up a youth account, and you're going to put some money in for them too, Dave.
Yeah, we are. I just had a new grandson born just about 3 weeks ago, and I thought, okay, what better gift could I give to my grandson than to start him off on a financial journey of opening him up an account and getting $50 to start that thing out with. And I have plans to be able to do that and open up a dedicated savings, make regular transfers, and let that earn some great rates so that when he becomes of age to know what money is really about, then he's got a little nest egg there for his future. So I think it's a great way for us to share some financial education, but also give some good ideas this holiday season about giving the gift of savings and helping you get your money do more for you.
America First Credit Union, it is my financial institution. It is right there in my neighborhood. I've actually got two that are very near to my neighborhood. I've stayed with the Saratoga Springs branch just because I've been with them for 17 years, and I love being a partner with them. America First Credit Union, you can find them at americafirst.com. So many great advantages that we talked about through the last 3 hours. So many great givebacks, way to save money, way to earn money. So many things that America First is doing for you. You can find it all at americafirst.com. Big thanks to Dave Nelson, America First, for a great partnership. Big thanks to all of our guests. And BYU fans, take heart. Utah fans, take heart. Utah State fans, take heart. It's bowl season, and we're going to get you all ready for those bowl games right here on the Hans and Scotty Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Guys, let's be real. Holiday gift giving can feel like crunch time, but this year the Zone has your back. Enter the Zone Holiday MVP promotion and score big with the ultimate gift lineup. A cozy grande blanket from Minky Couture, a Beehive Meals gift box with 10 delicious dinners, and a stunning sterling silver double heart diamond necklace from Duke's Jewelers. Don't wait until the final buzzer. Step up your game and make this holiday a win. Enter now at KSLSportsZone.com.
Well, the holidays are really here. Things are speeding up. I know exactly what we all need to do, and that's head into the Western Nut Company. I'm here with Sarah, and you can take care of it all.
We love the holidays, and we try to make it seamless for our customers to enjoy our gift baskets and our fudge and our brittle and all the things that make it the holidays.
Western Nut is perfect for corporate giving and also for your family and your friends and your neighbors.
For corporate gifting, we have a team that's ready to take your list and ship it right from our store.
You know what I love is Dee and I go into Western Nut and the mothership, which is right there on 4th and 3rd West, and we just let you guys take care of it all. We select the gift and you guys ship them off, especially to Dee's family in Missouri.
Western Nut's been doing this since 1966, and we've got it down. All the things that you need to cover everybody on your list.
A good place to start is by going online at westernnut.com. That's westernut.com.
If a Lenovo computer for your business is on your holiday list, don't shop around. Just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com. It's your last chance to get exclusive deals on the PCs you want for your business, like the ThinkPad X9 14 Aura Edition and Yoga 7i 2-in-1. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price comparing, and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 35% off. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo.
Hey, nice job, Pete. I like those clean lines. Fellas, do we have anyone that can get to Greenport today?
At Corey's Landscaping, the staffing plan is in the weeds.
Anthony, we need that leaf blower over here. 3 more new customer requests just came in. Who wants to work some overtime?
He needs to dig up quality landscapers, and fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome on in, everybody. Thanks for being with us on the program. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen, JJ and Alex, another edition of the show. I want to say right off the bat, JJ, first of all, how are you?
I'm good.
Back to you.
I'm glad that no part of my life is tied to some committee.
I want to say this. I've been thinking about how am I going to – I'm like basically speechless still. I don't really know how to feel, frankly, about it.
It's not a good radio show, so hopefully not.
Not having an opinion is not good. But my initial thought is this. Man, we had a really fun year. And that's like the glass half empty or glass half full thing.
Thank you.
I think that
Can we acknowledge that first?
Lost in all of this is watching the sad interviews with the players who are saying, we should have been able to compete at a higher level. We wish we would have. The videos of, I think we should have been in. I think we should get a second chance. All the fans who are coming forward, all the people who are, all of those things. The committee, the national pundits, the alumni of institutions that were, supposedly slighted. In the end, this is still one of the great seasons of BYU football for two major reasons. There are multiple, but the two biggest ones are, number one, and far and away the most important, is Kalani Sitake staying for a long, long time, and the amount of money that they're putting behind it. No doubt. That is number one. Number two, it's look what a true freshman can do. Look what we all doubted it, frankly. We had no idea what was going to be coming out of camp. I think we all assumed it was going to be.
We wondered if they get. Oh, here's 6 wins. How does BYU? When we're breaking down the schedule in July, well, actually, 1st of August, when we found out that Bear was going to be the quarterback, Alex, we're breaking the schedule down and thinking, well, it's really soft beginning of the schedule, which is good for Bear.
Yeah, for sure.
Get his feet wet. Then they can get to 6 wins, and then everything else is gravy. Boy, did they exceed those expectations. My goodness.
How many times has BYU gone 11-1 in a season? They went 12-1, right? In the Croton.
12-2, I think, was the final record.
Yeah, they lose in the Liberty Bowl because they felt slighted.
Everybody
right?
wants to forget about the Liberty Bowl.
Right. No, but that Hawaii game was.
Oh my gosh.
There were similar feelings, right?
Yeah.
A lot of comparables, except for this was a Big 12 championship game. That's the difference. They made it to the Big 12 championship game, and I know that there's no there's nothing that soothes the aching football soul when you tell somebody, hey, man, but you guys still did pretty good. Like the little pat on the back after you lost.
They got crushed.
And not only that, they've been crushed twice by that team. So there was part of me that walked away from that game and said, well, I can get on board of the idea of BYU not being a college football playoff ready team in that moment. But I think what we really saw was they're not ready for the semifinals because that's probably where you're going to see Texas Tech. They're going to match up
That's
likely.
the fourth best team in the country right now. I think they might be better than that.
Yeah, I mean, you could have made a case to move them up anyway because of how they did handle business, and because Ohio State lost. And you could just go, hey, you guys lost your last game, but they didn't ding them that much, and you probably shouldn't. But there is a collision course for Texas Tech and Indiana to meet one another, and talk about two programs that people are like, I don't know, a national championship? Are you kidding me? So I had to tell myself over the weekend, I think BYU was certainly I had a hard time convincing myself that they were a college football playoff team after watching that. And then I said, well, they're not in the college football playoff, but they definitely are better than the 12, the 11. Jake Retzlaff, congrats, my guy.
Oh, my gosh.
Isn't that wild?
He chose wisely.
And then you could make a case, Miami and Notre Dame certainly, from a resume standpoint, they stack up. And I know that –
Is Alabama a playoff team?
Alabama, that story is wild. That story's why I see why Notre Dame's pissed.
We'll get into that. I'm pretty angry about that. Everyone's skirting past Alabama, all the controversies, Notre Dame, Miami. But
I love it.
How does Alabama get away with that?
I love that the committee was so all over the place that it actually made it look dumber, and it made them have to make they're going to have to refocus how they do this thing. If there is any case to be made that you add teams to the playoff, that you figure out a better way, all of it is going to have to be ironed out by some people who are smarter than the committee that's been going forward. This model of the 12-team model, it's so much fun compared to the 14 model. It gives us a legitimate, or at least legitimate feeling national champion, right?
It gives everybody a path.
And so I get it. We'll talk about the college football playoff stuff a little bit more, but I think that all those things that get caught up in the mix, BYU having the season that they did is getting lost in all of this. I really do. You see more people talking about.
I think Utah's season is getting lost in all of this too.
It's crazy that you have.
They went 10-2.
You have two top 15 teams in the state, and we had no idea. We thought for sure. You kind of crossed your fingers that Utah could figure it out and come back, and then BYU. You're right. I just think that the 7-5 number kind of got to people's heads. They're like, yeah, 7-5, 8-4 could be nice. Right? But think about that compared to what we have. I want to kick the show off officially. We're at John Watson Chevrolet here in Ogden, the site of the yearly tradition of having our Player of the Week honors, and the KSL Sports and John Watson Chevrolet marrying every year at this very event, every time. Phenomenal. And they have more chairs set up to honor these prep players that we've ever seen in this place. I think Corey was telling me that this is definitely going to be the biggest party they've ever had. I thought that is awesome because I want to make sure those high school kids get honored, man. And we have tremendous prep programs here in the state of Utah, so we're going to do a full week of honoring these athletes. And so you're going to want to stay tuned, of course, all week. But let's kick things off here. Let's talk about the actual X's and O's of that football game that happened on Saturday. BYU, Texas Tech. And I think kind of a lesson learned of a lot of different areas where BYU could get to that next level. Let's jump in right here. It is The Cut.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trajan Wealth brings you this portion of the program. TRAJAN Wealth. Trajan Wealth. For all of your trusted local needs in retirement, hit them up. Hey, JJ, I'm going to hit you up on your thoughts because, as usual, we try to keep ourselves 100% fresh till right now, till we get to have this conversation. We both watched that football game in different places this past Saturday. It had been previewed all the way walking up to it. And BYU started off strong, which is wild because they hadn't started off strong in a lot of games this year, and they came out fighting. They were up 7-0, and that 7 was it. And that 90-yard drive was it from the offensive side of the ball. The rest of the time was trying to make sure your defense was fresh against a Texas Tech offense and defense that was so well prepped and has so much talent on both sides of the ball that it would be hard to beat that team on that day, I think, with anybody in this country. BYU ran into a buzzsaw. They're not there yet. They're not Big 12 champions. They're not in the college football playoff. And they needed to show up a lot bigger to be able to say that and to be able to be those things, right? But in the end, Bear Bachmeier got shaken up. That ankle
on that first drive.
That ankle was not good, and you could tell that that confidence went away. L.J. Martin, I think, was a strong runner. He did the same thing. There were times I thought they could have handed the ball off to him more, maybe to get things going. I just want to get your thoughts on BYU's loss, the blowout loss to Texas Tech the second time around, this time in the Big 12 Championship.
Yeah, there's so much at stake in that game, and it was a bummer for BYU that they basically had the same result as the first time around, and you just have to sit back and tip your hat to Texas Tech. That's a juggernaut. We've talked about it. I felt that way watching them play Utah, watching them play BYU. They're at another level, and everybody else in the Big 12 is looking up at that program right now. Utah's got to ask themselves this question. BYU's got to ask themselves this question. How are we going to keep up with them? How are we going to beat them? Because they're just getting started. Now the chase is on in this league. This is good for the league, by the way. This is really good for the league. You need somebody like Texas Tech to move the needle forward, and everybody else has got to catch up. And they will. I believe they will. I believe BYU and Utah will do whatever they have. We saw last week BYU stepping up in a big way to make sure Kalani Sitake is extended, that he's getting paid on par with other big-time coaches in the country, and the NIL money is going to completely change BYU and what they're able to do with what they're going to get in with this new deal. Utah's got to do the same thing, and we'll see what Kyle Whittingham's decision is moving forward, how that impacts things up there. But you see the makings of Utah and that offense and what they've been able to do of being able to keep up with the Joneses, and the Joneses are Texas Tech in this league. So that's my takeaway from this game. There's no point in breaking down what happened in that game. Texas Tech is just by far the better team. BYU just did not have enough. That's just bottom line, did not have enough to beat that team and match up with that team. We've seen it twice now. Okay? And BYU had their shot twice to beat that team. And if they would have won one of those games, we'd be having a college football playoff discussion right now, maybe even talking about BYU hosting a college football playoff game. But that's not what we're going to talk about today, because that's not happening. There's another conversation to be had about the 12-team playoff, how BYU was treated by that committee this time around, which is very, very discouraging and disappointing, because BYU did not get the respect that they deserved. They were underranked the entire process, which put them behind the eight ball unfairly. When you take their resume and you match it up with Miami and Notre Dame and even Alabama, you can make a case for BYU needing to be ahead of those teams. And before this game was played, based on what had happened up to that point, BYU should have been ranked higher as a one-loss team with 6th overall strength of record. They said BYU wasn't in before going into this week. Well, why not? You should have punished them after the Big 12 championship game. And why did BYU get punished for playing the Big 12 championship game and Alabama didn't? Alabama's sitting right now with 3 losses. One of those losses was a double-digit loss to a 5-7 team. And they replayed the team that they beat, that everyone's hanging their hat on, with that game and that win over Georgia, and they got absolutely boat raced on the same Saturday that BYU did. Why are they getting excused? They didn't even move. So
what was it? -3 rushing yards.
Yeah. So you're right. Exactly what you said is
we have the best offense in the country. We know we have the best offense in the country. That was what Simpson said after the game.
My gosh,
no, I mean, these coddled kids are believing anything that
really
their
are.
daddies tell them.
Coddled kids. You want to talk about Notre Dame? Talk about sport, like an entire university and athletic department acting like a spoiled child.
Amazing.
It's like,
wouldn't have it any other way from those guys.
Take your ball and run away.
Really wouldn't have it any other way.
What a great lesson Notre Dame is teaching their student athletes this week. If you don't get what you want, quit.
No, but it's even worse. It's more like you have no idea how much better we are than you guys. And
the arrogance.
And we believe it. Yeah, and it's crazy, and it's just.
Oh, you think you're that good? Go play BYU in the Pop-Tarts Bowl.
Do you think Notre Dame gets in the locker room or gets in the athletic department and Pete Bavacqua goes, "You guys, let's stay hungry and stay humble, okay?
Oh yeah.
Humble does not come into that.
How about
ever.
him threatening the ACC today?
Do it.
It's pretty bold, man.
Do it.
Without an ACC schedule boost, who are they playing?
I know. It would be. Listen,
that's why they're not in the playoffs.
They can make phone calls and play anybody, but here's the reality.
Their
of
best
schedule.
win was USC. They didn't play anybody or beat anybody more specifically.
Listen, I didn't intend to get into Notre Dame right now, but let me say something. Okay?
Okay.
Notre Dame is a wild thing for me because I looked at their next year's schedule, by the way, and it's, take your pick with half ACC teams and then a smattering of, we're a traditional rivalry. Your Stanfords and your USCs that
they're not going to play anymore.
No, well, next year they're still playing them. They're on the.
When do they end their schedule with?
I think next year's
their
the
scheduling
one.
agreement
Maybe
with
it's
USC has come to an end.
Maybe it's 28 or something like that, because they're still on, at least it shows it's on next year's schedule. But here's how they do it, because Notre Dame has 6 home games now. In some years they have 7.
Yeah.
Right, but it's not just that. They have the 6 home games, and then they require that some of these teams that are playing them, they won't go to their stadiums. So they have 3 neutral site games.
Right.
They have 9. They have 9 games every season.
They have 3 true road games
that are built in to give them an advantage.
Right.
Those in the Shamrock series that they do all those things. You know what I mean? And so in the end, you look at their schedule and it's hard to stomach what people. I don't know what the Big 12 has to do. Is it Texas? I don't even think Texas Tech winning a national championship is going to change a committee's mind on what they believe about this conference, the Big 12 conference. I don't think Texas Tech will come in, and I think it'll be cute. You know what I mean? It'll be.
Remember, TCU was in the national championship game.
I know, and they had
4 years ago.
And by the way,
ago.
and they beat Michigan to get there.
Right.
On top of the fact that they, and they lost in a Big 12 championship game. And guess what? Hey, it's crazy that this year. So last year, BYU, you could have made the argument that they could have gotten in. And fine. I don't know. I mean, obviously they had a better resume than SMU because they had the same record, and then they won the head-to-head. That wouldn't have been allowed, by the way, in this year.
Notice how we're comparing the head-to-head so closely this year as opposed to last year?
But see, that's what I was going to ask. The
inconsistency drives me
Well, the
insane.
metrics don't work with anything. We say strength of record and strength of schedule, but nobody actually uses that. I don't think they do. Maybe they do just for their sake of argument. I've never heard them really talk that much about it.
So what do they use? They didn't explain themselves well.
I don't know. That's part of the problem is that they didn't explain themselves well, and it's just a mess. So the 10-2 last year, they almost get in.
Right.
Okay, do better.
I guess
11-1 this year. They do better.
Yeah.
So you better. Hey, if you're going to get to the college football playoff, you better play better than 10-2. 11-1. Go to the Big 12 championship game. Hey. You better be better than that, all right, going forward. All right, we'll talk. Get 12 wins, and we'll talk, okay? Like, that's wild that the committee is asking BYU to
even
be
undefeated, I bet they'd be behind one-loss teams.
Oh, for sure. And I think that they would have been.
Which is insane.
They would have been. You would have seen them never get above 3, I think, during the season. Anyway, regardless.
Well, look where Texas Tech is at.
All the things that are happening there, okay? Let's go back to the count your blessings part of the
okay.
of this. They end the season at number 12 in the AP poll, right?
Yeah.
Number 12 in the college football playoff poll, too?
Yep.
Or were they down 1? So last year I think they finished
second team out.
Were they 13th last year after it was all done?
Yeah.
And so you talk about the level of consistency to be able to get there and to win that much. This is what BYU fans have been probably praying for a long, long time, is consistency, double-digit win seasons, because that used to be the heyday, the norm, I guess. I don't even think this was the norm. I think that going 11-1 and having the season that they did, getting the absolute their teeth kicked in by Texas Tech, I think my ending thought on BYU playing in that conference championship game and where they are is this. I don't know if they're a college football playoff team. I don't know if they'd be good enough to be a college football playoff team. But that's not who they played this weekend. They went up against probably not just a top 4 team in the country, probably going to end up in the top 4 at least. They're going to play in a semifinal. They're going to beat Oregon. Oregon's going to beat one of the –
They're playing James Madison.
They're playing JMU up in Eugene. They're going to win that game. Oregon is going to play, and that one's the Orange Bowl, I think, between those two. And that is going to be a great game, and you hope for those. They'll win that game against Oregon, and then they're going to play Indiana, and we're going to get to see how they do against these teams, because that's the team that's beating BYU. It's a national championship caliber team, so the comparisons are hard because you don't know how well they're going to do against a lot of these other teams, and it's a bummer that you can't just go up against number 11 Notre Dame and figure it out, but. There we are.
Everything you said is true about BYU. Great season. Fans should be grateful. The team has exceeded expectations. Kalani's extended. That's all great. But there's something unsettling. And I think BYU fans want me to say this right now. There's something unsettling about a system that feels like it's rigged, and it's rigged against you. You just said they're moving the goalposts each and every year on BYU and others.
Well, they're going to hold all the teams that are in the Big 12 to that standard then, where they just kind of go, because I don't know what it needs to be to where they change the
resume. BYU's resume is just as good as Miami's,
they don't look
Notre
at it.
Dame's, and Alabama's.
Yeah, they don't look at it.
That's their job as a committee to look at it. Okay, they are a committee, and they've signed up for that committee, and there is a responsibility to get it right. And whatever homework has to be done, whatever time has to be spent watching games. Look, if the guys in that room, and I don't know what goes on. I can't speak for what they do, but it feels like it seems impossible that they're watching hundreds of games. Like, those are very busy, very important people that have a lot on their plate. They're not watching 100 games a week. You know what I mean? They're not. It's impossible. So how are they coming to the conclusions that they're coming to? And let's not let ESPN off the hook here either. You have ESPN put on that show every Tuesday night, and this is a glorified reality TV show, essentially, every Tuesday. You should not be doing this because it paints the committee in a corner. You're making rankings week, 8? And say, okay, this is where we see teams are. Basically, it's just a reflection of the AP poll.
I know.
Back to your point that we talked about before the season. The AP poll does matter
it
because
totally
where
does.
do you think they start?
1,000%. You think these guys aren't
They're
effective?
not like.
We go from 0. Well, then guess what?
No, you don't.
So let me guess.
And if they go from 0 every week, they didn't do that this week.
Of course not. Georgia Southern.
Alabama looked terrible this week.
Come on. Yeah.
Alabama didn't look like a playoff team this week. So they have a tremendous responsibility. Something there has to be changed and remedied, but ESPN's not going to give up that Tuesday night ratings bonanza. So that's going to go on, and you're going to have a committee deciding this, and I'm not sure a committee is the best way to do this. I think you need to take it out of the hands of the committee, and if you have to do auto bids and play-in games, you do that. You have to reduce the impact and the power that the committee has in choosing these games, and you have to do something to reduce the impact and power and influence that ESPN has on who gets into a playoff. If you want this to be a true college football playoff.
So they'd never end the TV side of it. I mean,
why? Of course not. There's too much money on the line.
So when people say, I'm calling for them to get rid of the whole dang
but where's most of their money invested in? The SEC.
But I'm telling you,
it's
reality
in their best
is,
interest to get as many SEC teams in, and what did we see?
But again, they're never going to – so when people are asking, you need to get rid of the ranking shows, it promises these kids dreams and then they dash them and you go, yeah, okay. But the reality is I kind of like
creates narratives.
We talk about
backs the committee into a corner.
I love it because what you get is stuff like this year, which last year there were, it was Alabama getting left behind, and everybody thought, oh my goodness, they were serious about leaving.
They weren't good enough last year to be in the playoff.
Right.
They had their chances to play their way in. That's the same thing we tell everybody else. You had your chance. BYU, you had your chances. You had 2 shots against Texas Tech. You got your butt kicked both times. But guess what? You can say the same thing about Miami. Miami, you beat Notre Dame. You had a great win. But what did you do? You lost to 2 teams that were unranked in your conference. You didn't even make your conference championship game. How can you be in the playoff when you're not good enough to be in the championship game in the ACC, which ended up not getting a team in outside of Miami? Their champion did not get in the playoff.
Shout out to the Duke Blue Devils.
What a joke.
For ruining everybody's
And then Notre
weekend.
Dame? Notre Dame. Yeah. You did have tough losses against Miami and Texas A&M. And your best win is against USC, and the rest of the teams you played were garbage. Why do you deserve to be in?
Right.
And you didn't win your big games. If you beat Texas A&M and you beat Miami, you'd be in. Isn't that what they're telling BYU? BYU, if you would have beat Texas Tech, you'd be in. Why aren't they telling Notre Dame that? Why aren't they telling the other teams that? And why'd Miami get away with what they got away with? It's ridiculous.
Corey, save us.
Anything about sports.
That's okay. Corey Watson, we're here at the John Watson Chevrolet here. Did you hear that sigh of relief? I just was like, because
let's talk about cars and trucks instead. I'm getting angry.
Let's get going here. So first of all, Corey, you guys, this is the most chairs you guys have probably set up for the Player of the Week honors that you guys have been doing for going on how many years now?
21.
21 is the 21st year of it?
Yeah.
So you think about year after year adding more and more of these chairs and having to order more and more food for these kids. I mean, we've come a long way as high school sports here in the state of Utah. They've come a long way, and it's the best talent we've ever seen. And you guys being a part of this and helping honor these Players of the Week, why do you guys like this being a part of what you guys are as an identity?
Well, first off, you've made me realize I'm going to have to go buy some more chairs. We're running low on chairs.
Uh-oh.
We love being a part of it. This is a ton of fun. We've done it forever, and having the kids come in makes our day. You know, when it comes to being partners in our community, the school's where it's at. And we love the kids. We love the sports. We love the leadership they show. The stats they provide are unbelievable. I just hope it doesn't turn into a fiasco like you're talking about these college sports.
Well, fortunately, we don't have a committee decide state champions.
But you know what?
It's decided on the turf at Rice Eccles.
We do it the old-fashioned way.
That's right.
We're kind of getting there, though, huh?
Well, we got to stay away from that.
But hey, everybody gets in, so there's a path.
We just like having the party. We have a ton of fun with these kids. This is going to be a good one tonight.
Let me ask you, because you've been doing this for a while, how much have you seen the talent in the state rise?
A ton. I never used to watch a lot of sports, and I'm a car guy, so I'm busy all the time here, and I don't get a ton of time to watch. But reading the stats, it is pretty amazing year over year. It seems like they just get better and better and better.
Yeah. Well,
and they're
pretty awesome. You got an Iowa signee coming here tonight, trading messenger.
It's amazing. You know, kids in my backyard. In fact, I walked into my living room, I don't know, sometime during the season, and the Fremont quarterback was standing in my basement hanging out with my kid and their friends, and he was real polite, you know. Hey, Mr. Watson, thanks for having us over. And I was like, hey, dude, good game, man. That was great. I've been loving to watch your stats, and all these kids that are coming in, they're pretty amazing.
You know, I figured out a seating situation, too. We can just put them in the back of the truck right there. Just like the old school way that people got around in high school back in the day. That's the only way we let them do it now is getting in here when it's stationary inside of
we'll have to start filling up cars pretty soon.
Oh, my goodness.
Just don't let them touch the Camaro, man.
No, those cars are like tanks. They could sit on top of them.
But that's the thing is that, like, we talked to you about if you come in and look at some of these, and these are part of your collection. I mean, these are your cars, and they're phenomenal. It's just a beautiful location. John Watson Chevrolet, top-rated Chevrolet dealership in the entire state of Utah. What makes you guys better than everybody else?
Well, we're a single-point store, so we're not a group. And I mean, the Garfs, the Millers, there's some groups out there. They're great people. But being a single-point store gives you a lot of opportunity to not answer to corporate. And that means I can do what I want.
That's fun.
And if I want to go sponsor schools, I can sponsor schools. And I like doing that. And honestly, we really pay attention to the kids in the communities and then their parents and anybody that wants to come buy a car. I think we just have a different buying experience for people, and they find out we're good, honest guys that are as my brother and I would say, we're kind of in the trenches all day. You know, most owners don't do that, and we want to be here all day to meet people, and it's one of the things we learned from my dad. He loved to be around and shake people's hands when they came in.
Yeah.
And we do the same thing, and we want to make sure we're always involved.
There's nothing more important in this business than trust. They want to know that they're going to come in here, they're going to get treated right.
Well, buying a car is a big deal, and it's a huge purchase for people. And for some people, it's a little scary because they're nervous to go into a finance department or get jerked around by some sales guy. And we just don't do stuff like that. We're really low-key. I'd rather lose a deal than feel like I did something dishonest.
Listen, I love that. I mean, obviously, I know that we do this every year, and we've come in and you sit down and you go, yeah, you guys aren't just a part of the community. This is what, I mean, some people say it, and then you guys do it. So John Watson Chevrolet up here in Ogden, give it a shot. There's a reason they're the highest rated Chevy dealer in the state of Utah. It's because they do care for the customers, and thanks for hosting this, Corey. We appreciate it. You guys do such a great job.
We love our partnership with you guys, and we're going to keep on doing it.
I'd love to say that you guys polish the floor just for us, but I think it's like this all the time.
Actually, our floor cleaner's broke. I got to figure out how to fix it.
It doesn't look like it.
I know. It's pretty nice, huh?
It is way nice. All right, we'll chat with Corey in a few here. We appreciate you having us. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll come back. More to go. the John Watson Chevrolet up here in Ogden is where we are. It's the Players of the Week honors that we're going to be doing for Northern Utah. And the festivities start up tonight. We're going to interview some of these high school athletes as well. Stay right here with us. More to go. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
A multitude of crashes northbound I-15 approaching downtown today, with the latest over on the right shoulder around 21st South, with some slowdowns going by there. Other than that, the freeways are looking good right now along the Wasatch Front. Advanced Window Products, factory direct, affordable windows. Call today. They're on the way. Financing is available. Save now and pay later at advancedwindows.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Annapolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Guys, let's be real. Holiday gift giving can feel like crunch time, but this year, The Zone has your back. Enter the Zone Holiday MVP promotion and score big with the ultimate gift lineup. A cozy grande blanket from Minky Couture, a Beehive Meals gift box with 10 delicious dinners, and a stunning sterling silver double heart diamond necklace from Duke's Jewelers. Don't wait until the final buzzer. Step up your game and make this holiday a win. Enter now at KSLSportsZone.com.
The holidays are coming. Is your home ready? Whether you're hosting a holiday party or reading a book, a brighter home makes your home more comfortable. Mountain Home Services can save you energy and brighten your space. Mountain Home Services can improve your home with LED lighting upgrades, smart switches, and modern lighting controls. Perfect for cozy holiday nights and year-round savings. And KSL listeners can save with exclusive offers to brighten your holidays. Serving Utah since 1954, Mountain Home Services was the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees and 100% satisfaction guarantee. Protect your home with an electrical inspection, surge protection, and keep your family warm this winter with a generator. And KSL listeners enjoy a discounted price on a fireplace tune-up for just $99. Visit mountainhomeutah.com or call 801-543-2222. That's mountainhomeutah.com or 801-543-2222. Mountain Home Services, keeping Utah homes safe and warm since 1954.
Attention Jazz Nation. The long wait is finally over. Mountain basketball is back and better than ever. Let's go! All tickets are on sale now, and you won't want to miss the action. Jump on the opportunity to watch your favorite players live and in person. Whether you're after season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, the Utah Jazz has got your back. There's a plan for every fan. Don't miss out. Secure your seats today and be part of the excitement all season long. Let's go! Visit UtahJazz.com today.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say micro, offer ends 12/14. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
Tonight on KSL, you found it, the perfect holiday present right there online.
I purchased a meditation device.
So you pay and wait for it to be delivered. But what if it never comes? And getting your money back?
I don't have any confidence they're gonna do right by the refund.
I'll reveal what you need to know to avoid having a Grinch ruin your gift giving. Santa-approved online shopping safeguards. Tonight at 10.
What time is it? Your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Carlson
feeling it, fires, hits again, 3 for 3. Clayton on the run, weaving, bobbing, gets into the window, floats it up and scores it. And Mark Dagnall wants a timeout as Walter Clayton Jr. continues to play very well for the Jazz. Clayton, quick answer the left side with 3, got it! Introducing you to Walter Clayton Jr. He is here, and he is now. Clayton driving, gets through 2 guys, swings through, flares to Hendricks. Taylor will shoot the 3 from the corner and hit.
You're locked into JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome on in, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone. Thanks for being with us on the program. Appreciate you being a part of it. I'm sure at this point you've probably seen floating around the now semi-viral video of Will Hardy, I hope you're sitting down, cussing at the players who aren't playing very hard.
People didn't know that this takes place?
I saw Ben.
Sometimes coaches say swears. I don't know how to put this, folks.
Hey, by the way, even your favorite ones.
Yeah, it's a pretty intense environment.
No, your favorite swears, not your favorite coaches. No, I saw Ben Anderson and I go, Ben, I love that video got out because all it does is just show people. I think it's every huddle. It's not just like. He gets in there with some crazy intensity, and he goes at it.
As he should.
And by the way,
he's not demeaning anybody.
No. Listen, these guys are getting paid well to go out and put a lot of effort out there. And when he's not seeing it, he goes after him. That's like the worst thing for Will Hardy is not getting back on defense and not hustling, right? Not getting out there and busting your tail. They were down 25 in the first quarter by the time it was the end of the first quarter against the Thunder last night. You're darn right those guys needed to hear some
If you
crap.
paid for a ticket and you watched that team play last night and you're watching Brandon Carlson
we gave out
dunk on them and kick
their
their butt. By the way, Brandon Carlson, incredible last
amazing.
night.
By the way,
that team's so good.
SGA-less, by the way. No, doesn't matter.
They don't need them.
Doesn't matter. They're going to go – they might win 80 games. So, in the end, though, like it's crazy because these guys, they go out and they play and they're and you expect it out of them. You expect the effort. And it doesn't happen. We gave away tickets to that. We apologize. Last week on our Jazz Ticket Tuesday.
Oh, that's right. That was for the Thunder game.
The Jazz apologized. No, but it was. But I'm telling you, they were down. They were down 25 in the first quarter, and when it started to progress, and they kind of got a. I mean, they got beat every quarter. The third quarter was terrible. Again, they've been so bad in the third quarter. They come out of the locker room, and I just don't know why. Now, Keontae George had. The good news is the Keontae George that we saw last night is the one that we've seen fewer and further between moments in the season. He's been phenomenal, and then he'll have games like last night every once in a while, and it was inverse last year and the last 2 years, right? So this version of Keontae George, the one from last night, I know that's not actually him. We've seen what he actually does. Larry Markkinen not in the game, that affects things. You try to put Kyle Filipowski, shift him over, he's your only big man on the roster, right? I mean, essentially, and it's a tough thing to try to ask him to do. But you know what? It's a trial by fire, I guess. And so Kyle Filipowski, he goes out and he tries his darndest, and you couldn't cobble it together. What did Walter Clayton Jr. have? 20 points? He came in and he's got
20 points,
which
is a career high. Obviously, he's a rookie, so he's still making career high marks all the time. But it was a good opportunity. Look, we have to have perspective. You know, it's the Thunder. This is a historically good team. Last year they were the world champions, and they're better this year. And we talked about this last year. If this Thunder team's ready to take that leap now, with this young roster, this team's going to be a juggernaut for a decade. And we're seeing it already. This team is better this year. 23-1 start. Only the third team in NBA history with such a start. So not only are they good, as in championship good, they are now historically good.
Yeah, 24-0 was that 2018 Warriors team that ended up going – no, 2016. They go 73-9, didn't win the championship.
Yeah.
So regardless, I think this is not only are they the reigning champs, they have something going on there that is there's a culture thing that has been built.
Even without SGA.
Yes.
They just
dominated.
They just continue to roll down the hill. But what I meant to say about the Jazz in that case is, look, we know where the Jazz are, and if you're upset and frustrated with the way things went, Will Hardy should be. And as a fan, you can be whatever you want.
Yeah.
I mean, losing sucks. As Carl said, losing
suck. Yeah.
But this is a team that is in a process of trying to get where the Thunder are, and right now they're on the inverse of that. What are they? Their record now is,
8-15, I think.
Let me get an updated.
I want to say they're. I want to say they're. I want to say they're third bottom
right
of the West.
in front of me, but I have it now. They
Fourth.
finally moved below the Dallas Mavericks, who are now 9-16. The Jazz are 8-15 on the season, and I think that they're going to get closer to the bottom than the top here coming up. And so that's where the Jazz are at. And so there's going to be nights like last night where they get blown out by a team. It's an opportunity for Taylor Hendricks and Walt Clayton Jr. to go out there and get really quality minutes. That's going to help their development because this franchise needs those guys to be good moving forward. You want to hit on those draft picks, especially first-round draft picks. And so last night was a positive in that sense because you saw something from two guys leading the Jazz in scoring, by the way, on a night when everybody else was. Lowry wasn't playing and Keontae wasn't himself. Those two went out there and had a confidence-building night.
Yeah.
It didn't pay off last night, but it's going to pay off in the future.
I think the frustration of Will Hardy, that, like I said, I love how somebody's like TMZ captured NBA coach cussing at his players who weren't playing worth the darn. By the way,
you could do that every night.
And not only that, they were down 30 against the Knicks most of the time. They were down 30 against the Knicks. They come home, and then they're down 30 the entire time against the Oklahoma City Thunder.
After playing a great game in Brooklyn.
Right, and then you look and you go, okay, what is going on here? And,
he's trying to get this team consistent, and he's good. He's right for calling out the effort because that's what was missing. The effort is a little bit of a roller coaster, and I think that the Jazz are trying to figure out what players in this roster want to give 100% effort and which ones aren't. And some that aren't probably are going to be on a different team by the trade deadline, to be quite honest. And you know what? With their roster where that's at, they got to figure that out.
It's crazy to think that those last two games, those are gut punches.
Yeah.
Those are the games I think people thought they were going to see most of the time this year.
But you don't want to see those games.
No, you can't. That
was last year's Jazz.
You got to have some fight.
So
man.
The last two games, we've seen last year's Jazz, and that's why Will Hardy was getting into him last night. And it's like, this is common.
Hey.
But since it was caught on camera and we can talk about it, like he's trying to get these guys to play hard.
Do you think Lowry was really sick? Are we doing some of the load management?
I have no idea.
I'm just putting it out.
Hey, we have to hear.
They got
in
fined.
All fairness,
they got fined.
The NBA deserves this. We have to think otherwise all the time because we don't believe it. Right? The NBA's created this.
Yeah.
It's not our fault.
It's crazy. So the rest of the way, this Jazz team, I'm excited about what they can do. Every night I like to watch Lowry Markkanen and Keontae George, and those guys are good for 50 points a game on a lot of these nights. They've been phenomenal, and I think that being able to have those guys out on the floor, not having Lowry Markkanen in, that's a huge piece that's missing. Trying to ask Kyle Filipowski to that's a guy who needs to learn how to play defense. He needs to play big boy defense in the NBA. There's no that if you ask people, I mean, that's the biggest thing, right? They go, what's the hardest thing, the transition from college to the pros? It's like, every play, everyone's playing their butts off. Every play.
Yeah. Watch that Thunder team last night.
Defense is insane.
Chet Holmgren didn't take the night off.
They play defense at a crazy level. Yes. And then the other thing is shooting. Like
Brandon Carlson definitely did. That was a chance for him to go out there and shine, and he did.
You watch college basketball, and guys can't shoot and they can't defend. Mm-hmm. And for the most part, I mean it's such a requirement in the NBA. And so Flip has got to figure some things out. But again, he's second year or first year in?
Second year.
Second year in. Well, I get confused which years I'm on here. I'm not bummed by any of it. I just hope that they don't lose by 30 going forward. Hey, by the way, Win Ticket Wednesday coming up this Wednesday. We're going to be giving away some. Oh my goodness, are you ready for this, JJ? Oh gosh. Before you can buy tickets, we are giving away on a Win Ticket Wednesday, Toto, Christopher Cross, and the Romantics. Come on. Our dreams of
Yacht Rock
dreams have come true, my guy. We waited so long.
Gosh.
Tickets are on sale on Friday, but we're going to be giving those away as we do every Wednesday on a Win Ticket Wednesday.
Come sail away.
So this is going to be that's a lot of fun. That's going to be a lot of fun. All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back. We're at John Watson Chevrolet here in Ogden. it's a beautiful dealership. Come in and see some classic cars tonight. It's playing host to the Player of the Week honors for the Northern Utah prep players this season who were awarded, and we'll be able to chat with some of those guys later. So stay here with us. More to go. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson.
I believe that he had all but taken the Penn State job.
By all accounts, that is exactly the case. The meeting had been called for him to tell the team that he was not going to be their head coach anymore.
He was going.
Yeah.
I 100% believe that, and I 100% believe that BYU stepped in with a last-second package, so to speak, an influence campaign that got him to change his mind to stay. The why, of course, is really interesting.
BYU is safer. He already has a good working machine at BYU that should continue on and is lined up to continue to be very competitive, including talent that they have expected to come in the next few years. And now on top of it, there is a renewed investment into him, into his coaching staff, and then into the program itself in the form of what's rumored $10 to $15 million a year in NIL.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Advanced window products, you need to take advantage of the fact that we have one of the best window manufacturers here in the state of Utah. You get the windows made here, the factory's here. What happens with that is you're going to be able to get the top quality, and you're going to be able to have that customer service that no one else can offer. The big guys come in and say, hey, yeah, we'll take care of you. The reality is Nate, Jake, all the guys at Advanced Window Products, we've gotten to know so many of the employees there. We've seen the factory. We've seen what they do. I've taken the tour. You see the care that they do. Best savings, top savings when it comes to the government, the rebates that you're going to get back. But on top of that, they're doing something right now. We're going to do $2,500 off of 10 windows or more. You know why? Because they go, just give us a shot. We're going to show you why we're the best. And by the way, they're going to save you money on your utility bill.
You might be thinking, why would I get my windows right now? It's cold outside, blah, blah, blah. Well,
that's why.
You don't have to get them in right now, but you can lock in that price right now by giving them a call, having them come by and give you a bid. If you're wondering if you need new windows, they can test your windows and they can walk you through that process. If you don't, then you don't. If you know you need new windows, that should be your first call. Give them a call right now, 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. This is also a great time to do this because prices can change every new year when it comes to construction costs, et cetera, and supplies. Get that price locked in right now. You can get it done next June if you want to. Just get it locked in, get a bid today, and get that $2,500 off 10 windows or more by calling Advanced Window Products, 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. Or go to their website, advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 French fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
With Steel, batteries are included. This holiday season, give a gift that's ready to go right out of the box. For everything from cleaning up the yard to cutting up firewood, Steel tools check off the wish list and knock out the to-do list. And right now, buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for holiday deals and gift ideas. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey fellas, it's crunch time this holiday season, and you don't want to drop the ball on finding the perfect gift for that special someone.
Oh yeah, this is your chance to up your game and score major points with Duke's Jewelers.
That's right, for over 75 years, Duke's has been part of Utah Valley's playbook, helping families celebrate life's biggest wins since 1948.
Oh, absolutely. At Duke's Jewelers, it's not just a jewelry store. They're craftsmen, creating custom designs and timeless pieces that'll have her cheering from the sidelines.
Whether it's a stunning necklace or a custom ring, they've got the game-winning gift at Duke's Jewelers.
Don't wait for the final buzzer. Head to Duke's Jewelers at 220 South Main in Springville.
Or you can shop online at dukesjewelers.com.
Duke's Jewelers, helping you slam dunk love and tradition since 1948.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
The Garden Restaurant. All things turkey, handcrafted soups, and our famous Lionhouse rolls. Dine in or carry out. The Garden Restaurant. Visit us at thegardenslc.com.
Your home for the best coverage of the Jazz, Utes, and Cougars is right here on the Zone. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome on in, everybody. It is JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. We are here at the John Watson Chevrolet here in Ogden. You've seen this dealership. You probably bought something from this dealership because it's the number one rated Chevrolet dealer in all the state of Utah, and with good reason. And tonight it plays host, as they've done for the past 21 seasons, the Player of the Week honors for Northern Utah, for the prep players and for the football players this season. And it's just going to be It's gotten bigger every year. It's going to be a ton of fun. We're going to get to our weekend warriors, though, right off the bat here, and then we're going to get to Cam Watson, who's joining us here in just one moment. Now, JJ, this one was the one right after the Big Ten championship game. After Indiana won the Big Ten for the first time since 1945? Is that what it was?
Outright, correct.
Outright, 1945. And when you put the stats up next to each other, Ohio State, that was going to be their 40th Big Ten title. This is Indiana's third. They just won their third. And this is what Heisman hopeful, Hayes Mendoza said after the game. It was a beautiful thing.
The Big Ten champs, how does that sound?
It sounds so beautiful. I want to give all the glory to God. We were never supposed to be in this position, but by the glory of God, the great coaches, great teammates, everyone we have around us, we were able to pull this off. Whoever thought the Hoosiers would be here, but now the Hoosiers are flipping champs. Let's go!
You should go to BYU.
No, I was expecting. I know flipping. Flipping was clutch, by the way.
That's a BYU word.
The flipping was clutch in the live interview in the post game. Huge.
His mom and dad will be proud.
Oh, no. And on top of it, I was waiting to hear the old Howard Dean. Isn't that Howard Dean? What was that? Yeah! You were going to take it to Indiana. Oh, my goodness. Texas Tech had quite a weekend blowing out BYU for their Big 12 title. Their defense is phenomenal.
Third down and 4. Bachmeier with time. Oh, what an interception by Roberts! Point blank, stabbed it. Ben Roberts. Just the 5th interception thrown by Bachmeier this season, and Ben Roberts comes up big.
Through 3 picks, right? 2, 3 fumbles.
Yep.
It was all there. BYU -7 in the turnover ratio in those 2 games against Texas Tech. Can't do that if you're going to want to win. And then I'm throwing some love to our producer, Alex Napolis. He's a big Los Angeles Rams fan, and frankly, I'm a little bit on Stafford for MVP. I'm a little bit on the Stafford for MVP train. I mean, he is having a phenomenal year.
Yes, he is.
And he's kind of doing it weirdly quietly, right? Like, because the Patriots are getting a lot of attention. You know, these teams that aren't expected to.
Campaigns building steam.
I know,
but you can't ignore what the Rams.
I know,
doing
but here's what the Rams did when they blew the doors off of the Cardinals yesterday.
Here's another shotgun snap. Stafford wings one, middle, leaping catch at the 5. Puka breaks a tackle. He carries Will Johnson into the end zone. 28 yards, touchdown Rams. Stafford finds Puka going into the halftime locker room.
Found him twice, by the way, 167 yards on the day with just 6 catches. That guy is phenomenal, and Stafford had a huge day again. They had like 250 yards on the ground. Blake Corum had a phenomenal game. And then they had like 300 yards through the air, something like. I mean, Stafford's having a year, man. That Rams team's going to be tough to beat. You know what is also going to be tough to beat is the type of customer service you're going to get right here at John Watson Chevrolet. Hear that? That's called a segue, JJ. That's why. That's
well
why.
Done, well played.
That's why we get paid
You're a pro.
in pizza tonight at John Watson Chevrolet. Cam Watson joining us on the program.
That's my kind of currency.
Cam, first of all, congrats. You guys are hosting another one of these massive parties that you guys have done for 21 years. And having the John Watson Chevrolet name on all of this just feels right. And you guys have been doing it forever. Why is this such a big deal for you guys?
Yeah, this is a great deal. We love doing this. It's a big deal. We like the kids. We like being around the youth. They're great. You know, we listen to those highlights from Indiana and BYU and Texas Tech. I mean, those kids are, 1 or 2 years older than these kids?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So sometimes you got to think about it. When that Indiana kid's that excited, it's because he's basically a high school kid.
Oh, man.
Well, let me tell you, you got Trayden Bester just coming here tonight, Bodie Sparrow from Davis. He's going to Iowa.
Yeah.
Bodie Sparrow's going to go play
wherever
for
he
whoever he wants in the country.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
You're right. This next generation of players that you guys are honoring tonight are going to be on that stage here soon, and you guys are a part of that. It's got to be pretty cool.
Yeah, it's way fun. It's fun to see them in the community, and then it's fun to see them down here. We're pretty heavily involved with most of the high school stuff that goes on around here. So, you know, to see the Sparrow kid, to see the Moa kid out at Fremont, to see all of them, they're people we see regularly, and it's cool to see them go play on a big stage somewhere, whether it's here in Utah or out of state.
Utah fans are excited to hear Celeste Moa decided to stay home.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, and that was wild. That whole, like, the whole signing period is just crazy times. These kids have terrible
decision at age 17. 18.
I know. My favorite decision is when they do the one where go, I'm not deciding today. Boom, and then you're like, this stinks. Cam, culture matters. Whether we're talking about football, whether we're talking about Fortune 500 company, but it matters to you guys. What have you guys done to build the culture here of people wanting to come back and getting that great service that they get right here at John Watson Chevrolet?
Well, I think we try and kick the trend a little bit. It's not just about money. I mean, things cost money to fix cars, to buy cars. We understand that. But at some point, it's more than just about getting a deal. It's about making a friendship and servicing those people and helping them. And that's important to us. We have lots of neighbors, lots of friends, lots of people in the community. These high school events like this are the same deal. These are people we see regularly. And it's important to us. So sometimes we like the big groups that are around here. There's lots of great auto dealers in the state, but we are a single point. We are family owned, and that lends a little bit to the culture that we have.
There's not 70 John Watson Chevrolets across the state that you could get lost in the mix on, and that's important to you guys.
It is important to us. I mean, we'd love to have 70, but we don't. So we got one, and we focus on it, and
it's great,
and it works well for us.
Well, this is one of the most beautiful shops that you'll ever come into, aside from the classic cars that are out here. Does Corey let you drive these around whenever you want, or what's the deal?
Hey, we drive. Yeah, we drive them. We get them out.
I love it.
I let him. He fixes them. So when I break them, he fixes them. So I don't take them as much.
Are you the younger brother?
I am just younger than him.
I was trying to be nice to pretend like I didn't know already. But
it's okay.
Who could win in the wrestling match today?
He'd probably take me in a wrestling match today.
Oh,
you got a little more girth on me.
Okay, all right. Cam,
you got to be in the same weight class.
Okay, yeah. Cam, thanks for joining us, man.
Yeah, no worries, guys. We appreciate you guys being here. It'll be a fun night tonight with all these kids.
It's going to be awesome. All right, we'll take a break here. We'll come back. We have more to go around the corner. Let's take an in-depth look at the actual college football playoff bracket. There's stuff it's not going to change, so we're going to bring it up. We're going to look at some of these early games. Could there be some surprises, some Cinderella stories in there? Stay right here with us, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Ivory Homes, they're doing something pretty cool right now, and I'm excited to tell you about it because I've had a chance to cover multiple Super Bowls, and it's a bucket list experience. If you have a chance to go to a Super Bowl, you got to do it. Guess what? You got a chance right now through Ivory Homes. They're doing a first down big game giveaway. Here's the details. They're giving away a ticket package, 2 tickets to the big game, Sunday, February 8th, 2026 in Santa Clara. Hotels included, 2-night stay booked February 7th through the 9th, 2026, and $2,000 gift card for travel expenses. This is going to be an awesome thing. How do you enter? Here's how you do it. Go to ivoryhomes.com/super or visit any Ivory Homes model home. Scan the QR code at the home, and you're entered. The more model homes you visit, the more entries you earn. The winner is selected from all entries and will be notified on January 31st, 2026. This is an awesome opportunity to get registered, to try to get to a Super Bowl, and learn about the Smart Move Guarantee. It's a program offered by Utah home builder Ivory Homes to help buyers purchase a new home before selling their existing property. And the program aims to streamline the complex process of selling and buying simultaneously by offering solutions such as a guaranteed sale or a guaranteed lease on the current home. Learn more about that. Register for this opportunity to go to the big game. Ivory Homes wants to send you there. Go to the website right now. Get started at ivoryhomes.com/super. That's ivoryhomes.com/super.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
You know who doesn't get enough credit during the holidays? You. You're the one making sure the magic happens. From school parties to last-minute shopping to wrapping gifts at midnight. And the last thing you need to worry about is what's for dinner. But with Beehive Meals, you'll have delicious frozen meals delivered right to your door that are ready for your slow cooker. No chopping, no stress, and no takeout guilt. You'll walk in after a long day of holiday fun to the smell of dinner done, kids happy, and a kitchen that's not a disaster zone. It's real homemade comfort food that the whole family will love without the work. You don't need to be a holiday hero this season, just smart enough to let Beehive Meals do the cooking. Beehive Meals, made for the ones who do it all. And if you're looking for a thoughtful, stress-free gift this year, Beehive Meals makes it easy to share the love with gift boxes. Order now at beehivemeals.com and make this holiday season a little easier and a lot more delicious.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, the Utah Mammoth hosts the Los Angeles Kings. The puck drops at 7 o'clock. Listen to the game on 97.5 The Zone. And come up tomorrow, college hoops. BYU and Clemson will play at Madison Square Garden tomorrow at 4:30. You can listen on 102.7 FM. And if you want to hear your company's name here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at the KSL Sports Zone.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
When TV and radio collide.
Love it.
Wow. This is what you get. You're listening to JJ and Alex.
Don't touch that dial!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Spider-Man and freeze in full effect.
You ready, Ron?
I'm ready.
You ready, Dave?
I'm ready, Slick. Are you?
Oh, yeah. Take it down.
Girl, I must warn you. I sense something strange.
You always got to let the Belle Biv DeVoe burn a little bit. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Gotta
yeah.
hear some of it. Okay?
Timeless.
This truck is about from that time frame. Belle Biv DeVoe, kind of a late 80s, early 90s.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yep. That fits.
I'm telling you.
Come down and see it at John Watson Chevrolet. It's
Yeah,
beautiful.
we're hanging out. The beautiful
And
classic
the Chevy
cars.
Camaros from the 1960s.
Yeah, they're awesome.
Got a Z28 right here.
They set it up really awesome for these kids tonight who are going to be honored as the John Watson Chevrolet Players of the Week. And for Northern Utah, it's going to be awesome. And KSL Sports, we lean into this thing, man. We love being able to honor these kids every week during the season. Jake Hatz does a phenomenal job busting his butt, making sure he's got his finger on the pulse of how great these prep athletes are. And
you combine the force of all our KSL Sports properties, KSL Sports Rewind, what Jake does with this, and what we do with Game Night Live. Nobody covers high school sports better.
Nobody better. So let's kick off the program here, JJ. I'm staring at the not only are these beautiful cars here, I've also got the full-on bracket, the college football playoff bracket. Let's get into how this thing actually could go and the breakdowns of these teams who did make it into the college football playoff. Let's jump in here with the cut.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
College football playoff. We've got our bracket. We've seen it. You've been able to go over it. You've been able to critique it maybe. And these college football playoffs are. This is only the second year of the 12-team playoff, and it already is unacceptable. Because I heard Hant say something earlier, and it's something I totally 100% agree with, which is, you can argue about the Miami, Notre Dame, BYU, but what are we doing with Tulane and James Madison getting in? They did the rules. I get it. I'm just saying, why are we doing this? Because it's not just that those teams. I know I want to give teams shots.
Who's we? Do you know who to blame? The ACC. And why Miami got in, and why Notre Dame was even considered when you know how bad the ACC was this year. The ACC was so bad this year that the best they could do for a champion was 8-5 Duke.
Oh, yeah.
That's your champion.
Yeah.
The people's champion, the Duke Blue Devils at 8-5. That's the best team in your conference.
I love how we joked about it happening. Why on earth?
This almost happened last year.
I know,
remember?
But why on earth would I believe that UVA was a guaranteed win against Duke? It's just it's not. And by the way, we were talking about teams and when they've won championships and when they haven't. Duke has existed. They've played football since 1899 and they've never won one conference championship.
That's insane.
I mean,
the drought is over.
Hey, no, was it? No. It was a team they played, Virginia.
Oh,
Virginia. So they're still locked out.
Yeah, the Who's have never been great at football either.
126 years of Virginia football has not gotten you.
The ACC was so bad this year that their champion was ranked lower than James Madison in the college football playoff.
And I know that actually is the only thing that matters, because when they made the rules, they're trying to figure out how to make this thing. I don't know, but if the word equitable gets brought up, equity is not being equal and on an equal, like, hey, here's how you made it and here's how we made it. That is not what happened here. And by the way, you're not seeing teams that are evenly matched with the teams that are in the college football playoff. James Madison going up to Oregon, I think is really
must-see TV.
It's really sad because of who could have been playing up at Oregon. BYU fans could say, yeah, maybe that's them. But I mean, even Notre Dame having to go up to Autzen Stadium, like, Notre Dame is a way better football team than Tulane and JMU,
and would do far better.
Okay,
and
so
better theater.
Okay,
better TV.
So then, what are we doing? And I'm not trying to poo-poo the G5s out there, but I do wonder.
You've got to. I think we need to go 16. I think that solves the problem. Again,
I think you got to do more.
This is the ACC's fault for sucking this year. B,
it's true.
The whole point of this was inclusion from the very get-go, is to give everybody in the country a path. It just so happened that the ACC allowed the Sun Belt to be better than them this year. The Sun Belt champion is better than the ACC champion. Let that sink in.
Yeah, I get it.
And the ACC wants to call itself a Power 4 conference.
Well,
and a team from the ACC got in ahead of Notre Dame and BYU.
Right, and they're legitimately.
And Notre Dame's basically playing an ACC schedule,
right.
which is why they were 10-2.
Yeah, they were the best team in the ACC. Miami, I think we all know that.
Yes,
but they didn't make the conference championship game. And I get it. You've got to do the thing to be able to get in. But when you talk about the snubs that are out there, I think that the college football playoff bracket kind of shows you that. It's a little bit weird. It's a little bit weird to have James Madison and Tulane playing in this thing when we were fighting over some of the biggest brands in all of college football getting into this thing. You just have these other teams who are just automatic and they get right in, and that they did exactly what they were asked to do. But I do think that is going to get revisited when they do the 16-team playoff. Like, how on earth can we avoid getting way more G5 teams in that you don't want to get in?
I think it will be addressed. You have to have a G5. But you're right. I don't think it was ever designed for 2. And this was actually not a great year for the G5s.
No. Mountain West was not good this year.
It wasn't.
Here locally, we were like,
it was mediocre for a year. I mean, Boise State wasn't their normal selves. And that league obviously is going to go through a big change. And now the Pac-12 is going to have a look. We'll see what that's like. Tulane was 10-2. I don't think anybody was like, oh, wow, I can't wait to see Tulane against one of the big shots. They played Ole Miss and lost, right?
Yeah, Tulane and North Carolina. And
we've already seen Tulane and Ole Miss, right?
I know, and that's a tough thing because they're going to have to play one another.
This is not a year. This is not the year where even one G5 is worthy of being in the playoff, let alone 2. And it sucks because it's at the expense of some really good
Shame
teams.
on all of you other guys who couldn't win your dadgum football games. So, James Madison going up to Autzen. Upset alert?
No.
For you? Okay.
No chance.
Speaking of rematches, the 8-9 game is Alabama traveling to Norman, Oklahoma, where they played. No, I guess they were in Tuscaloosa, right?
Trying to remember.
No, I think no. Well, either way, they played them 3 weeks ago, and they beat them.
Yeah.
Right. That's one of the 3
No, they
losses.
went into Tuscaloosa and won.
It was in Tuscaloosa. Hey, that's a pretty good win for them. So they're going to host Alabama in Norman, and then Ole Miss and Tulane is another rematch from earlier this season. Your 11-6 game.
What are we doing?
I don't know, and that it makes me a little bit frustrated. So Tulane taking on Ole Miss, Jake Retzlaff and company. Can they go in? I mean, Ole Miss. If there's going to be an upset alert, you kind of put it on Ole Miss because they might be a dadgum mess considering that their entire staff got blown up and it's weird, and they're having the offensive coordinator come back to call the games like as a temporary fix, and Lane Kiffin's being accused of all sorts of things in LSU. So I'm wondering if you should look at that and go, I don't know, take the points.
Is that the one team that's ripe for an upset?
Would it be the most Jake Retzlaff thing ever? Him running off the field?
Here's the thing. Here's the truth.
It's wild.
What was the score of the first game?
It was a blowout. I think it was like like a 3 or 4 touchdown.
45-10.
Okay.
Trinidad Chambliss had a great game. He played in that game, 307 yards, 2 touchdowns. He was their leading rusher.
45-10, holy cow.
Retzlaff went 5 of 17 in that game.
Yeah, he's pretty good. 56 yards passing, not bad.
So, and this is my point, is this is just not the year for the G5s to make a splash in the playoff. Ole Miss is going to cream them. Everything you said is true. I don't know how this Ole Miss team's going to respond to all the drama, the Lane Kiffin stuff, but
from a talent perspective, it just
they're
even close.
going to overwhelm Tulane,
so
just like they did earlier. We've already seen this movie before.
Yeah. Well, let's pretend just for a moment.
Can we pretend that Ole Miss was playing BYU?
Well, yeah, no,
that would be more fun.
I'm not kidding. Think about like Utah sneaking in, okay, as the 12th seed.
Yeah.
They can make the argument they should be there because they just kept dropping even though they kept winning. they were up to 12 or 13, right? And
they weren't winning enough.
They weren't winning by
far enough.
But let's just say, for sake of argument, Oregon hosting Utah. Like, that's tasty. You know why?
That's got a lot of history to it and a lot of flavor. I think a lot of people around the country would be interested in that.
Yeah, and guess what? Look at Tulane and Ole Miss. I actually was at that game in Oxford back when Kyle Van Noy took that thing over. What did they win? 16 to
This is their first game as an independent. Yeah.
17-16? They go down there to Oxford. Quite an experience. Awesome. Tons of fun.
Hotty toddy.
But Could BYU beat Ole Miss?
Yes, 100%.
Could Utah beat Oregon?
Yes.
They could show up, right? I mean,
They could
absolutely.
Oh, well, I mean, the defense we saw the last couple of weeks makes me pause, but the offense is good enough.
Do they have a better shot of beating Ole Miss, BYU than Tulane?
100%.
Does Utah have a better chance than JMU? All respect to the Dukes.
100%.
But you see what I'm saying? See, that's when you look at it and you go, oh, well, if you look at it from that perspective, the system's broken because the best teams aren't playing in this thing, right?
Right.
And teams who you look at and you go, well, they might deserve to be in there. So, first of all, the Indiana being pushed up to number 1 is wild to look at. Like, if you were to put this bracket up at the beginning of the year, this would have looked like a fever dream that my kid would have put together. I think who's the purple team? I'll put them in.
I love the top 4. The top 4 is fun.
Top 4. This is as good a football as we've seen. You know what I mean? Like, those guys are playing at an elite level.
I hate to say it, but this would be a really good year for a 14 playoff.
Oh, yeah.
In all honesty.
If we could have just.
If I'm being really,
you know
really
what?
honest.
It would have saved a lot of tears over the weekend.
Isn't there a big separation between 4 and 5?
Oh, for sure. Yes, that's a great point, JJ, because I think Texas Tech is markedly better than Oregon.
Indiana went in and handled Oregon at Autzen.
Just think about the discrepancy of Georgia versus Tulane.
Right.
Or Indiana or Texas Tech playing JMU. Or Ohio State meeting up with Tulane. You know what I mean? Like, that, it's an insane thought to have these teams lining up. So you're exactly right.
What's Ohio State going to do to Miami? What would they do to Miami?
That's interesting. I can't imagine Miami beating Texas A&M, but just because the universe is this way, you're going to see the teams that we bicker about that shouldn't be in, they're going to win their first game. I think Miami could beat Texas A&M. Why not? And Alabama could definitely beat Oklahoma. You know why? Because what did Ty Simpson say? We know we are the best offense in the country. I couldn't say it with a straight face. After the game, he said it to the just absolutely.
We've already seen Alabama, Oklahoma. Why are we seeing this again?
Okay, but what I'm saying is
committee, man.
You're going to see one of the teams that we argued that they shouldn't have been anywhere near the playoff. They're going to win their first round game. Alabama or Miami, one of those teams is going to win. And we're going to go, and then they're going to be like, told you, we should have been in, and it's going to be annoying. It's going to be the worst. It'll be another like rehashing and pulling the scab off and having to figure that thing out.
Miami got a gift. Texas A&M is probably the most phony team in the top 10.
And I think there's also, isn't it funny that after they lost that game against Texas, nobody is even thinking about those guys because they didn't go to the SEC
Well, why didn't they get hammered? Why didn't they get more? They got dropped a little bit from 3 to 7.
7, yeah.
By the way, they're pre-Big 12 championship game. BYU and Texas A&M's resume look awful similar.
Yeah, real close to one another. Look at that top 4. Any chance that the bye week that they get ends up being them kind of slumbering a little bit and then they come out slow and don't win a game in the second round?
I don't see an Ohio State or a Penn State or a Notre Dame in that first round group.
I actually think it's
I don't see teams that good in that first round group. I think the top 4 are really, really solid, and I don't see a team in the first round that's capable of going to a bowl game and beating those guys.
I think it was actually better for Ohio State's national championship repeat.
Oh, I agree.
For them losing against Indiana, because a rematch is pending, right? That's what we're looking at in the bracket. You're looking at the possibility of Indiana winning their 2 games and getting to the national championship to rematch against Ohio State. Now, that's a rematch I'm okay to watch. You know why? Because it was a freaking bloodbath the other night.
Right.
They're punching each other in the face and getting it going, man. I loved how intense that game was.
It was a low-scoring game, but a good football game.
No, you know what? It felt just old school.
Yeah.
Like we've seen Ohio State have games like that. You've seen them have.
You're going to have
slugfests.
championship games like that.
And it's crazy to me to see Indiana being physical. Like, that was just never their signature.
Matching up with that defense.
Their offense and defensive lines are friggin' tough,
That Ohio
man.
State defense is so good, and Indiana held their own.
Yeah, and Mendoza put the ball on the friggin' money so many times.
Probably
that game.
won himself a trophy.
Do you think that happened?
Probably won himself a trophy on Saturday.
Did you have to get your vote in today?
Oh, the deadline was today. I finished voting on Sunday.
Okay, so And you can't share your votes.
Cannot say a word until after Sunday.
And that's
Saturday.
Yeah, on Saturday we're going to get the reveal. And you only get 3 votes, right? You just
vote
top
for
3.
your top 3 in order, first, second, and third, and that's how they tabulate it.
Okay.
I will share my Heisman ballot a week from today.
Love it. I just think it's fascinating to see these this Heisman season's crazy. Again, part of the fever dream. And then Mendoza's going to win the Heisman. You remember the old Cal transfer? Yeah, he's going to win the Heisman. The guy who committed to Harvard first and then ended up going to Cal.
Pretty crazy
and
story,
then transferring
right?
from Cal to Indiana. Yeah, he's going to be the Heisman Trophy winner.
Pretty improbable.
That's crazy.
Well, and there's another candidate is somebody who was playing at New Mexico Military Institute.
There's always somebody.
Before he ended up at New Mexico State, right? The Diego Pavia story is also pretty wild.
You know what?
And you
Vanderbilt
gotta be honest. Like, there's some pretty crazy, wild college football stories right now. How about Trinidad Chambliss?
Yeah,
who was a Division II quarterback now.
Yep.
Now in the playoff.
That's a very Cam Ward type of a vibe. You know, where he's 0 stars,
100%.
Goes to Immaculate Word, and then suddenly blows up the entire world. It's crazy. So, anyway, part of the issue that we've seen with all of this is we've seen a lot of the brackets that are that people are kind of putting together, and they're trying to find a path for upsets. And this one doesn't really lend to a lot of upsets.
Doesn't feel like last year, right?
Yeah.
And I think what happened, remember last year what happened was the champions got put in the top 4. And it was Arizona State and Boise State and Oregon. And the best teams were actually in that first-round group because they didn't play – Notre Dame didn't play – in a conference championship game last year. Neither did Ohio State, and it worked out the way it did. It's just a different bracket this year. It's a different bracket, and that's fine. I think it's top-heavy. I think the top 4 are going to be tough to beat, but what it could end up being is an outstanding semifinal and a national championship game for the ages if it works out. And I think don't be surprised if Texas Tech's in that championship game.
I just want to be –
that team is really good. I don't know how a team beats them. Arizona State did it, but there were weird circumstances behind that game. What team in that field right now has the ability to throw downfield, run the ball effectively, and win in the trenches? Who is it? Is it? I mean, other than Ohio State, I believe Ohio State can do it, and we saw maybe Indiana can do it.
Right.
Is Georgia? I mean, you think the talent's there. But Georgia's been, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like Georgia's been overwhelming this year. Just ask Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech played them better than Alabama did the second time around.
Sure. Yeah.
Georgia's had some weird games this year.
Later, we're going to talk about the bowl matchups here locally with the teams getting their invites officially. And hey, none of the programs rejected their invitation. I thought that was nice.
Yeah, classy. How many Big 12 teams said no thanks?
2. Iowa State, Kansas State.
And Baylor had a chance to go play in the Birmingham Bowl as a 5-7 team.
Oh, did they say no?
As well. They said
well, but yeah, the 5-7 thing, like that. To me, when a team opts out of that, like, because I don't think they're not going to get fined $500,000.
No, the other
teams are going to get fined $500,000. When you're a 5-7 team and you get this like little back door into a crap bowl, I mean,
we now have winning teams opting out of bowl games. Bowl games are on life support. I'm telling you. This is a growing trend.
It is hard. It is hard to try to figure out which ones matter, and it really just feels like the college football playoff. Corey Watson hanging out with us here. John Watson Chevrolet here in Ogden, the number 1 rated Chevy dealership in the entire state of Utah. You guys take great pride in that, and who wouldn't? Every business tries to strive to have people go, I loved my experience there. And I think that car dealerships are in that category that could be really hot and cold, and you guys are probably battling against the keyboard warriors. But I'll tell you, a lot goes a really long way when you have a standard for how you treat a customer, and you guys have a standard.
We do have a standard. It's kind of the way we live and die down here, is making sure people are happy and get good deals and are totally satisfied with their experience.
let's talk about this experience that's going to happen tonight. The Player of the Week honors that these Northern Utah football players are going to be getting. It's fun to watch these things unfold and to see these kids, and they're getting awards, and like it almost feels like they're kind of going, hey, like is this legit? Like yeah, we're giving you awards, man. They're getting awards. They're getting their sweatshirt. People look forward to the sweatshirt as much as they do.
Do you know how many people come and ask me for those sweatshirts?
I'm sure they do. I'm sure
Mostly
they do.
my children, but
But it's a huge deal, and you guys have added more space this time around, and this is a community event you guys would never miss, right?
Yeah, it keeps growing every year, and we're excited about that. And after 21 years, it's got pretty big, and we wouldn't miss it. It's great.
You get to this point with a dealership like this, and people know who you are.
Yeah.
We just mentioned you don't have to do anything but come on here in the show and mention John Watson Chevrolet.
Mm-hmm.
People know they can trust you. How have you been able to build that brand and reputation in this community?
Years and years of doing the right thing. In the car industry, there's a lot of great people, but there are a few bad players out there, and they kind of give us a bad name, and unfortunately, people just think that's how everybody is, and it's not really the truth. We are among others, but we are one of the best in my opinion, and we do that by being honest and transparent and just helping people along the process, becoming friends along the way. Cam talked a minute ago, and one of the things we really do, we make a ton of friends, and it's great because we just don't have to sell them cars. We just have to be friends with them after we're done, and then they just keep coming back. And along the way, we talk all the time and do things together and invite them to the party of the week.
Well, you live here. This is your community,
That's right. Yeah, if you're going to be any kind of business owner, I think, really should be involved with their community. And when you carry a brand as large as Chevrolet, you've got to be a community partner, and we love it.
Easy to spot, of course, right here on Wall Avenue. It's easy to come down and see the big Chevy dealership there and these beautiful cars right out here in front. I mean, is the Silverado ever going to lose its stranglehold on the best-looking truck in the market?
Well, I think it's the best-looking truck.
I think so, too.
Occasionally we get beat by Ford, and it's always kind of a back and forth. It's just like it's a lot like sports. Sometimes one team's winning all the time, then another one comes, and then the other one comes back. And, it's Chevy versus Ford. And
always
and
is.
Occasionally it's
forever.
Chevy, Ford, and Dodge, but most of the time it's Chevy versus Ford. I know you cringe when I said Dodge. Dodges are good too, but we like to try to always be the leader, and I think with the Chevy we've got it. It's a great truck, and it's been great for a long time, and I know that's what I drive, and it's I can go drive. I've got a lot of fun cars around here, and funny, when I go home at night, I think, should I drive that old Camaro, or should I drive that old car over here, or should I just jump in the Cobra next door? What should I drive?
Oh, man.
And you know what?
Choices.
The end, it's actually more fun to drive my Silverado.
Really?
Look at that.
It's got air conditioning, and that's
okay.
Yeah,
the modern
summer,
convenience.
In the summer, that decision makes
we're pretty
itself.
spoiled. And, when I do sacrifice and drive those old cars home, it's way fun until about 21st Street, and it's getting real bumpy and noisy.
You don't have massaging seats in these in this
No, you do.
Yeah, you do.
You do in that case.
Speed bumps.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You do. They're just
the old-fashioned,
naturally
old-fashioned
built.
speed
The
old-fashioned
bumps.
massage.
They're built in the way that they were supposed to be installed.
That's right.
Well, Corey, we appreciate you hosting us. This is an awesome event, and you guys do it right. This place is immaculate, and you guys just do such a great job of honoring these kids, and it means a lot to you guys. It means a ton to us to be able to come in here and just sit down and have a show with you
Thanks.
guys.
I appreciate you guys giving us all these good plugs. I don't give you guys enough good plugs. The Zone, this is where it's at.
Hey.
You guys are the real deal.
Hey, we're out watching sports for a living. We can't complain
Life's
too
good.
much.
Well, you got to do what you love. I love cars. You guys love sports.
That's
We're
exactly
each doing our own
Dang
thing.
right.
Exactly right. Okay, we'll take a break. We'll come back. More to go right here from the John Watson Chevrolet here in Ogden. Stay here, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
An accident in Saratoga Springs on Railroad Road is hampering traffic between Fairway Boulevard and Ring Road, while also in Utah County, a crash northbound I-15 is blocking a right lane approaching the Pleasant Grove Boulevard exit. Southbound I-15 starting to resemble a normal slow commute between Murray and Draper. UTA is road therapy. Give your car a break and get more U-time. Plan your trip at rideuta.com or on the Transit app. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Taqueria 27, where every taco tells a story. And sometimes it's a hilarious one. Check out taqueria27.com. You'll thank us later. On the go? Don't worry. Locations in downtown SLC, Holiday, Fashion Place Mall, Lehigh, and Eagle Mountain. So if you miss one, there's another waiting to serve you tacos, sizzling fajitas, enchiladas, margaritas like a ninja. Taqueria 27's got Mexican cuisine, including gluten-free, that's so tasty, your mouth will thank you. Hey, Utah! Are you ready for the Utah Mammoth to hit the ice? From game-winning goals to behind-the-scenes moments, Mammoth Plus brings the action to you all season long. Whether you're at home, on the go, or in the stands, don't miss a single shift. Visit UtahMammothPlus.com and start streaming today. That's UtahMammothPlus.com. Every game, every goal, live on Mammoth Plus.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
The Garden Restaurant, Salt Lake's best eatery spot for all things turkey, handcrafted soups, and our famously fresh Lionhouse rolls. Dine in or carry out. The Garden Restaurant. Visit us at thegardenslc.com.
All the latest news and notes from the league and the locals in the NFL. JJ and Alex bring you the NFL Blitz on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Thanks for being with us on the program. That music, of course, means we're getting into our that portion of the show where we get to jump in on the locals in the NFL and the weeks that they had, and they had big ones. A lot of locals. I'm watching a lot of guys scoring points, catching balls, making big defensive plays, more than we've ever seen, I think, in a long, long time for those locals. But
it was a great Sunday for locals in the NFL.
Yeah, and
I think I counted 7 locals were part of a touchdown. whether they were the quarterback, running back, or the kickoff returner or the receiver. It was a banner day.
Huge day. Let's talk about it right now. Before we do, though, you can nominate the youth sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week program. All you have to do, go to kslsports.com/contests. Nominate that person who's an awesome youth sports volunteer in your neighborhood, and then we help celebrate those efforts by giving them a prize from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, both of which are great sponsors of the Hercules Hero of the Week program. All right, let's start first. Listen, I'll start with my Seahawks.
Yeah, that's good.
How about Rashid Shaheed? Like, when that guy turns it on, there's not a soul. I don't know if there's a soul on the planet who could catch that guy.
I told you when the Seahawks acquired him, it's like, oh, that's a nice trade.
Yeah, and look, you want to use him as a wideout, but they have one of the best wideout. They have a first-team All-Pro guy this year in Smith Najigba.
And he had a good game. 4 catches, 67 yards.
And I'm telling you, they're going to be feeding Smith Najigba like the rest of the year because they want him. They want to prop him up, and I'm telling you, he's same thing. Those two guys, when they touch the ball, there's not a lot of people that could catch those two dudes out there in the football field. So shout out to my Seahawks, who are now 10-3 on the season. I mean, listen, shout out to Sam Darnold, who like reinvented himself.
Great story.
To do it 2 different cities in 2 separate years.
I think the Vikings have regret.
Oh, 1,000%. J.J. McCarthy is absolute garbage.
He had a good game yesterday, but
no, he
won.
didn't. They had 0. They won. They beat the Commanders, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That was 26-0?
McCarthy had a good game yesterday, 3
Fine.
touchdowns.
I'll allow it. But has one of the worst QBRs of any living quarterback in the history of the NFL.
The Vikings are going to miss the playoffs this year because they let Sam Darnold walk. It's a fact.
It is, yeah. And a tough division, obviously. Dalton Kincaid, he caught a touchdown.
Yeah, back from injury. He missed almost a month with the hamstring injury, and then first game back gets a nice touchdown catch, 4 catches, 41 yards. And Jackson Haas out of Highland High School.
The kid lived in my old neighborhood.
Yeah,
that's crazy. I tell the kids
Ended
all the time.
Up at Yale, and then went to Georgia Tech, and now he's in the league.
I'm all look at this, look what's going on here. That guy played at Highland High School. This guy went to the University of Utah. Like, point them all out.
Yeah.
You know, it's easy to do these days. It seems like every team's got
doing Snow Angels with Josh Allen in a big game. Pretty
cool. How did Devin Lloyd do? We're checking on Devin Lloyd, see if he's having a decent
interception of the year. I think it's tied for 3rd in the NFL. Isn't that crazy? He's having a Pro Bowl year.
Yeah, I think
he got hurt.
Might have an All-Pro year.
The problem is he got hurt.
Yeah.
And missed a couple games, which might hurt his cause, but when he's been healthy, he's played at a Pro Bowl level this year. He's definitely going to get paid.
Well, he'll get the Pro Bowl nod because that's fine. All-Pro is what I'm looking for, and I think he could be a second-team All-Pro guy. Like you're talking about him.
Good.
He is one of the top 5 linebackers in the league, right? Like
8
especially
tackles,
right now.
2 quarterback hits, and an interception, and the Jags win. The Jags are in first place.
And the Colts have fallen off the planet, and poor friggin' Daniel Jones, who we love talking about because he's a great story too, torn Achilles again. Dude,
3 losses in a row, I think.
3 losses in a row, and their playoff hopes are looking like the Chiefs.
They're on life support.
Hey, speaking of the Chiefs.
Ooh.
No, we'll get to that
We got
later.
to save that for the next segment.
We should. Because I want Lloyd to be around when I tell him about what getting keyed it looks like in the in week 15 of the NFL, because it was pretty hilarious.
Rusty looked like a sad puppy today in there when we looked in there.
He's like, you got keyed. The energy not there. Energy not there. Puka Nacua, awesome day for him. Another couple touchdowns, 167 yards. He missed how many games? 2 or 3?
Yeah.
And he's averaging 100 yards receiving this year.
Still almost 1,300 yards receiving.
Yes, after missing those 2 games.
Pretty insane.
Awesome thing for him. And then Jordan Love, that guy, Toyota-thon comes around and he shows up.
Toyota-thon is real.
I'm believing it now. I'm like, seriously.
How can you not?
He
every year.
Tom Brady.
Toyota-thon begins, and all of a sudden Jordan Love's an MVP candidate.
So Tom Brady called that game. Tom Brady's like, what a throw.
Yeah.
If Tom Brady says what a throw.
Yeah, that's a compliment.
Let's grab that audio and play it as they lower your casket into the ground. You know what I mean? Like when your life is over, because that is as cool as it gets, man. It's just wild. Did you see the Zach Ertz play where he tore his ACL?
Yeah, I was watching it, and Mariota had to come off the bench cold. Jaden Daniels got hurt again.
I know, it's just freaking
And
terrible.
I watched that throw, and I've seen this story before. A quarterback throws high over the middle.
hang a guy at the drive, but you don't. But listen,
I
those
feel
DBs,
for Marietta. He did not intend for that to happen, but that's what happened.
That's
you
a
go
bad
up
look.
to try to make a play, and where do the DBs try to tackle a tight end?
Right at the knee.
You throw high to a tight end, and it's going to happen.
It looked disgusting. Torn ACL out the rest of the year.
Rough.
There you go. So
hate to see it.
It's a bummer, man. And
how about Shedeur Sanders?
What did he have? 365 on the day.
He didn't win the
3
game,
touchdowns?
but yeah, he had 4 touchdowns, 1 on the ground.
I mean, that team is a mess.
If you started Shedeur in fantasy football yesterday, you probably won.
How many people
Seriously.
did that? Brant, did you start Shedeur's not your quarterback?
You should have.
Yeah, that's a good pick.
All
You just
right.
made friends with JJ right there.
Yeah.
That'll get you in. Hey, how about your Broncos 11-2?
How about
Them and
that?
the Patriots at the top of the dadgum
10
AFC.
straight wins, baby.
10 wins in a row. There's
Didn't
almost
cover
as good
the spread, though. We'll get to that in the next segment.
10 wins in a row, that's Notre Dame territory. You guys might be good enough. Might be good enough. All right? Let the Broncos into the playoffs. They deserve it. Hey, BYU's 11-2. Can they get into the AFC playoffs?
At this point?
No.
Why not?
All right. Any other ones you want to add in the world of the NFL? I'm trying to think
let's give Jalen Warren a shout-out. He had a touchdown on a screen pass from Aaron Rodgers. The Steelers look like they're going to win the AFC North. After watching them play like hot garbage last week.
After people were assigning
steaming hot garbage.
I know. After everybody was assigning Mike Tomlin's
they were seriously trying to run Mike Tomlin out of town
to the Penn State job.
He's Mike
freaking
Tomlin. He's the Godfather.
Great. I think he'd be great at Penn State. Yeah. Really? The guy
Come on, man.
The guy has 20 winning seasons in a row.
Look at all the clown coaches in the NFL. And you want to run Mike Tomlin out of town?
Come on.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
It is crazy. So the Chiefs, by the way, the dynasty's on life support, despite the fact that Chris Collinsworth. I mean, I'm listening to that game last night.
Here's the guy.
Now here's the guy because so the Texans are going down and driving
Patrick
down
Mahomes.
and about to score a touchdown, and they show Mahomes on the sideline because you just thrown a pick. That's what they do. They go, hey, Travis Kelce, nice drop. I mean, they stayed on him for, I think, 12 minutes straight at the end of the game. Kelce was there.
That was a rough look for Travis Kelce.
And he's 1,000-yard stare, and he doesn't know a camera's on him, but he's doing the pretend like he's catching the ball. Did you see that?
Yeah.
It was weird. He was like miming, like, I was like, dude, this guy's seen some stuff, man.
Yeah.
But they go to the sideline, they show Mahomes, and he's just watching as the Texans are about to go down and score again. And they show him, and he goes, and there's Patrick Mahomes. And we're like, well, they're showing him because he threw an interception. One of the best to ever do it. He's probably thinking, all right, it's going to be one of those nights, huh? I got a few of those throws in me left. And I was like, everyone – and social media kills Chris Collinsworth every game.
Yeah.
But last night felt like a lot. It was almost like – and then Tirico had to counter it with like, yeah, but it's 9 penalties to 2 in favor of the Chiefs. So – you could say the refs are having a rough night and it's not helping the Chiefs out, but they had 2 penalties and the Texans have 9. So he was like trying to bail them. It was super weird, and it's crazy to watch those games with him calling it because he does love Patrick Mahomes so much. So does Rusty Keys. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We've got more to go. We've got a Sucks to Be You. You can hear from Notre Dame's athletic director, Pete Bevacqua. It's nice enough for Pete to drop in and send a line on how things are going in that Notre Dame.
He said some
department.
things today.
I can't wait.
He might regret.
Let's listen to it next, right here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Heavy and slow northbound on I-15 from Center Street in Orem up to a crash just before the Pleasant Grove Boulevard exit, which is still blocking the far right lane. Northbound I-15 in Salt Lake County, slow from 33rd South up to 13th South, although the last crash at 21st South has been cleared. Whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it, GoPave Utah has your blacktop covered at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I believe that he had all but taken the Penn State job.
By all accounts, that is exactly the case. The meeting had been called for him to tell the team that he was not going to be their head coach anymore.
He was going.
Yeah.
I 100% believe that, and I 100% believe that BYU stepped in with a last-second package, so to speak, an influence campaign that got him to change his mind to stay. The why, of course, is really interesting.
BYU is safer. He already has a good working machine at BYU that should continue on and is lined up to continue to be very competitive, including talent that they have expected to come in the next few years. And now on top of it, there is a renewed investment into him, into his coaching staff, and then into the program itself in the form of what's rumored $10 to $15 million a year in NIL.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss, SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com. Go check it out. This is the same program that JJ and I have not just seen results on, but have kept the results going. It's not easy. We know how. I know exactly what it's like to do the yo-yo thing, to be overweight, to try to balance that life and work stuff with not having the energy that you need. And I'm telling you, Salt Lake City Fat Loss is the way to get into a program that you're going to lose weight naturally. You don't have to worry about the pills or the injections. These guys are going to help you out. All you have to do is go to SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Yeah, Salt Lake City Fat Loss is having a huge holiday sale right now. Over $400 off. They've never done this before. $400 off, making it their lowest prices of the entire year, now through December 31st. This is a doctor-developed plan designed for busy adults. Now imagine starting now and finishing the holidays lighter, healthier, more confident, or you can wait until the first of the year. Whatever works for you. Their proven plan can help you lose 10 to 20% of your body weight and still enjoy those holiday meals with friends and family. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. We both had results in this program. If you're serious about weight loss, if you want Ozempic-like results without the injection, just eating naturally, you can do it with Salt Lake City Fat Loss. Go to their website right now. Learn more about it. Learn more about why that is the case and how they do it. You'll get a free consultation. If you want to do the program, take advantage of that holiday sale. $400 off right now. Lock in that price before December 31st. SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
You know who doesn't get enough credit during the holidays? You. You're the one making sure the magic happens. From school parties to last-minute shopping to wrapping gifts at midnight. And the last thing you need to worry about is what's for dinner. But with Beehive Meals, you'll have delicious frozen meals delivered right to your door that are ready for your slow cooker. No chopping, no stress, and no takeout guilt. You'll walk in after a long day of holiday fun to the smell of dinner done, kids happy, and a kitchen that's not a disaster zone. It's real homemade comfort food that the whole family will love without the work. You don't need to be a holiday hero this season, just smart enough to let Beehive Meals do the cooking. Beehive Meals, made for the ones who do it all. And if you're looking for a thoughtful, stress-free gift this year, Beehive Meals makes it easy to share the love with gift boxes. Order now at beehivemeals.com and make this holiday season a little easier and a lot more delicious.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard. Hans, you feel it outside. It's football weather, but that also means it's colder outside, and that means your furnace, if you haven't fired it up already, you will be soon. So you want to keep that warm air in your house? Well, it's all about having the right windows, and Advanced Windows can make sure you have the best windows in the state of Utah.
Remember, they've got the lifetime warranty. It's transferable to the next owner. It covers all labor, glass, and parts. And these are original windows built right here in the state of Utah. They eliminate the middleman, so they make it more affordable for you. And they've got great financing plans, including 60 months, no interest, no payment, or no interest for 24 months. They'll set it up so it's affordable for you.
Go to advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com and find out how they can save you money. In fact, $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. That's Advanced Windows. Call them now, 801-850-9100.
It's Advanced Windows at advancedwindows.com, 801-850-9100.
Make game day yours with the Utah Mammoth app. Get your tickets, order food and drinks without leaving your seat, track live stats, and stream every game with Mammoth Plus, all in one place. It's the ultimate game day essential, designed for Mammoth fans. Stay connected to your hometown team and never miss a moment. Download the Utah Mammoth app today on iPhone and Android. Turn on push notifications and make every day game day. Tusks up.
During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0% for up to 63 months on 2025 Mazda CX-50 and Mazda CX-5 turbos. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Basking in the sports misfortune of others to help make you feel just a little bit better about yourself. As JJ and Alex present,
yes, we got beat. We got beat badly.
It sucks to be you.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're going to chat with either Cam Watson or Corey Watson, one of the Watsons here at John Watson Chevrolet in just a couple of minutes. Before we do, yes, you know the music. Sucks to be you. Hey, every day, by the way, no, it doesn't suck to be you, JJ. It doesn't suck to be Brant.
I mean, sometimes it sucks to be me.
Well, Brant this weekend, he got towed.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
He got towed. So it sucked.
I'm sorry.
You know what? Let's give an official. It sucked to be Brant when he got towed. Okay.
Womp womp.
He made it. He made the list this week. But I think he has a lot less to beef about.
At least you're not Notre Dame.
Than the Notre Dame athletic director Pete Bavacqua, who I think is that an aftershave, Bavacqua?
No, that's the spray.
Okay.
The breath spray,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
What is that called?
I think my dad used to get
Bavacqua?
No, it's Banaka.
Banaka. Okay, I got confused.
But Aquavelva was the blue stuff that my grandpa
Are you
would
an
wear.
Aquavelva man?
Bivacqua.
I'm old enough to remember that.
Pete Bavacqua-Velva.
Do you want to be an Aquavelva man these days?
There's no way they still make it. There's no way. Hey, Alex Annapolis, give us a confirmation whether or not they still make Aquavelva or not. All right. Pete Bavacqua, the athletic director for Notre Dame, after being snubbed by the playoff committee, moving down the order and not being allowed into the club. And, man, he wanted everybody to hear it today.
Well, I would tell you, I mean, again, I have tremendous respect for Miami. You know, great team, great school. Their athletic director, Dan Radakovich, is a good friend. And all the teams in the ACC, great, wonderful universities. We have no gripes about any of the schools in the ACC. But we were mystified by the actions of the conference to attack, their biggest really business partner in football and a member of their conference in 24 of our other sports. And I would tell you, Dan, I wouldn't be honest with you if I didn't say that they have certainly done permanent damage to the relationship between the conference and Notre Dame. Just we didn't appreciate the fact that we were singled out repeatedly and compared to Miami. Not by Miami. Miami has every right to do that. But it raised a lot of eyebrows here that the conference was taking shots at us. And, that's just not something we chose to do. We wouldn't choose to do that in the future, and people might disagree with us, but that's just not something that we'd be comfortable with. And again, we have no problem with any of these teams. These are all great teams. You look at those teams, Miami, like I said, great season. They beat us. You think about Alabama, nobody's had more success in college football over the last decade than Alabama. But Dan, you follow this sport so closely. Everybody was saying that we were one of a handful of teams that could win this whole thing.
Yeah.
And now we have 0% chance. Even Nick Saban, nobody knows more about college football, maybe in the history of the world, than Nick Saban. And he said it yesterday, like, how is Notre Dame not in this? I mean, everybody is just kind of confused and perplexed, and we don't have good answers for the kids on our team, for our student athletes.
Did you notice he didn't mention BYU among those teams? He wasn't willing to play BYU in a Pop-Tarts Bowl?
He will never mention BYU because they hate BYU. They do not want to play BYU ever again.
What
I don't
is
know.
the deal?
I don't know, and maybe some of that stuff. I mean, look, they played in 12 and 13 there at South Bend, and then famously the return trip that Notre Dame had promised got bagged, and instead they said, let's do a neutral site thing. I told you about this. They do the thing where they go, we're not doing road games. We'll do a million home games.
3 true road games every year.
They'll play 2 or 3 road games, and then the rest are neutral site, Shamrock Series, whatever. But Notre Dame is, when they have these actions to not accept the bowl bid, like, that's their prerogative. That's fine. They don't answer to a conference. They don't have to pay a fine to a conference. But don't pretend. I think the reality is that if they played BYU or somebody else, they would always have the excuse of, well, we didn't care about that game. We've seen that before, because I think they get their butts handed to them. I think if BYU played them, BYU would show up massively. Now, is the talent there from Notre Dame? Absolutely, sure. They're better talent than I think a lot of the teams that BYU face this year. However, it would be a great even match, but Notre Dame doesn't want even match. They don't want an even match.
Jeremiah Love doesn't get to play another game for him.
Yeah, that's a weird decision, because they obviously didn't. I wonder what Marcus Freeman thinks about this. Like, I would love to think. I would love to know what he thinks about it.
You think that their coaches and players were united on that front?
These are chancellors, presidents, board members, and the athletic director. It's all administrative.
An organization acting like a spoiled child that didn't get what he wanted, so he ran away.
I bet there's some players who are like, dude, I don't want to play in freaking the Pop-Tarts Bowl, because they had
it's a great bowl,
but they had expectations. But that's fine. But
it would have been the highest rated non-playoff game of the postseason.
By the way, they would get about a $7 million payout. BYU's going to get the Big 12 a $7 million payout for that bowl game, and Notre Dame is like, we don't care. Money doesn't matter to us. Being better than everybody else, in theory, is more important to them. You know what I mean? Like,
but it's almost every year, always in theory. Last year was an exception. They were the second best team in the country.
Yeah.
It's almost always in theory with that group.
Yeah,
it's
wild.
It's irritating, and I think the rest of the college football world's kind of tired of it.
Joining us right now, live at the John Watson Chevrolet, he's Corey Watson. Corey, first of all, thanks for hosting us, man, and thanks for hosting the Player of the Week honors for this week. I am on pizza watch right now, though.
Me too. I got to be honest. I like these parties, but I really like the pizza.
The pizza's really good.
It's a hit here.
So the Player of the Week honors, these prep kids come in. There are a lot of them. We've honored more this year than we've ever honored. You guys are hosting more players right here than you've ever hosted. The cars are set up. It's a beautiful place. I want to hear a little bit about the stuff that you learned from your dad about running this business.
Well, he taught us to be honest and be involved and do things with the community, and that's really why we do what we do. And we really are determined to carry on that legacy.
I want how's business going overall? Because I think there's a lot of people listening, and you hear about all the tariff stuff that was going on and whatever. Like, how are things really going with the car industry right now? And
Good.
Are there deals to be had?
Yeah, it's actually been a pretty solid year. Last month slowed down just a little bit. I think the government issues slowed us down.
Right.
The car business is very when we have big world calamities, the car business
side of the market
suffers
like that?
with those big ticket purchases.
And
it didn't really slow it down right at first when the government closed, but it seemed to catch us towards the end. The tariffs have been interesting because we haven't seen nearly what we anticipated we'd see. Yeah. And honestly, the manufacturers claim they're eating a lot of those tariffs, and that's probably true depending on how you look at what they're saying.
Right.
I think in the end we eat a lot of those as the public, but it hasn't affected us like we thought it would, and so the deals are good, and there's actually a lot of incentive, and there's for the first time in probably 4 or 5 years we've got real inventory.
Well,
and we haven't for a long time. So,
which means there's deals to be had.
How's the Chevy lineup right now too? When you look
really
at it, because you've seen a bunch of different iterations of lineups, and you can go, oh, I don't know if I loved that year. But top to bottom, like, cars have never been made better, I feel like, right
now.
They're
really good. And our lineup, it's been interesting to watch as the car manufacturers have started to kill a lot of cars, and we've went more to SUVs and trucks. And the truth is, in the Chevy lineup, the only car, do you know what the only car is we have?
What?
Do you have a guess?
In the only car?
The only car Chevy makes.
Is it the Cruze?
Corvette.
Oh,
really?
Of course. How dare I?
Everything gotta have a Corvette.
See,
everything's out. And if you look at the statistics,
I don't qualify. I don't see in my head a Corvette wasn't a car.
You look like a Corvette driver to me.
I would have a hard time getting in and out, but I will say.
So's everybody else.
I will say, like, you think about a brand that has gone forever. Like, it's attached to that Chevy brand too. It's awesome.
Nope, Corvette's been around since '53.
Wow, that's great.
The only one really running longer than that's the Suburban.
Oh, really?
1936.
Suburbans have been around since 1936.
By the way, longest running car in the world, right?
Y'all learned something today on JJ and Alex.
We're on our third Suburban.
Well, it's the best car in the world.
I love it.
Well, at least in Utah.
Well, and guess what? Guess where all of our road trips were? Guess what we were in when I was a kid?
Suburban.
Exactly.
Me too.
A beige Suburban with that cloth interior that was like a kind of a plaid situation.
Oh, yeah. When we were kids, my mom would load us in the back of the Suburban.
Oh, yeah.
In Ogden, and she'd drive us down 17th Street where the tracks are, and she'd see how much air we could catch in the back. You know, you'd have to wear seatbelts.
My dad built a purpose-built. You remember the ACs were
How
right?
did we all survive?
I don't know.
The AC.
But we're tougher than kids now.
There's no doubt, but.
Oh, here's why I was tougher, because I was in the back. Remember the AC unit was in the back there next to the window, and the condensation would drip. And my dad built, so we'd have luggage when we'd go on trips, and then he built this plywood thing that was covered in carpet that a person could lay on, but super safe.
Yeah. Because you could lay down in cars when you used to go on family vacations.
Oh, yeah. I always used to lay at the feet of my siblings, too. So, and I would sit there, and the condensation would drip from the AC, and I'd be like, "We're this family road trip is actual torture,
yeah, baby."
And you know what? The tradition continues of me torturing my kids in our Suburban.
Yeah, I'm not condoning that, but there were nothing better than laying down in the back of your Suburban and heading to Disneyland.
Good old days.
That's true. All right, Corey, thanks for hosting us, man. We appreciate it.
Yep.
We'll be back around the corner. We got more to go. Stay with us. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
This holiday season, open your heart and help make a difference in our community. The Road Home Mediathon has been helping families experiencing homelessness for over 100 years. On December 19th, KSL Sports Zone listeners can help with the annual Road Home Holiday Mediathon. The Road Home needs blankets, gloves, baby supplies, and much more. You can drop those off at the Midvale Center. However, cash donations make the biggest difference. During the Road Home Mediathon, your dollars are matched to give shelter support and a new beginning. Please donate at kslsports.com. Powered by Performance Automotive in Bountiful. The Hercules Local Business Spotlight this holiday season is Ty the Window Guy. What started in 1998 as a small side job cleaning windows has grown into a trusted local business built on quality service and long-lasting relationships. More than 27 years later, Ty still serves many of his first clients with the same dependable care that built his reputation. To learn more or schedule your next window cleaning, visit tythewindowguy.com. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together. At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with a Tim Daly Forever warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest name. You're locked into JJ and Alex. With the insight and analysis on the teams you can't live without. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back. It is JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen, thanks for being with us. I thought we just got April Fools. Annapolis, I think this calls for the breaking news sounder, my guy. I mean, my heavens. I don't know if there's been bigger news today in the world of sports, man. Let's
checking the spelling on it is Ian Rappaport, and it is the rap sheet, and it is verified on Twitter. This is true.
Tell me what you got over here from the NFL breaking backup quarterback news desk.
According to Ian Rappaport, NFL writer, the Colts are planning to bring potential future Hall of Fame quarterback Phillip Rivers into their facility Tuesday to work out to see if he may join their practice squad.
Okay.
Rappaport says this is real. Daniel Jones' season is over. Riley Leonard will start, but Rivers may be an option. By the way, Riley Leonard will start, but he has a knee injury as well.
So he's the
They're gonna bring in Phillip Rivers.
When was okay, I know he officially retired in 25, but that's not when he stopped playing. His last game was played in 2020, JJ. He was already old as the hills back then.
He's coaching high school football.
I know.
Right? Like, isn't his son playing high school football?
Just between you and I.
He's 44.
Oh, that's terrible, because I was thinking he was way older than me, and he's my age. Let me ask you this. How close to 3 bills is he? I mean, this is just between you and I.
Well, he was 6'5", 230.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
In his peak.
And he's got 9 kids. That type of stress.
Wow. Hopefully he's on SLCFatLoss.com.
But you see,
look, he's got to pass a physical, so I don't know. I haven't seen him lately. He played for the Colts in 2020, as you said, at age 39.
I'd feel comfortable.
Insane.
I'd feel comfortable with him coming in on the practice squad, like in the playoffs, like we need help.
As a backup?
Like as a possible backup. He's in, like do a little Eric Weddle.
Rivers.
Yeah.
Getting into a game this December.
It's crazy
for the Indianapolis Colts.
All right. Let's we got to get to our guy Cole Bagley, who's back in studio. Of course, we're here at John Watson Chevrolet in Ogden for the Player of the Week honors, KSL Sports, and John Watson Chevrolet, the Player of the Week honors for the Northern Utah side of the prep football. And man, there's going to be some superstars showing up. Man, it's going to be awesome. Cole Bagley on the program here with us. Cole, man, it was I think an 11-1 stretch after the 2 games that they had where they win 7-0, and and 4-1, and then they end up in Calgary and the 2-0 loss. I was watching that game, and I know that Vitek had a good game. I thought he was fine between the pipes. You can't play your goalies every night, but at the same time, like, there was zero offense that night. It just seems like all the stuff that was going their way in those prior games wasn't happening in Calgary. So we were hoping they were going to finish 500 on the road. They didn't end up doing it. But what's changed with this team?
Yeah, I mean, obviously they found the back of the net. But to be honest, I don't know that anything's necessarily changed. Not to downplay those 2 wins, but, Vancouver's the worst team in the National Hockey League, and the Ducks were playing their 3rd and 4th string goaltenders. Again, there were good things that they did, and you like that there was actually energy. And that's something that we've talked about all season long is, whether this team wins or loses is very much dependent on them choosing to play a specific brand of hockey. Nate Schmidt even said that after the Flames loss. And, I believe that style is just an energetic style, a committed style, a communicative style. So, we'll see how these next few games go. Obviously, it's tough that they're going to be without Logan Cooley, but, I don't know that anything's changed just yet. I think that was, more so a response to, where they found themselves on the road trip. Bill Armstrong, sat the guys down after they lost in San Jose and said, enough's enough. We need to, it's playoffs or bust for us. We need to figure this out. So they responded well. I'm not, super high on that being a season, turning point for them, but we'll see how these next few games at home go.
Yeah, this team has had so many ups and downs and adversity and challenges, and now Cooley out. They said indefinitely. We have no idea. Do you think this is a more long-term thing or a more short-term thing based on what you know about the injury?
It's a tough question. Obviously all of this would be, speculation. I would guess he's out maybe a little longer as opposed to shorter term. If you go back and if you watch especially that aerial view of his injury, his leg was doing all sorts of weird bending, along the post. And, if it was a broken bone, I think it would be obvious and we would know what was going on. To me, again, this is just my own speculation. Having, played the game, and actually I tore my own ACL playing hockey. Not to say that he's torn ACL, but I would guess it's more so a ligament, in his knee. Just with the way that leg bent, it did not look good.
So with that said, I mean, whether it's a week, a month, 2 months, whatever it is, they're going to be out with it. They're going to be without him for a while. How do they compensate for that loss? What do they do? Because that's a massive player to be missing out of your lineup, especially offensively with what he brings.
I mean, everybody else has to step up. I think the positive thing, if you will, is a lot of the guys on the team have been underperforming. Numbers are down pretty much across the board, amongst the top 6. Dylan Guenther, Clayton Keller, Nick Schmaltz, JJ Peterka, Barrett Hayton, like all of those players have not been playing up to expectations. And so there's at least room for growth. There's room for improvement, which is a positive. And if they can dig deep and they can, all step up, I think they'll be, I think they have an opportunity to be just fine. And then, they've got some young guys that have come up. Daniil Boot has looked really good in the 3 games that he's played. Still searching for that first goal, but I don't think it's going to take him very long just with the, his size, his frame, the game, the style that he plays, how much he, kind of hangs around the net and the shot that he has. I don't think it'll be much longer before he scores. And if he can, get on the board, every couple games, that'll be helpful. But to me, I look at guys like Keller and Guenther and Schmaltz, and, they really need to step up in light of Cooley being out, no matter how long it is, whether it is, like you said, whether it is a week or 2 or whether it's a month or 2, those guys have got to step up here.
As you talked about these guys coming in, and there's a little bit of a function of, hey, we send guys down and bring a couple other guys up just for that punch in the gut for the whole team to kind of, maybe get a fire under them. And the energy level, it's crazy because people were wondering about the effort. Do you see the same thing when they were talking about, like, hey, this team's not trying hard enough? Like, in my mind, I'm like, I want to know what that indicates, not just wins and losses. Like, what is the thing that people look at and they go, there's not enough effort there?
Yeah, I think a lot of things. If you've listen to some of the post game interviews with the coaches and the players, it's the simple details in where their effort is not being exhausted. They're losing their battles. They're not, winning pucks, in behind the net. If they're dumping and chasing, they're not getting that puck back and reloading and, having sustained offensive zone possessions. They're not putting guys in front of the net. I picked apart their power play last week after, so they played Dallas,
Are they still worse in the league? That's a question.
I think they're either worse. They're either the worst or they're the second worst.
Yeah.
They were 5.7% over the month of November, which is just that is entirely unacceptable. But I compared their power play to Dallas, which they're the best in the league. They're scoring one almost every third power play. Dallas is putting the puck in the back of the net. So it's not exactly fair to compare in terms of performance. But what I wanted to do was I wanted to look at how Utah attacked on the power play as opposed to how Dallas attacked on the power play. And Dallas showed Utah exactly how to do it. They scored 2 power play goals against them last week when Utah was visiting on the road. And how they did that was they got bodies in front of the net. They got bodies to the net. They were rotating players, in their offensive set. They were, pulling defensemen up high and then, forcing forwards to cover down low. And obviously that's going to, create mismatches and whatnot. And that's exactly how Dallas scored 2 goals. Utah doesn't do enough of that. They get into their set and they just sit there. Keller's on the right wing, Gunther's on the left, and they just go back and forth between Sergachev and those 2 players, and it's predictable. And so, that to me is where effort is lacking, is just those small, minute details of winning your battles, being willing to go and play in the dirty areas, and just giving all that you have. I think the only players on this team that have really done that recently are Lawson Krause, Ian Cole, Michael Carcone, and Liam O'Brien. And, Vejmelka started to kind of get into a good groove. But yeah, for me, that's where that effort is lacking.
All this team's been through, and I'm looking at the standings right now, and yeah, it's still December. It's still early. But they're right in the mix. They're hanging on there. They're at 31 points with Edmonton and San Jose. They'd be in the wild card spot right now, which is better than they were last year at this time. Overall, big picture, is this team in a good spot right now considering what's ahead with the schedule? Probably lightening up a little bit. It's been pretty road heavy. Despite all the challenges, is this team still in a good place?
Yeah, the silver lining, as hard as we are on them and as much as we can pull things apart, they're in a good spot. They're arguably right where they the front office anticipated they would be. Given the division, there is no way that this team is going to take one of those 3 spots. Colorado is far and away the best team in the National Hockey League. Dallas isn't too far behind, and Minnesota has started to kind of gain some traction. So, for Utah,
kind of interesting.
Go ahead.
It's kind of interesting. One thing that I was looking at with that, because it's all that 7-game win streak that ruined us, right? If they got to this record in a different way, we probably would be speaking about this differently. Same 100%. Exact record, we would talk about it differently because the 7-game win streak.
It's just been the swings have been so high and so low.
I know.
That you emotionally, I get what fans are going through right now. You emotionally go through those swings, and I think that's what they're experiencing. You weren't finishing with your point, Cole.
Sorry, Cole.
No, it's a great observation that a lot of this, you're right, is tied to that 7-game win streak and just the massive highs and the massive lows that this team's been through over the last few months.
Yeah, the journey to this point is what's worrisome, is the fact that, they ripped off 7 in a row, and then I think they only won 3 of 12, and then it was like 5 of the last 18. That's where you start to worry a little bit, is they were so hot and then just completely cooled off. But like I said, the silver lining, they've got 31 points. They're in the second wildcard spot. With a win tonight, they can surpass Edmonton and jump into that first wildcard spot. Now, of course, Edmonton will have an opportunity to retake it tomorrow. But that's like they're 14-13-3, and I bet if you were to look at the front office, back in September and say, hey, you're going to be 14-13-3, early in December, you're going to be in the second wildcard spot, they'd go, we'll take that. Now, like I said, it's the journey that's a little worrisome, and they've got to get things figured out, because right now it's not necessarily trending in a great direction. Now, they are 4-6 over their last 10, as opposed to, I think they were like 2-8 over the previous. So this is a fragile time of the year. This is when teams really kind of start to figure out who they are, and playoff hopes either die or continue to live on. So yeah, this is a critical month, And luckily the schedule, does clear up and ease up in January. So, a lot of positives and some opportunity here for them to figure things out.
Kings coming into town tonight. Delta Center will be hopefully rocking with a lot of fans who've been excited to get them back after a long road trip. What does this Kings team look like, and what can the Mammoth do here at home back on their own home ice against the Kings tonight?
This is a Kings team that's very good on the road. They're 9-2-4. They've actually struggled, quite a bit at home. But at the same time, it feels like everybody in the National Hockey League is just going through extreme highs and lows. They're 4-3-3 over their last 10, and so I think it's going to be a fairly even battle. These are two teams trying to figure things out. Utah's been very good at home. They're 7-3-1, but then again, like I said, LA has been able to win a lot of road games. So I would expect a highly contested matchup of two teams trying to just gather some points because, LA is only 2 points ahead of Utah right now. Obviously, they're in different divisions, but, points are precious at this point in the year, like I was talking about, and I expect we're going to see two teams who are, just battling to make sure that they get two tonight.
The Avs, by the way, I was just looking at this, Cole, and it's crazy. The Avalanche have 115 goals on the season. The Mammoth are at 90. Like, that's a scoring machine. Like that's who you're up against in this division. Like, really, and the two of the highest scoring teams in the entire NHL are the Avs and the Dallas Stars. Like, these are the teams that
those
they're
are
up
the two
against.
highest.
And the Ducks have 107.
Oh, yeah, of course. The Ducks, just like where we thought everybody was going to be, Cole, right? Like the Anaheim Ducks.
You had enough problems. Now the Ducks are good?
Yeah, scoring 100.
The craziest part of that,
already, yeah.
The craziest part of that goal, those goals is, Colorado's goal differential right now is plus 49.
Yeah, that's insane.
That is 21 more than the next team, who's actually Dallas at plus 28. Ridiculous.
They're beating the brakes off these teams.
If Colorado doesn't win the Cup, it is the biggest choke job in the history
They
of
have
sports.
just 2 regulation losses.
Yeah.
2.
Yeah. It's ridiculous. So
It's almost 2026.
Darn it. That's who you're up against in this division. No problem. No sweat. Yeah, it'll be fine. Cole, puck drops at 7 tonight, 6 o'clock pregame on the KSL Sports Zone, yes?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thanks for hanging out, man. We appreciate it and all the work you do. Love reading the hat trick. Every time it comes out, I'm like, it's my first notification that comes to the phone after the game, and I'm like, I got to see what Cole said about this.
Well, make sure you guys are here next time I'm in studio. I show up, and you guys aren't even here to hang out. So I'm sitting in JJ's chair.
Are you just spinning around?
Yep, just
spinning in circles?
Yep.
All right. Cole, we appreciate it, man. Thanks. Have a great evening.
Thanks, guys.
All right, there you go. I think we're just going to go straight into this, aren't we?
Why not? They just arrived.
A couple Davis darts in the
stars
building.
of the show tonight.
Pretty decent year for this two combo back and forth here. We're going to get the headsets on. Yeah, throw the headset on. Just pull that mic right in front of it. We'll take care of it. Brant, let's fire these guys up. Trayden Bessinger and Bodie Sparrow joining us on the program.
What's up, guys?
Fellas,
what's going on?
How are you doing?
I'm doing Sorry, we're a little late. We were just at basketball.
You're not late.
Hey, you guys going to repeat?
You're right on time.
That's the goal. That's the goal.
I mean, my heavens, pretty darn good basketball team, pretty darn good football team.
That's right.
These awards, when you see, like, when somebody calls you and goes, "Hey, you just won like an award, like for being the best player in Northern Utah this week." You guys had multiple games where you could have definitely like just kept dipping in on this thing. I mean. It's crazy. It's crazy to watch. So congratulations on a great year for
Really
football.
appreciate it. Time, guys.
Appreciate it.
So the connection's going to go away when you graduate, Trayden. I'm sorry. it's not going to be as fun. Although I think Coach Peary will probably figure some things out and we'll be able to get Bodie the ball.
No doubt.
What's the state of when you play against some of these players who a lot of these guys are going to be folks that you played against, and the talent level in this state, where is it when you guys play against other teams? Do you look and you go, man, these guys are really, really good? Trayden, what do you think? When you match up against these dudes and you're like, these are men, man.
Yeah, I'll show my respect to them and stuff, but there's nothing in the back of my head. I'm like, nah, we're better than them. Like every single time, I will never say a team's gonna be
true
better
competitor,
than us,
right?
Is this a halftime interview? I think we interviewed Trayden last year. After
I've done
the
this
Weber
before.
Game.
Yeah,
I know. After the Weber game, shirt off, ice on the shoulder.
Yeah, I remember that.
Classic.
I've seen that picture. Yeah.
It's a classic.
AC right here. It's still gone to this day. So
oh man,
it's
get that cleaned up.
Tell us what the process has been like with the recruiting? You've gotten a ton of offers. You've committed to Iowa, obviously. But, Bodie, tell us a little bit about what that looks like in 2025 when people come calling or coaches reach out. How are they reaching out to you guys? How do you guys do that in 2025? It seems crazy.
College football obviously is crazy right now and stuff. And even like during the season, like obviously all I'm focused on is just playing. Now it's focused on basketball, just whatever's going on. But I've always tried to just like let the recruiting take care of itself. But now it's like Traden's committee's going to Iowa, which is awesome. And now it's becoming a little more real for me. This spring I'll do OVs and stuff. So now I got to start building these relationships, which I have great relationships with a lot of people, but now years ago I'll be like, oh yeah, this is way down the road, but now it's here, so gotta.
Traden, you just signed. You're officially an Iowa Hawkeye.
Yeah, go Hawkeyes.
Can you take us through that process of how you came to that decision? Because you had a lot of options, and you had a remarkable high school football career. You were wanted by a lot of teams. Why Iowa, and how special was that moment for you when you finally knew that you had achieved this dream?
I mean, yeah, right as I signed the paper, it felt great, obviously, and stuff. But the journey getting up to it, it was a lot of help throughout, like my dad and my mom and stuff, and a lot of coaches that have helped me along the way. I like my quarterback coaches; they were a ton of help because they've experienced it. They've gone through a bunch of people, so they gave me little tips on what to look for here and there and stuff. And when I went on my OV to Iowa, I kind of just fell in love with the place. Like the coaches, they were great. I loved what the plan the OC had in, and I love Coach Kirk Ferentz. He was amazing.
He's a legend, man.
Oh yeah, he's great. 27 years, man. It's impressive.
Well, hopefully they punt a lot less when you're quarterbacking there.
That's
right.
You got to
throw the
convert,
ball,
man.
Throw the ball.
And not just to the tight ends either, man.
We're gonna get some.
Bodie's thinking about going, right?
Right?
That's what it's
they're putting the full court.
Talk about recruiting. All of a sudden, you're a recruiter, right?
I
know how this works.
But it's pretty easy. How many high school connections have there been that have been like? It's like we see it more now. It's like, dude, what's got that connection going on here? But the parents, did they load up on the gold and yellow or the black and yellows?
Oh yeah. Oh my gosh.
All
the whole entire house. We have still the signing balloons are in my room still, so I can really walk around, and they're all wearing Hawkeye gear all the time. I love it.
You like playing offense or defense, Bodie? Which one's better for you?
When people ask me that, I can't say. I don't give you an answer. I feel like I pride myself in doing both. But so I mean, I'm just.
What do coaches tell you they want you to do?
Yeah, that's going to be the hard thing about my recruitment process. Is I mean, a lot of schools want me at wideout. A lot of want me at safety. A lot of are even just, hey, let's get you here and whatever can get you on the field. I mean, and then even some schools are now saying, let's freaking recruit you on both sides of the ball. So it's we'll see.
Why not in 2025?
Go full Travis Hunter.
It's becoming more of a thing. I mean, that's my goal, obviously. But
you want to do both.
Of course, I want to do both. But I mean, it's whatever happens. But yeah.
And this is a compliment to you as an athlete. I mean, are you getting basketball interest?
I mean, I did basketball with Utah prospects this summer. So we did Peach Jam. We were the first year on Nike circuit. So, I mean, that's still there for me. Obviously, football has taken off for me. But, like, obviously me and Traden are both. We could easily
Where you weigh that? I mean, because you could do both. I'm just telling you.
I mean, yeah, I love hoops. I mean, if me and Traden didn't love hoops, we'd be done right now. And we love it. We just get back from it. And so, obviously, I enjoy it. So if that's something that comes up, we'll see. I don't know for sure, but
Layton's looking tough this year in the region, guys.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, they're always good. They're always good.
They're a good team
for sure.
That was the nicest you'll ever hear. Two darts talking about the Layton Lancers, my guys.
Well, you know how to ruin a conversation. You bring up Layton in front of some Davis darts.
Hey, they got us once last year.
That's how I get out. That's how I get out to the commercial. They go.
You made this really awkward.
They both go. Oh yeah, no, they're nice.
They're nice.
Yeah, for sure. Fellas, congratulations on an awesome football season.
Congrats, guys.
Awesome careers so far, and
us.
We're looking forward to see what you guys do next year, your senior year, Bodie, and then, of course, at Iowa.
Thank you.
We'll see how this thing goes, fellas, so appreciate you guys. We'll take a break. We are at John Watson Chevrolet right here in Ogden. The Player of the Week honor is going to be handed out tonight. It's bigger than it's ever been. The pizza is on the way. It's going to be phenomenal. You guys are going to love it, and so we've got tons going on. Stay here with us, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Big delay southbound I-15 from far west down into Marriott Slaterville for Weber County drivers because of a crash right at the 12th Street exit in Ogden. There is a right lane that is still blocked northbound I-15 approaching the Pleasant Grove Boulevard exit because of the crash earlier, and it's so slow to the point of the mountain from the S-curves between Provo and Orem. Advanced Window Product. Get $2,500 off windows, 10 windows or more at advancedwindows.com. Affordable windows guaranteed. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napoles here on 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yeah! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Taqueria 27, where every taco tells a story, and sometimes it's a hilarious one. Check out Taqueria27.com. You'll thank us later. On the go? Don't worry. Locations in downtown SLC, Holiday, Fashion Place Mall, Lehigh, and Eagle Mountain. So if you miss one, there's another waiting to serve you tacos, sizzling fajitas, enchiladas, margaritas like a ninja. Taqueria 27's got Mexican cuisine, including gluten-free, that's so tasty, your mouth will thank you.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
This holiday season, give your home the gift of smart upgrades with Mountain Home Services. Electric vehicle? Meet your new best friend. A professional EV charger installed from Mountain Home Services. Fast, reliable, and done right the first time. Want to save energy to brighten your space? Ask about LED lighting upgrades, smart switches, and modern lighting controls. Perfect for cozy nights and year-round savings. Serving Utah since 1954, Mountain Home Services was the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees, and every job comes with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Protect your home and power up your lifestyle with expert electrical services you can trust. Plus, KSL listeners enjoy a discounted price on a fireplace tune-up for just $99. Visit MountainHomeUtah.com or call 801-543-2222 to schedule your upgrade today. That's MountainHomeUtah.com or 801-543-2222. Mountain Home Services, powering Utah homes since 1954.
Hey fellas, it's crunch time this holiday season, and you don't want to drop the ball on finding the perfect gift for that special someone.
Oh yeah, this is your chance to up your game and score major points with Duke's Jewelers.
That's right, for over 75 years, Duke's has been part of Utah Valley's playbook, helping families celebrate life's biggest wins since 1948.
Oh, absolutely. At Duke's Jewelers, it's not just a jewelry store. They're craftsmen, creating custom designs and timeless pieces that'll have her cheering from the sidelines.
Whether it's a stunning necklace or a custom ring, they've got the game-winning gift at Duke's Jewelers.
Don't wait for the final buzzer. Head to Duke's Jewelers at 220 South Main in Springville.
Or you can shop online at dukesjewelers.com.
Duke's Jewelers, helping you slam dunk love and tradition since 1948.
The exclusive home of the Utah Mammoth is on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Stenlin wins this one back. Mammoth shoot it at the empty net and score. John Marino splits the uprights, and it's 4-1. John Marino retreating into his own zone as Mikhail Sergachev gets to a puck behind his own net. Wraparound try in front, and they score! Calgary lights the lamp 16 seconds in. He can't quite get a shot at the empty net, but Zary hits it. And it's been a night of frustrations for the Utah Mammoth. Connor Zary hits the empty net with 2:14 to go in the third.
You're locked into JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Is that the sound of a puck hitting a post? Is that what that sound is?
Must
in the
be.
It's like pa-ching.
Yeah.
I love it. We just had Cole Bagley on. Anytime Cole comes on and talks about our Utah Mammoth, it's all brought to you by the folks at Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Appreciate him coming on and hanging out with us. And yeah, I think there's a lot of nerves right now across the street at Delta Center. I mean, we're up here at the John Watson Chevrolet, but obviously it's nerves right now for this team, and they've got to try to figure some things out and make it happen. Couple reminders. First, Hans and Scotty on Wednesday are going to be at RGS Exteriors. Go check them out there in person, noon to 3 with Hans and Scotty at RGS Exteriors. And also, this is going to be good. This is the first time I've ever done this with Jake in person here.
Yeah.
So Jake Hatch, by the way, joining us on the program. Yak, nice enough to hang out because this is kind of a program near and dear to his heart. And he knows if there's somebody who knows all these players, it's Hatch, and he knows these kids and their stats, and you do a great job putting this stuff together, man. That's a lot of work for you, so congrats.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. It's fun.
It is fun, and you know we were just chatting off of the air because every Monday, if you listen to DJ and PK in the morning, every once in a while I'll catch it while I'm out and about, and I'll go, I don't need to ask Hatch what the play of the week is, but the Rocky Mountain Chevy Dealers play of the week brought to you by your Rocky Mountain Chevy Dealers, and here's what you've got. They give out the play, and then I give out the phone number now, and you tell me what it is, and then you win a prize. 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. Any clues that you want to give our illustrious listeners out there?
So we're up here at John Watson Chevrolet for the Northern Utah High School Player of the Week, and these are the best high school players in football that we're honoring tonight. This player that had the play this week is what PK calls the best high school player ever in Utah high school football history.
Wow.
So,
and a play that this person made
yesterday, yeah.
Okay. Ooh, I could am I eligible?
Sure, why not?
I'm going to call Alex during the break here. I'm going to call number 12. Nablus, it's me. Am I 12? Come on. No, I think I know what's going on. I like it. That's a great pick. Before we get to some football here, and we'll talk a little bit, I haven't gotten your thoughts. I always love it because you were down in Texas, yes?
I was in Dallas, yep. AT&T Stadium.
Was it as ugly in person as we thought?
Speaking of the game itself, yes, it was as ugly in person as it. But talk about the facilities. AT&T Stadium's still a gold standard, even though it's almost 20 years old, that facility. It's crazy to think it's that old. I toured it, actually, funny enough, in 2008, Alex, right before it opened. Remember, BYU played the first ever game in there against Oklahoma in 08.
Yeah.
I was working down there that summer. We went and toured it before it opened. So it's crazy to think that I was there in 2008. I went back for Big 12 Media Days in 2023. It's an incredible facility, but the game itself, that was not pretty.
What went wrong? I mean, the turnovers were the biggest thing, I think, because that's the thing that made it kind of feel like the pile-on because they gave them short fields and things. But where was the breakdown there of the preparation for this Texas Tech team and wanting to get them back and then falling short, even further short this time around?
Well, quite frankly, it's kind of the same story what happened in Lubbock. They just couldn't block the front for Texas Tech. The story, I think, was from CBS Sports. Texas Tech spent more than $7 million on their defensive front. The defensive front line, they're talking to David Bailey, Romello Height, Lee Hunter. They spent more than $7 million getting those guys in place.
A good chunk of it was just David Bailey.
Correct. And the point to be made there is that according to this report from CBS Sports, if I've got the outlet right, BYU's entire roster, $10 million this past season. So that should show you, like, they invested heavily on that defensive front. And BYU, their front line, and it's nothing against BYU's offensive line because they've done this to everybody they have played, speaking of Texas Tech. But BYU could not block a four-man rush.
What does $10 to $15 million potentially for NIL money do for Kalani Sitake?
Well, hopefully it means a much better outcome when you go up against the likes of a Texas Tech, because in theory you should go invest that along the front lines, because I don't think Kalani is blind. I think he looks across that field at Texas Tech and says, the makeup of that roster is what we need in Provo, Utah. Like, that's where that money's going to have to be invested, is especially in the trenches. Now, obviously, you want to have elite skill talent. You need wide receivers. You need guys like running backs. LJ Martin is obviously a big question mark if he might bolt for the NFL this offseason.
What's your gut feeling on that?
I think he bolts because when you're the offensive player of the year in the season he's had, we all know that the NFL stands for not for long, especially in the case of running backs.
Yeah, you got to strike while the iron's hot, right?
Yeah.
And Man, that would be a massive blow. Him coming back.
Yeah.
But what if $1 million is coming?
Well, sure, and that's the thing. Can you make it worth his while via NIL and the revenue share hey, you may be a mid-round pick. That's what you're slated to make in this. Can we match it essentially with NIL?
Or we'll beat it by $100,000 or $200,000.
Sure.
And there we are.
And that'll be a conversation that'll be happening, I'm sure, very, very quickly. Probably already, if it hasn't already happened, it's probably coming very soon. But to your point, Alex, that reported $10 to $15 million on top of that revenue share for BYU. Kalani Sitake wasn't dumb when he went into this negotiation with BYU. He understands he needs funds to be able to go out and attract top-tier talent. Now, they do have to abide by BYU standards, obviously the honor code and the like, but he's proven to be able to bring in nice pieces for this team. I think the next step is to be able to match the type of athletes, at least in theory, that a Texas Tech has.
Let's talk a little bit about the college football playoff. You and I haven't been able to jam on it, but I don't know. I have had a hard time articulating how I feel about it because after that game, I didn't feel like BYU deserved to be in, or like it just felt like what a hard position to be in.
Oh, yeah.
To punch up and be like, oh, no, we're down here still. And,
sure.
And they were already behind the 8 ball. And so I wondered what your thoughts were as to, and obviously the players are going to say, we deserve to be there, but it almost feels like a marketing campaign. When these players were asked about it and you saw kind of some of the reactions, Parker Kingston was like pretty active on social media
he was
going
adamant,
after it.
Yeah.
What's the feeling in that locker room? Like Kalani obviously knows you win that game and you don't have to have this discussion.
Correct.
But were they pushing more and more still? I know that Brian Santiago did it on Friday and Thursday, but was it happening as much from the administration after that game on Saturday?
It wasn't, and I was kind of disappointed, and that comes from both BYU and the Big 12 side of things.
I thought Brett Yormark was totally lame.
Well, no,
I thought it was just not a lot of showing up for the conference, man.
So I'll reiterate a point I've made a couple of times already in the lead-up to this, is I felt like BYU and the Big 12 in particular needed to speak out earlier, especially when the groundwork was laid for BYU being downgraded.
Yes.
Like we're talking like week 2 of those rankings. They need to start speaking out. The issue was, remember that statement that came out from Brett Yormark says, we plan to earn it on the field. Remember that statement?
Yes.
That sounded tone deaf because, as I said, you can earn it on the field, but the problem is if you can't get into the playoff field, how do you earn it?
Well, and by the way, 11-1 feels like they've earned it on the field.
You'd think so.
And that's why I think that they were like, oh, that'll speak for itself. Look at Are there metrics that we're not seeing that these guys use? Because it seems like they're just kind of going off of whatever the heck they want in that room in that exact moment.
You nailed it.
Team to team.
Hunter Yurachek, who's standing in for Mac Rhodes now.
He's been a disaster for that. And he's filling in, I get it. But
he looks like he is scared of being on air every time he's up there. I'm dead serious.
He should be. And you know what?
There's a far more crass term I want to use to describe the way he operates, but I can't say that on air. But you're right. The issue is that the playoff committee is justifying whatever they need to. They use whatever metric they have. Hans Olsen used a great analogy for this on the post-game show on Saturday. Is he talked about how radio ratings, you know how we get those radio ratings? You can use radio ratings to justify anything.
Right.
You can find a demographic of no matter how big or small it is to justify you being number one in whatever parameter you want it to be. That's what it feels like this playoff committee has done. They want X number of teams, whatever teams they want to have in the field. They will use whatever numbers benefit them. So the funny thing is the college basketball selection committee, remember, they have like the net rating, and they go by, they have what they call quality losses, quad 1, quad 2, quad 3, quad 4, with your wins and losses.
Sure.
That stuff, they've structured it where they look at those numbers, and that tells them exactly where to slot teams. The playoff committee doesn't have anything
They have
like
zero.
that.
And I wonder if you can do it at that, if there's a style or a version of that. We've talked about what those ratings look like because, the reality is that when they would make the explanations, everyone would go, what now? And like when he started talking about that Auburn game, and it's like, oh man, what a great conversion on 4th and 2 against a pretty tough Auburn team at home. They had lost all 4 home games.
Yes, yeah.
In the SEC, and he's like, well, this is a tough team. I just don't get where some of this is going, except for I know what it is, and just say it.
Yeah.
So instead of doing the thing where they make up stuff and pretend and just leave them out, leave BYU and Utah out of that conversation early on. As soon as you saw how far back they were in the early rankings, you were like, oh, they are not making an effort at all with these guys. So
they don't need to be like belligerent about it, but they needed to speak out earlier.
Okay, let's take a break. We'll come back. We've got more to go around the corner. We've got hockey coming up at the top of the hour. The Utah Mammoth taking on the LA Kings at Delta Center. Lots going on with that one, and we will get you ready. We've got a best and worst that we're going to do quickly next, and we're going to get you out and get you to that hockey pregame right here on the KSL Sports Zone. Stay with us.
Whirls around and down.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's actually, you know what? Salt Lake City Fat Loss, saltlakeCityFatLoss.com. Check it out for yourself. This is a program that is working for JJ and I. We've been on it for 18 months now. I dropped 65 pounds in the first 60 days. I'm down another 20. I'm approaching that 100 mark here, if you can believe it. That's crazy. So here's the deal. Everybody has this issue that if you're my age and and things aren't like they used to be in high school, you don't have the same metabolism, although I was a fat dude in high school too. I will tell you, you need a program like Salt Lake City Fat Loss to help you down the road. Salt Lake City Fat Loss right now is doing a great deal. $400 off of the program. That's $400 off. We've never done that before. We do $200 sometimes, but if you lock that in right now, you can start the program on January 1. Go check it out for yourself, saltlakeCityFatLoss.com.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with a Tim Daly Forever warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our clients' portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not filling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Wrapping up the hour with our picks for the best and worst moments on today's show. As JJ and Alex want to hear your best and worst of the day.
Welcome back. Thanks for being with us on the program. Awesome time for us today here at John Watson Chevrolet. Our best and worst, as always, brought to you by the good folks at Doug Smith, another one of our friends in the car dealership industry. Doug Smith in American Fork, Spanish Fork, and in Linden. Go check them out. Best and worst, we're going to turn the time over to Emmett White. Now, we're not going to give him the whole – I'm not going to force you to speak to us, but he's speaking to the young kids tonight at the banquet tonight for the Northern Utah Player of the Week honors. Former All-American, Hall of Fame member up at Utah State. And how big of a deal is it to get in front of these kids and say some things to them? Do you enjoy doing that?
Oh, man, truly enjoy it. It's a privilege, to still be able to come back and speak to the kids. Just because, I was one of them before, sat in seats, watched people talk also. So, now to be able to flip it and be the person speaking to them, it's a lot of pressure, actually, a little bit.
Well, and you've stayed involved because you're training kind of that next generation of athletes up this way, if I'm not mistaken. Like, how has that been a concerted effort on your part to stay involved with the youth football movement?
Yeah, I mean, training-wise, we train, all sports, but obviously football being the niche.
Yeah.
So we've had some other great people, the Vigils, Pat Scales, some different people, Marcus Kemp, guys from this northern area that have.
I think the Vigils were at this very party years ago, right?
So, pull back the curtain. I've done this for the last, 12 years, and we've had the Vigil boys here. They've won awards and whatnot, and it's crazy to watch them go on and play in the NFL. But that's the fun part about it. You're seeing kind of the next generation of these great athletes. Trayden Bessinger, for example, was here earlier.
Yeah.
You signed with Iowa. So you're looking at some of the next kind of crop of talent that we're going to see rise up.
Yeah, no, and it's always good to be around those guys. And to see this group is actually a very talented group. Because, some of them a lot of them are getting some of these national honors where, the Vigils, different people weren't necessarily on that level. But
they had the same talent
to develop.
We've gotten so much better at propping these kids up, I think, nowadays, and being like, they're right there with a lot of these other. You always think Florida, Texas, and California. And it's like, no, these guys, they got ballers here in the state of Utah too at the prep level. They got some exceptional athletes, and they've got so much to deal with now too.
Yeah.
You think about these guys coming at them and all the things they have to deal with. What's something you want to say about the adversity that kids face and how to kind of overcome it?
You know what? I couldn't. That's a tough one because I couldn't imagine, the dollar figures and the things that these kids now deal with.
That's crazy. Yeah.
Before it was just you played football, you worked your butt off. You just got on the field and played, and that was your way to continue getting bigger was your way if you wanted to say to make money. Now you can start to say yourself early. So.
Emmett White, Utah State, great. Appreciate you jumping on the program and giving us some words, man. Yeah, I love it. I love it. So good luck tonight. Look, we warmed you up. It's fine. You're going to be fine tonight because we warmed you up. We got you talking to the radio audience. I think it's good. All right. Utah Mammoth hockey coming right up right here on the KSL Sports Zone. You don't want to miss it. The puck drops at 7 o'clock, but listen right here. Many thanks to John Watson Chevrolet again for sponsoring this great event. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Every child deserves a warm, joyful holiday season. But many families in Utah are struggling right now. KSL's Quarters for Christmas is here to help. With your support, we can provide coats and shoes to kids who need them most. Every dollar goes directly toward winter clothing for Utah children. Please join us in making a difference. Donate today at kslquarters.com. That's kslquarters.com.
Season's greetings start at the Garden Restaurant. Our fall menu and delicious food captures the essence of the holidays ahead. Stop in or order online for pickup. Have you tried our favorited jalapeno pork sandwich yet? It's perfectly balanced with sweet and spice and enough to satisfy any craving. Now let's talk turkey. The Turkey Club and turkey cranberry sandwiches are delicious, and of course the fan fave, the turkey pot pie is prepped daily and loaded with chunks of tender meat, veggies drenched in a rich, creamy sauce hugged by a flaky, buttery crust. But that's not all. Home-cooked, handmade baking is our standard. What's more aromatic than baked goods? From giant cinnamon rolls, cookies, bars, and our famous warm, buttery Limehouse